Chapter 160 People of the Future, 5K. Almost at the same moment when the beam of light rose, 4 figures quickly got out of the beam of light, quickly swept around, crouched in the corner with high vigilance, and began to observe the surrounding situation. The 4-man team all wore masks, revealing only their eyes, and were fully equipped. Naruto, report the situation. Yes. With just one command, the handsome young man with short golden hair who was in the front, wearing a mask, immediately formed seals with both hands, and began to search for chakra reactions around him with a super large range perception ninjutsu. Immediately afterwards, his expression suddenly became extremely solemn. Captain Kakashi, Kagura's heart has found that the 6 paths have extremely reactive chakra bodies, which should be a whole team. The chakra source of the defecting ninja centipede can be detected from a distance, but it should be blocked by something, and the reaction is very weak, and only slight traces can be detected. There are also large-scale puppet armies around, which should be the enemy's ambush forces. The space-time chakra reaction in the regional environment is very strong, and there are signs of large-scale space distortion. At this point, the young ninja in Konoha uniform said in a serious tone and with a very solemn expression, "We should be in a space-time distortion environment." That bastard! Hearing this, another masked ninja with black semi-long hair shouted, "You actually rushed into the forbidden area. It is our fault that we rushed in here despite the siege of a whole special team." The masked ninja with silver hair said solemnly, "No matter what, we must catch him back." Yes. But before that, the blonde masked ninja's expression suddenly changed. He kept the Kagura hard eyes spell, raised his head and looked in the distance, and said very quickly, "Be careful. The 6 ambushers are attacking. Strong chakra reaction." Almost at the moment when the other party's voice fell. Boom! The highly diffusive airwave broke through a fierce vacuum channel, and suddenly whistled towards the direction of the tower, crossing hundreds of meters directly, and opened a straight and long path in the Thousand Towers area. Deo, with extremely violent force, broke all the rubble and dust blocking in front of him. Without any orders, the entire 4-man team had already scattered in all directions with the fastest reaction, suddenly shooting in all directions. The next moment, the sword light like a stream of fire followed the vacuum passage broken by the huge force and shot straight towards this side. There was a clang. A deep burnt mark was left on the huge tower wall. Uchiha Yaoi's sword light turned, and just as he was about to continue to cut down the next person, he saw a girl with light red hair suddenly flipping and hammering up. The sword and hammer intersected, and with a sharp metallic sound, a series of splashing golden red light burst out. The huge forces crossed and were evenly matched for a while. Miss Yaoi's eyes paused, and she met the eyes under the mask of the other party with her Scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan. However, the surging pupil power was bounced off by a special sealing technique on the surface of the mask. Uchiha Yaoi was shocked. Although Wu had just told her to hold back and test the opponent's strength, she didn't expect that the opponent didn't need to hold back and actually had such ability. Not only that. Almost at the moment of the confrontation, the light red-haired girl on the opposite side suddenly shouted, "Super strength hammer!" With a bang, the brick and stone ground under Uchiha Yaoi's feet suddenly sank half a circle, and the whole person was pushed back by the opponent's force, leaving 2 straight grooves. But at the same time, both sides also noticed the problem: Sharingan? Super strength. The next moment, the 2 sides suddenly separated. In just the moment when the figures intertwined, the fiercely surging lightning chakra behind had penetrated the sky, pulling down endless brilliance in the clouds. Looking up, I saw that the black-haired young man standing on the high platform had raised his arm and connected the lightning at the top of the sky. It fell suddenly. Lightning! Release Kirin! Looking up, I saw that the glow like the color of ink painting had taken shape, outlining an indescribable huge beast shape. Wait! Sasuke, stop! 2 voices sounded from the surroundings at the same time. The silver-haired captain and the light red-haired girl obviously discovered something, but it was too late to speak. But the Uchiha girl opposite did not move, standing there quietly, letting the lightning fall. With a bang, the lightning fell and spread all over the land. The violent natural chakra suddenly fell with extremely terrifying power, falling directly in the direction of the black-haired girl. However, a sound was heard in the distance. The technique is forward. Kang. With just this light sound, a faint blue light suddenly appeared in the sky. The thunder and the light overlapped and merged in the air, but suddenly merged into one place with an unstoppable force, bursting out an extremely blazing pure white glow. Sure enough. The moment the sound was heard, the leader with silver hair had already raised his head and looked at the opposite side quietly. The young man's face under the mask couldn't help but reveal a touch of nostalgia. This technique, it belongs to that adult. Boom. Next moment, a deafening sound pierced through everyone's eardrums with the force of piercing clouds and splitting rocks, and the glass embedded in the distant tower was shattered into large pieces. However, after the glow faded, the troops on both sides stopped moving. The smoke dissipated. Behind the girl who suddenly appeared just now, several figures appeared out of thin air, looking at the four of them vigilantly. Just seeing the appearance of this group of people and the forehead protectors on their heads, the four-member team seemed to be in a daze and stopped at the same time. The entire charred tower top was suddenly silent. Until a young man walked out of a group of people, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Sawara Kiri looked at the figures of several people, smiling gently, and the pair of warm blue eyes seemed to be able to see through their masks and see the faces below. As if suddenly relieved, he said, "Sure enough, are they Konoha ninjas from the future?" "It's not just him." Hitaki Sakumo, who was standing behind him, scanned the faces of several people, and seemed to realize something. His eyes lingered on the tall silver-haired figure, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes and said in astonishment, "Could it be?" Hearing his familiar voice, the silver-haired figure wearing a mask seemed to be frozen in place. The people around him also looked at the silver-haired figure at the same time, as if hoping that he would give an explanation. Hitaki Sakumo seemed to be stunned. Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, and others around him also looked at him in astonishment. Only Orochimaru's golden snake eyes were about to burst out with light. Only Sarah, who was brought by them, was full of anxiety, but at this time, she seemed to not know what to say, staring at the figure of Sawara Kiri tightly and grabbing the corner of his clothes. "Don't worry, your mother is not dead yet. But if we rush over now, she might not be saved. Let's go to another place first." Sawara Kiri turned his head and looked at the distant bees flying in this direction. A puppet army. At this time, some tasks are no longer worth worrying about. No one knows how long these people can stay here. The most important thing is to quickly ask for information about the future. For the last sentence, Sahara Kiri turned to the four people in front of him. Hearing this, everyone realized the urgency of the matter and immediately flew down from the inside of the tower and hid in the dense passages of the 1,000 towers. In a blink of an eye, the puppet army flying in the sky lost its target and kept circling in the sky to search. At this time, Sahara Kiri and others had led the future team to a secret room hidden in the middle of the passage in the direction pointed out by Sarah. With the help of the sky outside the window, the light in the secret room was still sufficient. Although they had not spoken yet, at this moment, both sides had obviously let go of their initial vigilance, as if they were all relieved. After enduring until this time, Hitaki Sakumo raised his head, looked at the silver-haired leader in front of him, and said, "You are." Hearing this, the silver-haired young man wearing a mask took off the mask, revealing a face that was still half covered, with both eyes intact. There seemed to be a bit of nostalgia in his voice. "Father." It was not just him. After the four people took off their masks, both sides immediately looked around in the crowd. Namikaze Minato stared straight at the blonde boy opposite him who was about the same age as him, as if he wanted to say something, but hesitant. The man opposite also looked at him with red eyes. Instead, Sahara Kiri smiled and said, "Anyway, please introduce your identities. It should be many years later, right?" "Yes. Lord Fifth." Hitaki Kakashi said seriously. Everyone was stunned again when they heard this, but Jiraiya, Orochimaru and others all looked as if it was natural. Then, they all solemnly performed an unprecedented chest-beating ceremony, nodded and said, "Konoha's Special Jonin, Hitaki Kakashi. Konoha's First Class Jonin, Namikaze Naruto. Konoha's First Class Jonin, Uchiha Sasuke. Konoha's Third Class Jonin, Harano Sakura." Hearing this, the speculation in the group's mind was finally settled. Only Jiraiya, the unreliable guy, seemed to have just reacted. He pointed at the blonde young man opposite him and widened his eyes in astonishment. "Wait a minute. Namikaze Naruto, this should be your son." "Minato." "Yes." Before the other party could speak, the capable young man opposite him had already said, "Although the memory is a little fuzzy, the photo on my mother's bedside table is still very clear. Long time no see, Dad." While speaking, the young man opposite couldn't help but reveal a sunny smile on his face. But with his red eyes, he still looked a little sad. "Photo? Ah. Namikaze." Minato seemed to be stunned when he heard this, and seemed to sigh helplessly. Sure enough, he who couldn't catch up with the footsteps of Kirito finally died in a battle. Hearing this, Jiraiya's voice couldn't help but pause, staring blankly at his own disciple, and for a moment he didn't know what to say to comfort him. Looking at this scene, Sasuke and Sakura both shrank their heads, not daring to interrupt the conversation between them, and just stared at Sawara Kiri's face. It is indeed exactly the same as the one carved on the Hokage rock, both are so young. Seemingly noticing their gaze, or perhaps to interrupt the topic, Sawara Kiri clapped his hands lightly and shifted his gaze. In short, from the moment you appeared here, the content that happened in the previous world line should no longer be counted, and there is still a chance to change. He said, turning his eyes to Kakashi's direction, and asked gently, but it's really amazing that the little guy has grown into what he is now. Kakashi, can you tell us the general direction of the future world line? How many years later did you travel through? Unlike the original characters, or the Namikaze Minato in the movie version, Sawara Kiri has no awareness of respecting any timeline. After all, the world line in the Incombustibles is almost torn to pieces by various Otsutsuki, and there is no great situation in this world. It is better for them to extract more useful content to solve the problem now. Yes, the 5th generation. Lord Sawara. Hotaki. Kakashi nodded and said, we are from Konoha 63, and these children are members of my special team. Wait a minute. Jiraiya raised his hand and asked a question first. I have wanted to ask since just now, when did the Jonin have so many levels? Not only him, but the people around him also wanted to ask questions in this regard. The Jonin reform is a major event for the whole village, and they hold the right to propose the election of the village Hokage. Hotaki Kakashi smiled and said in a harmonious voice, this is the relevant classification generated by the reform of the ninja law initiated by Lord Sawara in about Konoha 50 years ago. Probably. In recent years, the ninja elementary school and the ninja high school have been divided into so many levels. The education system will gradually become mature, and Konoha will have hundreds of ninjas graduating from the ninja high school every year. Moreover, because of the educational foundation laid by Lord Sawara, students who can graduate from the ninja high school will at least have skills above the level of Chunin after graduation, that is, mastering 3 or more B-level ninjutsu, completing the initial training of chakra nature changes, and related specialized courses. In fact, the ninjas who graduated from the high school at that time were more than enough to be jonin in other villages, so they had a significant impact on the village's task allocation and execution system. Based on this reality, the reform of the jonin system that just began was divided into 3 small levels according to the rating of various skills, special, first, second, and third, and the classification of special jonin was cancelled. The strongest above this system is the current Kage. If we follow the previous classification, the special class probably corresponds to the ninja who bears the name of Kage in this era, and the third class is equivalent to the basic jonin level. At this point, Sakura beside him scratched her cheek a little embarrassedly. Uchiha Yayoi looked at them in surprise. Just now, in terms of physical skills, the woman was more than enough to be assigned to the level of jonin, but in the future, she will only be required to be a basic jonin. Hearing this, not only the people around him, but even Sawara Kiri himself was a little stunned. He thought about expanding the grassroots group of ninjas and allocating various ninjutsu to increase the upper limit, but who would have thought that this trick would be so effective? Orochimaru's eyes fell on Harano Sakura, and suddenly asked, is this child a physical skill type? She should have learned Tsunade's skills, right? No, Sakura is a medical type, and she is also a highly rated medical jonin in the village. Hotaki Kakashi pointed at himself and the people around him and said, I am a physical skill type, Sasuke is a ninjutsu type, and Naruto is a perception type. In addition to the most basic combat type, there are also different branches such as scientific research, education, intelligence, energy, production, management, meteorology, geology, and astronomy. We use the scientific education model to train various types of high-level ninjas. This is all thanks to the various measures taken by Lord Sawara and Lord Orochimaru. These changes also caused a lot of turmoil in the ninja world. Almost all the powers of the daimyos and noble groups of various countries were taken over in the name of ninjas. If it weren't for the 5th generation's strong pressure in the name of the invincible ninja world, I'm afraid there would be countless wars. Jiraiya is a straightforward person. Hearing that the ninjas of later generations can actually do this, he immediately happily hooked Sawara Kiri's shoulders and praised him generously. You did a great job, Kiri. However, hearing this, Sawara Kiri frowned and asked in confusion, so, the daimyo and nobles still exist in your era? This shouldn't be the case. In his plan, after solving the productivity needs of the ninja world, the second item should be to eradicate the upper system that we have now. How come it still exists in that era? Are there many troubles in your era? Yes. Hearing this, Kakashi couldn't help but lower his head, as if sighing. Since the rise of the Moon Organization, it began to spread the 8,000 spear seals in a small team mode, causing conflicts with various countries, and the Kara organization recruited rebel ninjas from various countries to establish scientific ninja troops and rebel ninja unions. The ninja world has been in turmoil, causing our developed production needs and economic systems to be hit from all sides and unable to develop with peace of mind. Therefore, this eased the contradictions with the feudal aristocracy that was almost eliminated, and focused on dealing with the problems of various countries. It was not until this moment that Hitoki Sakumo, who had not recovered from the shock just now, suddenly reacted and asked in confusion, Moon Organization and Kara Organization. Even if Kiri-kun is here, can't they be dealt with? Finally, when they finally got to this topic, the members of the future team on the opposite side couldn't help but lower their heads and sighed as if they were having a hard time facing it. Finally, it was Hitoki Kakashi who spoke. Since the battle in Konoha in the 51st year, the 5th generation, Minato Namikaze, Yayoi Uchiha and others all perished together with the alien enemies. It was also after that period of time that the long-term comprehensive reform of Konoha, which had been steadily advancing, stagnated under the counterattack of various forces, and even regressed. Just these two sentences shocked everyone present, and they all looked at Saharakiri, who also had his eyes wide open. Saharakiri, dead, Chapter 161 Fruit, 5K, dead again. The moment Saharakiri heard this result, this inexplicable thought immediately popped up in his mind. He found that he never seemed to have a good ending in the eyes of the system and others. However, this ending was just a momentary pause for him, but it was a bolt from the blue for others. How is it possible? Almost at the moment when this sentence fell, Miss Yayoi couldn't help but speak. Her voice was hurried. Different from the countless future lines that Sawarakiri had experienced at the system level, this was the first time she got solid information from the people of the future. However, for someone like her who had already regarded Sawarakiri as her inner pillar, this result was undoubtedly completely unacceptable. Hitoki Kakashi seemed to have anticipated this ending, and he lowered his head helplessly and continued, the ending is indeed like this, and it is also because of this result that until up to now, within the time frame we are in, the entire ninja world has been in turmoil, and the momentum of development that was originally underway has been completely interrupted. The only thing to be thankful for is that Lord Sawara left a sufficiently rich legacy to the Konoha ninja before his death. Whether it is the full domain barrier or the sky-based chakra cannon, they have barely protected Konoha's position as the overlord of the ninja world. However, in other areas outside the scope of the Fire Country, there is nothing we can do. Even before this, the Water Country had completely collapsed, and even the Hidden Mist Village was unable to rebuild. A large-scale civil war broke out within the Wind Country. Apart from us, only the vitality of the Earth Country was still well preserved. At this point, not only Hitoki Kakashi, but also the three young ninjas behind him could not help but lower their heads slightly. Naruto Namikaze couldn't help but sigh. The Konoha of their time was indeed strong enough, and it was always in a relatively peaceful environment before they started their mission. But it was also because of this that after they started to go abroad to perform missions and gradually saw the miserable scenes outside, they could not help but sigh and even mourn. As Kakashi said, the unrest in many small countries has even become so serious that even basic food cannot be met. The Wave Country he had been to had a large-scale cannibalism phenomenon. Only the area within the Fire Country can remain intact relying on the power of Konoha. That is, even so, it is also thanks to the large-scale logistics system established during the term of the 5th generation. Although he is now a first-class jonin and has experienced countless missions, Naruto Uzumaki still can't help but feel a little emotional when he recalls the scenes he saw at that time. If it weren't for the credit of this adult in front of him who looks about the same age as himself, could their country really be as stable as it is now? He was not born in a peaceful era, but in a strong enough country. For Naruto Uzumaki, this feeling is extremely profound. However, Sawarakiri was not led astray by the words of these future people. He frowned, as if he had caught some doubts, and said in confusion, "Wait a minute. According to what you mean, I and Minato in that world all died in Konoha 51. Didn't I in that world line come to Lulin? How long will the war preparation state in Konoha village last? According to my personality, if I knew this news, I should not be unprepared." Sawara Kiri still has self-knowledge, especially in terms of saving his life. In fact, this cannot be blamed on him. Anyone who has experienced a childhood as an undercover agent and grows up smoothly will probably develop a very life-saving character. Unless he really drifts away in the future. No, I have prepared. The voice of Hitoki Kakashi interrupted his thoughts. According to my impression, since the 42nd year of Konoha, the whole village has been developing a secret technology. It was not until I became a special class that I learned that the final trump card was a series of high-powered techniques that combined multiple special techniques such as nuclear escape, micro-escape, and space escape. It's just that those techniques have too high requirements for the user, and the confidentiality level is also very high, so most of the Konoha high-level officials have only known part of them. This large-scale war preparation research and development lasted throughout the 1940s. I don't know why, after 1949, you began to gradually cut funding until you restored the original economic development route before the war. However, it was precisely because of the preparations back then that we were able to perish together with those people of the Otsutsuki clan. After that war, the plates within the land of Earth collapsed on a large scale, and a narrow sea of more than 1,000 kilometers was opened up between the land of rain and the land of fire. The large-scale climate change was not restored until 5 years later. Hey! When hearing this secret, not only the people around Sawarakiri, but also Naruto Namikaze and Sasuke and others widened their eyes. Is the narrow sea left by that war? Is that something a human can do? Obviously, even they were not qualified to access the various secrets of that era, and the management of this kind of related information was obviously very strict. Ocean. Orochimaru's golden snake eyes stared at Sawarakiri quietly, and he was so excited that he subconsciously stuck out his tongue and drew a half circle at the edge of his lips. Sawarakiri, how many surprises can you bring me? This level of power, I'm afraid even all the tailed beasts can't do it together. How powerful are his enemies that he needs this guy to do this? Although he was talking about issues that endangered the safety of the whole world, Orochimaru was more interested in being able to achieve this kind of power that seemed like the power of a god. If you have to say, I'm afraid only the legendary six-path sage can master this kind of great power, right? Among the people present, only Sawarakiri still had a calm expression, and did not have any extra emotions because his future self reached that level. Instead, he continued to ask, in addition to escape techniques? For example, sealing techniques, weapons, or special bloodline development, as well as super large-scale summoned beasts, have they never appeared before? Hitaki Kakashi was stunned when he heard this, frowning and recalling carefully for a while. As the successor of Hitaki Sakumo, he was also Theus, one of the highest levels of the intelligence line. The information he can access is obviously all that Konoha has. However, after thinking for a long time, Hitaki Kakashi still shook his head slightly. Except for the large-scale adjustments on nuclear escape and space escape, the 5th generation did not develop more. This may be the pinnacle of human power. There was some comfort in his tone, but also like helplessness. Although the 5th generation was extremely talented and developed powerful techniques such as unlimited technique at a very young age, there may also be many unrealized inspirations. However, since such a thing happened in the future, it is likely that the 5th generation's later experiments all failed, and only those few successful paths. Although he himself thought it was already so great that it was unbelievable, but this adult seemed to be very dissatisfied with his future self. Hitaki Kakashi smiled bitterly in his heart. This should be a field that mediocre people like him could hardly touch. However, a smile slowly appeared on Sawarakiri's face. So that's it. Even though there was little information to be obtained from Hitaki Kakashi, Sawarakiri still keenly discovered one thing. Whether it was nuclear escape, micro escape or any other messy escape techniques, they were actually just bloodline techniques that existed in the ninja world and were developed according to his original knowledge system. This was completely inconsistent with his existing conditions. Obviously, Sawarakiri in that world line was just a replica that was extended according to his existing conditions but without system blessing. Since this was the case, there was nothing to be afraid of. He thought for a moment, and suddenly asked, by the way, you just said that the budget cuts started after 1949. What's going on? Hitaki Kakashi thought for a while, and then said, it should be because they can't afford it. At that time, I hadn't been promoted to the special class, and I didn't know much information. I only remember that not long after graduating from the technical college, the overall military budget suddenly declined one day, as if the security was completely relaxed. As for the specific reason, I don't know. I'm afraid only the senior officials who experienced that era know. He said, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. Sawarakiri nodded as a matter of course. It would be amazing if every senior official could record all the information of that era. There are always some things that cannot be left on paper. Even if the person involved wants to know, he can only guess, not to mention young people like Kakashi who entered the senior system more than 10 years later. He pondered in his heart, but his expression deliberately became more solemn, and he said calmly, if it is according to what you said, it may be a little dangerous. They Otsutsuki clan on the opposite side are likely to have the ability to travel through time and space. According to my usual practice, if I have experienced the Dragon Vein incident, I will probably keep preparing for war until the corresponding time node appears, and then I may relax my vigilance. Obviously, for me in your world line, the time when the opponent appeared is likely to be in the 40s. In addition, the opponent should not only be one person, but a whole group. They Reason why military expenditure has dropped so much is probably because we killed one or two of the opponents, and it is likely that they are the strongest among them, which gave me confidence at that time. In addition, the enemy's strength and even related intelligence that I know on that line should also have some errors with what you are saying now. With all these errors, it is not surprising to die in the hands of the opponent. Hearing this, Hokage Kakashi's expression suddenly paused, and he looked at him in astonishment. It seemed that he had never expected that this gentleman would accept his death so easily, and he also inferred so much information based on his little information. It seemed that he didn't care about his life or death at all. In fact, Saharakiri was not as relaxed as he imagined. Now he just accepted the reality that his self without a system died in the hands of Otsutsuki. It seems that he still needs to work harder to fight for the not. Thinking so in his heart, he raised his head and looked in the direction of Uchiha Yayoi. Miss Yayoi was staring at him with a worried look. Don't worry, I will find a way. Looking at her nervous look, Saharakiri showed a relaxed smile. Yet, Uchiha Yayoi nodded vigorously. Then, Saharakiri turned his head and suddenly looked at Orochimaru, asking, Lord Orochimaru, if I want to use the Dragon Vein as the energy and information basis to build a systematic project that can transcend and observe various world lines, is it possible to complete it? Everyone present was stunned when they heard his words, and they couldn't imagine what the product that could observe various world lines would look like. Only Orochimaru, when he heard his idea, his golden snake eyes almost burst into dazzling brilliance. He quietly looked at Kakashi and others who traveled to this time node, and then smiled at Saharakiri. Of course it is possible. Get after. Seeing this result, Sawarakiri turned to look at the future people and said, Kakashi, did Konoha in that world ever build an experimental project named Chaldea or Humanity Continuation Guarantee Agency? If it's just a name, I should still keep it in the archives. The moment Hokage Kakashi heard this, he seemed to have thought of something, and the whole person seemed to be inspired with an unprecedented sharpness, and said solemnly never. A sunny smile gradually appeared on Sawarakiri's face, and he said gently then, let's change history from now on. Yes. Hokage. Kakashi suddenly became excited. Just as the people of Konoha were about to start the action. On the other side. A tall man with a sturdy figure and a heavy beard, holding a red-haired woman in his hand, ran quickly in the passage under the 1000 Tower. Following him, there were only dozens of human-like metal puppets. At this moment, the expression on the face of this sturdy man was barely calm, but the panic seemed to be coming out from the depths of his eyes. How could it be? How could they appear at this time? Damn it! This is completely different from the time told by the adults, and even the plan has to start in advance. Unlushan, no, to be precise, it should be the first-class defecting ninja of Sand Village, Beiju, was thinking quickly in his heart, and he was gnashing his teeth unwillingly. It has been 2 years since he fled to this timeline from Konoha in 63 years according to the instructions of those adults. In these 2 years, he has been trying to play the role of Unlushan, assisting Queen Liuya, and always looking for opportunities to deprive the other party of control over the Dragon Vein. According to the time given to him by the adults, he should have at least 4 years to prepare. Until then, the damn bastard Saharakiri will appear here. By that time, he will be powerless to save the situation. However, the other party's actions have changed on a large scale, so he has to change his plan immediately and kidnap Queen Liuya to go to the core of the Dragon Vein. What's more worrying is that those future people who were expected to appear have also changed their appearance time nodes. What's going on? If they were there, how much information would that bastard Sawarakiri get, and how should he save the Kingdom of Wind? The intense chaos made his head a little heavy. As a traitor to the human side and a servant of the Otsutsuki clan, the only thing that can support his actions now is the promise that those adults will leave the Kingdom of Wind as a human protection area after conquering the world, and that he will also become a carrier of gods. If Sawarakiri and his group are allowed to develop, causing the scale of the war to become larger than the original timeline, then whether this area can be left behind will become an unknown. The only thing that can be confirmed is that as a human, it is absolutely impossible to defeat the higher level gods. Even Sawarakiri, who is the top of humans, can never do it. He is the one who truly endures humiliation and saves the world. Driven by this sense of mission, even if it is against his will, Beiju must immediately execute the plan. Soon, the passage in front of him passed by at high speed. Beiju's figure suddenly appeared in the center of a seemingly deserted dark venue. He first threw Queen Liuya on the ground, and then formed seals with both hands according to the technique given by the Otsutsuki adults. Ha! The next moment, his palm immediately pressed on the queen's abdomen and suddenly lifted it up. Immediately afterwards, a huge amount of chakra was continuously poured into the ground along his palm and body. Under the seemingly deserted venue, a large area of fine and complex sealing technique patterns were laid out at some point, and the whole was directly connected to the underground dragon vein. When the dragon vein energy was activated, the formation suddenly bloomed with a strange brilliance, and quickly flowed into the center of the countless abandoned puppet limbs in front of him along Beiju's body. Almost in an instant, these countless abandoned puppets were connected to each other under the activation of the dragon vein chakra, and pieced together into a huge statue beyond imagination at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Seeing this statue, Beiju felt relieved and whispered, "This thing should be able to delay time a little." Then, he raised his head and shouted at the statue in front of him, "Go! Kill Sawara Kiri!" As the voice fell, a ray of red light flashed in the eyes of the statue. Before he could make any move, Beiju had picked up the queen again and immediately rushed to the next direction. There was the core field of the entire dragon vein system. As a future man, no one knew better than him what kind of power Sawara Kiri could burst out. There was only one thing he could do to deal with the monster that could rival the gods. In the backpack behind Beiju, a fruit like a stone lay quietly. Chapter 162. Colossus, 5K. Just as Sahara Kiri and the others were still talking, Naruto seemed to have suddenly realized something, and suddenly raised his head towards the distance, frowning. "Teacher Kakashi, there are signs of large-scale natural energy mobilization. Although there is no Nine Tails plugin in the original work, it must be said that Naruto's own this talent was outstanding enough to stand at the top of the ninja world." The Kagura Heart's Eye brought by the perfectly developed Uzumaki bloodline made him even more sensitive than Sawara Kiri's 6 eyes in terms of the perception of subtle chakra and energy mobilization. He immediately noticed the movement from underground. Everyone raised their heads as he spoke. The next moment, the ground under their feet suddenly made a series of subtle sounds, followed by a series of vibrations, as if the stone brick floor under their feet had turned into a soft bed, and it would shake continuously if they just moved their feet a little. After receiving his hint, Sawara Kiri's 6 eyes suddenly reflected a huge shadow, which was constantly squeezing out from deep underground. "Disperse!" As soon as his voice fell, everyone immediately avoided the tower. Sarah was like a puppet, hanging on Sawara Kiri, looking at the ground in the distance in horror. With a loud bang, a large hemispherical mark appeared in the center of the originally flat ground. Accompanied by the sound of continuous collapse, the huge figure like a tailed beast and the reaction of chakra quickly appeared in everyone's perception. The flying stones fell from top to bottom like raindrops. In the dust, there was a giant figure with a height of more than 100 meters, 2 arms hanging down to the ground like whips, and a scarlet core embedded in the center. Buzz! Buzz buzz! The fine mechanical operation sounded like a mosquito's buzz and was transmitted to the hearing field of everyone present. The huge figure, supported by countless mechanical structures, supported by a huge amount of natural energy, slowly stepped towards their direction. In the center of the black and white vision of the giant statue, it quickly locked onto a figure among the crowd. At the same time, countless flying puppets flying in the sky at the same time also built a corresponding joint channel with the giant statue. In just a moment, the strong sense of threat came along with the gushing air waves. A puppet of this level. Hotake. Sakumo looked at the giant statue with an extremely solemn expression. With his special ninjutsu for humans, he could not restrain monsters of this level at all. Orochimaru's focus was on the body structure of the giant puppet. No matter how you look at it, the giant statue seems to be made up of countless scrap structures, but it can reach this strength. Was the key to its core. Is this the centipede puppet that Kakashi said? Although Jiraiya's voice was still heroic, his eyes when he looked at the giant statue were also a little daunting. It's really an amazing future technology. If it weren't for the help of the Toad Boss, even I would have a hard time solving it. Among the people present, the only one who can kill this monster in a short time is probably Kiri-kun, right? Minato Namikaze looked at the giant statue in front of him and thought so in his heart. In fact, this is one of the common problems of modern ninjas. All the technologies they developed are specifically used for actions against people. Whether it is a tailed beast or a summoned beast, as long as the size exceeds a certain level, it is definitely not something that ordinary people can kill. However, just when Jiraiya was about to start the summoning technique, his hand was stopped by Sawara Kiri. "Don't worry, Master Jiraiya." At this moment, Sawara Kiri's eyes fell on the other side of Kakashi's team, and he said gently, "Let's see what the younger generation can do." Almost at the same time as his voice fell, Hotake Kakashi's eyes also swept over them at the same time. After noticing Sawara Kiri's actions, the corners of his mouth under the mask seemed to reveal an inadvertent smile. It's really a heavy sense of trust. However, this expression only flashed by. The next moment, he heard him give an order. "Sasuke and Sakura are responsible for containment, I will conduct a head-on attack, and Naruto will find a chance to solve it." Yes. Not just Kakashi. Since traveling to this time, both Naruto and Sasuke have been burning with fire in their hearts. Just as all the younger generations from the future are eager to use modern technology to help their predecessors develop, even they want to let their ancestors who have made countless contributions to Konoha see what their descendants can do. Naruto Namikaze smiled, and his clear eyes looked at his father who was almost the same as him on the other side, and gave him a thumbs up. Minato Namikaze seemed to be stunned for a moment, and then slowly smiled. Is this his son? Swoosh. The moment this thought flashed through his mind, the 4 members of Kakashi's team had already shot out from the tower wall at the same time with an instant body that was so fast that it was difficult to catch. However, even at a very high speed, the formation of the 4-man standard team did not change at all. The 4 of them were like one body, with Kakashi as the arrowhead of the entire team, and rushed straight to the terrifying giant statue opposite. So fast as this thought flashed through Sawarakiri's mind, the 6 eyes keenly captured the layer of chakra film surrounding the edges of the 4 people's bodies, as well as the footsteps without any sound wind-style fluid. It seems that even the instant body technique has been greatly updated on the basis of fluid mechanics. Obviously, the future transformation of the ninja world is the all-round evolution of ninjutsu from the grassroots to the high level. Science is the primary productive force, and it is not exaggerated. The moment this thought flashed through Sawarakiri's mind, Hotake Kakashi's figure had already rushed from midair to the surface of the giant's body, spanning hundreds of meters, and suddenly kicked down on the opponent's torso, stepping out a huge pit, making a boom sound. The next moment, Kakashi suddenly pulled out the dark purple short knife behind him, and the whole person seemed to be overturned by the violent lightning, turning into a stream of light with no afterimage at all, and horizontally drew a deep mark on the surface of the giant's body. Lightning. Release, purple lightning. Sitsaizizi. The shrill thunder seemed to penetrate everyone's eardrums. The extremely penetrating lightning release chakra wrapped around him, making him seem like the tip of a giant sharp blade. He broke a deep black mark that ran through dozens of meters on the surface of such a huge and hard statue, and passed by. However, the statue built by the 100-foot Otsutsuki technology was obviously not something that ordinary people could break in one blow. Almost at the moment when Kakashi and others fell, the core like an eye embedded in the center of the body suddenly flashed. Immediately afterwards, countless small puppets floating in the air immediately flew down towards the body of the statue like countless raindrops, and the fine silver needles were like cow hair, shooting towards Kakashi. At the same time, there were several obviously close-range puppets spinning like a gyroscope to break through the air, tearing out a blazing white vacuum channel, and entangled around him like a thorn in the flesh. However, no matter whether it was the fine cow hair needlework or the close-range puppet, the moment they came into contact with Hotake Kakashi, they were all hit by the diffuse lightning release that looked like a net. How could it be? There was no seal. Orochimaru's golden snake eyes were locked on Kakashi tightly. Although it was a question, his tone was extremely excited. Look at the back of his hand. Sawara Kiri's 6 eyes made him discover the mystery of this technique at the first time, and immediately noticed the seal technique that was branded on Hotake Kakashi's right arm like a tattoo. Obviously, in order to save the complicated step of seal, these future ninjas have already simplified it into a mark like a chakra circuit, which is completely connected to the meridians of the whole body. When it is needed, just a flash of the seal circuit can be released with full power. For a physical ninja like him, this is undoubtedly a great benefit. The transformation of the ninja world is not just talk. Orochimaru understood the principle at a glance, but also realized its flaws. This method obviously puts a lot of pressure on the meridians, and the number of ninjutsu that can be released instantly without seals is not large. But for most ninjas who need to fight at high speed, it is enough. The actions of the small puppets are just a little bit of a snack. The giant statue caught the brief moment when Kakashi's body stopped, and the whip-like arms immediately broke through the air with a buzzing sound, whistling across a circular trajectory of hundreds of meters, and smashed towards Kakashi with violent and incomparable force. In the process, even the surrounding high towers were cut off by the whip-like arms. Boom! Falling heavily to the ground. However, Kakashi's figure had already retreated dozens of meters, letting Uchiha Sasuke behind him. At this time, Sasuke had formed a seal that he had never seen before. The scarlet Sharingan in his eye sockets was spinning rapidly, and a huge amount of chakra was surging all over his body. Storm. Release, flying water and thunder. The moment the voice fell, the puddles accumulated at the bottom of the tower suddenly bloomed, and under the harsh thunder, they were like blue-white ropes, flying towards the huge statue. It was obviously a shapeless mixture of thunder and water, but under the blessing of chakra, it burst out with a huge force that ordinary people could not imagine, sizzling around the 2 slender arms, dragging its huge body forward, as if the 2 sides were wrestling, constantly pulling its body out from deep underground. The stones under his feet could not bear it and kept breaking. While wrestling, Harano Sakura pulled out a scroll from behind her waist and pressed it on it with one hand, making a bang. In the smoke and dust, a pair of iron fists that were as big as her entire torso suddenly fell to the ground, leaving a dense spider web pattern. Scientific ninja tool, Iron Fist. The seemingly extremely heavy pair of fists, under Haruno Sakura's strange power, were lifted up in her hands with just a light lift. Her speed was still as fast as the wind, and she shot up into the air with an overwhelming momentum. The girl who looked shy and thin just now actually showed absolute violence that ordinary people could not imagine at this high speed. The fists wrapped around her arms increased her original strange power by 10 times. Under the huge inertia, she jumped dozens of meters in one step and rushed to the core module embedded in the center of the giant statue. Until it got close, it was noticed that this layer of core was actually wrapped in a transparent film in the center, and the whole was like a honeycomb. However, Haruno Sakura did not retreat at all. The thriving chakra seemed to be in the iron, the surface of the fist condensed into substance. Supernatural power, wind breaking. Boom! Instantly, the huge fist, with 10 times the supernatural power, hit the core position abruptly, and a fine tearing pattern appeared. Under this terrifying supernatural power, the giant body, which was dragged by Sasuke's storm release and whose size alone was enough to compare with the tailed beast, actually sank deeply backwards like a human body, as if a piece was deeply chiseled from the abdomen to the back, and the fragments of countless puppet structures were all broken and flew under this absolute violence. The roaring wind flow flew in all directions along the landing point, setting off a small storm. When seeing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but widen their eyes. It was like a strong man in the cold weapon era, suddenly seeing the American little loli holding up a Gatling gun with blue flames. What kind of ninja tool can have such power? When Orochimaru saw this scene, he felt more and more excited, and even the resentment when he was called out by Tsunade for a mission was completely gone. This trip was really worthwhile. Sawarakiri's eyes flickered. Has the ninja world become like this in 20 years? Among the 3 people who just took action, I am afraid that any one of them would be enough to fight against the current definition of cage-level powerhouses. No, to be precise, it should be higher than this standard. If the power of the whole village is gathered, what height can be achieved? He suddenly looked forward to the future more and more. Ding! Ding ding dash! As if it realized that the situation was extremely dangerous under this intensive and violent attack, a series of fine prompt sounds suddenly came from the body of the giant. In the black and white sight, it quickly locked onto the few people with the highest threat, and finally the eyes fell on Uchiha Sasuke, who was always entangled with it. The brightness of the scarlet core suddenly increased several times. Even Saharakiri could clearly sense that the natural energy around was being attracted towards the giant statue at a very fast speed. Sasuke, who had the Sharingan, could see it more clearly. However, he just sneered with disdain, suddenly pulled out the ninja sword at his waist, and pointed it at the giant statue opposite. It's this old trick again. The seal in his hand changed to one hand, with 2 fingers raised. At the moment when the natural energy was concentrated to the extreme, a touch of pure white suddenly appeared in the center of the scarlet core. In an instant, the entire 1,000 tower seemed to turn into a hot desert, and the steaming high temperature suddenly covered the surrounding area of several kilometers. Buzz! The pure white light stream burst out with a dazzling brilliance that was difficult to look at directly, pointing directly at the young man on the ground. Uchiha Sasuke looked calm and said in a low voice, "Hydrogen escape, fusion magnetic confinement space." The fine seal lines continued to glow along the young man's white arms, and instantly connected with the blade in his hand, connecting into one. The next moment, the invisible magnetic field suddenly spread out in all directions with Sasuke as the center, covering the entire area where he and the giant statue were located, and countless broken stones floated up in this chaotic magnetic field. Under the astonished eyes of the people around, the super high temperature jet that was absolutely irresistible like the tailed beast jade was extremely distorted in this purely violent magnetic field. From the core of the nozzle to the distance in front of Sasuke, it quickly shrank into a hard-to-see core, as if endless energy was shrunk to nothingness in this narrow field. Even Sawarakiri's eyes lit up a little. Can even this level of technology be simplified for single-person use? Just when everyone was staring at Uchiha Sasuke, Minato Namikaze's eyes subconsciously fell on the figure standing on the high tower. The chakra continuation process that lasted for several seconds has been completed. As if instinctively, Naruto Namikaze also turned his head and looked at his long-lost father. In his hand, a pure white sphere like a windmill has appeared. Within the radiation range of this sphere, it seems that even the space visible to the naked eye has been twisted. Naruto Namikaze showed a faint smile. When he turned his head, he turned solemn again. The next moment, the sphere that rotated like a windmill suddenly shot out in the direction of the giant statue. It disappeared abruptly just at the moment it was thrown from the palm of his hand. When it appeared again, it was already in the core center of the giant statue. Time and space escape, void spiral burst shuriken style 4. When he heard the name, Minato Namikaze couldn't help but smile. He is indeed my son, what a cool name. Buzz. Just at the moment when the raised Nan touched the scarlet core, all the surrounding matter seemed to collapse under the contraction of this abrupt space field. The scarlet core standing on the three-dimensional plane seemed to fall as if a naughty boy had stabbed it with a finger. Countless material existences collapsed and converged in the center of the dug pit, and finally made a pop sound in the waves of distortion. The surrounding temperature dropped by dozens of degrees in an instant under this blow, and it even made people feel a little chilly. But it quickly returned to its original state. When everyone looked up again, they saw that the center of the giant statue had collapsed into a void that covered most of the giant statue's body. It was as if the entire scene had been erased with an eraser. With a bang, the giant statue that lost its power source gradually collapsed and fell to the ground. The small puppets around it that were connected to the giant statue also fell down one after another, making a series of fine noises. From the beginning of the battle to the end with the space raised Nan, the whole process was only a dozen seconds. Whether it was Naruto or Sasuke, they were obviously used to dealing with opponents of this level. I'm afraid they didn't even use the third level of their strength. They looked very relaxed. As Saharakiri looked at this scene, the smile on his face became more and more intense unconsciously. What an amazing group of guys. Chapter 163, The Clone of the Divine Tree, 5K. The moment the core of the giant statue was shattered, Beiju had already sensed the signs of his chakra returning. His expression was condensed, and the pressure in his heart could not help but deepen. However, it was finally here. He carried the queen's slender body in his hand and followed the end of the passage to a hall deep into the bottom of the entire Thousand Tower. However, even if Queen Liuya woke up at this time, she might not recognize where this place was. Beiju raised his head and looked far away, just in time to see the formation standing in the center. The circulating dragon vein energy surrounded this formation, entwining it like a moon surrounded by stars. The surface of the surrounding seal pattern flashed with a brilliant light as subtle as starlight. It was faintly perceived that the extremely terrifying energy source was in the center of this formation, constantly pumping out boundless power like a heart. This is the trump card he has built during the 2.5 years since he came here. Dragon Vein Core Barrier. Since he joined the Otsutsuki clan in the other timeline, he has obtained this newly developed trump card specifically for dealing with the bastard Saharakiri. As Saharakiri speculated, the dragon vein itself is the root of the earth vein and one of the foundations for maintaining the power of the world. The natural energy of the whole world is a small part of the overflow along the cracks of the dragon vein. Even places like the three holy places only open up a small-scale different dimensional space according to the corresponding locations. The reason why the sacred tree can take root in the earth and rise up, and finally condense the sacred tree fruit that is infinitely useful even to the Otsutsuki clan, is that it is gathered from this energy. It is no exaggeration to say that even within the Otsutsuki clan, this is part of the highest technology. In order to deal with Saharakiri, they even spread this technology among humans, which shows how hard they have been forced. Although Beiju didn't know how powerful Saharakiri, who could kill several Otsutsuki gods, was, he could clearly understand the threat that was so strong that he had to go all out. The only pity was that the time node changed, causing him to use his talents in vain. Get up. As Beiju's voice fell, his fingertips had already touched the center of Queen Liuya's eyebrows. Under the burning of the clear blue chakra flame, the queen, who was originally in a deep sleep, suddenly stagnated, and slowly stood up from the ground with blank eyes. Seeing this, Beiju couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Originally, according to his plan, he should have waited until he had completely mastered the entire Lulin kingdom and threatened the lives of the entire country, so that this damn woman would do her best to cooperate with him to complete this ritual. However, now that the blade was in front of him, he could no longer care about that. Although he couldn't master the special bloodline of the Lulin clan that could affect the dragon veins, he could still achieve part of his goal by using illusions and sealing techniques. You, Lushan? Where is Sarah? What on earth is this? Before the queen could finish her words, Beiju had already formed a seal in her hand. The large-scale seal pattern spread along her body, and finally merged at the center of her eyebrows, forming an eyeball as black as ink. Almost at the moment when the seal in the shape of an eyeball was completed, the queen's figure suddenly stagnated. Beiju hummed in a low voice. If it weren't for the unique bloodline of this troublesome woman, he should have killed this idiot long ago. After the seal was completed, the queen was seen like a puppet, slowly walking towards the center of the formation, and finally standing at the point where the dragon vein energy gathered, with both hands pressed on the ground. And Beiju took out a black fruit from the backpack behind him and placed it flat in front of her. This fruit is the starting device of the sacred tree. Rather than saying that it is a special plant, it is better to say that it is a special crystallization of a special sealing technique, a special creature composed entirely of energy. If I must say, the nine-tailed beasts in the ninja world are actually the same kind of energy creatures as this fruit. No life, no death, no disease, no disaster. Damn it. If we can delay for a few more years and make that thing, even Saharakiri will be nothing. Now, we can only barely complete the divine stain ritual. Beiju gritted his teeth, but his hands did not stop moving. In front of Sawarakiri, he wanted to fight for a glimmer of life, and now he could only rely on this thing. The next moment, he saw his hands slowly began to make seals, and each seal he seemed extremely focused. In the center of the formation, Queen Liuya also began to slowly form seals with his movements, gradually mobilizing the special bloodline in her body, and began to control the majestic dragon vein power inside the core like a tsunami. Just as there are monsters like Jago in this world who can naturally absorb natural energy, there are also the power of the witch of the ghost country who can naturally foresee life and death. There was no movement when Beja began to form seals, but Queen Liuya's body had just started to move, and the dragon vein under her feet suddenly seemed to be boiling water, constantly surging out of the dragon vein formation that was originally bound, and continuously flowing into the center of the fruit under her feet. Seeing this, Beja was happy at first, but quickly restrained his emotions. No one could understand the Sawarakiri of this era better than him. The Otsutsuki clan had already told them all the information they had collected before he set out. Because of this, he knew more clearly what kind of monster that man was. The energy of the dragon veins continued to gather, but the seed of the sacred tree in front of it seemed to be a bottomless pit, constantly absorbing the huge amount of energy rising from its feet. As time went by, the seed, which was originally like a fruit, gradually began to change its shape. More and more dragon vein power was continuously injected, causing the seed of the sacred tree to expand and expand from the initial fruit like a balloon, and finally became almost as tall as Queen Liuya. The subtle energy changes gradually began to carve marks on its shape, and initially reshaped a female body. After that, the dragon vein energy became more and more, and its body gradually began to have color. White hair, white eyes, red lips, thin horns, long robes. The body with color became more and more obvious, and the carving marks became more and more agile. Until the end, a body similar to Kagaya Otsutsuki appeared in front of Queen Liuya. Is this the divine stain? Looking at the scene in front of him, Beja's eyes widened, and the emotions on his face began to become more and more rich. The whole person was so excited that his eyebrows seemed to jump up. Shengu, an ultimate puppet with a sacred tree as the carrier and the will of the gods as the core, even the Sawarakiri of this period could never match this body. This is the ultimate weapon. Until the end of the whole ceremony, Queen Liuya seemed to have lost all her strength, fell to the ground with a plop, and fell into a limp sleep. The divine body standing in the center of the formation began to move slowly. There was no blood on the pale skin, and the whole person was like a corpse that had just died, and his will seemed to be equally vague. Otsutsuki Kagaya stood in the center of this formation. He looked down at his body, clenching his 5 fingers with some effort, feeling the stiffness coming from his body. 30%, maybe 10%. The seeds that have not been cultivated for a long time are only this level. But wasn't I just sealed? How did I appear in the underworld? Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at his hands and feet. His consciousness was filled with the chaos of time travel, and even his memory was a little fuzzy. He only remembered a short part after his 2 rebellious sons sealed him with the 6 paths technique. It seems that this is not the actual body. So, did the clan find out that Hokage was killed and come to attack me? Besides that, who embedded the order to kill Sawarakiri in my information? Lord Shive? How is it possible? However, with the ability of the tribe members, it is impossible that they cannot find their sealed real body. This chaotic and contradictory feeling made Kagaya's slender eyebrows twisted. The Otsutsuki clan does not have a real existence like the people of the lower world, but a higher level clan with a higher dimension and energy and information as the real as a whole. It is difficult to clarify her own real feelings, which makes her feel a little irritable. At the same time, she suddenly heard the language of the lower world behind her. Kagaya, listen to my orders. Otsutsuki. Kagaya heard this and subconsciously turned her head to look in his direction. Then, she saw a tall person from the lower world, who opened his hands excitedly and shouted loudly. The distorted expression on his ugly face showed a strong desire. Just like he worshipped the power of God like a believer. If one day, he could fully master this power that belongs only to God, how could he not be fanatical? Almost at the same time as his voice fell, Kagaya Otsutsuki clearly felt a slight sense of restraint rising in her body, and tadpole-shaped runes vaguely emerged from the surface of her pale body. However, how could this level of technology restrain her? Humph. With just a slight struggle, the sealing technique wrapped around the surface of the body broke completely tearing open the seal of the centipede. The centipede felt the seal link was broken, and the fanatical expression on his face just now could not help but stagnate, looking at the woman on the high platform in astonishment. The next moment, Kagaya Otsutsuki had already stretched out her hand, pointed a finger at him, and mobilized the slightly jerky chakra in her body. Bang! There was no sign. Just a slight grey bone. The grey matter flashed away. The head of the centipede was completely pierced by this finger, leaving a thin mark between the eyebrows. Large pieces of grey matter spread out in all directions, quickly annihilating his entire body. Kill the grey bones together. Waste. Kagaya. Otsutsuki walked down from the platform step by step, stepped over the gradually annihilated corpses, and walked out of the passage. In any case, since this order has been added to his information, he can't avoid it. Let's go and see it first. The guy named Sawarakiri. Almost at the same moment when Kagaya's clone was born. The group of people who had just wiped out the giant statue in front of them all stopped in their tracks. Naruto Namikaze, who always kept the Kagura heart's eye open, raised his head with an incredible look on his face and looked at the distant sky. Although it is invisible to the naked eye, in his Kagura heart's eye, the boiling dragon vein energy is like a giant pillar that can penetrate the sky, erupting from the ground continuously, like a volcano erupting. Following this huge energy quickly converged as if absorbed by some existence. Finally, a very condensed chakra source was formed. Be careful. Something has been summoned. Suzuki was stunned when he heard this, and said solemnly, "Can't your eyes see what it is? It's too blurry." "I'm trying." Naruto kept his hands in the seal posture and tried to look over there. However, the overly bright chakra reaction was like a 100,000 lumen flashlight shining wildly on the face, making it impossible to see what was hidden inside. On the contrary, Sawarakiri's expression was stunned, and he looked at the direction of the ground in a daze. In his 6 eyes, a pure white figure was reflected. Although the switch between the 3-dimensional and 2-dimensional dimensions caused the figure on the opposite side to change slightly, Saharakiri still recognized the other party's identity at a glance. Otsutsuki clan, Kagaya, how is it possible? Isn't her body still sealed in the moon? Even the sacred tree did not appear, and no one reached the level of the 6 paths, and the figure of Black Zetsu did not appear around. How did she appear? Although Saharakiri has realized that his appearance has greatly changed the original plot, when he saw the final big boss in the original work appear in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. How can the combat power expand so fast that it can't even catch up with the cheating? This is too outrageous. However, after carefully observing with the 6 eyes, he discovered a little bit of it. The power of this Kagaya has not reached the level of destroying the world. At least, it is definitely not as good as the level of 1 against 2 6 paths in the original line. Even compared with Uchiha Madara who had fought before, it is only a few levels higher. At most, it can only touch the baseline of the 6 paths level. If we refer to the original work, where there is no technology and only relies on the ability to use skills randomly, Sawarakiri felt a little relieved. Spread out. You found us. Almost. At the same time as his voice fell, Kagaya's clone seemed to sense his gaze and disappeared from the depths of the ground. When it reappeared, it had already emerged from a dark space crack and landed in front of them. Everyone present looked at the scene in front of them with astonishment. Is this space ninjutsu? However, the moment Kakashi's team and others saw this figure, their whole body tensed up and stared at the figure. Lord Sahara, be careful. This is someone from the Otsutsuki clan. Moment they heard this, Jiraiya and Hotaki Sakumo drew their ninja swords at the same time. Even Orochimaru, who seemed to be cynical, looked serious and slowly took out the Kusanagi sword from his waist. As for Minato Namikaze, he was even more numb. Since entering this country of Lulin, all kinds of bizarre things have happened one after another. Originally, he only regarded this as an ordinary mission, but the future man, the 6-path god, and the death notices have been one after another. So much so that even now when he saw this legendary god in the ninja world, he was not surprised at all. However, how to kill the god? Hotaki Kakashi stared at the woman in front of him and slowly drew out another scientific ninja tool from his waist. This was to go all out. Although he had not witnessed the battle between Lord Sawara and those alien creatures because of his young age, in the future world, the Surrender faction headed by the Kara organization had used the technology of the Otsutsuki clan. Even their team had wiped out many Otsutsuki products. No one knew the power of that monster better than them. That was a real monster that could destroy the world. Can Lord Sawarakiri at this time kill such a monster? However, the moment Naruto saw the other party, he suddenly frowned and said, "Teacher Kakashi, I have a question. This guy's danger level should only be around special grade, not reaching the level of the Otsutsuki clan in its heyday. It should be just a special product." Hearing this, Hotaki Kakashi couldn't help but be excited. However, before they could say anything else, they saw that Otsutsuki Kagaya had already turned her head and looked at the figure of the young man at the front of the crowd. She seemed to have not spoken for a long time, and even her movements when she spoke seemed so slow. "Saharakiri, is that you?" Kagaya's feet floated in the air, her robe hanging down, like a real god, looking down at the figure of the young man. Those pure white eyes seemed to be able to see through everything about him at a glance. "Kill Huegu together as a mortal, you can develop your bloodline to this extent." Everyone present was stunned when they heard this, and looked in the direction of Sawarakiri with some confusion. However, Sawara Kiri at this moment was no longer the little minion who was always worried about life and death. Even though his trump card was exposed at a glance, his expression did not change at all. He just looked calmly at the slender figure standing in the air, and said indifferently, with only this level of ability, you dare to run out alone? Haven't you woke up after 1,000 years of sealing? Kagaya. Listening to the disrespectful words and the extremely aggressive eyes, Kagaya Atsutsuki's expression seemed to stagnate for a moment when she looked at him. Hat. The next moment, the woman just raised her hand lightly. A hurricane as violent as a storm suddenly attacked the crowd with an extremely heavy impact in the center. 80. God's air strike with a loud bang, the earth flew and the soil and rocks collapsed. The air in front of the crowd seemed to be blurred and distorted, and the heavy sound of drums suddenly hit them. However, Sawara Kiri still stood in front of the crowd, like a mountain-like shield, facing the heavy bombardment. Unlimited spell buzz. The partition composed entirely of space collided with the violent divine power. The two sides stood on both sides as if they were splitting the sea and breaking the mountains. The indescribable huge force faced each other, breaking a deep gully within a short distance, penetrating hundreds of meters around. The towers in the distance collapsed under the surging force, shaking up surging dust. The people behind him stared at the two people in front of him. Naruto's eyes widened, looking at this young man who was obviously the same age as him, but all his deeds only existed in legends for people of their generation. He was in a trance. This is the 5th generation Hokage in the past. Chapter 164. Let's practice again. 5K. The surging storm engulfed everything around like a huge wave. Only the slight aftermath of the collision between the two people opened up a blank flat land on this land like a wave. Countless towers around were broken under this huge force, wrapped in waves of rising dust. Although the people behind were protected by Sawara Kiri, they still had to jump from the tower wall under their feet and jump to a farther distance. With just one glance, everyone present judged that this was definitely not a field they could intervene in. Teacher Kakashi. Namikaze Naruto shouted, turned around and looked at him anxiously. However, Hatake Kakashi only looked at the two people in the center of the battlefield with a solemn expression, holding the two swords tightly in his hands, ready to rush forward at any time. However, looking at the back of Sawara Kiri, he felt an inexplicable sense of security in his heart. Although he had not spent much time with this adult, and most of the opportunities to meet him were in the ninja high school, Konoha high-level people like Hatake Kakashi knew the strength of this adult very well. According to the previous mission records, this adult was the only strong man in the entire ninja world who was capable of fighting against a single or even multiple Otsutsuki clan alone. Whether it was the former Otsutsuki Ishiki or the Momoshiki after his advent, they all died at his hands. If it was this lord. Hatake Kakashi's expression became more determined. Just watch quietly, Naruto. That is the only monster that can touch the realm of God with human power. Hearing this, everyone in the team behind him was startled. The next moment, the two people in the confrontation suddenly disappeared. Boom! The majestic energy swept away the broken dust in the air, and Sawara Kiri's figure flew towards Otsutsuki Kagaya at a speed so fast that even his shadow could not be seen. Almost at the moment when his figure burst out, Otsutsuki Kagaya's originally pure white and delicate face suddenly bulged with several hideous blue veins, and the white pupils shrank to the center, and everything in front of her eyes turned into black and white in an instant. Unlike the incomplete Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, the Byakugan perspective, which is based on the bloodline and chakra of the Otsutsuki clan, can capture clear chakra images in just a moment. The higher level eye technique that allows Indra to transform the Byakugan into the Sharingan based on this, is naturally born with the comprehensive ability of remote observation and dynamic capture. However, even under this perspective, Otsutsuki Kagaya's expression was stunned. How could a mere mortal be so fast? The moment she had time to reflect this thought in her mind, Sahara Kiri's figure was already in front of her. The airflow around her body was compressed into a pure white, and every piece of air seemed to be roaring with great force, wrapping the seemingly thin fist and smashing it in front of her. Without any time to react, Kagaya's long white hair behind her was like a sword and armor, wrapped in front of her body, and hardened while standing up and turning into needles, all pointing at the young man in front of her. However, Sawara Kiri's movements did not mean to stop at all, and she actually resisted the swarming white needles and smashed them in the middle of her chest with a bang. The surging airflow was like the roar of a dragon and a tiger, and a deafening explosion sound exploded in the small space between the two people. The moment Kagaya felt the punch landed, the violent force seemed to penetrate her entire body, whistling from front to back. The surface of the hair wrapped behind her exploded with a bang, and the whole person involuntarily spun backwards along with the huge force, shooting towards the ground like an arrow from a bow. How is it possible? The moment Kagaya had this thought in her mind, she immediately stabilized her body with her instinct, and at the moment she was about to fall to the ground, she seemed to be lifted up by an invisible airflow. The long white hair wrapped around her body scattered, and the 5 fingers of the slender white fist were clenched tightly, and she suddenly punched forward. 80. God's air strike. The chakra that was almost like an explosion surged forward with the wind and waves. Although the skill was not good, the absolute amount of chakra still showed a violence that ordinary people could not resist. It spread straight forward along the field in front of the pure white young woman, opening a huge passage across several kilometers, sweeping away the countless ruins of the collapsed towers in front of her, and bursts of gravel bursts sounded. However, her 360-degree vision caught the figure of the young man at the moment of this attack. It was just one step, but the space under his feet seemed to be compressed in front of him. In an instant, he turned to one side and then turned back again. His hand was like a gun, and the sharp red light gathered rapidly. Spell. Reversal. The overwhelming repulsive force suddenly swept, and it was ejected at a speed that was unknown how many times faster than a bullet, pointing in the direction of Kagaya. However, Kagaya's brows couldn't help but condense when she saw this move. Space spell. The moment she realized the mystery of this spell, she immediately swung her long sleeves, twisted her slender figure in the air, and the broken black space gap stood in front of her like a shield, turning into a void. Yozen. Hirasaka Sawarakiri's brows tightened. The next moment, the red light that was already wrapped in the repulsive force of space was completely offset by the force of the space that was also torn apart, and suddenly turned into nothingness. This was the first time he saw someone who could solve his space spell in a head-on way. However, this worry only lasted for a moment, and the whole person flew towards her again. In fact, Kagaya's heart also tightened when she saw this spell. What made her even more worried was the pair of eyes in the eyes of this lower world person. That was not any bloodline she knew. Judging from the behavior of the two children, Yui and Hamura, they should have shared the blood inherited from her with these humans in the lower world in the form of chakra information. In the final analysis, the abilities possessed by these people should only spread along her blood. But before she had time to finish thinking about this idea, the figure of Sawarakiri had already appeared in front of her. Iron Block Fist. They blazing chakra rushed along the meridians in her body, causing the muscles of her originally indestructible body to harden and swell in an instant. Under the protection of chakra, she could even burst out more powerful power than the previous second, and at the same time, her body's ability to bear space compression was also improved. The speed of her fist, which had already broken the speed of sound, suddenly increased several times, making Kagaya unable to react. But this time, Kagaya Otsutsuki had already realized her weakness. At the moment when Sawarakiri leaned forward, the surface of her body was already covered with layers of dark grey bone armor, all of which were held in front of her. Bang! They extremely shocking roar spread out a circle of spherical walls between the two people, but Kagaya took his fist head-on for the first time and stood firmly in place. A mere mortal, no matter how high my bloodline and ability are, it is just a mantis trying to stop me. Crack! Before she could finish her words, she heard a crisp sound. The expression on Kagaya's face could not help but stagnate. She lowered her head and saw that the surface of the armor of the common killing grey bones wrapped in her chest had already appeared with fine cracks like spider webs, and along with the continuous penetration of Sawarakiri, it gradually spread to the surroundings. This time, the expression on Kagaya's face was almost astonished. Without waiting for her to react, Sawarakiri immediately used her left leg as a fulcrum, and suddenly exerted force with her right leg, and kicked sideways with a bang, hitting the bone surface that had just been cracked. The ninja shoes on his feet could not withstand the erosion and were completely destroyed by the annihilation grey matter of the ash bones. However, at the moment when the grey matter gradually eroded the solace of his feet, it was completely blocked by a thin layer of grey bone armor that had protruded at some point. With just one strike, Kagaya flew backwards with a huge force and crashed into the ruins of the tower with a bang. Until she shot out. Her expression was almost stunned. How is it possible? How can a mere lower world person raise her bloodline to this level? Even if the carrying capacity of this sacred tree carrier is insufficient at this time, she is a real Otsutsuki clan. However, Sawarakiri just looked at her with such indifference. At the same time, the grey bone armor on the surface of the fist that was just hit was slowly fading. As the owner of the Gongsha grey bone, he knew that this existence could only be cracked by a higher level of energy such as the Seeking Deo Jade, or the Gongsha grey bone itself. As for why his grey bone can reach this level, it depends on the inconspicuous talent column on the panel. Bloodline. Limit. Evolving, according to what he has seen and learned, supplementing his own bloodline defects is one of the instincts that comes with evolution. Although it seems useless at ordinary times, it is a sure kill when encountering a pure talent like Kagaya Otsutsuki. Being stronger when facing a strong opponent is his current unique portrayal. You are not good at physical skills, your ninjutsu is weak, your steps are loose, your reactions are slow, and nothing is decent. With a guy like you, are you worthy of the so-called god? Don't Be ridiculous. At this moment, Sawara Kiri really felt a little unfair for Uchiha Madara, who was ripped out by Black Zetsu in the original work. With Kagaya's current performance, what qualifications does she have to be on par with Six Paths Madara? Looking at the scene that appeared in front of them, everyone present felt that their worldviews were overturned. Is this the invincible Otsutsuki clan? In their impression, although the Hotaki team had never fought against these monsters, they dared not underestimate the reputation passed down by word of mouth. But now, judging from the performance of this woman, it seems that she is not worthy of such a reputation. Kakashi, let's go to Uchiha. Sasuke stood beside him, eager to try. He had long wanted to try the level of the so-called Otsutsuki clan. Now seeing this scene, the surging energy in his heart is needless to say. However, Kakashi is much more rational than these young people. He still looked calm and whispered, "Don't be impulsive, look over there." Hearing this, Sasuke subconsciously looked in the direction where Kakashi glanced, and then saw a piece of grey bones that had just been broken by Sawara Kiri. The grey bones just fell to the ground, and the whole structure disappeared in the air like gas. However, the ground touched by the bone was like the ice surface touched by a branding iron. It began to melt without any warning, and finally formed a large corroded pit. Uchiha Sasuke's heart suddenly felt cold. Just now, the 5th generation hit this thing and broke it. Hotaki Kakashi said calmly, "That guy is at most a little weak in actual combat ability, but her own ability is not weak at all. I'm afraid that even our scientific ninja tools can't touch her body. It will melt at the slightest touch." At this moment, everyone in the group understood. It's not that the woman is weak, but that Sahara Kiri's performance is too overwhelming, which made them misjudge a little. Not only the people of the future team, but Orochimaru also noticed the grey bones that fell on the ground and the grey layer that gradually faded from Sahara Kiri's body. His eyes were faintly deep, and suddenly he smiled. I don't know what he was thinking. Boom! Otsutsuki! Kagaya's figure shot out with a burst of explosions, and her figure was already floating in the air, but her image had become a little more embarrassed. In the mockery just now, her face was even more angry, and she stared at the young man opposite with a pair of white eyes, and said coldly, "Unforgivable." However, in the previous battle, she had also realized her shortcomings, and naturally it was impossible for her to fight with Sahara Kiri in close combat. Immediately afterwards, she seemed to have discovered something, and her figure suddenly flashed, and a fine space crack appeared in the air, and the whole person quickly disappeared into it. Sahara Kiri was startled when she saw this, and subconsciously thought that she was going to run away after saying the harsh words, and her figure immediately flew out without hesitation. However, almost at the moment when his figure moved, his 6 eyes immediately noticed a space ripple that opened in the center of his body, almost locking like a lock. And suddenly realized the other party's intention. No wonder she had discovered the flaw of no limit. No matter how far the distance was, it couldn't stop a person who appeared directly at the end. Suddenly, his figure shooting forward suddenly stopped, and his footsteps were forced to step out in the air, turning sideways with moon step, and at the same time compressing the space with spell forward, king, making the whole body suddenly appear dozens of meters away. Pop! There was only a slight sound of space collision in the ear. Cough! Sawara Kiri, whose body was overloaded, had a little blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. A smooth semicircular hole suddenly appeared on one side of his waist. However, under the operation of the reversal spell, the fine flesh sutured the muscles and blood vessels at the wound quickly like weaving. The figure of Kagaya Otsutsuki appeared in the air opposite. In the middle, she looked down at him. On the surface of her right hand, sticky blood beads gradually slid down. This is the difficulty of fighting with Kagaya. No matter what kind of defense or attack, with her comprehensive ability, there are corresponding countermeasures. Just now, if his action was a beat slower, this hole would appear in his heart. Sawara Kiri grinned and looked at her with her blue eyes. If that's the case, his 6 eyes ignored all obstacles and scanned the inside of Kagaya's body carefully, and finally locked on a stone wrapped in the center of her heart, which was compressed to the size of only a finger, but was full of dragon vein energy and seal patterns. Continuously attacking the opponent's immortal body can't cause any harm at all. So, just go straight to the core. As if she noticed his intention, Kagaya's eyes suddenly condensed and swept straight at him. The next moment, her figure sank into a Yoki Hirasaka again. However, this time, Sawara Kiri had seen through her thoughts, and her figure immediately rushed out from the original place, constantly refracting at high speed in the center of the ruins at a speed that was too fast to catch. But even so, the locking ability based on the pair of advanced Byakugan still kept up with his speed, constantly changing all over his body. Through the perception of the 6 eyes, Sawara Kiri could clearly perceive the wandering feeling of the spatial coordinates there. However, this is what he wanted. Almost at the moment when the spatial coordinates gradually shifted from the heart to the abdomen. Sawara Kiri, who was still moving at high speed just now, suddenly stopped for a moment. Opportunity. Haida and Yoki Hirasaka, Kagaya immediately stretched out her arm forward, and her slender white and delicate palm penetrated all the unlimited obstacles with an irresistible force, and a dark space gap immediately appeared at the endpoint marked in the center of Sawara Kiri's body. Puff! Instantly, the slender white arm was stained with blood and turned red. A smile slowly appeared on Kaguya Atsutsuki's face. However, when she wanted to pull out her arm, her movements paused and a look of astonishment appeared on her face. Outside the dark space gap. Sawara Kiri, whose abdomen was pierced by the arm, grinned an almost ferocious smile, and his left hand was firmly nailed to the center of the slender white arm. His 5 fingers seemed to be embedded in the flesh, forcibly fixing the two bodies together, and slowly pulled Kaguya Atsutsuki, who was hidden in the space crack, out of it bit by bit, until the face full of shock and the entire upper body were revealed. At the same time, he raised his right hand. Kyatsuna. Polarized. Light. Crows. Statement. Between. The inside and outside. Hypostyle. Chi. Instantly, the crimson-purple light filled the white-haired young woman's entire field of vision. The terrifying sense of space fragmentation instantly broke through her threshold of vigilance, but her body was in this firm bondage, unable to move even for a moment. The fingertips pressed against her chest. A malicious smile appeared on Sahara Kiri's face. Bang! They. Next moment, in Kaguya's unbelievable expression, a huge space was opened in her left chest. Only in the center, there was still a seed that had not been broken. Pa! It was held in Sahara Kiri's hand. The arm that pierced his body was easily torn off. Sawara Kiri looked at the body that was gradually corroded on the ground like a puppet that had lost its power source, and looked down at him. Go practice again, God. Kaguya gradually regained consciousness and stared at him, as if she wanted to completely engrave this face into the deepest part of her memory, and said coldly, I will come to you again. Human. Chapter 165 Return, 5K, the war ended, and the 1,000 Towers, which was intact just now, had now turned into a ruin swept by the storm. If this place was not originally in the center of the entire Lilin Kingdom, I am afraid that just one battle would cause countless casualties. Only the young man who had just stepped on the god was still standing on the ruins. The wooden body under his feet seemed to have gone through thousands of years in an instant, corroding and festering at a very fast speed, and finally turned into a pile of unrecognizable mud. The huge amount of dragon vein energy wrapped around her body's surface, and the chakra extending with this energy, also dissipated unconsciously and melted into the air. He stood quietly at the top of the ruins, the wounds on his body were vaporizing and healing at an astonishing speed, and his whole body seemed to be wrapped in a ball of white smoke, but he still held a small black bead in his hand and observed it carefully. The whole battle seemed long, but in fact, at their level, it only took a dozen seconds in total. Miss Sarah, the crown princess of Lilin, looked at the 1,000 Towers that were still fine just now, and turned into this appearance in the blink of an eye. Until now, she is still stunned. When she reacted, she was so wrong that tears almost fell. Until then, the people present finally reacted. He is as strong as a monster. That level of injury was healed in an instant, and other abilities except space attack could not touch his body at all. Uchiha Sasuke still kept his Sharingan open until now. He was probably one of the people who saw the most clearly among all the people present. However, after seeing the violent attack of Sawara Kiri just now, the arrogance of one generation is stronger than the next, and his heart disappeared immediately. Of course. Hotaki Kakashi has been shrouded in the aura of Sawara Kiri since he can remember. Although he has shown superhuman talent, he is nothing compared to Sawara Kiri, a beacon that he can never catch up with no matter how hard he tries. After chasing for decades, he naturally developed a very strong acceptance ability. At this moment, seeing Sasuke also involuntarily expressing the same emotion as he once did, he couldn't help but smile and said calmly, after all, he is the 5th generation. The strongest Hokage in history. Originally, Naruto, Sasuke and others were still a little unconvinced when they heard this rumored title, but now, after seeing the other party's fighting style with their own eyes, the anger in their hearts suddenly calmed down. However, they did not lose their fighting spirit because of this. Naruto Namikaze looked at the back and suddenly showed a sunny smile. It's decided. Let's aim to surpass him. Otherwise, even if you sit in the position of the 8th generation, you may feel that you are not worthy of the title. Uchiha Sasuke, who was stunned just now, glanced at him immediately, and saw the iconic smile on his face. He suddenly snorted for no reason and said disdainfully, idiot. I am the future 8th generation Hokage. Hey! Who are you calling an idiot? Hey, you two, the seniors are still watching. Sakura, who was trying to persuade them to stop fighting, looked at the two idiots who had been fighting for the first place since the ninja school, and couldn't help showing a helpless expression on her face. Hotaki Kakashi looked at them happily, and didn't take this little thing to heart at all. It's a good thing for young people to have fighting spirit. If he hadn't worked so hard back then, he probably wouldn't have been able to achieve even this much now, right? As a teacher, Kakashi felt a little comforted. On the other side, Orochimaru and the others had come to Sawarakiri's side, and the pair of golden snake eyes subconsciously swept towards the bead in his hand. Is this the power source of the clone? Yes. Sawara Kiri tossed the bead in his hand, threw it to Orochimaru, and said, if I'm not mistaken, this thing is most likely the core of the sacred tree, or something like a seed. Oh. As early as the conversation with Kakashi's team just now, they had already revealed information about the Otsutsuki clan to Sawarakiri and the others based on future intelligence, and naturally they knew what level of treasure the so-called sacred tree seed was. At this moment, when they saw that this small bead was the seed of the sacred tree, both Orochimaru and Jiraiya seemed to have unconsciously lit up in their eyes. Sawarakiri continued to remind, if you look at it with your naked eyes, you may not be able to detect too many clues. I just used the 6 eyes to observe it. This bead should have been compressed by the dragon vein energy. There are still quite a lot of traces on it. At the same time, there are extremely fine seal patterns on the surface. The whole is quite complicated. I can't understand it for a while. If possible, I hope that Lord Orochimaru can study it carefully later. Yes. Since Orochimaru took the bead, he has been using chakra to sense the internal structure like Sawarakiri just did. Even when Sawarakiri said something, he just pricked up one ear to listen, and his eyes never left from the beginning. However, Sawarakiri was very tolerant of this rare scientist in the ninja world. He didn't take this little thing to heart at all. Instead, he looked up at the underground hole that Kagaya Otsutsuki had just drilled out before that. Let's go down and take a look. If I'm not mistaken, the formation below is the key factor in gathering the energy of the dragon vein. As he said this, he turned around and called out to Kakashi's team, Kakashi, come and help. When it comes to future technology, you should be more capable. Also, do you have any relatively practical scientific research ninja tools? It shouldn't be a big problem to leave a few for us as backup, right? Yes. Hearing the call, Hotaki Kakashi also hurried forward. It's just that for a combat team like them, it's really embarrassing to ask them to carry a few scientific research ninja tools with them. Kakashi thought about it, took out a few capsules from his ninja tool bag, and brought them to Sawarakiri, and said a little embarrassedly, Sawara-sama, if you have to talk about scientific research, there should only be these few exploration ninja tools. I don't know if they can meet your requirements. Orochimaru immediately raised his head and stared at the capsule in his hand, smiling. Then we will accept it. He was really not polite at all in this regard. Hotaki Kakashi didn't care about these a little thing. Until their time, Orochimaru was still the evergreen in the ninja scientific research community. Kakashi knew his character very well. After finishing these trivial matters and noticing the urgent gaze of Princess Sarah, Sawarakiri led a group of people to jump underground and directly into the dragon vein barrier at the core of the deep underground. Noticing the figure lying on the ground, Sarah's heart suddenly seemed to be pulled, and she rushed over and held her body. Mom. Orochimaru first followed to the side of the formation, carefully observed the surrounding seal patterns, and found that most of them were parts that he could crack. Then he put aside some thoughts in his mind, walked to the side of Queen Liuya, past Sarah, pressed one hand on her forehead, and felt it carefully. Then he said hoarsely in a coaxing tone, don't worry, it's just that your mental strength is overdrawn, your life is not in danger. You will recover after sleeping for a day or two. Hearing this, Sarah stopped crying immediately, not knowing whether she was frightened or her body was stiff, and looked blankly in the direction of Orochimaru. Orochimaru seemed to be used to this scene, and smiled gently. Don't worry. Also, are you interested in being my assistant? Sarah looked at him timidly, then looked at her mother in her arms, and whispered, excuse me, can I wait until my mother wakes up before giving you an answer? After seeing the devastating scenes just now, Sarah didn't dare to disobey these ninjas at all, and only hoped that Lilin would not suffer such a disaster again. However, while feeling uneasy, she also had an inexplicable yearning. If her strength was strong enough, her mother would not be abducted by an Lushan like before, and the country would not be destroyed like this, right? Young Sarah thought silently in her heart. Sawarakiri only glanced at her and retracted her gaze. Sumeru, a professional child kidnapper, was coaxing the child again. This is obviously because he has taken a fancy to her bloodline that can control the energy of the dragon vein, right? Of course, Sawarakiri naturally couldn't say anything about this kind of thing. At least what Orochimaru was doing now was beneficial to most people. While thinking in his heart, he stepped onto the dragon vein energy barrier located in the center of the underground. Sawara Kiri gradually opened the six eyes to the limit, carefully sensing the delicate energy that slowly seeped out from the underground. Even if he was just standing here, he could clearly feel the countless dragon veins that gathered here and finally condensed into a violent and hidden power like a volcano. As if he thought of something, he suddenly took out the seed of the sacred tree he had just taken back, and used chakra to connect the seed with the war. The next moment, he saw the seed of the sacred tree actively absorbing the dragon vein energy and floating in front of him out of thin air. Everyone present first subconsciously showed a vigilant look. However, after seeing Sawara Kiri standing there, they couldn't help but relax a little. Even though Sawara Kiri is still young for Kakashi and the others, he seems to be born with this kind of reassuring power. It is enough for him to stand there. Almost at the same time when this formation began to operate passively. A corresponding beam of light also rose in the ruins in the distance. Everyone present paused, and then suddenly realized that it should be the direction where Kakashi and the others appeared. Although the ripples in space were still very subtle, the eyes of Kakashi's team were all bright. Sure enough, since they can appear at this time point, they have a chance to go back. Sawara, 5th generation master. Although Hatake Kakashi was surprised, he still turned his head and looked in the direction of Sawara Kiri, obviously asking for instructions. Sawara Kiri thought for a moment and smiled at them. You also have your own era. You shouldn't have stayed here. It's enough for you to leave us so many messages from the future. Thank you so much this time, Kakashi. I don't deserve it, Godame-sama. He raised his head and looked at Sawara Kiri on the stage, and said sincerely, we also hope from the bottom of our hearts that you can change this directionless era. Please, be sure to survive the dangers of the future. Hatake. Kakashi looked at him quietly. Sawara Kiri just waved his hand, as if he didn't care about life and death at all, but his tone seemed to be full of unparalleled confidence. Of course. I am the strongest. Hearing this, Hatake Kakashi looked at him quietly, and suddenly showed a relaxed smile. Yes. After the voice fell, the group took the centipede corpse that fell on the ground and walked towards the direction of the rising light column. No one knew how long this passage could last. However, before leaving, Namikaze Naruto turned his head and looked at the man who was looking at him in the crowd, showing a sunny smile and mouthing something. Namikaze Minato looked at him, as if he understood, and nodded gently. Live on. Love is the most twisted curse, but also the most sincere wish. Carrying Namikaze Minato, who received the love from his wife and future son, would never let this emotion down. Hatake Sakumo only met Kakashi's eyes. The father and son did not say much in tacit understanding. Just the look was enough to convey the trust between each other. After all, his son has grown into a ninja that everyone can rely on, right? Everyone looked at Kakashi's team. Just the moment they entered the beam of light, everyone present felt a strong ripple of time and space. The next moment, they all disappeared. Only the few capsules in their hands remained in front of them. However, after their figures disappeared, the surface of the capsules, which were originally as bright as new, seemed to have suddenly experienced countless years, and suddenly covered with fine rust. It seemed that it had undergone countless changes in a long time. Orochimaru accurately noticed this. However, his research on the field of time and space cannot be said to have just begun, and it can be said that he has not yet entered the door. Even if he has discovered the corresponding phenomenon, he cannot explain it for the time being. The only thing to be thankful for is that the more unknown things there are, the more they can stimulate his desire to study. Sure enough, in this world, only curiosity is the driving force that drives human progress. It seems that this place must be included in the protection area. When all the members of the future team disappeared, everyone fell into an inexplicable melancholy. Jiraiya suddenly changed the topic and looked at the circle of formations on the ground with a stern look. If you want to keep observing time and space as Sawara said, it will be a little unsafe to put it inside Lulin. No one can guarantee that there is only one centipede in the world. When they heard this, everyone present couldn't help but shudder in their hearts, as if they had just realized this. Indeed. Sawara Kiri's voice was equally solemn, and he looked straight at the seeds of the sacred tree floating in the air in front of him. The importance of the seeds of the sacred tree alone makes us unable to ignore it. In addition, although we don't know why the other Otsutsuki clan didn't directly locate the time node to the current stage, we still have to make preparations in advance. He turned his head to look at everyone, and said seriously with rare seriousness, please don't underestimate the ability of the Otsutsuki clan because of the strength of that woman just now. If, according to what Kakashi and others said before, the other Otsutsuki clan that appeared in the future are likely to be dozens or hundreds of times stronger than her, so that the future me who has been preparing for many years with the strength of the whole village will have to die at their hands. I hope you can understand the danger in this. Although he is still young, from his words, it can be seen that this young man has already looked a bit like the future 5th generation Hokage. Orochimaru nodded calmly. The idea proposed by Mr. Mist before is very good. If we can establish an organization that has the ability to transcend time and space and observe the world line as a whole, it will definitely be a great benefit to us. With the carrier that transcends time and space, such as the seed of the sacred tree, there should be hope to complete it. Everyone looked at the seed floating in the air when they heard it. Although it is still a ruin now, everyone can imagine what it will be like here in the future. That's great. Sawarakiri seemed to be relieved and smiled at Orochimaru. Sarah listened to them quietly beside them. Although most of what they said was about building something here, it is likely that they are here to protect them, right? As a princess, she naturally has a desire to possess her country's treasures in her heart. This is not selfish, but a pure position. However, after seeing her mother fainting from overdrawn by illusion, and the buildings around her being destroyed at any time, she had deeply realized the fragility of ordinary people to ninjas. If she could become a ninja. The girl couldn't help but pursed her lips and subconsciously thought so in her heart. After a few days, Queen Liuya woke up from her coma and learned about a series of events that had happened during this period. After regaining power, the group took the seeds of the sacred tree, copied the underground barrier seal, and returned to Konoha. But in addition to this, there were some other troubles. Although no one said anything, Saharakiri was still very clear that the blood limit pointed out by Kagaya Otsutsuki in her body, and the bone layer that was almost the same as the bone veins of the corpse, could definitely not be hidden from the eyes of those who stood at the top of the ninja world. The problem now is how to tell all these little things to the three ninjas. Chapter 166 Variables. The waves are surging, the sky is changing and the clouds are moving. Looking far along the edge of the coastline, a white wave like a pillar of heaven is rising on the blue wave surface at the edge of the sea level. The boundless waves are surging, and it seems to be lifted up by some kind of explosion. Indistinctly, a small black dot can be seen, fighting bravely around the giant hidden deep in the seabed, constantly stepping on the water surface and circling around it. On the coastline, a hunched old monk quietly looked into the distance. Around him, a group of ninjas dressed in the dark department of the mist were staring at the movement in the distance. The sealing team behind them had already been fully prepared, waiting for the final moment. Hit. Boom until a sharp explosion suddenly sounded on the sea surface, and the surging water column peeled off a thin layer of blood on the surface of the giant like a blade that split the sea and the sky. The movement on the sea surface finally gradually settled down. Quick! With an order, all the ninjas of the sealing class behind the monk rushed out, and under the leadership of the Kirigakure Enbu, they surrounded the giant, and at the same time, they all threw out capsules in their hands, revealing the sealing scrolls hidden in them, and pulled them apart in midair with the inertia of running. From a distance, it seemed that with these black dots as the foundation, a net was spread out that was enough to surround the giant under the sea. After a while, extremely violent chakra fluctuations were heard on the sea surface. The master looked at this scene quietly, until the three-tailed Isabu was finally sealed inside the body of the ninja in the center, and then he seemed to slowly breathe a sigh of relief. Since the traces of the three-tailed Isabu were found in the hidden mist village, they have been busy with various matters of sealing the tailed beasts these days. At this time, the task was finally completed, and the stone in the master's heart finally fell. However, it seemed that he had thought of something. Even though he watched the tailed beast succumb to them, the master, as one of the leaders of the hidden mist village, did not show a relaxed expression, but just looked at it quietly from afar. After a while, the sealing team and the Anbu ninjas came from the sea with Yagura, who was naked from the waist up and a seal pattern was faintly visible on his abdomen. Although he had just experienced a big battle, it was not known whether it was because Isabu had been exhausted or because he had been supplemented by the tailed beast's chakra. Although Yagura was small, he still looked like a dragon and a tiger. When he arrived in front of the master, he half knelt on the ground and said solemnly, "Master, I have fulfilled your mission. Yakura, you did a great job." Seeing this, the master's old face slowly showed a smile, and said calmly, "Can your body still bear it?" "It's okay." Although Yakura still looks like a child of 12 or 13 years old, the physical fitness of a ninja cannot be simply judged by size. The master nodded slightly, and then said, "Then follow the old monk." "Yes." Seeing this, the ninjas behind him naturally understood that this was a secret matter between the top leaders, and they had no intention of not following. The old and the young slowly walked along the coast of the small island in the far east of the water country. From now on, as the third Jinkraki, you are one of the pillars of the hidden mist village. As the Six Tails Jinkraki, Jen should have a few more years to live, but his age and body are no longer enough to take on various tasks in the ninja world. The remaining matters, big or small, will depend on how you handle them. Although the master's voice was careless, Karatagi Yagura always maintained an obedient look of the junior, without any extra thoughts because of his words, and said calmly, I am still young, and the various affairs of the village will not be handled without the master and the third dame. If I hold on, I'm afraid I don't know the way forward. Even if Master Yuan can give me the opportunity to become Jinkriki today, it will be enough for Yagura to remember it in his heart. Haha, don't be so serious. Master. Yuan turned his head and looked at him, like a kind and gentle elder, you fought for the opportunity to become Jinkriki, and it has nothing to do with me. What's more, you are probably the only young ninja in the village who has the best chance to become a perfect Jinkriki. Yakura. Kyuji lowered his head slightly and said nothing. In fact, it is true. Since he received the information about the appearance of the three-tailed Isabu from Sawarakiri a few days ago, and the order for him to become the three-tailed Jinkriki, he has been busy with this matter these days. Now that he finally got what he wanted, he didn't feel too happy about it. The gap is still too big. I don't know if the shadow left by Sawarakiri is too deep, or his record and power are too terrifying. Even though he had become the Three Tails Jinchuriki and had roughly sensed the total amount of chakra in his body, Yagura Kyuji could not think of any chance to escape from that guy's clutches. Even after a direct battle with the Three Tails Isabu, he realized that the so-called tailed beasts were nothing more than that. Except for their slightly larger size and chakra, they were just wild beasts with a little wisdom. The seals and traps that had not worked on Sawarakiri before all fell on this unlucky turtle. It was because of this that he was able to take advantage of the battle and win easily. However, these words could not be explained to the master. So, Yagura Kyuji just listened quietly. Seeing this, Master Yuan didn't say much, just laughed twice and changed the subject. A few days ago, news came from the mainland that the Fire Country annexed Lulan Country and set up a military base in the center of Lulan capital, which led to Onoki and Hanzo leading troops to confront Konoha on the border. Do you know about this? Yes. Kaochu. Yagura recalled and nodded slightly, I heard that even the traitor Saharakiri came out. The rise of the Fire Nation is hard to contain. Yes. Yuan-shi sighed, the last time I saw such a might was in the era of the first Hokage. The two men of that era were like him, and one person could defeat 10,000. He is just like a god. Letting go of such a good seedling is the most unprofitable business that Kirigakure has ever done. Kyujitaki Yagura did not respond. The most unprofitable business? That's not necessarily true. Yuan-shi said, and suddenly turned his head to look at him, what do you think the future Kirigakure will do in front of Sawarakiri? Kaoju Yagura was startled when he heard this, and subconsciously raised his head, just in time to meet the master's eyes that were as quiet as a deep pool, and his voice stagnated. After a pause, he said, I will definitely protect Kirigakure until the moment I die in battle. However, the master did not seem to be happy with this answer. Instead, he waved his hand gently and said calmly, from the warring states to the ninja village, it has only been 40 years. The wars and chaos of the previous tribes lasted for thousands of years, but they all died. When Kirigakure was established, I was still a young and good boy. At that time, I saw too many elders who were unwilling to integrate their families into the village. But what was the result? No matter how unwilling they were, even if the conflicts in the village intensified, they were eventually wrapped up in the collective of the ninja village. A tree that is moved will die, but a person who is moved will live. Some trends are difficult for mortals to reverse. The same is true in the future. Hearing this, Yagura's body seemed to be a little stiff. Although he had doubts in his heart, he felt that the things he had done should not be discovered, so he still bit the bullet and asked, what do you mean? The master looked at him gently, his eyes deep and calm, Yakura, you can really put yourself in the shoes of the villagers and make preparations. This is the spirit that a Mizukage should have. You did a good job. Hearing that he had said this, Yagura felt cold in his heart, but it seemed that he saw a little light in the darkness, but he did not dare to speak, but just pursed his lips. I really don't know which one you are referring to. That's okay. The light conversation between the master and Gaji Yagura was gradually drowned in the sea breeze and the remaining waves, and no sound was heard. Although the matter of the Fire Country annexing the Lulan Country was small, it also caused a big stir in the entire ninja world and aroused a surge of public opinion. But in Konoha village, it was thunder and rain. Most of the Konoha villagers did not feel anything about the fact that their country annexed a small country or a small town bordering the country. The ones who suddenly became busy were the newly established Konoha Research Department and the Anbu. People from all walks of life kept coming in and out of the Hokage building. Just around the two research proposals of Humanity Continuation Guarantee Agency and Near Future Space-Time Lens, hundreds of them were listed in one breath and put one by one in the Hokage's office. On the desk. Only at this time, Tsunade would be glad that she didn't rely on the power of that brat to be promoted to the position of Hokage. Most of them were thrown to Orochimaru to deal with. He seemed to be enjoying it. Most of the troops on the border have been recalled, and even Sawara Kiri, who was at the forefront, has received a recall order. A little friction will not cause the countries that have been exhausted in the Second Ninja World War to start the next round of war again. Whether it is the recuperation of the population or the preparation and research and development in secret, it takes a lot of time. After being free, Tsunade naturally threw away the stalls in her hands and wandered around the village on her own. It was almost summer, and the weather was gradually getting hot. It was hot, and the clothes on the men, women, old and young on the street became much thinner. The whole street was full of white and tight thighs. However, Tsunade didn't care to look at these, and just walked on the street alone. Her clothes were also shorter, with a light-colored haori draped over her shoulders, and only a close-fitting short-sleeved shirt and long pants inside. The ice silk lining was tightly attached to her body, outlining a heavy arc, and the tight special textile material vaguely showed some traces of the inner layer, but the beautiful scenery was all covered by the white haori. She held a bottle of rice wine in her hand and wandered around the village like an ordinary street kid. After the war, Konoha had become much more prosperous than before under the comprehensive reforms of these people. The street she was walking on now, the road just separated the old city of Konoha from the new city. Looking from top to bottom, it was like a straight line, outlining the past and the future. Several buildings on the edge of the new city have been erected. Looking up, it looks like an indestructible mountain standing on the west side, casting large shadows, which is cool. However, Tsunade's face was full of sorrow at this time, and she was pouring wine into her mouth one mouthful at a time. The only thing that could make her so upset was naturally the matter of that stinky brat. Since Sawara Kiri and his group returned from the mission in Lulin, they submitted a mission report based on the facts, and explained in detail what happened in Lulin. Other people like in Lushan were okay, and people who could travel through time and space and come back from the future were not too surprising. However, the alien enemy that will soon fall from the sky and the news of Sawara Kiri's future death have greatly surprised her. There is such a monster. What worries her even more is another one. In the mission report, Orochimaru mentioned that Sawara Kiri used a bloodline ability that had never been seen before. Similar to the corpse vein of the Hyuga clan in the Hidden Mist village. Corpse vein. Tsunade sipped her wine and murmured softly. In fact, as early as when Sawara Kiri just rose, they had already discovered the unusualness of this boy. Whether it was a talent that could be hidden for many years or a superhuman learning talent, it was a fatal flaw for a ninja. It was just that when Sarutobi Hiruzen was there, he was confident that he could suppress the other party. After he became a vegetable, Sawara Kiri directly suppressed all external public opinion at the speed of a cannonball taking off. Until now, he can even suppress a country by himself and completely become the thickest and hardest pillar in Konoha village. Orochimaru only mentioned this in the mission report. What qualifications does Konoha village have to point fingers at someone who has been protecting it? No one even mentioned it, let alone interrogating it. This is the benefit of strength. However, other people can treat this matter as if it does not exist. As one of the acting Hokage and the one who has the closest relationship with Sawara Kiri among the senior leaders, Tsunade cannot be ignorant of everything. She has been worried about this matter for many days. Just as she was thinking this in her heart, she suddenly heard a call from a distance. Tsunade-sama. She looked up and saw 3 young men from Sawara team sitting in a ramen stall on the side of the road, waving in her direction. Tsunade paused, her expression changed, returning to her usual careless and lazy look, and walked towards them. "Oh, you're back already. Not bad. Sahara." Kiri smiled. "This is all thanks to Minato-kun's flying thunder god, otherwise it would have taken 10 days or 8 days just to get there." "Have you had lunch, Tsunade-sama? Do you want to join us?" Tsunade was just looking for an opportunity to talk to him, so she pushed Minato on the other side openly, sat down in his seat openly, and said to the store owner inside a large portion of tonkatsu ramen, all of it, plus an additional portion of bamboo shoots. "Hi, Sahara." Kiri noticed her movements, and before she could say anything, Miss Yayoi on the other side had already glanced at her with a pair of cold dark eyes, and subconsciously glanced at the pile of dirt that was placed directly on the table, with disgust in her eyes. Tsunade, still holding the wine in her hand, glanced at her and said, "Thank you for your hard work on this mission. Today's meal is on me." When Minato Namikaze saw her like this, he knew that she had something to say to Kiri-kun, so he sat down obediently in a farther position without saying a word. Sawara Kiri naturally realized this, and subconsciously looked at her, wondering. "Tsunade-sama, finally won money. What are you talking about?" Tsunade was fine when other things were mentioned, but she got angry when gambling was mentioned. She didn't have time to go today. She seemed to realize that there was something else to ask, so she reluctantly suppressed her temper and turned to look at him. "Let's not talk about gambling for now. Ki, you should have something else to explain first, right?" Hearing Her words, Sawarakiri immediately understood. Tsunade's eyes were almost straightened these days, and it was not easy for her to wait until now to ask, but he still smiled and said, "What is the matter that Lady Tsunade wants me to explain?" "What else?" Tsunade's eyes could not help but stagnate. "Of course it's the bone ninjutsu you used in Lulin before. What's going on?" "I tell you, the old guys in the archives department are almost making a fuss in my office because of this matter these days, and they are urging me to find you every day. Even if we all know what kind of person you are, there must be an excuse to suppress you. You are really a bad boy. Actually, I am an undercover in Kirigakure." Just as she was nagging and complaining, her voice suddenly stagnated. Turning around, she looked in the direction of Sawarakiri. The people present were all stunned and looked at him quietly. Only Sawarakiri looked calm, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Chapter 167 Confession Bureau. Almost at the moment when he finished speaking, everyone present was stunned, and the three of them all looked at him blankly. There was a lot of noise in the commercial street outside, and the hands busy in front of the pot did not notice the movement here, and were still busy turning the noodles in the pot back and forth. The voice from the far end seemed so clear at this moment. But the next moment Tsunade and Yayoi almost reached out their hands at the same time, and covered Sawarakiri's mouth, forcibly holding back all his next words. "Shh. Shut up first." This unanimous reaction startled everyone around, and Namikaze Minato only reacted at this time, and subconsciously widened his eyes. Sawarakiri almost the breath was stuck in her throat. At the same time, Yaoi's eyes immediately widened with scarlet Sharingan, and her three Megatama quickly rotated to scan the passers-by around to see if anyone heard what they just said, and finally fell on Tsunade, who was the most threatening among the people present. The fierce eyes seemed to want to kill her with a sword on the spot, and then wander around the world with Sawarakiri alone. However, Tsunade didn't have time to pay attention to the dangerous eyes coming from the side. While covering Sawarakiri with one hand, the other hand was still tightly holding his sleeve, as if she was afraid that he would suddenly run away from her after saying this. "You want to die? What if others hear it? They..." Nervous and cautious rapid voice seemed as if she was Sawarakiri's undercover accomplice, and her whole body seemed to be pressing on him. Hearing her words, Uchiha Yaoi's fierce eyes only eased a little, but still fell on her with some hesitation, and then swept to her tightly attached to Saharakiri. The face of the deformation ball was very fierce, and whispered, "Let go." Tsunade was startled when she heard the words, and then she realized that her actions did not seem very elegant, but when she heard Saharakiri's words just now, which seemed to be a farewell, she slowly straightened up, while the hand was still on his clothes. Only the clothes in front of her body and the feathers that fell suddenly loosened slightly, revealing a large area of snow in the shadow of summer. Miss Yaoi's eyes became more and more fierce. However, at this time, Tsunade could no longer care about this little thing, and stared at Saharakiri with a pale face. "What do you mean?" The meaning of the words was very clear. "Are you going to run?" Saharakiri looked at her helplessly, and patted Yaoi's palm covering her face, signaling her to let go. In fact, Uchiha Yaoi had some similar concerns as Tsunade, but she would never go against Kiri's will. Seeing him like this, she hesitated and withdrew her hand. She just leaned over the chair that was still a few inches away, and her shoulder was almost on him. Coincidentally, the ramen on the other side of the hand was already hot out of the oven, and he took the opportunity to bring both bowls of ramen to the table, a large bowl of seafood ramen and a large bowl of barbecued pork ramen. "Thank you, hand." Sawara. Kiri calmly picked up one of the bowls and placed it in front of herself and Yaoi, and took out 2 pairs of chopsticks from the chopstick bucket and handed them to Miss Yaoi. However, he had just said that, and now everyone present was in no mood to eat, and all looked at him. Seeing them like this, Saharakiri sighed softly, broke open the disposable chopsticks in her hand, picked up the noodles in the bowl, and then continued, "When I was 5 years old, I was sent to Konoha by Kirigakure from outside to carry out an assassination mission. The target was the former daimyo's man, Hosohara, who fled to Konoha with intelligence from the land of water. At first, I was treated as a disposable assassin. What are you looking at me for? Eat first." Tsunade looked at his calm appearance and found that he did not seem to have the intention to leave on the spot after being exposed, or, even if he had such an intention, no one in the ninja world could stop him now. After thinking this clearly, the panic that she could not explain just now was put down immediately, but she did not continue to speak, but took the freshly baked pork bone ramen from the stage and placed it in front of her, breaking the chopsticks, but did not speak. Sawarakiri's eyes seemed to be somewhat nostalgic. While sipping the ramen in his mouth, he recounted his past. "Since I was 3 years old, because my father was seriously ill, I did not show bloodline talent, and I had no background, so I was selected by the clan as a tool to start training. The general content was no different from the roots in Konoha village, but the progress of developing potential was faster. After several years of training, I almost had the strength of a genin. When executing that mission, the process of killing was not difficult, but after killing the people, I found that the secret stake that was supposed to meet at the corresponding location was missing. I realized that I had become a discarded child. Although my background is ordinary, my luck is pretty good. When I killed someone, there happened to be a ninja from Uegakure who was also on duty. He made quite a commotion and collapsed several small buildings. After I returned to the village, I found a suitable place and a corresponding replacement identity there, that is, the current Sawara family. Sawara. Kiri's voice was not fast. In order to avoid the eyes and ears of the hand, the volume was not high. But when he spoke, he had a calm demeanor, as if he didn't care about the thrill in the words and the suffering he had experienced. They. 3 people beside him all listened quietly, but their eyes looking at Sawara Kiri became more and more complicated. They. 4 people present were all capable of being independent ninjas. They even had a place in the Hokage election conference. Naturally, they knew what kind of elimination system was implemented in the route. Just by listening to Sawara Kiri's calm tone, Uchiha Yayoi beside him could feel the indifference and cruelty of killing and eliminating companions since childhood. It seemed as if something was pulling at the depths of his heart, and his eyes unconsciously returned to black, quietly focusing on Sawara Kiri. Even Tsunade unconsciously calmed down during his narration. After confirming that Sawara Kiri had no intention of leaving, she finally had some confidence and listened to his previous stories. Namikaze Minato held the chopsticks in his hand, lowered his head slightly, and seemed to be looking at Sawara Kiri. The original image of Harakiri had an inexplicable sense of destruction, but it seemed that there was no change. Sarakiri was still talking quietly. His story was actually not complicated. Except for the relatively thrilling process of integrating into Konoha when he was 5 years old, he was actually no different from most of the children in Konoha at other times. He basically lived an ordinary life step by step. The only thing worth emphasizing was how he designed to kill the 2 contacts of Kyuji Yagura before after gradually gaining some strength. It was not until last year when Kyuji Yagura appeared in front of me that I suddenly realized that this peaceful life was probably unbearable. Sarah. Kiri sucked noodles in his mouth, and when he said this, there was still a hint of smile on his face. Minato Namikaze seemed to remember something, frowned slightly and whispered, "Is it the time when the Uegakure ninja attacked the Hokage building?" "Yes." Sarah. Kiri nodded. Hearing this, Uchiha Yayoi seemed to remember something and turned to look in the direction of the mist. "So, until that day, you have been holding back your strength." Then, suddenly, everyone was shocked. "Ahem. Sawara." Kiri suddenly coughed twice in embarrassment. At that time, he didn't want to hold back his strength at all. He clearly had no strength at all. At most, he was equivalent to an ordinary jonin. It was not until the system arrived that he suddenly became confident. However, he would take the system's matters to the grave and would never talk to them. In this regard, he could only nod yes, that's it. Hearing this, Miss Yayoi seemed to finally understand. No wonder even she, a stalker hiding in the dark, couldn't find out why Kiri-kun suddenly became stronger. It turned out that he, the undercover agent of the Hidden Mist, had been wary of everyone around him from the beginning. During that time, Tsunade was still in the Land of Lightning to carry out the mission of assassinating the third Hokage. She had no impression of this incident and was even more confused after exposing your strength. "Why did you risk staying here?" Sawara. Kiri paused, and told the story he had prepared, then turned to look in the direction of Yayoi. "In fact, after I performed in front of the third Hokage that day, I knew that story would not last long. When the third Hokage thinks that his strength cannot suppress my threat, he will most likely get rid of me. But, on the way back that night, Yayoi accompanied me for a long walk in the village." Uchiha. Yayoi was startled when she heard this. Of course, she still remembered that day. Because she couldn't follow Kiri openly, she used the excuse after the war to follow him around the village for a long time. It took a long time to get back to the Sawara residence, and she was scolded by Yuki before leaving. Sawara Kiri took a sip from the teacup, and said calmly, "In fact, I knew from the beginning that people like me can no longer go back to Kirigakure. Even if I can go back, the village will not believe a ninja who has been betrayed many times by the village, grew up in other villages, and has countless doubts on his shoulders. My parents died early, and in Kirigakure, I have nothing to worry about except blood. But Konoha is different." He turned his head and looked at Yayoi beside him, then at Tsunade and Minato, and smiled, "There are many people here who care about me." Uchiha. Yayoi raised his head when he heard the words, and his eyes, which were always as dark as ink in the past, seemed to be filled with a pool of shimmering springs at this time, all of which were concerned about him. Whether it's Yayoi who always takes pictures of me like a follower. Miss Yayoi's eyes, which were still watery a second ago, suddenly froze, and even the corners of her lips were stuck, as if she was caught with something. Or Minato, who has lost many times and is still unwilling to accept it in his heart, wants to compete with me. Namikaze Minato, who had just picked up a chopstick of noodles, suddenly froze, as if he had discovered some great secret, and his neck was a little stiff. Or Tsunade-sama, who is disrespectful to the elderly and doesn't wear underwear at home every day, but staggers around in a coat. Bang! Tsunade's heart, which had just been comforted, was about to explode immediately. On her face, which was pale before, a blush suddenly rose. She stared at him with eyes wide open in shame and anger, and hit the table with one hand, shaking it. Is this something you can say outside? Sawarakiri straightened the bowl of noodles, completely unmoved, still smiling. I like them all. This is why I must protect this village no matter what. The small table immediately fell silent, leaving only the sound of Sawarakiri slurping noodles. Although Tsunade was still angry the last second, her eyes looking at the young man in front of her could not help but be gentle. In fact, she couldn't say for sure what her reaction would be if the person who said this to her was not Sawarakiri. However, the reality is already like this. Now Sawarakiri is not only her subordinate, but also the ceiling of the entire ninja world, the strongest representative, who has welcomed Konoha many times. The ninja who came to Shenkyuo. He had actually shown his position with his actions long ago. So, even if he was an undercover agent of Kirigakure, so what? At this moment, Tsunade couldn't help but feel a little fortunate. If Sawarakiri had not been sent to Konoha, but had been enjoying good training and various sufficient resources in Kirigakure, then what kind of desperate situation would Konoha village face now? Everything that Sand Village had experienced would probably appear in Konoha intact, right? Thinking of this, Tsunade was really grateful to the Kirigakure high-level officials in her heart, and even a smile on her face could not be suppressed. However, the attitude of a teacher must be fully maintained. Tsunade slowly restrained her expression, looked at Sawarakiri beside her, and whispered, "Don't tell anyone about what we talked about today, either of you two. Wait until I discuss a countermeasure with Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and others, and then I will help you erase all the remaining traces. By then, you will be a native Konoha ninja, Sawarakiri. Get it?" Hearing Tsunade's statement, Sawarakiri turned her head and looked at her, with a gentle smile on her face. "Okay. Understanding." His answer, Tsunade finally seemed to let go of her heart, opened the chopsticks in her hand, and whispered, "What a worrying guy." "Yes, yes. But..." As they were talking here, Uchiha Yayoi seemed to suddenly react from the embarrassment just now. Turned his head to look in the direction of Tsunade, leaned close to Saharakiri and whispered, "Is it true that Tsunade, that fat woman, doesn't wear underwear at home?" "Of course, it's a big deal." "Shwet." Hui said it several times but she didn't listen. "Then Kiri should stay at my house first, it's not safe." Tsunade, who had just picked up the bowl of noodles, suddenly froze again. With red cheeks, she looked at Saharakiri in anger and stuffed a chopstick of barbecued pork into his mouth. She lowered her voice and said viciously, "Even eating noodles can't stop your mouth. Stinky brat. Woo. Woo woo woo. Take a day off today." I wrote the daily emotional advancement chapter. As a result, I kept it back for a long time and deleted and revised more than 7,000 words, which was a mess. It was harder to write than the battle chapter. In a blink of an eye, the release time passed. I just lost my full attendance on the last day of this month. My mentality is a bit broken. Take a day off to sleep, and write again when I get up. Chapter 168 Shura Field, 5K, looking at the kid in front of her with his mouth full of roast pork, Tsunade's stiff face finally looked better. Looking at his flushed cheeks, she snorted softly, looking quite dissatisfied. It's good enough to let you take a look after taking a bath, and you dare to object, as a female ninja who can combine the energy storage ninjutsu of Yin Seal with medical ninjutsu, and keep herself young even in her 70s and 80s, no matter how carefree Tsunade has been in the past, she still has a love of beauty like ordinary people in her heart, and naturally has her own reserve. However, noticing Uchiha Yayoi's cold expression, she unconsciously straightened her chest, proudly pressed on the table, and supported her cheek with one hand. At the same time, her peripheral vision inadvertently swept over the girl's delicate and tender figure, and smiled disdainfully. Miss Yayoi's ability to sense gazes was amazing. She almost instantly noticed the direction of Tsunade's gaze and subconsciously shrank back behind Sawara Kiri. In fact, her size was not considered immature at this age, but compared with Tsunade, who stood proudly at the top of the ninja world, she was really overestimating herself. At least she had to go back and raise her for a few more years before she could compete with him when she grew up. Seemingly feeling that her behavior was a bit cowardly, the girl simply continued to move the chair under her buttocks towards Kiri-kun, and pressed her whole body against him, and struggled to declare her ownership. Noticing the secret competition between the two, Sahara Kiri revealed a subtle expression and whispered to relieve the situation occasionally, only occasionally. Humph. Uchiha. Yayoi turned around, snorted, and reached out again, took out the chopsticks to pick up a fish roll from the seafood noodles in his bowl, and put it into Kiri's bowl, saying casually, when people get older, even if they use ninjutsu, they can't change their endocrine system subtly. Just like when they are wolves and tigers and no one wants them, they are likely to do anything. Kiri, you must be careful, don't be fooled by old women. Squeaked the friction of the stool on the stone floor made a sharp and piercing sound, and at the same time, the sound was covered by the sound of grinding teeth. The topic of age hit Tsunade's weak spot, like a knife stabbing her in the heart. She was so stressed that she couldn't even control her movements. The ball that was originally pressed on the table suddenly expanded with a sharp inhalation. Sawara Kiri, who was surrounded in the center, seemed to be tense all over. She chewed the barbecued pork quickly and glanced at Tsunade with her peripheral vision. Then, Tsunade looked calm, sucking the noodles upright with a calm expression. If only she was as calm as she looked. Sawara Kiri thought to herself. Sure enough, Tsunade had just bit off the noodles in her mouth when she raised her head and sneered in a low voice, looking towards the girl. You are not good at yin seal's understanding is indeed limited to this extent. If you are a little more accomplished and have studied the specific principles of rejuvenation in depth, you should know that my ninjutsu is not only to maintain the surface of the body's activity, but also to maintain the whole body cells at the state of 20 years old. You have learned a little bit of the fur, and you think that everyone is only as good as you. I really underestimated you. Miss. Yayoi narrowed her eyes and glanced at Tsunade's plump figure, and suddenly realized that the problem might be a little bit complicated. However, her face was not at all inferior. When the chakra is exhausted, it will still degenerate into the original old state. What's the difference? If the chakra is exhausted, the person will die. What does it have to do with you whether the dead person will age or not? It is worthy of being a ninjutsu created by an old woman. Even the reaction after it dissipates is so simple and unpretentious. The results of hard research are always better than the stalking and sneaking photos that are hard to come by. Even childhood sweethearts and all their skills are obtained by charity. Once others touch them, they will know that they will definitely not be able to keep it. That's better than the old ghost of Senju who wants to eat young grass. The Uchiha clan is a born evil kid. I'm going to. Sawara Kiri didn't know why the spearheads on both sides suddenly turned from himself to the other side while talking. Seeing that the bowls of noodles on both sides were put down, he was sandwiched in the middle. They almost fought in the street, attracting the attention of many pedestrians around. Even the chef in the back kitchen subconsciously put down the dough on the table. Seeing that the noise was getting louder and louder, even his head was stuffed between the soft noodles on both sides, and was almost pressed in. Sawara Kiri immediately realized that it was time for the hero to appear. Wait a minute. The voices of both sides suddenly fell silent. As if they suddenly realized that the real boss was still here. Mr. Sahara was sandwiched between the two people. He stretched out his hand and lowered his voice with a serious face. In fact, I still have a channel of communication with the other side that I haven't reported yet. The moment they heard this, the two people who were still on the verge of a fight just now were suddenly startled. They realized that the duck in their pot seemed to have the possibility of flying away now, and their hearts suddenly tensed for a moment. The next moment, Tsunade grabbed his collar and stared at him sharply. What do you mean? Sahara. Kiri looked calm. For the next period of time, the ninja world will definitely be in a peaceful period. It will be difficult for either side to provoke a war again, so I want to try to solve the problem through other means. West still wants to go back. Miss. Yayoi immediately squeezed Tsunade's cheek and stared at him straight. That's not the case. Sahara Kiri smiled awkwardly. It's just a way of contact, but it's not suitable to say here. Tsunade and Yayoi were startled when they heard this. Turning around, they saw that the crowd behind them was gathering more and more. Women quarreling and fighting for men. Who doesn't like to watch this kind of drama? One of the parties is the princess of Konoha. Aren't these people gathering together? The atmosphere in the small noodle shop suddenly condensed, and it was obvious that there would be no quarrel. Sawara Kiri secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as he had time to relax, his hand was pulled up by Tsunade, and the whole person was pulled to the road, as if he was about to fly. What are you doing? Uchiha. Yayoi stood in front of the two people, the Megatama in his eyes had turned, and he looked at the old woman in front of him with a vigilant face, and his other hand held Sawarakiri's arm. Go to the Hokage building for a meeting. Then I will too. Tsunade stunned the other party with a look, with a serious expression on her face. High-level confidential matters, no one is allowed to approach. Miss. Yayoi opened her eyes wide and looked at the other party in astonishment. With her real Kage-level strength, can she still be excluded from the top? However, in the face of this situation, Saharakiri could only give her a comforting look and stretched out her finger in front of her lips, meaning that she would talk about business first and talk about other things later. Uchiha Yaoi's footsteps paused, took a deep breath, but did not say anything more, and reluctantly let go of her hand. Tsunade sneered disdainfully and dragged Saharakiri towards the Hokage building. Seeing that the fun of women fighting was gone, the people around gradually dispersed. Hands were in the back kitchen and continued to knead the dough. Minato Namikaze, who had been eager to bury his head in the bowl of noodles since just now, slurped up the soup and noodles, and said nothing. Without saying a word, he immediately escaped with a flying thunder god. Maybe his wife was about to give birth. After a short while, the small noodle stall was suddenly empty. Miss Yayoi looked at the two people's backs with an unwilling look on her face. There was a faint violent dark chakra overflowing from her feet, but she was suppressed in her heart and tried her best to calm down. After a while, she finally let out a long breath. However, the top of her head was still vaguely heavy, as if she was wearing something. The old ghost of the Senju family who was born evil, damn it. However, she was inevitably a little depressed. Although the words were unpleasant, compared with the old woman who was famous in the ninja world and stood at the top of the fire country, she was much worse in every aspect except for her youth. The technique she was good at was just a transitional thing for Kiri-kun. After putting all this aside, she was just a jonin with only good talent. Does she really have the qualifications to stand shoulder to shoulder with Kiri-kun? Besides that, Uchiha Yaoi's eyes were deep, and the memory subconsciously emerged of the woman who forced Kiri to go all out when they first met. There were too many competitors, and they were too strong. Before, because she had always been following Kiri, the sense of threat was not strong. However, after putting all this aside, this sense of oppression suddenly made her even have difficulty breathing. This cannot go on. Uchiha Yaoi took a deep breath and strode back to the direction of the clan. In a corner that the girl did not notice, the Yin-Tun chakra in her brain was constantly compressing and accumulating like solid black mud, waiting for the moment of explosion. Behind him, an innocent voice of the boss calling out, Lord Yaoi, I haven't paid you yet. Put it on that fat woman's account. Oh. On the other side, the Hokage building. It was lunchtime, and the office was empty. The communication to Orochimaru and Jiraiya had just been sent out not long ago, and it would probably take some time for it to arrive. At this time, Saharakiri, who was caught by Tsunade, was sitting on the guest sofa in the Hokage's office, with a slightly erratic look. Tsunade stood by the filing cabinet, pretending to look at the documents in her hand, and didn't even notice that she had taken it upside down. Just now, she was angry and had no scruples. She dared to say anything. But now that she has calmed down, and revisiting it again, Tsunade suddenly felt her cheeks burning, and she was so embarrassed that her toes were about to leak out of her ninja shoes. She dug out a 3-bedroom and 1 living room on the floor, and she wished she could travel back 10 minutes ago and give the nonsense herself a slap in the face. Arguing or even fighting with the Uchiha clan is a traditional custom of the Senju clan. There is nothing to say. How can it be considered a quarrel over a kid who is more than 10 years younger than you? This kid usually lives in her house, and she sees him every day. She didn't really want to snatch Wu away and eat him. Of course, if she was eating the prospective son-in-law of the Uchiha clan, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with killing him on the spot. Complex emotions kept circling in Tsunade's heart, making her clench her teeth from time to time while looking at the documents. I don't know what she hated, or maybe she was just being mad at herself. Sawara Wu's eyes subconsciously swept over Tsunade's back, and her heart was also a little complicated. Although he had quite a bit of contact with Tsunade on weekdays, he felt that he was getting used to her unserious appearance because of her usual carefree behavior. He was under great pressure to survive and had many responsibilities on his shoulders, so he didn't think about it most of the time. He just regarded her as a more generous senior. However, after hearing what he said just now, if he really had no idea at all, he was either depressed or interested in men. Young people aged 17 or 18 are at the age when they can break steel plates when they get up early. As soon as this idea came to mind, they would immediately drift towards the direction of the Pegasus meteor pillar. At this time, he glanced over and happened to see Tsunade's back. Under the long light golden hair, there is a standard gourd-shaped figure. Even the dark trousers that stick to the body cannot cover the winding curve of the big moon, which makes the fabric tight. When it continues to rise, the lines quickly tighten along the contours between the waist and legs, forming a waist that can be held in one hand, outlining a plump and graceful figure. The shadow at the edge is as deep as ink, and there is no bottom. The 30-year-old peach is almost ripe. At the age of being as fierce as a wolf, the skin is still as white and delicate as a girl. The yin seal is really a good ninjutsu. Excellent. Mr. Sahara's eyes gradually became deeper, and he inadvertently showed an appreciation attitude unique to an old artist. The momentum is very good. However, as if noticing the gaze from behind, Tsunade subconsciously turned back and looked at him with some doubts. Somehow, there was still a blush on her face that had not faded, which was particularly obvious on her fair and smooth skin. When he turned around, he noticed that Saharakiri was concentrating in a trance, and he seemed to be relieved and continued to lower his head. Illusion. Fortunately, Saharakiri's appearance made her feel a little relieved. She still turned her back to him and pretended to be a busy elder, and said in a calm tone, "Don't take those words to heart. But the Uchiha clan's personality is really not suitable. The extreme yin release chakra will lead their personality to extremes. The deeper the love, the stronger the power will be. While you are still young and there are still opportunities in the future, it is better to find someone else to be with." However, she didn't know who the others in her words were referring to. As if she had thought of something, Tsunade's voice suddenly paused, but she quickly pretended to be an experienced person and said casually, "By the way, what stage are you at now? Have you done it?" Sawara Kiri was stunned when he heard it. How could he dare to progress so quickly? There was nothing done yet, but Yaoi's heart not jumped up. If she was more radical, wouldn't she face the final fetters right away? Not really. His voice was a little embarrassed. "We just confirmed our relationship not long ago. But, Yaoi and I get along pretty well. It shouldn't be the things you said, Tsunade-sama. I hope so." Sawarakiri thought so in her heart. Tsunade's knuckles were still pinching the paper, and the whole paper was almost wrinkled when she asked this question. Hearing this, she seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and her movements of turning the pages were much slower, and she didn't even know what she was nervous about. However, her tone immediately changed from the calmness just now to a bit of frivolous and arrogant. Sure enough, still a useless child. She herself is a virgin, but when she talks about others, she has a decent demeanor as if she has experienced many battles, with a smile on the corner of her lips. She immediately put on the attitude of a veteran, turned her head to look at him, looked at the childish look with eyes downcast and a little evasive, slapped one hand on the table in front of him, raised her chin slightly, and teased, "Do you want big sister to teach you?" She is still bragging when she is said to be fat. Sawarakiri's expression suddenly became a little subtle, looking at her with suspicion, whispering, "Tsunade-sama dressed like that when she was at home. Could it be intentional?" Cough. Cough cough. Tsunade couldn't help but cough softly, tilted her face, and her expression was a little stiff. Why is this stinky brat still holding on to this matter? There are usually no outsiders at home, so can't she stay in the house to cool down? But then, as if she noticed Wu's teasing expression, she pretended to be tough and stretched out her hand to grab one of his cheeks, saying dissatisfiedly, "Hey! You little brat, hasn't even grown all your hair yet, and you're still meddling in adults' affairs. What? Just looking is not enough, do you want to wash with me? Hey, hey, it hurts." At this time, Sahara Wu didn't turn on no limit. The injuries she got from being beaten were all real. Her face was almost broken, and she slapped Tsunade's back of the hand repeatedly. Humph. Seeing his appearance, Tsunade reluctantly let go. But verbally, she was still unwilling to be outdone. She crossed her arms around her chest and held up the already extraordinary Tuan Tuan. Saharakiri rubbed his cheeks and said disdainfully, "Tsunade-sama is only powerful when she talks. You little brat." Tsunade's anger rose up all of a sudden, and she strangled his neck with one hand, squeezing a flat circle in front of him, as if she wanted him to taste the power of an experienced person, and as if she wanted to suffocate him in one breath. Sahara Kiri fell on the sofa and kicked his legs repeatedly. It's obvious. High-end hunters often appear in the form of prey. Isn't this a trick? Saharakiri felt that if he wanted to continue to survive in the future life and death crisis, he would probably have to go down this scumbag road and never return. Tsunade saw that he dared to struggle, and said unhappily, "Next time I wash, I'll see if you, a stinky brat, have the courage to come in." Sahara Kiri was in pain and enjoying it, and suddenly seemed to sense something and patted Tsunade's arm. Tsunade looked down at him with some doubt. Just as she was wondering, she heard the door creak suddenly and was pushed open from the outside. Orochimaru and Jiraiya walked into the office side by side and saw the two of them lying on the sofa entangled together, and couldn't help showing a puzzled look. "Hey! After 3 rounds of revisions, it should be able to pass the review," let's try it. Chapter 169 Tsunade, and them, 5K. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office was heavier than ever before. Jiraiya sat in the main seat, with his elbows on the table and his chin supported, looking at the two people in the office with a complex and depressed look. Not only him, but even Orochimaru was rarely interested in gossip, and his golden snake eyes subconsciously moved back and forth between the two faces. As companions who grew up together, no one knew Tsunade's personality better than them. It sounds good to say that she is a female Tyrannosaurus, but a humanoid self-propelled crusher is a more realistic description. However, such a Tsunade would actually be interested in a little guy who is so much younger than her. Jiraiya felt that he might fail again on the difficult road of love after Kato-dan. What a sad premonition. Ahem. Tsunade, whose clothes were in disarray, smoothed the front of her clothes, coughed twice in a pretentious manner, and swept over with an unfriendly look, forcing Jiraiya and Orochimaru to retreat their scrutinizing eyes, causing them to lower their heads and pretend that they had not noticed anything, which was considered to be a little calmer. However, the slight blush on his face, which was not sure whether it was due to embarrassment or shame, was not so easy to fade away. On the contrary, Saharakiri sat solemnly on the guest sofa, as quiet as usual, as if he did not exist. Noticing this, Tsunade glared at him fiercely and said urgently, "Don't you have something to say? Speak up." "Yes, that's true." Sahara. Kiri turned his head and looked at Jiraiya and Orochimaru, acting solemnly, which was considered to be the main topic. "Actually, this time, I came here with Lady Tsunade to explain some of my actions in collusion with Kirigakuer." "Hey!" They. Two people present were stunned at the same time, and immediately sorted out their moods. They just thought that these two people were coming to announce their love declaration. Sawarakiri was not surprised by their reaction. He sorted out his words and briefly described his identity as a Kirigakuer ninja and some of the tasks he had performed after coming to Konoha. Jiraiya and Orochimaru realized that this kid definitely had some little secrets during the mission in Lulin Kingdom, but when they heard him really start to talk, they were still stunned. The emotions just now were swept away, and the expressions on their faces became extremely solemn. They sat there tensely, listening to his confession quietly. Until nearly half an hour later, only then did he barely digest this huge amount of information. "Are you kidding? The strongest trump card of our village turned out to be an undercover agent from another village? And then, he surrendered?" The expressions on their faces were first shocked, then anxious, then confused, and finally there was only ecstasy like a gift from the sky. Orochimaru's eyes, which were usually calm, were actually wide open at this moment, staring straight at Sawarakiri, as if he saw some rare delicacy. It took him a while to calm down his emotions, trying to suppress the corners of his mouth as much as possible to avoid laughing suddenly, but there was still a slight tremor in his voice. "So, Kiri-kun, the moment you exposed your identity, you decided to join Konoha?" Orochimaru was also a witness to Sawarakiri's first appearance. He was also sitting in the same position at that time, but the figure behind the desk was not Jiraiya, but his beloved teacher. Just recalling the scene at that time, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel dizzy with relief and fear. If Shimura Danzo had more say at that time, and Sarutobi teacher was a little weaker, then this child might have entered the route. If they chose that route, what kind of disaster would they bring to Konoha? Just thinking of this, Orochimaru suddenly felt a little relieved that Sarutobi teacher was now lying and unable to move. "Yes. Sawara." Kiri seemed to have also remembered the situation at that time, and said with some relief, "At that time, my decision was not so firm, so after leaving the Hokage's office, I deliberately tested you. I'm really sorry." Orochimaru naturally remembered that scene. The young guy who had just started out and suddenly became famous suddenly gave him a hard job in the corridor. That was also the first moment when he became interested in the name of Saharakiri. But at this moment, after truly seeing the potential of Saharakiri, he couldn't help but hope that this kind of hard job could happen more times. Different experiences shape different people. In this era, Orochimaru, who had not yet experienced the three wars in the original world line, had not seen the weakness and powerlessness of Sarutobi teacher later, and naturally had not yet had the mood to leave. Even though it was not realistic now, he had been determined to seize the position of the fourth Hokage from a long time ago, and wanted to build a better village on the basis of Sarutobi teacher. Naturally, this wish was inherited by him who is now 30 years old. At this moment, he was so happy to see a young man like Saharakiri staying by his side that he was almost bursting with snot bubbles. It is us or the entire Konoha who should feel lucky. That's right. Even Jiraiya, who had a feeling of being cuckolded just now, couldn't help but slap the table, almost stood up from behind his desk, and said excitedly, "If a young man like you appeared in Kirigakuer, Konoha would be finished." However, after the voice fell, he realized that his words just now seemed a little inappropriate, and sat back in his original position again, laughing that, "Of course, I don't mean to belittle Kirigakuer or Kaguya, it's just ha ha ha. He didn't seem to know how to describe his current mood. Who would have thought? Originally, I thought that it was Konoha's outstanding people and good places that could continuously produce monsters of the level of Senju Hashirama and Sawara Kiri, but who knew that it was someone else who personally delivered the gift. He was not as patient as Orochimaru, and couldn't help scratching his head and apologizing, while he couldn't stop laughing, his mouth was almost grinning to the back of his head. It doesn't matter, after all, it was indeed them who personally treated me as an abandoned child. Since that day, Kirigakure has been my enemy. Sawara Kiri seemed to sigh, and his tone was quite helpless. God knows what the ninja world will become if he grows up to the 15+ system standard in the cruel Kirigakure. At the same time, this sentence is also a clear statement. Okay. Since this matter has been decided, there is no need to say more. Tsunade interrupted their emotions and spoke calmly. Compared to the two people who suddenly learned the news, she naturally seemed much more calm. At this time, Tsunade was seen holding her hands in front of her body. Her already high collar seemed to be even more proud during the weightlifting process. The tight fabric under the dark trousers fit her graceful waist and hip curves. She rested her full moon pillow on the sofa and leisurely raised one leg. Her undecorated round toes were hooked in sandals and swayed in the air. She looked completely free of the shy and nervous look just now, and looked like a calm strong woman's attitude. So, what are you going to do in the future, Kiri? Tsunade turned her head and looked in the direction of Sawara Kiri. What kind of strategy will be implemented against Kirigakure in the future depends on your attitude. In addition, what's the matter with the channel between you and Kirigakure? Because there were only 4 people present, Tsunade spoke more directly, completely putting the choice in Sawara Kiri's hands. Jiraiya and Orochimaru looked at him when they heard this. Although this trump card is now their own, they can't stand it if they always hook up with others. Sawara Kiri said calmly, now, I have mastered the card of Karagi Yagura. If nothing unexpected happens, he will become the Three Tails Jinchuriki after returning to Kirigakure. At the same time, the Kirigakure intelligence network distributed throughout Konoha is also in my hands. Some of the actual power of the entire Kirigakure is no longer owned by Kirigakure itself. My idea is to try to take down Kirigakure in a relatively gentle way of pulling and beating, and complete the process of merging villages between Kirigakure and Konoha. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. This is the first time they have heard of this, and can it really work? Immediately afterwards, Sawara Kiri gave them another big surprise. In addition, the 3 most outstanding young people of this generation of Kirigakure have now been arranged by me inside the ninja school. Try to use them as a starting point to complete the integration work. Hiss. After a long silence, Jiraiya subconsciously made a sound, staring blankly at the young man in front of him. Another undercover. Sahara Kiri laughed and said, they are indeed undercover now, but whether they will be in the future depends on how they integrate into Konoha. This should be considered a small pilot of mine. Where is the list? Orochimaru immediately grasped the key point. It's on the table. Sahara Kiri pointed to the paper on the table. Jiraiya then realized that there were already several pages of files in front of him, but he didn't have time to pay attention to them after he was visually shocked when he just entered the door. When he lowered his head, several names immediately came into his eyes. Momokai Zabuza, Hojiki Mangetsu, Mei Terumi. Below is the corresponding school list. You are really too lazy to even change it. However, after opening the files of these people, Jiraiya found that although the performance of these children in the ninja school was mediocre, the encrypted strength evaluation in the appendix at the back had already reached the level of Genin or even Chunin. Among them, this child named Mei Terumi has 2 bloodline limits at the same time. Even Jiraiya couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw this line of words. What genius! This is clearly taking down the pillars of Kirigakure's future and moving them to his own home. What are you going to do? When he saw this file, Jiraiya's expression immediately sank, staring at the young man in front of him. First, let them try to integrate into their identity as Konoha, and then in the subsequent process, continue to increase the number of special admissions to complete the transformation between enemy and friend identities. It is best to ensure that the age is between 5 and 7 years old, with a clean family, and it is best that both parents are dead, and there is no nostalgia in Kirigakure, and increase the bond, so that they can experience a whole identity transformation in Konoha. Sawara Kiri said calmly, in this way, even if some of them return to Kirigakure in the future, I am afraid they will not be able to continue to adapt to their identity relationship. What if someone defected in the middle? Orochimaru always prepares for the worst. This is inevitable. Sawara Kiri said calmly, the only question is, after they defect, will they go to Kirigakura or somewhere else? In this process, our guidance and bond cultivation are the most critical link. As for the impact on Kirigakura, I and Yagura Kuruhi will handle it. In a short while, he should be promoted to the position of the 4th Mizukage. Hearing this, everyone present fell into silence again, and looked at him with eyes like looking at a demon. What kind of undercover and counter-undercover is this? Not to mention that the person who defected is the tailed beast Jinchuriki, he is about to be promoted to Mizukage now. What can you use to guarantee Yagura Kuruhi's loyalty to you? Orochimaru was still worried. This plan was so bold that even he felt it was too radical. However, Sawarakiri's answer was quite plain and unpretentious. Strength. I told him that there are only 2 futures for Kirigakura, either I kill them to extinction in the war, or they become part of Konoha through appeasement. There is no third choice. Now, everyone present had no objection. Because Sawarakiri can really do the first point. Not only Kirigakura can't stop it, but no ninja village in the world can stop it. Violence is the sword of power. As ninjas, they understand this truth too well. After Sawarakiri's decisive statement, Orochimaru smiled lightly and said calmly, I have no problem. Does he really have those doubts before? In fact, not really. He just needs Sawarakiri's statement. Sawarakiri obviously understood this and nodded slightly at him. After this small problem was solved, the topic naturally shifted to the next one. What is the current status of the establishment of the Human Rights Survival Guarantee Institution? Tsunade turned her head and looked in the direction of Orochimaru. Since they returned from Lulin, this task has become the top priority of Konoha today. There is no other reason. Sawarakiri's safety is Konoha's top priority now. Konoha can lose countless Sunin, because there are countless newcomers, but he is definitely not the mainstay. Just like Hashirama Senju to Konoha in the past. They all saw what happened to the ninja world after the death of the first Hokage. Orochimaru picked up the teacup, took a sip, and then said, now all channels have been opened, but because it is too dangerous to build Chaldea on the border of the Land of Fire, I have planned a new chakra extraction channel, which directly extracts the dragon vein energy from Lulin into chakra through the seeds of the sacred tree, and then transmits it back to Konoha. The entire project is carried out entirely by ninjas, and the construction speed is very fast. The chakra receiving barrier in the village has also been completed. The real difficulty now is how to open up the observation route from the present to the future through the seeds of the sacred tree. The following topic has basically nothing to do with Sawarakiri, and it is completely centered around the construction of Chaldea and the near future lens. The difficulties in the middle are enough to be described as countless. However, Sawarakiri believes in Orochimaru. He is the real bug in this world. When the whole meeting was over, it was already evening. Tsunade and Sawarakiri walked out of the Hokage building side by side. Just after leaving the door, I saw Tsunade stretched out her body in a tired manner, raising her hands with great effort as if to reach the sky. From the side, her plump and graceful curves became more and more obvious. In this slightly dull summer evening, the fine sweat seemed to stick her relatively loose haori to her body, wrapping a trembling arc under the afterglow of the setting sun. As if noticing his gaze, Tsunade complained unhappily, really? It's all your fault, you little brat. I wanted to go gamble. I had a feeling that I could definitely win money this morning. Now it's all gone. Yes, yes. Sahara. Kiri responded helplessly, as compensation, I'll treat you to a drink tonight. That's right. Aren't you a very sensible kid? Tsunade casually hooked one hand on his shoulder and patted his shoulder like a good brother. The two strolled on the evening street. With the end of the war, merchants from all walks of life returned to Konoha village. The streets and alleys were full of lively shouts, and pedestrians came and went. The students from the ninja school who had just finished school jumped and jumped from the streets and eaves from time to time, accompanied by a series of fighting sounds. Everything I saw was so plain and vulgarly prosperous. Tsunade turned her head and looked at the young man beside her who was already a head taller than her. She suddenly felt a little emotional. If there was no fog, what would Konoha be like now? The third Raikage who became the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, the third Kazekage who was ready to fight to the death, stared at Onoki behind Konoha like a jackal. Can they really win the Second Ninja World War? Can the ordinary scene in front of me still remain in this village left by my grandfather? When people are free, they like to fantasize. This kind of thought has a traceable and unrestrained idea, but it always appears in their minds in an inadvertent form. Even Tsunade is not immune to this. Almost subconsciously, she remembered that after the battle with the third Raikage, she was lying on the ground because of hemophobia, and she looked so useless. And the boy who appeared in front of her like a savior. It was just like a fairy tale with a little sense of illusion. But he was right in front of him. Woo! I'm here. Tsunade hooked his shoulder and said absent-mindedly, what kind of place is Konoha to you? Sahara. Kiri did not resist her little action. After all, the touch of Tuan Tuan against his body was soft and warm. He thought about it and said as a matter of course, it's the place that accepted me when I had nowhere to go. Yes. Tsunade said softly, but a new worry inexplicably arose. But you are different now, right? The new god of the ninja world, a strong man who no one can stop, even if placed in the entire ninja world, he is undoubtedly the best in the world, no matter where he goes. Is there anything else in this village that can hold you back? This worry is not groundless. The invincible grandfather, as well as his clansmen and family who stayed here, that is an inseparable blood and emotion. But what does Sahara Kiri have? It has only been 2 years since he emerged, but he has already defeated all the enemies in the world. She knows how long the future will be. The 20-year-old self and the 30-year-old self are two completely different people. Even she, the princess of Konoha, can't help but feel the urge to leave when she suffers from hemophobia and is hit by many blades from behind. What about Sawara Kiri? Tsunade knew very well that it was not Sawara Kiri who needed Konoha, but Konoha that needed Sawara Kiri. However, when she heard her slightly hesitant voice, Sawara Kiri suddenly stopped. The setting sun fell, and the night gradually engulfed the sky. Only the lights and noise on the street remained. The afterglow from the lanterns on the side shops illuminated the cheeks of the two. Tsunade also stopped and turned to look at him. Yes. Tsunade looked at him, and it seemed that a delicate string hidden in the deepest part of her heart was plucked. Sawara Kiri met Tsunade's gaze, staring at her cheek, and her voice was still as calm and firm as at the beginning. Because there are Tsunade and them in this village. Wah! La! The night sky was filled with flashing fireworks, lighting up a bright color in the depths of darkness. Tsunade looked at him with a calm expression that was completely different from her usual expression, and suddenly fell silent. Until the fireworks at the top of the night sky fell, and the light and shadow outlined the last line of brightness behind her, a casual smile slowly appeared on her soft cheeks, and her voice was barely audible. Brat. Chapter 170. Do you want to be a Hokage? 5K, Takigakure Village, Takigakure Office. Unlike the other large ninja villages that control the military power of a country, in small villages like Takigakure, the Kage is mostly called the leader in front of the ninjas of the 5 major countries outside. However, if they have some strength like Amegakure or Takigakure, or even Kyuzagakure, then naturally not many people will come to meddle in their affairs no matter what they call themselves in the village. However, the person sitting in this office at this time is a girl who looks like she is only 28 years old. Uchiha Hikaru sat at her desk, her white feet tapping under the desk. The light and shadow outside the window outlined the girl's delicate and slender cherry pink toes, which were curled up one by one. When she looked down at the paper on the desk, she looked obviously worried. As the ultimate weapon of the Uchiha in the past, she naturally did not receive much education, and even in most cases, it was difficult for her to get in touch with information from the outside world. Even basic courses such as history and numbers were supplemented when she was under Uchiha Madara. It was really difficult for her to handle the government affairs of a village. However, if it was just this small problem, it would be easy to say. What made her most embarrassed was the problem facing the village now. There was a lack of money. No matter which regime it was, the problems it faced at the beginning were always so simple and unpretentious. In the past year, although Takigakure did not participate in the wars between the major powers due to its geographical advantages, the military strength of Takigakure village has increased significantly due to her misbehavior during this period and her continuous recruitment of talents from the ninja world to gather various rebellious ninjas and wandering ninjas. Naturally, her total amount of chakra has also been continuously advancing, and has increased a lot compared to when she was first released. However, with more people, the problem of food must be solved. Ninjas, apart from killing, are basically not good at anything else, at least in her simple cognition. Therefore, during this period, she has relied on absolute methods to continuously gather customers from the territory outside Takigakure village, increase the total amount of tasks in the village, and even fought with Uegakure village because of this. However, the method of increasing revenue and reducing expenditure can only work for a while. The war is over. Where in the world are there so many tasks to do? As for the bandits in the mountains, even if she was willing to send people to kill them, those people were just ordinary people who were too poor to survive. No one would pay them. He naturally felt sad. Just as Uchiha Guang was feeling sad, there was a slight sound of footsteps outside the office, followed by a knock on the door. Master Takikage. Ahem, come in. Uchiha Guang adjusted his sitting posture, put his hands on the table, tried his best to look mature and reliable, and spoke calmly. The female secretary outside the door came in with a pile of documents, and she didn't stop talking to Kikage-sama. The Anbu said that they caught another Uegakure spy and are still interrogating him. I wonder, again. Uchiha Hikaru was startled when he heard this, and his expression became more serious. Handle it as usual, Check the intelligence network behind, and kill him if you can't get anything out of him. They so-called Kage can actually only manage the trivial matters in the village. Occasionally catching a spy is a big problem, but there are only a few times in total. She memorized these words even if she recited them. The only headache is that the previous battles should have made Uegaku discover some problems. The recent spying has caused people to be annoyed, making Uchiha Hikaru even want to go to Uegaku regardless of his current identities. Of course, this is just a momentary impulse. For the final carving moon reading, things need to be considered in the long run. Yes. The female secretary put down the documents in her hand and replied, in addition, there is the latest report on the village's industry. Uchiha Guang's expression suddenly collapsed. She simply avoided these things and had no idea how to solve them. In the past, she could only rely on Zetsu to give her advice. As a result, this guy, whom she had wanted to kill after Madara died, was kept alive until now. However, she had to listen even if she didn't want to. Anyway, Takigakure is now her chakra warehouse. If it collapses due to poor management, she will be the one who suffers the most. Obviously, the problem that Uchiha Hikari is facing now is almost the same as the situation after Nagato and others took control of Yugakure. The only difference is that she doesn't have so many Kage-level helpers now. Just as she was listening with one ear in and one ear out, her expression suddenly straightened and she suddenly raised her hand. Tachibana. Really? You? Go out first, there are guests coming. They. Female secretary called Tachibana was startled when she heard the words and looked at her in confusion. However, she saw that Uchiha Hikari looked solemn, and then he nodded slightly and walked out of the office door quickly. Swoosh. Almost. At the moment when the female secretary walked out of the door, a dark figure suddenly appeared in the center of the office, with a pair of green eyes, silently looking at Uchiha Hikari behind the desk. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, several Takigakure Enbu appeared around him at the same time, and surrounded him in the center with a combined force. Uchiha Hikari walked out from behind the desk, his eyes turned scarlet unconsciously, and looked at him coldly. Who are you? Then, the figure opposite saluted leisurely, as if he didn't take the surrounding Enbu seriously at all. It seems that the rumors are true. Takigakure. Village has been held in the hands of a girl from Uchiha. But, at this age, it's really amazing. Uchiha. Hikari's expression became serious, and a bit of murderous intent was faintly revealed. Just looking at the total amount of chakra of this guy, he seems to be a good master. Since you are here, don't think about leaving. If you have nothing else to do, then stay here. The figure opposite shook his head slightly. Please understand, Master Taki Kage, I came here to help you this time and brought you a piece of information that may be very important to you. As he spoke, he took off the hood on his head, revealing a face half covered by a mask. Several ANBU members present recognized his identity at a glance and said in astonishment, Kakuzu. What? The moment they heard this name, everyone present was shocked and quickly added his identity. Is he the long-lived ninja who was offered a bounty of 100 million taels by Konoha and is still increasing? I heard that he once used an electric self-defense stick to leave an indelible scar on the first generation of Hokage of Konoha. Not only that, his blood seems to have the ability to increase people's lifespan. The bounty underground is almost piled up to 400 million taels, but he has not been caught until now. Not only that, I heard that he escaped from the hands of Mr. Sawara of Konoha alive, and left a half-meter-long purple mood in Konoha before leaving. It is said that it is his exclusive weapon. It is said that Konoha even secretly issued a kill order for him in the ninja world. Only dead people are wanted, not alive. He seems to be a traitor of our Takigakure. Just a name can bring out so much information in one breath. Even Uchiha Guang can't help but look up to the man in front of him. When she was released, Konoha started to fight Sand Village, and didn't know there was such a person. However, when Kakuzu heard this series of additional content, his face almost couldn't hold it. Damn it! Who added so many rumors to me? If not for this, I don't know how happy I am to hunt bounty criminals and count money every day. How could I fall into this situation now? Shut up! Those are all rumors. Kakuzu roared without holding back. The office suddenly became quiet, and everyone stared at him, as if they were looking for the next purple mood he might pull out from somewhere. Ahem. Uchiha. Hikaru coughed twice, and although her wandering eyes could not help but scan him, she still brought the topic to the point and said solemnly, news. Are you going to cooperate with Takigakure? Kakuzu took a deep breath, and then suppressed his anger, and reluctantly said, it's not me, but the organization I belong to, and we hope to cooperate with you. What? Cooperation? Uchiha Hikaru frowned. She was not willing to cooperate with such a guy who came from an unknown source. However, Kakuzu answered the question irrelevantly. According to our investigation, Konoha has recently annexed Lilin and obtained a treasure from it. Now a giant base is being built around it. I wonder if Lord Takikage has heard anything about it. I have heard a little bit. Is this your news? Uchiha. Hikaru was obviously a little impatient and was obviously ready to take action. Kakuzu was still calm. The name of the treasure is called, the seed of the sacred tree. They. Girl raised her eyebrows. Seeds, what use can that be? However, Kakuzu's next sentence made her look shocked. So the so-called sacred tree is the original source of all chakras. As long as you have this thing, you can rely on the energy of the dragon veins to continuously produce chakras. Looking at Uchiha Hikaru's stunned expression, Kakuzu finally smiled slowly under his mask. I guess Lord Takikage should be interested in this thing, right? When Saharakiri carried the drunk Tsunade back to the Senju residence, it was already late at night. Tsunade was drunk and her face was red. One arm was loosely entangled on his shoulder and he held her up. She was talking nonsense and yelling to him while walking. Occasionally, she touched him with a smile. It was unknown what she was looking for. She was a very bad drinker. Saharakiri chatted with her casually while carrying her body into the house. Her steps were extremely heavy. However, looking down from his angle, he could immediately see a deep abyss that was usually hidden under the loose feather weave and weighed heavily on the trembling collar, so that it was cut open. As a standard gentleman, Saharakiri disdained to take advantage of a woman when she was not sober. But his eyes were disobedient. Is this the so-called gravity? Saharakiri thought to himself. Missed. Just as he tried his best to raise his head, trying to disturb his various fanciful and entangled thoughts, he heard a shout suddenly from the room. Saharakiri immediately straightened his body, and even Tsunade, who was carried on his body, almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Then, a burst of brisk footsteps came from the room. Sawarayuki ran to his side quickly, wearing only a cloak, and obviously pajamas underneath. It was so late, and it was indeed time for the children to go to bed. However, Yuki had just run to them and saw Tsunade looking drunk and unconscious. She immediately put on a little housekeeper's posture and said dissatisfiedly, "Really, why are you going home at this time? I thought you had another urgent task. And Tsunade-sama, why are you so drunk? Did you go to the market to drink again?" Tsunade heard someone calling her name, staggered up her head, saw Yuki standing in front of her with her hands on her hips, and immediately grinned like an old uncle, and came closer. "What, is it Yuki? You've grown so big, let me kiss you." "No, it stinks. Miss." Yuki slapped Tsunade's hand that was bent in front of her little hill, and said with a stern mother's look, "Next time you drink so much, just sleep outside." And woo. They. Girl turned her head and looked at him sternly. Sawara Wu immediately raised his hands and saluted the National Army, indicating surrender. Miss Yuki scanned him for a long time, and then sniffed him closely, and found that there was indeed no smell of alcohol in his mouth, so she was slightly relieved. Wu can't learn from Tsunade-sama in the future. Then you will become a useless person. Yes, yes. Sahara. Kiri accepted the criticism honestly. Seeing him admit defeat, Miss Suiwai was relieved, and then said, "Have you eaten dinner? I left a midnight snack for you in the kitchen. It may be a little cold now. I will send Tsunade-sama to take a bath and then heat it up. You can't sleep like this, and the quilt will smell." Hearing this, Saharakiri smiled and touched her stomach. "Indeed, Tsunade-sama started to overturn the table after drinking, so I didn't even have a few bites before it was all over. Fortunately, she has money in her pocket. You should try to persuade her. You know Tsunade-sama's temper." They. Brother and sister muttered about family matters and helped the drunk Tsunade into the room. A while passed. When Tsunade woke up, her body was already soaked in warm water. The alcohol she had drunk all night had mostly dissipated in the warm touch. Only her cheeks were still red. It was unclear whether it was the residual drunkenness or the warm water vapor in the bathroom. Some vague memories were also mostly restored under the stimulation of the water vapor. She first looked at her fair body soaked in warm water, and then subconsciously glanced at the familiar family bathroom furnishings around her, as well as the dark night outside the blurry window. In her head, which was still slightly painful, she suddenly broke into the memory fragments related to Sawarakiri. Wah! La. Almost subconsciously, Tsunade hugged her body fiercely, squeezing her body into an impressive arc in the misty water vapor, and splashing a large amount of water when she waved her arms. Her whole cheeks seemed to be tense. The hot redness kept crawling up her body and along the pumping heart to her face. What's going on? Did you drink so much today? Could it be that the brat Saharakiri has succeeded? Until she seemed to remember something, Tsunade reached out her hand under the water again, and touched something, and then she slowly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems not yet. However, she lowered her head again and looked at her fair body, her face suddenly a little embarrassed. Who took off the clothes? Perhaps he heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom, and heard the familiar voice of Sahara Kiri. Outside the door. He seemed to have predicted the future and said, Tsunade-sama, are you awake? After Shuihui changes your clothes, let me help keep an eye on you for a while to prevent you from accidentally drowning in the bathtub. Dead. After hearing his voice, Tsunade, who was embarrassed and at a loss just now, seemed to relax the urgency in her heart and secretly let out a breath. Yes, although this stinky kid is a bitch, he is not the kind of guy who will take advantage of others. After Tsunade figured this out, she seemed to relax, leaning her back against the pool wall, but habitually put on the posture of an old driver, and said through the bathroom door, what a pity, I thought I would wake up in the bed of the hotel. Woo, it turns out to be just a kid. Sahara Wu's voice seemed to hesitate for a few seconds, as if asking, then I go in now. Humph. Tsunade sneered, what are you doing in now? Rub my back. You can do something else, Shuihui is already asleep. Tisk, there is only one chance. Even though she said this, Tsunade subconsciously lay down in the warm water, trying to bury her entire body except her head in the mist. The hypocritical look was almost at the door. Alas! Sawara! Kiri still showed a regretful expression inside. Tsunade's habit of teasing boys can't be changed. Even without the six eyes observation, Sahara Kiri knew what was going on inside. She was just a bit tough. If she really woke up in the hotel bed the next day, she would probably tear him apart and eat him with soy sauce. What time is it now? About 1 or 2 o'clock, Tsunade-sama, you have to go to the second one after drinking, and you almost smashed their signboard. Hearing this, Tsunade's expression was embarrassed, and her calves under the water stretched out apart, kicking a misty splash on the water surface like an angry person, and no one knew who she wanted to kick. Stinky brat. As she spoke, she scooped up a glass of water and gently rubbed it on her face twice, as if she had finally washed away the drunkenness. However, she had no intention of driving away the little guy who was watching at the door. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with having him outside. She said casually, you are so young and don't learn well. Be careful that you will become a guy like Jiraiya in the future. As everyone knows, Jiraiya is a Konoha-specific adjective for shiki. Who knows? Sahara Kiri was not very disgusted. In another 10 or 20 years, it seems that there is nothing wrong with just becoming a Sahara version of Jiraiya. When people reach middle age, it is better to be energetic than to give up everything. Then Konoha will be finished. Tsunade said unhappily. Then what does Tsunade-sama want me to become? Sahara Kiri's voice came from outside the door. Tsunade was startled when she heard the words, looking at the young man behind the door, her eyes were inexplicably absent-minded, and I don't know what she was thinking. After a long time without getting an answer, Sahara Kiri asked again, what will Tsunade-sama become? Splash. Another splash of water sounded, accompanied by Tsunade's unpleasant voice, mind so much, little brat. I will still look like this even if I live another 50 years. This woman probably thought Sahara Kiri was talking about her getting old, or she was particularly sensitive to topics like this. Puff. Sahara. Kiri's laughter came from outside. It made Tsunade in the water even more angry, and she wanted to run out and punch him right now. After a few seconds of silence, Sahara Kiri's gentle voice came from outside the door. I mean, since the third generation fell into a coma, the position of Hokage has been vacant for a long time. Although the whole group is in charge now, it is a wartime system after all, and someone will take over this position sooner or later. Tsunade-sama, do you want to become the fourth generation Hokage? Hearing this, Tsunade, who was immersed in the water, could not help but remain silent. For a moment, it seemed that many thoughts entered her mind, causing incoherent fragments to flash through her mind, and it seemed that she was not thinking about anything, just a person in a daze. Hokage, it has been less than a year since this title disappeared from the public's view, but Tsunade seemed to have not heard anyone mention it for a long time. Her mood also became a little inexplicable. Can she really be a good Hokage? Tsunade turned her head and looked at the young man across the door, wondering what she was thinking. Splash. After a long silence, there was another sound of water inside the door. Tsunade-sama. Sahara. Kiri turned her head in confusion. Then, Tsunade, wrapped in a bath towel, with her long, wet light golden hair draped over her, walked out carelessly, not paying any attention to the young man's puzzled look. She just walked past him in the trembling bath towel and said casually, do you have any midnight snacks at home? I'm hungry. I'm still a little thirsty, just drink 2 more cups. Sahara. Kiri immediately showed a helpless expression and reminded Tsunade-sama, you will be scolded by Yuki tomorrow. Who cares? Chapter 171 Kill Her, 5K. It is not a secret in the entire ninja world that Konoha annexed Lilin and began to build a special building on a large scale in the village. However, Sahara Kiri is gradually gaining control of Konoha. After suppressing the major ninja clans, there were so many things that were done and so many reforms that most people did not regard this matter as a big problem at the beginning. At most, villages like Iwagakure or Kumagakure that still retained some strength continued to make some small moves under the table. These things are inevitable. For this reason, both Sawarakiri and Orochimaru set up many checkpoints around the building of the Human Rights Continuation Guarantee Agency and even set up multiple barriers to prevent information leakage. In fact, the effect of these measures is also very good. Even if Onoki's side inquired from many parties and joined forces with Kumagakure and Sand Village to invade, no information related to the seed of the Divine Tree has been leaked so far. Unfortunately, there are always some people in this world who cannot be inferred by common sense. For example, is Heike Otsutsuki, who personally nurtured the seed of the Divine Tree in the center of the dragon vein. The reason why he did not take action is entirely because it is not the time for him to appear. He had waited for 1,000 years. So even if there was an abnormality like Sawarakiri, it was nothing to worry about. However, the impact of this information on Uchiha Hikaru was far greater than he had imagined. Swoosh outside the gate of Konoha village, the subtle sound of the wind was drowned in the rustling sound of the forest. The Konoha ninja on guard seemed to have noticed something strange, and poked his head in the direction of the sound in confusion, but only saw a shadow swallowed up by the night. Is there a beast passing by? He thought so in his heart. Nohara. As if he had noticed his little movement, the captain of the patrol team near the gate turned his head towards him and asked with a frown. No, nothing. Maybe I heard it wrong. After receiving the reply from the familiar voice, the patrol captain was slightly relieved and continued to patrol on the city wall. Since the village began to reform the assessment, not only did they update the original barrier outside the village, but they also set different assessment performance requirements for their teams. Although their wages were slightly raised, the requirements for completing patrol tasks were also much higher, so that these guys who usually became lazy at night had to be more alert. Of course, after their execution efficiency improved, Konoha's various long-standing problems such as public security and espionage also decreased a lot, which is also the foundation for Konoha to gradually prosper in recent times. After this patrol, we will change shifts, so please be alert. If you are caught by Lord Orochimaru's assessment team for deserting, don't blame me for not pleading for you. Yes. They patrol team members responded one after another, rubbed their cheeks, and continued to patrol. Until their figures gradually disappeared into the night. In the jungle, a slender figure finally emerged from behind a giant tree. Looking at the backs of the patrol team members from afar are the Konoha ninjas who are only responsible for the outer sentry posts. So qualified? It seems that the man is indeed much better than me in this respect. The fair skin on Uchiha Guang's cheeks was slightly reflective under the moonlight after the dark clouds gradually dispersed, and she felt a lot in her heart. The name of Sawarakiri has long been spread throughout the ninja world. Even though she lived in a remote corner, Uchiha Guang had heard of his name more than once or twice. After she had taken charge of the power of a village, she realized how difficult it was to make every ninja obey her orders. However, it is a pity the next patrol team will be here soon, and you only have 20 seconds. Next, follow the route I planned for you. Shoes. Figure popped out from the trunk of the giant tree beside him without any warning, as if he could glimpse into all materials. Uchiha Guang was not surprised by this. Yet, after getting her response, Ju's figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and then sank into the depths of the soil like diving. In just a moment, the giant barrier that originally stood outside the entire Konoha city wall and covered the entire village like a skynet was pulled open little by little to open a gap that only allowed one person to pass through. Uchiha Guang seized the space before the next patrol team arrived, and her figure disappeared like a shadow, and probed into the interior of Konoha without any warning. After Uchiha Madara's teachings and the recent training, she has gradually been able to master this chakra that was deprived from other people. After adapting to this, it was not only her pupil power that was greatly improved, but also her various physical and ninjutsu skills. For Uchiha Hikaru, chakra was far more important than she had initially imagined. At the same time, it was precisely because she understood this that she threw off all the burdens and sneaked into Konoha alone. From the time she received the information about the seed of the divine tree from the so-called Kara organization to now, the whole process was only 10 days. However, even Uchiha Hikaru herself could not tell whether she came here because she wanted to seize the source of chakra that she didn't know whether it really existed, or to meet Sawarakiri. Fortunately, This chaotic thought did not disturb her rationality. Her footsteps quickly passed through the dark streets and eaves. Under the guidance of Ju, she easily avoided the obstacles along the way. And sentry posts distributed everywhere. Wow! The figure stopped at the top of a 10-story restaurant. Uchiha Hikari looked forward. The area under her feet was the Konoha new city, which had just been completed recently and was still expanding to the periphery. Tall buildings rose from the ground and stood on the ground like mountain pillars. The lights lit after moving in could be seen in the scattered windows. When looking towards the old city, the streets were still brightly lit even in the middle of the night, spreading across the land of Konoha like a shining river. It seemed that a little noise coming from the street market could be heard. The vendors shouted, the gamblers were noisy, the street performances, and the wine market was full of wine. Compared to the Takigakure village, which was completely hidden under the waterfall and the cave, this place seemed more like a world where emotions and desires were intertwined. Uchiha Hikaru stood on the edge of the rooftop, his loose black coat and slightly messy long hair were blown by the wind, as if he was slightly touched. The girl suddenly asked Zato. Sir. Zato's figure emerged from the concrete floor of the rooftop. Uchiha Hikaru looked at the streets in the distance. If the world is peaceful, will everywhere become like here? Of course, Master Hikaru. Zato's face still had that stiff and annoying smile. At least Uchiha Hikaru hated this face, but his voice was very steady. As long as you can implement Master Madara's plan, everyone in the world can live their ideal life. Hearing this, Uchiha Hikaru snorted in dissatisfaction. However, this guy is still useful now, and cannot be killed for the time being, so naturally he can only suppress this dissatisfaction. Continuing to look further into the night, we saw a building area with a large area at the edge of the old city, which was blocked by heavy earth walls. Looking from top to bottom, we could vaguely see the circular foundation surrounded by earth walls in the center. That is the place where the seed of the sacred tree is sealed as mentioned by the Kara organization, right? Uchiha Hikaru thought, and his dark eyes turned scarlet inadvertently. Lead the way. Follow your orders. They. Next moment, two figures disappeared abruptly. If there is anyone in the entire Konoha village who values the Humanity Continuation Guarantee Agency project the most, it must be Orochimaru. Not only for the accumulation generated in the process of studying time and space escape techniques, but also to obtain more information he doesn't know from this building that can penetrate the future. In order to satisfy his curiosity, Orochimaru can be said to have spared no effort when doing things. Recently, he even ate and lived in this unfinished construction site, guarding the inconspicuous seed sealed in the incubator, which looked like a stone. However, today, when he was still flipping through the scrolls left by the second generation and studying the characteristics of time and space escape techniques, there were suddenly several subtle noises outside the door. Dressed in a white coat, Orochimaru, after undergoing his own transformation, has a far better hearing and sense of smell than ordinary people. Almost at the moment the sound came, he put down the top secret scroll in his hand and walked towards the direction of the sound. Uchiha Hikaru's speed is quite fast, and it is indeed concealed enough. However, no matter how concealed, it is impossible to completely avoid the 4 teams of Anbu guarding around this small barrier. Among them, with a luxurious configuration, there are 2 Hyuga ninjas and 1 Aberame ninja. Almost at the moment when her figure approached within 100 meters, her figure was exposed in the chakra vision of the Byakugan. Enemy. Attack. The moment he noticed something unusual, the Hyuga ninja, who had already opened his Byakugan, suddenly shouted. In an instant, the 4 teams of Konoha Anbu surrounding the construction site rushed out at the same time. Different from the previous 3 generations of Hokage, who selected people from the middle and lower levels to join the Anbu in the form of selecting people based on loyalty. After the village-wide reform, the current Anbu all have rigid strength requirements, and after the first term of the ninja high school, they are all given targeted teaching and training by various elderly jonin, and the worst have the strength of a special jonin, and at the same time, they are also trained with the cooperation of the Anbu team. At this time, when many people rushed out in a team, even Uchiha Hikaru was a little surprised at their strength. However, it was just surprise. Bang! The violent wind blew down under the fists and feet. The Anbu ninja, who was obviously a physical ninja in the sky, was extremely fast. He rushed to Uchiha Guang like an ink line in the air. At the same time, a Nara ninja behind him had completed the shadow binding seal. However, facing the simultaneous attack of the 2, Uchiha Guang just glanced at them. The next moment, the seemingly slender figure suddenly crashed out like a chariot. Plop! The heavy elbow strike, with the blessing of super high inertia, burst out like the explosive force broke the attack of the Anbu above her head in just a fraction of a second. Her entire elbow seemed to sink into the opponent's chest, making a hollow sound like a balloon being punctured, causing the tall body to fly back at a faster speed than when it came. Using the force of the collision between the 2 sides, before the shadow on the ground under her feet could wrap around her body, Uchiha Hikari had already turned her body, and her slender white legs were spinning in the air, like a big axe, slamming into the shoulder of the Nara ninja behind her, making a crisp crack sound of bone fracture. As soon as she landed, the scarlet eyes in the depths of her eye sockets were already spinning like a windmill, quickly sweeping over the surrounding Anbu ninjas, and all the movements seemed to be slowed down countless times in her eyes. Pause. Soon as her feet stepped on the ground, her figure was already reflected. Puff, puff, puff. A series of shurikens and kunai were nailed at the place where she had just landed, but it was still a step slower. Stop! Her! Fire flares! They! Captain of the Anbu Jonin had just shouted when the ghost-like figure had already pounced in front of him, with a figure so fast that it was outrageous. However, with his observation ability, he still caught the key point. The scarlet eyes kept rotating. Is this Sharingan? Just before he realized this, his brain was suddenly occupied by the swarming pupil power and he lost consciousness instantly. At the same time, a subtle trace of horn windmill chakra appeared on his neck. Plop! He fell to the ground without any resistance. Sharingan! Get out of her sight! However, the Hyuga ninja who was still supporting on the periphery shouted first. The many Anbu present were all startled when they heard this, and looked at the slender figure in astonishment. Uchiha Hikari didn't care about the little thing of her identity being exposed at all, or rather, if she could put the blame on Uchiha, she might be happier, and rushed directly into the building in front of her that had already been built for several floors. The many Anbu had no time to worry about these little things, and the figures that followed in were faster than one another. Soon, there was a fierce sound of metal clashing between the unfinished buildings. It's a pity that Uchiha Hikari is no longer the same as before. The increase in chakra brings an improvement in all aspects. With just a kunai, the girl rushed up as if she was passing through an unmanned area, and with physical skills alone, she solved the dozens of Anbu ninjas who were blocking her way and were considered to be superior in the entire ninja world. However, just as she was about to rush down, Uchiha Hikaru suddenly paused and dodged to the side. The next second, a group of snakes flew out like raindrops and passed by the direction where she had just stood. The stench of poison gas could be faintly smelled in the air. In the darkness, Orochimaru slowly stepped out and looked at the girl in front of him with an indifferent expression. Uchiha's child. There shouldn't be such an outstanding talent as you among the students of this generation. Tisk. Uchiha Hikaru had no interest in communicating with him at all. The guy in front of him was obviously not an easy character to deal with. In that case, buzz. They. Three black megatama in the scarlet eyes suddenly turned into a wheel, turning into a spinning horn windmill. At the same time, the dark red bone structure, accompanied by a huge amount of chakra, continuously gushed out from the girl's body. The huge body even flattened and collapsed the surrounding unbuilt buildings. The moment he saw these eyes, Orochimaru, who had just looked like he had won, suddenly lost his composure. Is this Susanoo? Orochimaru said in astonishment. Since the last battle with Uchiha Madara, how could he forget this stunt? Almost at the moment he had time to make a sound. Uchiha Hikaru had already mercilessly controlled the huge bone Susanoo, and smashed down an arm in the direction of Orochimaru. Even though it was only the first stage of Susanoo, it also exploded with extremely amazing power under the blessing of a huge amount of chakra. Facing this attack, even Orochimaru did not dare to take it head on. His body suddenly turned into countless snake streams at the moment his arm fell, and scattered in all directions. Uchiha Hikaru had no intention of fighting with him. She knew very well that if she delayed a little longer, he would definitely be able to arrive at her speed. Now she was racing against time. The giant Susanoo was always kept open, and Uchiha Hikaru was like a chariot, rushing towards the lower position regardless of anything, smashing everything in front of it. Until the end, she finally saw the iron door. The girl suddenly broke away from the range of Susanoo and stretched out her arm to touch the door. However, at this moment, God of fire Kagura round dance. They blazing flames, like a stream of light, penetrated a distance of dozens of meters, penetrated the ground above with lightning speed, and fell directly towards the distance between the girl and the iron door. The flames that burst out in an instant seemed to engulf the woman in front of her and the iron door together. Boom! The blast of air sounded like it was so strong that it could penetrate the eardrums, causing Uchiha Guang to take a few steps back. Then, he had time to look at the figure in front of him. Is it you? X2 moment the two girls stood still, they said in unison. However, the emotions revealed in their gazes seemed to be more intense than the fire under their feet. Uchiha Yayoi stared at the woman in front of him, and his mind almost subconsciously recalled the scene when they first met. If it weren't for her, it would be unknown when the third Megatama would appear. Miss Yayoi thought silently in her heart, and her fingers holding the ninja sword tightened a few points inadvertently. Uchiha Guang frowned. If I remember correctly, This should be the woman who released her before and followed behind the mist, right? Just thinking of this impression, Uchiha Guang couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and there was a faint irritable emotion that he couldn't help but express. Yayoi, do you know this woman? Orochimaru's figure was merged by countless snakes, standing far behind with a frown. However, the two Uchiha girls in front of him ignored him. As the three Megatama and the corner windmill stared at each other, the fierce fighting spirit seemed to completely engulf the small underground space. Kill her. This thought came to their minds at the same time. Then, a sharp sound of metal clashing suddenly broke out from the depths of the dark space. Chapter 172 Tiandianu, 5K, Clang. They ninja sword and kunao collided, making a crisp sound of metal clashing. Yayoi and Hikari almost put all their weight on the sharp blade in front of them. They had only met once, but at the moment of meeting, they suddenly burst out with hatred stronger than that of generations of enemies. The fierce Yintun chakras seemed to overflow from their scarlet eyes and spread to the surroundings, making the surrounding atmosphere seem to stagnate for a moment. Just by watching the two fighting from a distance, Orochimaru knew that he would probably not be able to join this battle. Zhang. They huge force from the blade in his hand made Uchiha Yayoi seem to be carrying a mountain with his ninja sword. It was difficult to support the confrontation for just a moment. The blade in his hand tilted to the side, and the kunao that was in a stalemate was immediately swung to the side along the inertia of the confrontation. At the same time, the blade in Yayoi's hand tilted upward, and the tip of the blade pointed directly at Uchiha Hikari's cheek. The tip of the blade made a sharp sound in the air, but all these movements seemed so slow when reflected in the pair of Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Hikaru's body moved to the left, and the kunao that fell by inertia also slashed forward, hitting the blade of the ninja sword with a loud clang sound. Then she exerted force under her feet, and the tight calf muscles pushed the girl's slender figure to crash into Uchiha Yayoi. At the same time, her other hand had already twisted out several shurikens from the ninja tool bag on her waist. Yayoi's physical skills have been trained hard in the past few years, and with the blessing of the Sharingan, she has already surpassed ordinary Jonin by a lot. Almost the moment the woman rushed out, she saw through the other party's intentions and various small movements. At the same time as the ninja sword missed, she suddenly exerted force under her feet and jumped into the air, and took out several shurikens from the ninja tool bag almost synchronously. At the same moment, several dark shadows shot out in the air at an extremely fast speed. The two sides even pointed the same direction of the shuriken, shooting at each other's heart, throat, and eyes. Ding! Ding ding! As a result, almost all of the shurikens shot out simultaneously collided in the air, sparking a series of sparks and bursting with a fine and piercing tearing sound in the air. When the shurikens fell to the ground, several of them were even intertwined like inlays. Uchiha Yayoi jumped into the air at an astonishing speed, without even a moment's pause, stepped on the ceiling of the underground secret room with both feet, and shot out in the direction of the light. The ninja sword in his hand was unconsciously covered with a layer of scarlet fireworks. They God of Fire Kagura train. As her body rolled, the girl's slender body, pulled by the core force, swept out a ball of fire wheel that fell straight down, and the strength in her hands was several times greater than usual due to inertia and the increase during the roll. What's more, there was the raging fire attached to the blade. Just by looking at it, Uchiha Guang knew that this attack could not be resisted. But the inexplicably roaring Yintun chakra kept stimulating her emotions, as if she had to compete with the Uchiha woman in front of her who always accompanied that guy in this regard. Almost without time to think, while throwing the kunao in her hand, the other one had already been pulled out from the side of the thigh, and she held it upside down with both hands and chopped it down in the direction of the blade. The kunao that flew into the air had no resistance at all. In front of the flaming blade, it was easily split into two pieces like a hot knife cutting butter. Even though the kunao in Uchiha Hikaru's hand had been blessed with abundant wind chakra cutting power, the moment the flaming sword fell, it still broke through the chakra barrier and cut more than half of it. However, even so, Uchiha Hikaru's handsome face still showed chagrin triumphantly. Sure enough, you are only this good. Yayoi had never expected that her full-strength sword would be blocked by the opponent in this way. When the opponent spoke, she was even stunned for a moment. In just this moment of distraction, Uchiha Guang had already risen from the ground, stepped on the gap between Yayoi's feet, turned around with the power of the waist, and kicked out with a powerful side kick. It hit the abdomen. Bang! A very dull sound came from the girl's feet. Under this violent force, Uchiha Yayoi flew like a black shadow, breaking through the wall and crashing directly into the underground secret room behind him. When I rushed into this secret room, I found that the area here was many times larger than it looked from the outside. Various instruments that I didn't know what they were doing were still running under the support of backup power, illuminating the interior of the building. Lights were lit on the ceiling, illuminating the broken gap in the wall. In the center of the entire secret room, there was a seed sealed inside by a small barrier. However, Uchiha Guang didn't know what was wrong with him. Even after seeing his target, he didn't rush to grab it. Instead, he slowly walked towards Uchiha Yayoi, who fell to the side and knocked down many instruments. He even had a sense of pride, like showing off his power. He looked down at the girl opposite with a cold tone. Whether it's Uchiha or you always like to get in the way. It's a pity that with your eyes, you can't do anything. Uchiha. Guang stood at the door, blocking all of Yaoi's retreats, and looked at her quietly with his windmill-shaped eyes. In the vision of the Sharingan, he could even clearly see the black mist faintly emanating from Uchiha when his emotions reached a certain extreme. That was the true portrayal of the extreme yin release chakra in the vision of the Sharingan. However, Yayoi suddenly sat up. Between her waist and abdomen, her hands had already formed a seal. Uchiha Hikaru's expression could not help but stagnate. The next moment, the earth suddenly surged like flowing water. Earth. Escape technique, earthquake core. The soil that suddenly rose from the ground was like supporting a pillar of heaven. While delaying the enemy with violent vibrations and a sense of shattering, it also included the entire ground under Uchiha Hikaru's feet. The entire ground rose from the ground and actually pushed against the dense ceiling at the top of the secret room, and pushed Uchiha Hikaru to the ground together. Boom! Boom boom! The Anbu who were collecting their companions outside realized that something was wrong the moment they sensed the vibration under their feet, and they scattered around. Then, a bulge suddenly appeared on the flat ground of the construction site, and then it immediately broke apart, supporting a figure shrouded in Susanoo. Uchiha Hikaru looked surprised and suspicious, but before she could react, she saw Uchiha Yayoi also crawling out of the ground with the earth escape technique. The girl dusted off the dust on her body, and looked at Uchiha Hikaru opposite her in silence and awe, with a solemn expression. It was not until then that Uchiha Hikaru discovered the problem. With the power of her current total chakra, ordinary people would not be able to stand up if they were hit, just like Uchiha Madara swept through the ninja coalition. However, Uchiha Yayoi in front of her seemed to be fine, still looking at her quietly. After carefully observing the surrounding chakra with the Sharingan, she noticed that on the surface of Yaoi's body, there was a layer of dense space chakra that was so thin that it was almost attached to her body surface, and it was attached to it, as if it could be broken by a poke like foam. It was the monkey version of the unlimited technique that Saharakiri had specially constructed for her with the sealing technique. Since there is no six eyes to assist in the precise control of chakra, Uchiha Yayoi rarely uses this technique in battle. For her, the consumption of chakra will be alarming if she opens it for a short while. Under normal circumstances, as a Uchiha Jonin, she actually doesn't encounter any enemies who are qualified to let her activate this trump card. But the situation is different now. Rather than saying that the two Uchiha girls are carrying out a mission, it is better to say that they are fighting for a certain belief in their hearts. This kind of battle is naturally extremely tragic and merciless. Uchiha Hikaru saw this heavy technique. His eyes narrowed slightly, but he still laughed softly. Another fog technique. But the voice sounded so cold. However, Yayoi didn't seem to take her words to heart at all, and even raised her white chin slightly, and said arrogantly, "It should be said that it is the mist's art that has been protecting me." Uchiha Hikaru's expression did not change, but the mud under his ninja shoes was inadvertently stepped on and dented a little. Then, how long can his art protect such a useless you? The girl's voice was deliberately emphasized. Before Yayoi could open her mouth to refute, the figure in a layer of black coat had already rushed out in the direction of Yayoi at a speed that was so fast that even the Sharingan could hardly catch it, and a large piece of earth and stone debris turned into dust under his feet. Uchiha Yayoi subconsciously narrowed his eyes, and then raised the ninja sword in his hand to the front. Zhang! The kunao, which was already cut in half, was chopped hard on the surface of the ninja sword, which was also unable to withstand the burning fire. The ninja sword, which was almost charred, was broken at the same time with just a side hit. Similarly, both of them gave up their weapons and switched to physical techniques. The seemingly slender fist hit Yaoi's elbow, making a dull sound of dong, and the surface of the unlimited technique attached to it also rippled. Using the gap between the two sides, Uchiha Guang lowered his body, supported on the ground with one hand, and swept his legs from below like a windmill axe, creating a sharp sound of wind. Yayoi relied on the defense brought by unlimited to kick sideways with one foot without hesitation, and the other long leg took advantage of the moment of the intersection of the two sides to turn over and suddenly raised to the top, forming a straight horse, and then suddenly chopped down like a guillotine. Bang! The sudden slashing blow blew a huge depression on the originally flat surface of the ground. However, Guang, who was faster than Yayoi, had already seen through her movements and rolled away at the moment when the other raised her leg. At the same time, both hands formed seals. As if she had anticipated the opponent's actions in advance, Yayoi formed seals synchronously without even looking at the dust in the center of the dust. Fire. Style, Great Fire Extinguishment. Flame. Style, Great Fire Extinguishment. Even. The ninjutsu was completely synchronized. It was just that the ninjutsu used by Yayoi also incorporated the special chakra developed by Wu. In an instant, a loud explosion roared in the narrow range of more than 10 meters between the two girls, and the scarlet and blazing white flames roared towards each other with chakra as the source. Although the fire-style ninjutsu was focused on concentration and killing, under their control, it was as powerful as a flood. In an instant, two balls of fierce fire rushed and collided with each other, and then spread out in the inertia of each other, spreading in all directions, affecting the surrounding hundreds of meters in one breath. Not only the soil within the construction site, but also the trees farther away were ignited by the exchange of fire between the two. The injured Anbu ninjas farther away couldn't help but stare at the battle between the two with their eyes wide open. The terrifying high temperature and the diffusion range comparable to water escape were simply beyond their imagination. However, the two people facing each other were under great pressure. This was not a simple battle, but a battle to prove their dignity. At the very beginning, relying on the terrifying corrosiveness of the fire, the scarlet flames continued to devour the flames on the opposite side, and barely had a slight advantage. However, the difference in the total amount of chakra was not something that could be completely compensated by the characteristics of ninjutsu. After just the initial advantage, Yaoi's pressure became greater and greater, and the flames in front of her were rapidly advancing towards her direction under the continuous increase of the opponent. Until the end, it exploded into a ball. Swoosh! The star-shaped jets of the mixed flame style and fire style continued to spread out. Uchiha Yaoi, who was in the range of the flames, barely escaped with the unlimited technique covering the surface of her body. Although there were no wounds on the surface of her body, the consumption of physical strength and total chakra was beyond doubt. It was only a dozen seconds, and she felt as if her body was about to be drained. The scarlet Sharingan dotted with 3 Megatama looked across the fire, and the strong emotions in the girl's heart were simply countless times more intense than the flames burning in front of her eyes. In the corner she didn't notice, the rotation speed of the 3 Megatama was so fast that it was almost connected, and her dynamic vision was also improved to a level that was completely difficult to achieve on weekdays. Is the gap really that big? This thought came to Uchiha Yaoi's mind. Almost at this very brief moment, the sword light suddenly appeared, extending more than 10 meters away, splitting the flames in front of her with a force that could not be stopped by human power, and slashing towards Yaoi as if unstoppable. Boom! With just one strike, the unlimited technique that was always activated burned half of the total chakra she had barely extracted, and at the same time, it carried her body and flew out to the farther part of the forest. Standing in the center of the flames was a tall figure like a demon. Uchiha Hikaru stood on the ground that was burned into scorched earth. Susanoo, which was directly activated to the third stage, was already covered with flesh and blood and armor. The long sword in his hand stood upright, and his figure of tens of meters tall was intimidating. No matter how hard the weak struggle, they are nothing but losers. People without power cannot control their own destiny, let alone the destiny of others. Uchiha Hikaru kept Susanoo open and walked step by step towards another girl with the same surname as her. After more than 10 years of puppet life, she knew this feeling very well. Nothing can be protected, nothing can be decided, nothing can be resisted. Used as a weapon by her clansmen, deceived by strange monsters, and given orders that she was unwilling to execute by the old and dying clansmen she hated. It was because of such a blank life that she was like a white owl as pure as paper. Only after the day when the seal was broken, this white paper was stained with the color of someone. As a result, he had to be his enemy again. What a disgusting feeling. Uchiha Hikaru's eyes looked through the dark red Susanoo and looked at the woman who had fallen in the jungle and climbed up with difficulty, and seemed to be inseparable from Sawarakiri. Same age, same Uchiha, same outstanding talent. Obviously, she was better in every aspect, but why did fate favor this person, instead of her, when I was busy with work on weekdays? I didn't have such thoughts in my heart. However, just seeing the various shadows of this woman infected by Sawarakiri, the intense and inexplicable emotions would burst out from the depths of my heart unconsciously along with the surge of Yuntun chakra. The white paper was gradually stained with the color of jealousy. Uchiha Hikaru also longed for this kind of peaceful life accompanied by the person he longed for. Isn't it this small wish that keeps driving her to resist fate and find a gap to complete the carving of moonlight under the surveillance of monsters and the orders of Uchiha Madara? But the dream she longs for is something that people like her are born with. Why is it, under the impetus of this extreme emotion, every strand of Yuntun chakra seems to turn into a subtle whisper, forming a gradually consistent low hum in the girl's ears. Kill her, kill her, kill her, then take away everything she has. Uchiha Hikaru's lips slowly raised, and the expression on his pretty face gradually turned into a sick and distorted look, but his smile became clearer and more sincere. The next moment, accompanied by a violent roar like a heavy object moving, the huge Susanoo was pushed by her and flew towards Uchiha Yaoi. The blade in his hand drew a dark red track in the night sky, and fell directly towards the girl from top to bottom. However, in Guang's vision, Yaoi seemed to be completely unaware of the blade that fell from the sky, and flew straight towards Susanoo, like a moth flying into a flame. That desperate move made Guang's Susanoo more real, and even the speed of the blade fell faster. Until boom. Almost. At the moment when the blade was about to reach her body and Uchiha Yaoi's figure was about to touch the Susanoo armor. The unlimited technique that was originally wrapped around her body suddenly expanded like a bubble blown into an airflow, and then it exploded at a distance almost close to her body with a large amount of space chakra. The sweeping space storm broke a hole between the two girls. However, this was enough. Yaoi's figure suddenly pounced into the hole in the armor. Although Guang was stunned by the attack, she still reacted very quickly, and the other kunao hidden in her sleeve suddenly thrust forward with thunderous force. However, in Uchiha Guang's vision, a pair of scarlet eyes with 3 megatama connected to each other, like a forked sickle with 6 branches, suddenly twisted into shape, were suddenly reflected. Guang's movements could not help but pause. However, the kunao in her hand still pierced deeply into Yaoi's shoulder. Uchiha Yaoi seemed to feel no pain from the bloody shoulder. Her left hand tightly grasped Guang's thin arm, and her right hand tightly grabbed her collar. The terrifying force even lifted Guang's body slightly, forcing her to tiptoe. As their eyes met, Uchiha Hikaru's ears rang with the other's cold, deep, icy whisper. Mist is mine. No one can take it away from me. Accompanied by the hoarse, cold, twisted whisper, the violent pupil power surged into Hikaru's mind like a flood breaking through a dam, presenting a more violent and twisted shadow than the one that had been sealed for 100 years. Deeply imprinted in her heart. Hidden deep in the heart of the girl in front of him was an extremely twisted emotion that was even deeper and more morbid than hers. In an instant, Uchiha Hikaru realized that he had suddenly lost control of his body. Kaleidoscope pupil Technique-Tiandianu Chapter 173 finished. 5K, Tiandianu also known as Tianyu Xiao Miming, or Gongbai Shen, it is the origin of all the legendary Kagura and divine dance. It also used this dance to lure Amaterasu out of Tianyanhu. It has mastered the power of charm and control since ancient times. When this name appeared in Uchiha Yaoi's mind, she understood all the concepts contained in it. Control desires, even control all actions. Almost at the moment when this huge amount of pupil power poured into Uchiha Guang's brain, the sudden increase of self-destructive thoughts controlled her body. The whole person was like a puppet and could not control herself. Only the kunao in her hand was firmly advancing towards her throat step by step. If she did not also have the Mangeki Sharingan, she might not even be able to retain the basic consciousness at this moment. However, this consciousness is hard to say whether it is good or bad at this moment. The pupil power released by the other party in that reckless madness made her even have to watch herself step by step towards death. Until the very end, when the sharp blade of the kunao almost touched the girl's fair neck. Uchiha Hikaru suddenly let go of the pupil power that resisted it all poured into the surface of the Susanoo that had already broken around her. The Susanoo skeleton that roared violently and covered Uchiha Hikaru again actually pushed Yaoi's figure out from just in front of her at this distance. The moment Susanoo rose, the pupil power that was enough to cover the whole body enveloped the outside of the body surface, and at the same time repelled the twisted pupil power that was originally imprinted in the depths of Uchiha Hikaru's heart, causing her to suddenly stop her movements. Who? Uchiha Hikaru exhaled with difficulty, and a slight tingling sensation came from her neck. She reached out to wipe her throat and touched a sticky wet feeling. Raised her hand and looked, it was already scarlet. At this moment, Uchiha Hikaru looked at the girl opposite, and her eyes suddenly became a little more serious. Is she also Kuba? She almost died. What is this guy's obsession? How could such a power be born? However, just like all Uchiha just opened the Mangekyo, Uchiha Yaoi, whose brain was filled with seemingly endless pupil power, did not care about the taboos rumored by the elders, including the one that the Mangekyo Sharingan would gradually take away the eyesight as it was used. Now, her mind was full of the only thought of killing the woman in front of her. Almost as an instinctive reflex, Uchiha Yaoi's figure suddenly flew towards Uchiha Hikaru, supported by a huge amount of new chakra that could be called violent. Even though the unlimited technique that originally covered her body had been broken, she had no intention of stopping. The surface of the kunao taken out from her waist ignited a flame, and she tried to break through the defense of Susanoo at a speed that was so fast that it could not be caught. Go to hell! Boom! The roaring flames hit the gradually solid skeleton like a torrent, but they were all broken apart by the incredibly hard chakra entity and spread in all directions. The scorching heat burned the only grass leaves and dead branches on the ground, but it didn't hurt Susanoo at all. At this moment, even Uchiha Guang didn't dare to underestimate this girl who opened the same eyes as her. The skeleton arm formed by Susanoo suddenly closed towards the center. Bang! A deafening muffled sound was made. Uchiha Yaoi's speed was much faster than at the beginning. He jumped more than 10 meters from the air while rolling, and while throwing away the molten steel kunao, he regained some rationality from the frenzy of opening his eyes, and looked at the demon-like giant in front of him with a bad look. Since she can do it, then I can do it too. Just with this thought, the restless pupil power has already followed the host's will, rushing out of the body continuously, forming a solid in the invisible, faintly reflecting a giant skeleton with an ominous black color, covering her figure in the center. The moment she saw this scene, Uchiha Guang's eyes were stunned. As an Uchiha who also has the Mangekyo Sharingan, she naturally knows best how long it takes for an ordinary Uchiha to adapt from opening his eyes to touching the power of Susanoo. The Uchiha who first possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, let alone Susanoo. Even his own pupil technique needs some time to continue to explore before he can master it. But this guy, it seems that the darkness accumulated in her heart is far more terrifying than she imagined. She can't be left alone. It's best to force her to use up all her pupil power in one battle. If the biggest difference between Uchiha Hikaru and ordinary Uchiha is her endless chakra. In terms of consumption, she has never been afraid of anyone. She is obviously not the only one who wants to win in one battle. While Uchiha Yayoi struggled to condense this layer of skeleton, she realized that her mastery of the Mangeki was far inferior to that of the woman in front of her who had already mastered Susanoo. In this case, she would use all her strength to break her armor. Then kill her. The mist is hers. Only this point is an iron rule that no one can touch. The two people with completely different thoughts in their minds made almost synchronous choices. The Susanoo that spread out from Uchiha Hikaru's body was constructed at a flying speed, from skeleton to flesh and blood, to armor and long sword, and even legs and wings began to take shape. Yayoi didn't have that much leeway at all. For her, the pupil technique was her trump card. With a bang, two demons, one big and one small, one red and one black, charged at each other. The extreme speed of their huge bodies alone caused a huge wave like a storm to erupt around the two women. The turbulent airflow blew the trees in the distance to one side, and the air was filled with the buzzing sound of the two people tearing through obstacles. Just standing a little closer, the hearing world of several Anbu was left with only the harsh vibration. Until the last moment. The dark red blade and the pitch black bone hand were combined up and down. Boom! Boom dash! They! Violent. The sound suddenly penetrated everything between the two people. Under the aftermath, the ground where the two sides collided spread out like a spherical giant depression, like a water surface hit by a stone. The soil was fragile like a piece of paper and was constantly trampled and swept away, raising large patches of dust that blocked the vision. However, the two sides stopped their movements at the same time. In the center of their sight, a figure was standing on the spot with his hands open. It was with that tiny body compared to the demon god that he resisted the impact of the two sides, fighting one against two. The invisible space spreading around him restrained the blade and the bone hand at an infinite spatial distance. This scene was like a mantis trying to stop a car, but the fragile mantis lifted the wheel, which made the two people present and everyone watching from afar dizzy for a moment. It was Saharakiri who appeared in the middle of the two people. At this moment, there were even a few tiny drops of water at the ends of his hair, and his expression was calm. The moment they saw this figure, everyone present immediately felt that it made sense. At the same time, they couldn't help but reveal a light of hope in their eyes. Since it was Lord Sawarakiri, then this one must be a sure win. However, at this moment, they did not know the fear and confusion beneath Sawarakiri's calm expression. Even a ninja is just an ordinary person in daily life. Even at Sawarakiri's level, he can't avoid eating, drinking, defecating, urinating and sleeping. It was the middle of the night, and he was just taking a bath and reading comics, and was about to warm up and go to bed. But the bell suddenly rang, and he witnessed this situation as soon as he arrived. What's going on? Why is Uchiha Hikaru here? How come the little Yandere I managed to stabilize suddenly opened her eyes, and she even opened Susanoo in one breath? You are all my precious bonds and knots. Don't hit me anymore. Missed. Again, they said in unison. The two women beside him untied Susanoo almost synchronously and jumped away. Woo. However, Uchiha Yayoi, who obviously had not yet adapted to the Mangeki Sharingan, could not help but let out a difficult low cry at the moment when Susanoo was forcibly closed. Thin tears of blood flowed from her eyes. The severe pain made her bend down and cover her painful eyes. Until this voice sounded, Sawarakiri barely got rid of the complicated emotions of the previous second, stood sideways in front of Uchiha Yayoi, and turned her head to look in the direction of Guang. Obviously, when he was in Konoha village, he still had to speak from the position of a Konoha ninja. Why are you here? However, the moment he opened his mouth, he happened to meet Uchiha Guang's inexplicably peaceful and relieved expression, and his eyes fell directly on him. It made people feel a little creepy. Uchiha Hikaru's gaze became deeper and deeper, and his tone was gentle. Sure enough. Compared to that seed, I still want to see you again. That seed, the seed of the sacred tree. Sawarakiri's heart was startled at first, and then the six eyes vision suddenly expanded, looking at the barrier deep in the underground secret room. Until he found that the protection of the outer periphery of the seed of the sacred tree was still intact, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Uchiha Hikaru is a rare talent with unlimited growth in the entire ninja world. As long as she absorbs enough chakra, let alone Uchiha Madara, she can kill even Otsutsuki at will. If the seed of the sacred tree is taken away by her, it is really hard to say what will happen in the future. Thinking of this, Saharakiri slowly drew out the black knife Chu Shui from her waist, pointed the sharp blade towards Uchiha Hikaru, and said calmly, even if the price is to pay with your life. I don't remember what I have done to make you do this. Don't remember. Uchiha Hikaru still had that gentle smile on her face, and rubbed her eyebrows casually. That was where he kissed. The girl's calm tone seemed to have some emotion. It seems that you, like an elephant standing in the house, are also restricted by this chaotic world. That doesn't matter. After living in this ninja world for a while, I can understand your cautiousness. Sarah. Kiri looked at her with a confused look. Uchiha Hikaru did not mean to explain, as if he regarded this inexplicable consensus as some kind of little secret between the two. Before being sealed, Uchiha Hikari, as the ultimate weapon of the Uchiha clan, had no personal freedom at all. Her understanding of the ninja world was naturally limited to the small area she could reach. It was not until she broke the seal and forcibly defeated and took over the Takigakure village, and had a general understanding of this world, that she truly understood for the first time how powerful she was. Whether it was the main military forces of the 5 major countries, or the alliance of various small ninja villages, or the bounty houses and rebel ninja organizations hidden underground. All were vulnerable. Since her debut, except for the 2 monsters, Sawarakiri and Uchiha Madara, no one could resist her power. Naturally, after showing this power, she also received the admiration or fear of countless people. It is precisely because of her delicate and sensitive mind that Uchiha Hikari can understand the impact of this kind of gaze from the surrounding people on people. No matter how much pressure is put on her, just a little bit of exposure will cause a big ninja village like Iwagakure to continuously send death squads to Takigakure to gather intelligence. That is no longer a difference that can be made up by the word talent, but the distance between human and god. It is almost difficult to say that he and ordinary ninjas are of the same species. The moment he realized this, Uchiha Hikaru felt that he had completely understood Sawarakiri. That day, when he first met her, Sawarakiri was so lonely. In this world. In this world now. He only has himself as his kind. They are all the same, monsters that should not exist in this world. In addition, in the process of completing the goal of carving the moonlight, she also killed hundreds of ordinary ninjas who were as fragile as ants with this monster-like power. A casual wave of Susanoo often kills countless lives. This kind of killing brings not only victory, but also cruel and intense pain that is so cruel that it torments the soul. But this is the inevitable way to rebuild the peaceful order. Under this kind of thinking, and thinking about what Saharakiri had experienced, Uchiha Guang can find more and more overlaps between himself and him. The only difference is that Saharakiri chose to support Konoha to unify the entire ninja world. And she chose another more perfect path. However, this consensus between them is obviously not something that can be easily said in public. So, after Saharakiri cast a puzzled look, she only got a mysterious smile from Miss Guang. Omega, it was as if there was really some kind of tacit understanding between them that could not be spoken. For a moment, the envy who were watching from a distance subconsciously turned their heads and looked at him. Saharakiri's expression suddenly became a little bit tense. Obviously, he now needs to take practical actions to prove his identity as a loyal minister of Konoha. Sawarakiri took a deep breath. In that case, I can only capture you first. We'll talk about the bond later. Let's stabilize Yaoi's situation first. Almost at the moment when this sentence fell, Sawarakiri suddenly took a step forward. The space compression force brought by skill forward blue made him cross a distance of dozens or hundreds of meters in one step. At the same time, he was also wrapped in a huge inertia that matched it. He was so fast that he directly surpassed the capture of the Mangeki Sharingan and appeared directly in front of the girl in the form of Leap. The black knife in his hand penetrated the air, whistling and making a cry, and suddenly pierced into the opponent's body. Puff! Sawara! Kiri's movements were choked, and he looked up at the figure opposite. Uchiha Hikari just now, as if she didn't notice his movements at all, stood quietly in place, just smiled and looked at him gently, without any evasive movement, letting the blade pierce her abdomen. Blood splashed. You! However, as soon as he raised his head, his cheeks were held up by the girl's pale hands. Even though the palms were separated by a thin barrier of unlimited art, they did not stop at all, allowing him to keep his head up, with a bit of confusion in his azure eyes. Then, Uchiha Hikaru lowered his head, leaned close to his nose, and whispered, I have found the right way. After I complete our common ideal and reshape the order of this world, I will come here to pick you up. Hearing this, Saharakiri's pupils shrank subconsciously. But before he could ask a series of questions in his heart, the girl's cheek suddenly approached, holding his chin, separated by a layer of space so far that it was almost invisible, and under the gaze of the surrounding eyes their lips met. At that moment, Sawarakiri had no romantic thoughts in his mind. Instead, a thin layer of coldness suddenly exploded behind him, and countless white sweat continued to flow down. The girl in front of him only blushed slightly, and retreated as if she didn't feel the pain from her abdomen at all. She just looked at Sawarakiri's figure, and disappeared in the smoke with a bang. Reverse summoning technique. However, Sawarakiri now had no time to worry about the enemy running away. He clearly opened the six eyes to maintain a 360-degree perspective, but he still instinctively turned his head in the direction of the strongest emotion. Then, he saw Uchiha Yayoi half kneeling in the same place, keeping his head up, staring blankly in the direction of the two of them. In the girl's eye sockets, the dense and sticky blood was still flowing, reflecting the scarlet six-pronged sickle in the deepest part of her pupils, making it more and more dazzling, and even faintly rotating. Everything that happened just now was obviously stored in the deepest part of her scarlet eyes. Uchiha Yayoi seemed to find it difficult to understand, and seemed to be completely unable to accept this fact. She seemed to tilt her head in confusion, and her long black hair spread out along with the girl's movements, covering the already deep night with a deeper curtain. The brain, which was completely filled with Yintun chakra, was about to break down. Missed. They. Girl's current offender. Almost at the moment he heard the voice that was so frightened that it was faintly trembling, Saharakiri understood. The end. Chapter 174 Sacrifice, 5K, Yayoi. Looking at the two lines of blood and tears slowly sliding down the girl's white cheeks, Saharakiri spoke in a tone as calm as possible. However, his voice was like an invisible start switch, causing the girl who was standing there in a daze to suddenly move and walk towards him. Saharakiri looked at the girl who was gradually approaching him. Every step that was usually so slow that it was almost inaudible was like a drumbeat hitting his soul heavily, so that even his heartbeat seemed to resonate with it. Thump, thump, thump. The obvious and somewhat abnormal heartbeat made him swallow uncontrollably. At the same time, the panel that usually had no shadow was refreshing the screen with a waterfall-like data flow. Bond Path, Uchiha Yayoi Final Bond Path 4, Destroy the World Final Bond Path 5, Fall of the Sky Final Bond Path 6, Bloody Rondo Final Bond Path 7, Dismemberer Final Bond Path 8. You're going to die, save yourself. The endings of the fate roots made his pupils dilate involuntarily. Sister Tongza was still trying to assist. Whether her words were heard by Saharakiri was another matter. Although he had long known that if Miss Yayoi made a mistake in her route, it might lead to an extremely outrageous ending, but he never expected that it would come to this. That's not all. If he was found to be flirting with women everywhere in the future, he would be hunted down to the ends of the earth. At this moment, Saharakiri suddenly regretted provoking the women of the Uchiha family, not to mention that he provoked two women in one go, and the other one was also a psychopath. During the short time he hesitated, Uchiha Yayoi had already walked in front of him. The distance between the two was so close that even the slight touch of breath blowing on the skin could be felt. Even Saharakiri could see through Miss Yayoi's suppressed heart at a glance, and the violent gloom that was like an abyss that would break out of the cage at any time, and the six-pronged kaleidoscope in her eyes did not disappear for a moment. Saharakiri forced a smile and was about to say something, but before he could open his mouth, Yayoi's hand had already touched his cheek. It's okay, Kiri. It's okay. It's okay. The girl's trembling voice sounded, but it seemed that even she herself did not realize it. The hands in front of Sawarakiri were rubbing his lips vigorously, and the thumbs were rubbing so hard that they seemed to stab into his mouth. They stroked over and over again. It was unclear whether the words in her mouth were comforting Sawarakiri or comforting herself, whose heart was cracking with countless traces. Her mist was not clean. Uchiha Yayoi just repeated this, and her voice was so soft that it was a little scary. I will help you wipe off that dirty stuff. Even if she escapes to the ends of the earth, I will chop off her head. As long as it is clean, the mist will still be mine. Don't worry, at this time, Sawarakiri had already realized it clearly. If he didn't do something at this time, Miss Yayoi's Mangekyo sequelae would probably become more and more serious, and finally become a shadow left deep in his heart, and the root power to maintain the Mangekyo. He took a deep breath, immediately pressed the girl's shoulders, and pushed her away half a point. Just such a small movement made Uchiha Yayoi startled. While his eyes were wide open, the pupils of his six-pronged sickles shrank rapidly. Sawarakiri turned his head and shouted loudly to the ANBU on the other side. The ANBU will be led by Lord Orochimaru first to clean up the nearby traces. I will take the Yayoi Jonin away first. Today's events must abide by the principle of confidentiality and must not be leaked. Did you hear that? Until then, the ANBU who had been watching the show in the distance, they could only watch the show in a battle of that level just now, suddenly reacted and responded in unison yes. Seeing their reaction, Sawarakiri gave a look to Orochimaru in the distance. After receiving his affirmative response, he pulled Uchiha Yayoi up and walked to the other side. The wrist was pulled up by Sawarakiri. Uchiha Yayoi, who was a little uneasy just now, seemed to calm down a little under this warm force, and followed him step by step to the distance. However, the scene just now seemed to be imprinted in the soul, and it was hard to forget. In the distance, even a trace of fine black mist could be seen lingering around the girl. The decadent look was visible to the naked eye. At the same time, there was also a strong sense of self-condemnation. The reason why this happened was because I didn't have the power to protect the mist. If I had burned that damn woman to dust before he came, that kind of thing would not have happened. Damn guy. Just with this thought, the girl's beautiful face was ferocious. A fierce look flashed across her face. Uchiha is a tribe of love. However, when this deep love is trampled upon, it will turn into a morbid and extreme hatred that is unimaginable in an instant. If Uchiha Guang appears in front of her again now, I am afraid that Miss Yayoi will kill her even if she has to risk her life. Sawara Kiri, who can see the future, knows this best. At least in the dozen future paths that have just emerged, Yayoi has died with Guang no less than 10 times. He thought about it and suddenly said, actually, I was not touched by her just now. Just this short sentence, it was like adding a handful of fuel to the girl's spiritual torch that was about to be extinguished. Uchiha Yayoi, who seemed to be unable to hear anything from just now, suddenly raised her head and looked at him in astonishment when he uttered some key words. Sahara Kiri pointed at his body and the action of holding her wrist, and said gently, look, isn't no limits always on? As soon as he finished speaking, the skin between the two people who were just pressed together was suddenly isolated by the invisible space to form a thin distance as thin as a cicada's wing. After fighting side by side for so long, Yayoi, you should know best how much I cherish my life, right? If you weren't around, this basic defense would have been activated all the time. Only you, or only when I'm with you, can I let down all my guard. If it was someone else, what if she poisoned my lips? Sawara Kiri's voice was light and didn't sound very important. However, his words were like a shot of adrenaline for Uchiha Yayoi at the moment, which made her gradually declining will suddenly come alive again. After all, anyone who was normal couldn't accept the fact that someone bullied her boyfriend away in front of her. Not to mention an extremist like her who could open a kaleidoscope just because of a few words. The girl gradually raised her head and looked at the face of the person she cherished most in the moonlight. Her slightly pale lips moved faintly, as if she wanted to say something, but couldn't say it out. Not touching is one thing, but brushing against it is unbearable. Obviously, if Miss Yayoi could be convinced with just a few words, Sawara Kiri wouldn't have to face the various dangers in the final bond path. But Uchiha Yayoi was held by the wrist by him, and she couldn't help but pull it out, with a bit of uncertainty in her tone. Wu, when did you become that kind of relationship with that Konoha swear? Why don't I even have any news, Sawara? Wu also twitched when he heard this. How would I know when I became that kind of relationship with her? He still wanted to ask someone else. Haven't seen each other recently, but who is Uchiha Yayoi? She has learned all kinds of ninja tracking skills since she was 9 years old. After years of training, she has become a clan-level figure in tracking and secretly photographing. Until recently, after having a relatively stable relationship with Wu, she reluctantly let go of these things. Although she was a good show, she still kept flirting with Tsunade and Sahara Yuki, who were full of threats. With her strong curiosity about Sahara Kiri, if there was any news that was not confirmed, it would be like the sky was falling. How could she tolerate this? What's more, as early as when Kiri first met that Konoha foul language, he showed an extraordinary interest in that dirty guy and kissed her on the face. After knowing Kiri for so many years, Uchiha Yayoi was the first time to see a woman who could make him show such interest. This phenomenon made the girl feel an indescribable strong sense of crisis. It was for this reason that she would continue to hone her various skills after returning to the clan, so that she had achieved a rapid improvement in the recent period of time. Even if she put aside the no lower limit and red sword given by Kiri, she could steadily reach the level of a strong ninja. But now this situation has occurred again. Uchiha Yayoi was very uneasy. The girl stood still, raised her head, and looked straight at Wu's face. The cold kaleidoscope slowly accelerated in the center of her pupils. But her hand still held him tightly. Sawara Wu knew that if there was no sufficient reason today, he might not be able to leave. The dark clouds dispersed, and the moonlight in the middle of the sky was as clear as water, illuminating the quiet streets. The two stood facing each other under the moonlight. Sawara Wu took a deep breath, looked directly into the girl's eyes, and said solemnly, Yayoi, there are only 100 million people I like. Uchiha Yayoi's eyes seemed to move, but she was still not satisfied. What about Uchiha Hikari? Not familiar. Hearing these words in person, the yin-tun chucker that was faintly lingering around Miss Yayoi finally dissipated a little, but the humiliation of the precious thing being invaded between the lips and teeth still could not be completely relieved. Where's Tsunade? Respected teacher. And Yuki, my lovely sister. Miss Yayoi paused and took a step forward, shortening the distance between her and Saharakiri to just 1 finger. The girl's fair cheeks slightly raised, and their eyes met. The originally stern scarlet eyes seemed to soften a little in these light words, but she still looked at him, as if she was longing for something. Saharakiri wrapped her arms around the girl's slender waist and lowered her head. Their lips met. It was unknown how long it took, until even the air in the lungs seemed to be sucked dry, and they finally separated. However, the closer she got to him like this, the more Uchiha Yaoi's unspeakable strong desire was like a shadow in the deepest part of her heart, which could not be filled no matter what. The girl's fair knuckles pulled on the front of his clothes, and she didn't want to separate no matter what. It seemed that there was only one way to fill this deepest emptiness in her heart. Uchiha Yaoi raised her head and looked at him, her slender arms wrapped around his back, as if she wanted to rub everything about him into the deepest part of her heart. Mist. I'm here. Hold me. Okay. In order to solve the unforeseen world-destroying crisis in the future. The brave Mr. Saharakiri resolutely embarked on the path of sacrificing himself to serve the demon. Just when Saharakiri began to tire of the war girl, the 3 old men of the whole group were also pulled out of their sweet beds and rushed to the office of the Hokage, which represents the highest authority in Konoha. I say, what's the matter? I haven't finished the manuscript yet. Jiraiya had 2 dark circles on his face, and the smell of cigarettes had not yet dissipated from his body. He looked like he was about to die from overwork. The editor and readers were already urging him to finish the 4th volume of his Intimate Paradise. He hadn't even finished half of it. Recently, in order to squeeze out time to write a book, he had already paid a large sum of money to Tsunade to buy her to help him take over the shift. Why did she drag him here again? Obviously, Jiraiya had no intention of becoming a Hokage at all. It would be more fun to write a book. Not only him, but also Tsunade, who was just pulled out of bed by Yuki, looked extremely sleepy. It was hard to have a pure dream, but it was disturbed. Who was so immoral? The battle between Guang and Yaoi, except for that round of ninjutsu confrontation, was pitifully small at other times. If it weren't for the violent chakra fluctuations of Susanoo, even Sawarakiri couldn't catch the small movement that was almost outside the village. Except for some ninjas who were urgently mobilized, most people in the village were still asleep. This was also because the Anbu didn't know much about Uchiha Guang and underestimated her degree of danger. Orochimaru looked calm and said solemnly, just now, Konoha was attacked. The seeds of the sacred tree were almost stolen. Just 2 sentences made the 2 people who were still dozing suddenly wake up, as if a basin of cold water was poured over their heads. What's the situation? Jiraiya spoke quickly and looked serious. This is a divine object that may be linked to the future. In order to protect such a thing, even the sealing team that was busy with the outer barrier some time ago was seconded by him. It can be seen how much Jiraiya attaches importance to this thing. Now Sawarakiri is the pillar of Konoha and even the entire ninja world. With his personality, he would never dare to let the seed of the sacred tree have any mistakes. Even Tsunade was stunned, and then subconsciously began to scan the surroundings. After looking around and not seeing Sawarakiri's figure, she asked in confusion, where did Kiri go? Did he chase the enemy? No. Orochimaru's tone was a little lighter, and he seemed a little helpless. The enemy has escaped through the reverse summoning technique, and is now sending Anbu to track outside the village, but it is likely that they will not be found. In addition, this attack seems to have something to do with Kiri. Hey! X2 Tsunade and Jiraiya's attention was suddenly pulled over. The other party is an Uchiha girl who has mastered the Manjiki Sharingan. She is about 17 or 18 years old. She has obvious characteristics and can use the 3rd stage or even higher Susanoo. She is very strong. Orochimaru briefly described the other party's strength, and then said, at the same time, it seems that she is an old acquaintance of Sawarakiri. In short, the relationship is very close. An Anbu ninja beside him listened to what Lord Orochimaru said, and couldn't help but feel a little emotional about Lord Orochimaru's way of speaking. They got close to each other during the fight, so how could they not be close? Tsunade frowned and perked up a little. What does it mean? In addition to Uchiha Yaoi, Sawarakiri also hooked up with other women from the Uchiha family. How can this stinky kid be so bold? Jiraiya obviously also tasted the subtle meaning in Orochimaru's reserved words, and couldn't help wondering, love killing. It's almost the same. Orochimaru thought so in his heart, but he changed his words and said vaguely, it can't be said that way. When Wu Jun took action, he was still quite decisive. The relationship is probably not that close. However, Yaoi Jonin had a relatively negative view of her, and even opened the Manjiki Sharingan in the battle. She can open the Manjiki, that's just a relatively negative view, Tsunade and Jiraiya both curled their lips subconsciously when they heard what he said. The next moment, Tsunade suddenly reacted and took a breath. Wait a minute. Mangekyo. Sharingan? Two appeared at once. When did this little monster appear in the Uchiha family? Why didn't we hear anything before? You know, the last round of Mangekyo Sharingan was in large quantities before the establishment of the village, when the Senju and Uchiha clans had the most intense confrontation. Even relying on the probability of the appearance of these eyes, they piled up monsters as strong as Uchiha Madara. Although they didn't know the secret of the eternal Mangekyo, they could still understand that the more Mangekyo Sharingan appeared, the greater the probability of the leader monster appearing. How could they not be terrified by a Senju enemy like Tsunade? I don't know much about it either. Orochimaru said in a heavy tone, before you came, I had asked the chief of the Uenya clan. Now there is indeed no person named Uchiha Guang in the Uchiha clan. We don't know where she came from. Now, we can only ask Kiri and Yayoi to learn about her for the time being. The only thing we can do is to take necessary precautions and search for the source of information related to the seed of the divine tree. To prevent these important information from leaking out. He paused again and looked straight at the two colleagues in front of him. In addition, have you told anyone about the news related to the seed of the divine tree recently? The pair of golden snake eyes stared coldly at the two people opposite. Counting the entire Konoha, only they and the few people who had carried out the previous mission had learned about the information related to the seed of the divine tree. No. Me neither. As Konoha's high-level officials, they naturally knew the importance of it. Is that so? Orochimaru sighed. Then, the biggest source of information leakage can be locked on Sahara Kiri. After all, she is his mistress. Tsunade still frowned, probably thinking of the same thing, so she repeated the previous question, so, where did Sahara Kiri go? Hearing this, Orochimaru couldn't help but think of Sahara Kiri's embarrassed look when she left with Yayoi Jonan's hand, and smiled rarely. Who knows? Chapter 175 Deep Not Late at Night. Looking at the bright full moon above her head, Sahara Yuki, wearing a white gauze pajamas, sat on the corridor with a bit of sleepiness, staring blankly into the distance. Why hasn't Kiri come back yet? The girl muttered softly. She has been sitting here since Kiri rushed out of the bathroom in a hurry and ran out in her clothes. Because the fighting at the edge of the village was very quiet, Suiwai didn't even know what Wu was doing. Besides, he had just left for a while, and even Tsunade, who was drunk in the hall, was called away by the Anbya who suddenly appeared. Now she was the only one left at home. Therefore, even though Suiwai was really sleepy, she still sat on the corridor and waited quietly. Two slender and white legs swayed on the suspended wooden corridor. The girl who was only that old in Sahara Wu's memory was gradually growing up and had a mature look. But after waiting for a long time, Suiwai didn't see the figures of the two of them. Could it be that the war was going to start again? But who was going to fight this time? Wu was really hard. Sahara Suiwai also had the melancholy that belonged to a girl. After waiting for a while, she forced herself to resist sleepiness. The sound of footsteps gradually came from outside the door, waking up the drowsy girl, and she ran to open the door with her clogs on her feet. Then, Tsunade, who also looked sleepy, staggered towards the door. Bang! Miss! Suiwai closed the door silently again. Hey! You stinky girl, open the door for me. After knocking for a long time, Sahara Suiwai opened the door angrily and let Tsunade in. This is my home, you actually locked me out. Do you still have me as your teacher in your eyes? Damn it! As soon as she entered the door, Tsunade complained. It was obvious that the original smell of alcohol on her body had dissipated a lot at this time, and now she was just very sleepy after being woken up in the middle of the night. Why didn't Wu come back? However, she was blocked by Suiwai's question after just saying a few words. Tsunade stood at the door, hesitating for a long time without saying anything. That Satohara. Yuki was still a little sleepy just now, and was suddenly awakened by Tsunade's strange appearance. The girl widened her eyes, with an incredible look on her face, as if she couldn't believe it. Injured. How could it be? Why didn't I hear any movement? Mist's fighting style is always very open and fierce, and the enemies who can be compared with him are not much different. Even in the center of the village, there shouldn't be no movement. That's not the case. Tsunade knew that Satohara Kiri was dragged away by the evil kid of the Uchiha family, but Yuki was so young, how could she say such things to her? She still had to have some face as a teacher. However, seeing her like this, Yuki became more worried. He is now where? Konoha Hospital? Or the injured soldiers' camp? Where did the fight start? Even Though she had subconsciously ruled out most of the possibilities after seeing Tsunade's still idle look, Suiwai still couldn't help asking. Seeing that this kid's questions were getting more and more, and her mood was getting worse and worse, Tsunade, who was still a little hesitant just now, was suddenly a little impatient with her appearance, and she threw it away casually, with a broken jar in her mind. Oh, it has nothing to do with you. He has a special mission, and he probably won't come back to sleep tonight. Hey! Sawara! Suiwai was stunned in place, as if a basin of cold water was poured over her head. Tisk! Tsunade strode into the room, threw off her slippers, picked up the beer in the refrigerator and gulped down a few more mouthfuls, slightly annoyed. Somehow, when she thought of the brat who was beaten up like that because he didn't strike a good balance between the two Uchiha women, she suddenly felt a little unhappy. When she found out that he didn't go home tonight, this feeling of annoyance became even more intense. Now that Suiwai's brat has added fuel to the fire, the frustration in her heart is even more needless to say. When I think of what he said to me on the street a few days ago, I suddenly feel angry. You even lied to me, an innocent old woman. No. It seems that I didn't lie. Tsunade, and them. So it's this them? The more Tsunade thought about it, the more angry she became. She drank the beer in her hand in 2 gulps, crushed the aluminum can with a crunch, and whispered hatefully, a sweet-talking brat. You use all your skills to coax women. And they are all Uchiha women. Damn it. Early morning, Yaoi's house. The kitchen was already filled with the aroma of oil, the skin of the fried hairtail was golden, and the pressure cooker was humming. Sawarakiri stood in front of the kitchen counter and skillfully flipped the pot. When the hairtail in the pot was almost fried, she picked them up one by one and put them on the plate. There were also 2 bowls of miso soup on the kitchen counter. Just as he turned around and wanted to serve the red bean rice in the pressure cooker, he suddenly felt a soft and warm touch behind him, as if there were continuous mountains squeezing him into a flat shape behind him. The lavender bath fragrance in his hair was very obvious, and 2 slender white arms were around his waist, hugging him tightly. The girl behind him first leaned against his back and took a deep breath, and then put her chin on his shoulder, with a soft tone woo. Sawarakiri turned his head and saw Uchiha Yaoi leaning against his neck, staring at him with her dark eyes, her cheeks still a little red. Have you washed it? Put the chopsticks on the table first, breakfast is ready. Yet. I don't know if it's because he worked so hard last night, Miss Yaoi this morning is like 2 different people. When she hugged him last night, her whole body is filled with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, and she is more clingy than before. Normally, she doesn't seem to dare to stick to him so openly. Where's Mom? Miss Yaoi asked Sawarakiri in the kitchen while picking up the chopsticks. Sawarakiri smiled awkwardly. Auntie said she wouldn't delay our work, so she went to work early today. Also, maybe I didn't sleep well at night, so my eyes were a little heavy when I went out. Hearing this, even Uchiha Yaoi, who was cold and indifferent, felt a little hot on the cheeks. Now recalling carefully, she might have cried a little loudly last night, and the bed was a little old. What's more, her room was only a layer of partition away from the room downstairs. If there was any movement, it should be easy to hear it downstairs, right? When she thought of this, Yaoi seemed to be a little embarrassed. The chopsticks in her hand fell on the table with a clang sound, and she stumbled and whispered, I will tell my mother later. Puff. Looking at Yaoi's rare embarrassment, Saharakiri couldn't help laughing out loud. In fact, he wanted to say it last night when he noticed that there was someone in Yaoi's house, but Yaoi at that time seemed to be unable to listen to anything and dragged him into the room. Until now, Saharakiri still remembers his astonishment when he first walked into Yaoi's room and saw the room full of photos. But after looking at it for a whole night, he seemed to be a little accustomed to it. Hearing his laughter, Yaoi shouted anxiously, but compared with the grim look of "I'll kill you if you don't come into the room with me" last night, it was just a spoiled child. Yes. By the way, don't forget to wash the sheets. Dong dong dong. A series of brisk footsteps of a girl came from behind, and Yaoi rushed into his arms like an angry little lamb. He held the bowl in one hand and quickly embraced her with the other hand, and her forehead almost hit the kitchen counter. After coaxing her for a long time, she was finally coaxed and sat upright across the dining table. However, although she was obviously angry, Saharakiri inexplicably felt that Yaoi was much easier to get along with now than usual. She was no longer the gloomy Uchiha Yaoi who was always tense at all costs and efforts to stay by his side. Instead, she finally began to have her own personality, showing her desire to stay by his side without reservation, and daring to show her insignificant temper. This subtle change, when placed on her, gave people a completely different feeling. At this time, the girl sat upright on the chair, her left hand subconsciously touching her slightly bulging belly compared to the past, like a farmer stroking the ears of wheat that were gradually filling with juice at the beginning of autumn, looking forward to bearing full fruits. The heart was full. Even the Yintun chucker that always moved inadvertently in the past was completely smoothed out by this satisfied and happy mood. When she noticed Saharakiri's gaze, she suddenly raised her head and looked at him with a smile in the corner of her eyes. Saharakiri put down the red bean rice and sighed secretly. This time he couldn't run away. However, it is not a loss. He thought to himself, looking at the panel in front of him. Uchiha. Yaoi's deep heart knot, completed, heart knot points +5 bond level increase. Uchiha Yaoi bond level, 5-6 first time completing a deep heart knot you can randomly choose one death immunity x1 or SS level ability, growth. This is the first time he has seen such a generous reward. However, because the timing was too hasty yesterday, he was busy concentrating on it and didn't notice what Yaoi's deep heart knot was. Fortunately, the heart knot was completed, and the reward would not be blacked out just because he didn't accept the task. While eating, Saharakiri chatted with Yaoi across from him, thinking about the issue of the special reward. His current rating is at the top of the S level in the system. He only needs one more ability to reach SS, which is probably the level of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara in their prime, or 6 Paths Madara. However, now he has to face the attack from the Otsutsuki clan that may appear at any time. In the future that Kakashi and the others experienced, he was already dead. So, this danger must not be ignored. However, in what form is this so-called death immunity implemented? Saharakiri thought in his heart, his eyes kept wandering back and forth between the two abilities, but after noticing the growth type marked behind the SS level ability, he finally made a decision. Growth type abilities that cannot become immediate combat power are still a bit of a drag. Who knows how long it will take him to bring this so-called growth type to its full potential, he thought in his heart, and finally chose the first one. Death Immunity X1. However, after getting this ability, he did not see any changes, only some light spots merged into his body, and then there was no reaction. Sawara. Kiri looked down curiously. He found nothing. Kiri. Uchiha. Yaoi, who was holding the miso soup, noticed his puzzled expression and whispered, "What's wrong?" Sawara. Kiri was startled when he heard the words, and then he remembered that Yaoi was still in front of him. He didn't treat Yaoi as an outsider at all, until he heard this. He suddenly reacted and said casually, "Ah, it's okay. Maybe I saw it wrong." "Really?" Uchiha. Yaoi was startled when he heard the words, and glanced under the table in the direction he had just looked. Then, he saw his bare white feet on the floor, his eyes paused, and a little understanding appeared. Kiri's hobby is indeed a bit strange. Not only did he press his legs onto his shoulders, he also touched and bit them. I don't know what's good about that. But there's nothing he can do. Who makes him like it? When Saharakiri finished his meal and put his empty bowl on the table, thinking about how to use the remaining heart knot points, he suddenly felt a slight and delicate touch on his calf under the table. His sight paused and he looked under the table. Then he saw the girl's slender white legs, curling up her pink and white toes across the small distance of the table, gently rubbing the side of his calf. Saharakiri raised his head again and saw that Miss Yaoi across the table had also put down her empty bowl at some point. Her slender figure stretched out like a cat, outlining a beautiful and graceful winding curve in the bright sunshine outside the floor-to-ceiling window. When her hands fell and were placed on the table, her dark peach blossom eyes met his sight like a hook again, as if sparkling. Saharakiri subconsciously pretended to be a gentleman as usual, trying to change the subject. By the way, Yaoi, your kaleidoscope eye technique. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Miss Yaoi's voice. I thought about it. The gentleman who had just maintained his integrity for a few seconds suddenly collapsed. The girl was so direct, what else could he say? Without waiting for Miss Yaoi to react, he suddenly stood up and hugged the girl by the waist, and then there was a low exclamation, followed by a smile as if a prank had succeeded. I like you. Dong. Dong dong. Sawarakiri's steps went upstairs faster. When the two received the order from the Anbu again and appeared in the Hokage building, it was already noon. Looking at the two people's perfect appearance, Tsunade scanned their faces carefully with a suspicious look, but did not find any flaws. The silence in the office lasted for a few seconds. Until the end, it was Orochimaru who broke the deadlock. "Mist, please explain. What is your relationship with the attacker?" Chapter 176 Shadow, 5K. Hearing this question, everyone present was stunned for a moment. But soon, Minato Namikaze, who was at the side, reacted and turned his head to look at Saharakiri and Uchiha Yaoi beside him, with a look of enlightenment. Because he was inside the Nine Tails barrier yesterday, he did not hear the movement outside, but he was more or less aware of the actions of the Anbu. In order to protect the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki closely, he stayed in Kushina's room and did not go out. Until now, he roughly guessed what happened last night. Did that woman actually rush into Konoha, and the target was the seed of the sacred tree. Minato Namikaze felt a little heavy in his heart, but when his eyes fell on Saharakiri beside him, he felt a little relieved. Now Saharakiri has the ability to calm people's hearts as long as he appears in front of Konoha ninjas. However, his behavior at that time seemed to be really hard to say. Minato Namikaze couldn't help but recall the scene of Kiri and that woman sticking together, with a subtle expression. Actually, just when he was about to speak to defend Kiri-kun, his voice was interrupted by Sawarakiri. Let me do it. Sawara. Kiri, slightly serious, detailed the process of the Sand Village ninja breaking into the border of the Land of Fire, and then lifting the seal, trying to cause chaos behind Konoha, but was broken by them. The expressions of the three ninjas opposite him gradually became solemn as he spoke. A Uchiha strongman who can use Susanoo as freely as Uchiha Madara did back then. This is not an easy character to deal with. What's more, he is an Uchiha who has been sealed for 100 years. However, after hearing the end, the three ninjas were stunned. Kiss you. Kid Jiraiya widened his eyes and looked at Sawarakiri in front of him in astonishment, as if to say that he didn't expect that you, a boy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would do such a frivolous thing. Tsunade had a cold face, and scanned Saharakiri with a scrutinizing gaze, as if she wanted to cut him into several pieces with her eyes. Miss Yayoi, who was sitting next to her, was motionless, her expression was as stiff as a wooden man, as if she was completely fixed in place. Saharakiri forced a smile and sat there, her expression a little embarrassed. He couldn't say that he just wanted to try out whether Sister Tong's strategy was effective, right? However, the murderous aura from the side and in front of him still made him feel a chill in his back. Okay. Finally, it was Orochimaru who broke the delicate atmosphere and changed the subject. In short, besides that time, Kiri-kun has never had any contact with her, right? Do you have any clues about her changes and purpose? Upon hearing this, Sawarakiri immediately gave Orochimaru a thankful look, and then regrouped and said, I suspect that Uchiha Hikari should be the inheritor mentioned by Uchiha Madara when he left behind. Only her strength can support one of the three major forces mentioned by the future team of Lulin, namely the Moon Organization, the Akara Organization, and the Rebel Ninja Union. If not, I'm afraid they should have been wiped out by my future self. Hearing this, everyone present nodded. They also thought of the various crises mentioned by the future team the moment Uchiha Hikari appeared. As for the channel from which Uchiha Hikaru obtained the information about the seed of the sacred tree, I don't know. It may be related to these organizations hidden in the underground of the ninja world. Or, the seed of the sacred tree itself was left by one of them. Sawara. Kiri said calmly. However, his conclusion shocked many people present. They all looked at him, obviously hearing the hint in Sawarakiri's words. Although after the future team's narration, they have almost accepted the conclusion that the legendary Kagaya-hime in the ninja world is a powerful alien, but this does not mean that they are ready to fight against such a monster. What's more, isn't the time mentioned by the future team still 10 years away? How come there are Otsutsuki active in the ninja world now? Sawarakiri looked at their astonished expressions and slowed down his tone a little. Although we still don't understand why the Otsutsuki want to attack the ninja world, they will probably make sufficient preparations before attacking the strongest ninja. Or, they have started preparing many years ago, but for various reasons, they have never had the opportunity to take action. I think the comprehensive reform of Konoha Revolution, we must continue to take a few steps ahead and be prepared at any time. You make sense. Orochimaru was the first to accept Sawarakiri's point of view, but his brows were also furrowed, and he even sighed faintly. Why did it turn out like this? Konoha had just ended the Second Ninja World War, and there was a ninja who would become the strongest ninja in the future. The two happy things overlapped, which should have been a happy time like a dream. But why did it turn out like this? Alas! Sawara. Kiri secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, it is not known whether it is a good thing or a bad thing to search out Hiki Otsutsuki hidden in the Kara organization in advance and let Konoha take precautions. Although it is still decades before Hiki Otsutsuki defeats Naruto in heavy particle mode, he has been lurking for 1,000 years. How strong is he now? Even Sawarakiri himself can't say for sure. Now, he can only put his hope on the next round of card drawing activities. Then, why did Uchiha Hikari steal the seeds of the sacred tree? Tsunade still frowned. This may be related to the wood release that Uchiha Madara performed before his death. Sahara. Kiri organized her words. If I remember correctly, Uchiha Madara is recorded as a ninja who will not lose his eyesight no matter how he uses his eye power. Even within the Uchiha clan now, no one knows the reason, or maybe someone knows it, but keeps it strictly secret from Yayoi and others. However, judging from the power displayed by Uchiha Madara and the eyes of Uchiha Hikaru that will not lose their eyesight, there is a high possibility that it is related to the bloodline limit of the Senju clan. Sahara. Kiri said, focusing his eyes on Tsunade, the rumors about the sage body and the sage eye are very likely to be true. When put together, they will produce some incredible effects. Or, it is that the wood release chakra and the Mangeki eye power have some kind of complementary effect. However, how to prove and realize this point depends on the scientific department of Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded slightly. He has always maintained a strong curiosity about these unknown things, and naturally will not push them out. Until all the questions that should be asked were made clear, Jiraiya clapped his hands. Look, I said that there will be no problem with this kid Kiri. Now that we have said it, isn't it over? The key is to keep the enemy out. We can't let anything go wrong among ourselves. The Otsutsuki clan is still eyeing us from somewhere. Just these words dispersed the originally solemn atmosphere in the office. In fact, after Sawara Kiri confessed that he was an undercover agent of Kirigakure, this kind of worry existed in the hearts of these senior executives to a certain extent. Even if they knew that he was one of their own, they would still worry about him. After all, he was too strong. What if he suddenly had a brain cramp one day? No one can say this kind of thing well. After all, their beloved teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen was also a decisive and heroic person in the past. When he got old, didn't he become unrecognizable to them? Mutual trust must be a long process. Sawara Kiri just listened with a smile, seeing through but not saying it. The elephant in the room, if it moves a little, it will shake the earth and mountains. There is nothing we can do about it. Konoha is still too small. However, after hearing Jiraiya's words, he remembered another thing. By the way, excuse me, is it time to start the election of the fourth Hokage? Sawara Kiri asked casually, whether it is the next search for underground forces or the implementation of comprehensive reforms, we need the help of all the adults, don't you know? Hearing him suddenly point out this long-delayed matter, Namikaze Minato looked at him in surprise and whispered, Mist, isn't this a bit too hasty? He was still worried about Kushina. The cage of each village must have a strong enough bond with the Jinchuriki in the village. This is an established rule. But the only Jinchuriki in Konoha now is his wife. What if something goes wrong? Minato, the wife-protecting maniac, thought darkly. Sawara Kiri waved his hand, as long as I'm not dead, Kushina will have nothing to do with the battlefield. Konoha is different now. Minato was startled when he heard this. This was indeed the truth. The three ninjas behind the desk looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Originally, they wanted to delay the full-line group for a few more years, until Kiri-kun grew a few years older and established enough prestige. This was actually enough, and then let him ascend the throne of the fourth Hokage directly skipping the previous transition step. Anyway, he is already the fifth Hokage appointed by the future people, and he is doing a good job. It is obviously a done deal, right? However, Kiri-kun doesn't seem to think so. It doesn't matter. Orochimaru looked around, glanced in the direction of Minato, and said calmly, the third Hokage has not woken up yet, and now is about the time. However, despite saying so, he and Jiraiya's eyes were obviously on Tsunade. Whether it is the relationship with the Jinchuriki, or the bloodline and name, she is obviously the most suitable one, not to mention that she has a disciple like Sahara Kiri standing behind her who keeps pushing her forward. Tisk. I think you just don't want to work. Tsunade curled her lips in displeasure, but didn't say much. Her eyes fell on Sahara Kiri, who was still smiling. Tisk, this stinky brat. Really troublesome. However, the fourth Hokage? Tsunade turned her head and looked at the familiar faces carved on the cliffs far away outside the window, feeling a little disappointed. This time, I owe him a favor. After the secret meeting, Konoha suddenly launched a large-scale clearing operation against the underground bounty houses in the three countries of fire, wind, and lightning, as well as a series of secret organizations. The momentum of various underground forces was suddenly suppressed, and they all hid in the deeper shadows, which made the business environment of the surrounding small countries clear, and even the number of caravans increased a lot. However, after this operation, many rebel ninjas were killed, but no trace of information related to the seeds of the sacred tree was found. It was not until the end of this round of clearing operations that Konoha received the news that Tsunade succeeded as the fourth generation Hokage. However, this news did not cause much turmoil in the ninja world. Now all discerning people can see clearly that Sahara Kiri, the strongest in the ninja world, has already grasped the position of Hokage, and all those who have ascended to this position before him are just making transitions for him. However, the 3 reforms launched at the same time as the succession of the 4th generation Hokage have knocked many people in Konoha down. Ninja colleges, Jonin grades, ninja professional training, etc., all of which were drastic changes, changing the ninja village customs originally inherited from the 2nd generation Hokage. In the end, even the daimyo and the nobles of the Land of Fire sent letters to inquire about the situation, supporting a small group of great ninja clans that had already begun to decline. But in the end, all of them were still left unresolved, and all these reform measures were promulgated by taking advantage of the victory of the war. Everyone understood that as long as Konoha was allowed to develop for another 10 or 20 years, they would have no rivals in the entire ninja world. For this reason, other ninja villages also began to follow suit. As for the various disturbances and infightings that occurred during the imitation process, there is no need to mention them. The pain period of reform is not unique to Konoha. However, the struggle of an ant. At the long table, Jijin supported his cheek with one hand and held a goblet with the other hand, slowly shaking the wine in the glass, listening to the information brought by Kakuzu from various channels, without any change on his face. In fact, he is indeed qualified. If it were not for the fear of Kagaya, who was still sealed in the moon, and the eye that remained in the void after death and was always observing the ninja world, he wanted to overturn the entire ninja world, but it would be a matter of a snap of the fingers. Even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were just bigger ants in his eyes. As an Otsutsuki, he is qualified to say such words. Now, after looking through the entire ninja world, the only one who deserves his attention is Saharakiri, the qualified body he has reserved. Besides that, has that guy done anything else? Kakuzu, wearing a black robe, knelt on the spot and said in a deep voice, Sawarakiri is still looking for Uchiha Hikari's trace, but there is no result for the time being. After the previous failure, Uchiha Hikari moved underground and even handed over the management of Takigakure village to the people below. The loss must be great. Waste. After hearing the results of the previous actions, Jijin uttered a faint sound, subconsciously moved his eyes, glanced in the direction of Kakuzu, and then turned away. Even if Kakuzu was given some transformation by him, he might not be able to pose any threat to Sawarakiri. What's more, Sawarakiri's body has not grown yet. This last period of waiting is really anxious. A journey of 100 miles begins with a single step. Is this the truth? Just as he was thinking about how to divert Sawarakiri's attention and let him further improve his body so as to contribute the most outstanding body to him, Jijin's expression suddenly froze. Kakuzu raised his head slightly, and was also surprised. It had been such a long time, and it was the first time he saw this monster show such an obvious expression. Dang! The next moment, Jijin suddenly threw down the wine glass and strode outside, while releasing all his senses and looking far away. This familiar chakra. Jijin, or Otsutsuki as Heike, had an extremely ugly expression at this time, and frowned pursuers. With a bang, a twisted gap suddenly exploded in the center of the forest far away in the land of lightning, and it swallowed up all the smoke and dust like a wind hole, and even the sound that had just spread not far away seemed to be swallowed up by this boundless cave. It turned into a strange silence. The next moment, several white figures suddenly jumped out of the gap, looking extremely embarrassed. Damn! It failed again. I said there was something wrong with that time node. It must be a singularity. Why did you insist? All right, Urashiki. Shive-sama's power is limited, and there are not many times he can jump world lines. If he wants to change the destroyed future, now we can rely on a few of us. What time node is this now? Quickly detect it. In other words, it should be Konoha. Konoha's 41st year. Hey! The moment they heard this time point, the 4 Otsutsuki present all perked up, obviously more excited than before. 41 years. The leading Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked at Urashiki behind him in astonishment, and then the corners of his lips almost couldn't help but curl up, and his eyes widened, as if he saw some hope. That's right, it's the 41st year. Otsutsuki. Urashiki was also more excited than before, and his tone was filled with strong impulse. Don't act rashly, don't forget the loss you suffered last time. Another tall and strong Otsutsuki suddenly interrupted their excitement, which cooled down the atmosphere. Otsutsuki Momoshiki couldn't help showing a bit of lingering fear on his face. After Lord Shiba was killed, they received an oracle and kept traveling through several different world lines to eliminate the unspeakable human from the root. Last time, they jumped to the 59th year of Konoha, and after making sufficient preparations, they attacked that guy. The result was extremely tragic. Of the 7 Otsutsuki who attacked, 3 were killed by him with one sword, and even the few who barely escaped were also injured. The same degree of injury, now in urgent need of recuperation. At the same time, the death of Lord Shivaju in that world line is probably doomed. That damn inferior race. It's just a monster. Everyone present couldn't help but feel terrified as soon as they recalled the scene of destruction, but they still dared not show it at all. At this moment, it goes without saying how much pressure has accumulated in their hearts. Now, the power that can support them to continue to jump is getting less and less. So they must seize every opportunity to attack. After calming down, Momoshiki, as the temporary leader, said in short, first find a place to convert energy and replenish consumption. Yes. Chapter 177 Tiamat Jinchuriki, 5K. The phoenix trees are golden, and the maple leaves are like fire. The light autumn means that the area around Konoha, which was full of lush greenery some time ago, is now covered with a light rosy glow. The weather is also gradually getting cooler. At this time, it has been a while since Tsunade-sama ascended to the position of Hokage. The Konoha village, which had been under the deployment of the all-line group for a long time, quickly accepted the fact that Tsunade became the fourth generation with almost no obstacles. The village, which was in urgent need of recuperation after the war, completely turned to economic development. The new city of Konoha in the distance changed its appearance every day. However, there are still many things that have not changed. Sawarakiri put on a dark outer robe and stood at the door of the Senju residence, looking quite hesitant. After hesitating for a long time, he finally pushed the door open. As expected, as soon as he entered the door, he heard someone trotting out from the inner room, and then gradually slowed down his pace when the door was pushed open. The girl pretended to be calm, with a seemingly teasing tone in her tone. Ah, Lord Sawarakiri is actually going home for dinner today. There is no mission to do today. The 14-year-old girl is in the period of growth. Sawara Yuki, who was just as tall as his chest and looked like a child, is like the distant Konoha New Castle, and her height has grown a lot every once in a while. Now, she just stood there, and she looked quite graceful. Only the wet little hands that were rubbing on the apron in front of her, and the long hair that was simply tied up for the convenience of cooking, brought her a real sense of life. There were still a few drops of water on her fair little face. It was obvious that she had just trotted over when she heard the sound outside, and she didn't have time to wipe it off. Of course, what Sawarakiri was most familiar with was Miss Shuihui's mild mocking voice. When it comes to missions, the time is always uncertain. However, even under the disdainful eyes of her sister, Saharakiri had to bite the bullet and pretend to explain. Recently, more and more people have nominated me, and occasionally I have to go to the land of lightning, so it is inevitable that there will be some small problems on the way. By the way, what did Shuihui do tonight? I wanted to have a bite outside, but when I saw the smoke rising from the kitchen, I ran back immediately. I ate dry food all the way. I haven't tasted Shuihui's cooking for a long time. I'm a little hungry. Really? Miss? Shuihui glanced at him and noticed that his clothes and bag were indeed stained with dust. She reluctantly let him pass and turned to walk towards the house. I stewed fish soup, bean sprouts and veal in the evening. Go wash your hands and face first. Yes, yes. Sahara. Kiri sighed inwardly. Shuihui was becoming more and more difficult to deal with. Rebellious period, however, he still listened obediently, put down the package on the eaves beside the entrance, and walked towards the bathroom. Misty. As he walked inside, he saw a chubby girl like a little ball running out of the room, rushing towards him with her short legs. Shizuan. Sawarawu was about to hug her, but when Shizuan was halfway there, Miss Suiwai, who was passing by, grabbed her by the back of her neck and walked towards the back of the room, scolding her as she walked. Shizuan. I just washed you clean, and now you're covered in dust again. Why? Do you care about that idiot Wu? He's having a good time outside. Woo woo woo. Sawara. Wu's expression suddenly froze and turned grey. Sawara Suiwai glanced at him, her eyes paused, but in the end she still showed no mercy and snorted softly. In fact, it's not Miss Suiwai's fault for this. He had a criminal record and had been caught. Since his relationship with Yayoi went further, Sawara Wu felt a bit reluctant to leave during the initial period, and often stayed away from home for days and nights. Because many skills could not be used at Yayoi's house, and Yayoi's mother's sleep was also disturbed, the wealthy Miss Yayoi simply bought another house in the center of the village. The two top fighters of Konoha stayed at home all day to engage in gunfire and rain of bullets, and fought so hard that they could not break the glue. Until the honeymoon period of the initial period was almost over, and the inventory accumulated by Mr. Sawara over the years was barely consumed, the war gradually entered a period of easing, at least the frequency of fighting gradually eased, so as not to exhaust the enemy. However, Sawarakiri was locked up at home by Miss Yayoi and played some small games of hiding a beautiful woman day and night, which inevitably neglected the family. At first, Miss Suiwai didn't notice anything. After all, it was common for ninjas to stay outside the village for several days and nights. But later, Suiwai suddenly realized that her brother seemed to be going out on missions too often, even if the village had just ended the war and there were many requests from various caravans, he should have a balance between work and rest. Tsunade knew all about his affairs, but she had just become the 4th Hokage not long ago, and she had a lot of things to do, so she had less time to stay at home than him. Moreover, the temper of the princess of Konoha was well known, and she had no time to deal with this stinky disciple. Until one day, probably because she was really annoyed by Suiwai, she intentionally or unintentionally put the crystal ball that Sarutobi teacher had used on the desk. Hey, someone's figure shopping just happened to be revealed. That's when Miss Suiwai discovered the truth. Until now, Sawara Kiri still remembers the tragic scene at that time. It can be said that the thunder and lightning struck the earth, and the ghosts and gods cried and wailed in fear. She blocked the door of Yaoi's new house and quarreled with her. It was like a wife who caught her husband cheating on the spot and almost fought with Yaoi's mistress. At that time, Suiwai was very angry and half of the new house was demolished. However, perhaps because of the demeanor of a big wife or the margin of dominant position, compared with her previous tough style, Yaoi's reaction was quite gentle. She didn't take this sister seriously at all. Later, she was too lazy to repair the new house and directly bought a newer one in the new city. Now Suiwai can't even catch her shadow. Since then, whenever Sawara Kiri went out and didn't go home to spend the night, Suiwai would assume that he was cheating. If he didn't go home for several days, he would definitely be scolded when he came back. Damn. He was obviously doing tasks at least 1/3 of the time. The road of being a scumbag is long and difficult. I'll coax him later. Sawara Kiri soaked his whole body in the bathtub, splashing water on his face while thinking in his heart. He was really tired after following the caravan to the land of hot water and coming back. Since the end of the war, his reputation has gradually spread throughout the ninja world, and more special nominations from various chambers of commerce have been made for him. Most of them can be turned down, but there are still a small number of very powerful or well-connected people, which he can't refuse. Before the independent economic system of the ninja world is completed, he is still a ninja who makes a living by missions. However, there is really no suitable bond. Sawara Kiri looked at his gradually increasing panel information and the knot points that were still lying alone on it, and sighed faintly. Since he learned about his future death, he spent a lot of time looking for suitable bonds. For this reason, he even ran half of the ninja world and tried to become friends with many people and help them solve their problems. However, I don't know whether it's because he's too strong or because those so-called troubles are not difficult for him at all. He has indeed made a lot of favors, but the bond objects on the panel are still motionless, and the knot points are not settled at all. At the same time, judging from the bond objects he already has, the minimum strength requirement required to form a bond with him is obviously getting higher and higher. No way, use it up in time. Sahara Kiri sighed softly. His eyes swept over the talents, abilities, and items one by one, choosing to cast a wide net and catch more fish. My dream is the Sea of Stars. Sister Tong's familiar tone sounded from my ears, and a series of brilliant lights flashed across the lottery interface. 4. Soul's Jade, A. Evil Fallen Stick, B. Inherent Time Control, A. Tiamat Projection Growth, SS. Just as Sawara Kiri habitually glanced at the screen and was about to continue to drain the last shot, his eyes suddenly paused at the last column. Hey! They! Next moment, the late rainbow light on the screen finally caught his eyes, making him half close his eyes. However, his eyes were still fixed on the screen, motionless. Splash! Sawara Kiri couldn't control herself and suddenly stood up from the bathtub, making a loud splash. Missed! Seemingly. Hearing the sound coming from the bathtub in the backyard, Shui Hui poked her little head inside in confusion. Splash! Sawara Kiri covered her vital parts and sat back again, controlling her facial expression with difficulty, but still turned her head stiffly behind her. It's okay. It seems like a rabbit ran over. Hey! Miss! Shui Hui frowned, with no intention of avoiding it at all. She appeared half of her body with a vigilant look on her face, carefully scanned around the bathtub, and made sure that there was no stench from the Uchiha family, and then she shrank back hesitantly. After a while, she suddenly appeared again, as if she wanted to scare him. Until he was sure that the bad woman Uchiha Yayoi had not come, he snorted softly and went back to the kitchen. Sawara Kiri let out a breath slowly. It was not that he was scared by Shui Hui, but by the system. SS. Tiamat. He widened his eyes and confirmed the level again, and then stared at the special ability project, staring at it for a long time, and the boiling emotions in his heart finally calmed down, looking awkward as if he wanted to laugh but didn't dare to say anything. This was the first time he drew an ability of this level. Calming down a little, Sawara Kiri clicked on the detailed column. Ability. Acquired Tiamat Projection Growth First Stage, SS, Information Localization, Completed Details, one of the 7 evils of mankind, a beast that holds the principle of return, one of the supreme gods in Mesopotamian mythology, the mother goddess of creation whose body became the heaven and earth, a tiny projection left in the divided world. Now, under the restrictions of the world's rules, it has descended here in the form of a tailed beast. This ability comes from the FGO series, increases the number of not points consumed, human, beast. Looking at this line of explanation, Saharakiri couldn't help but clench his fists. Although there is still a series of small words after the name of Tiamat, it is a real SS level reward anyway. If I remember correctly, the body of this god seems to be the size of a planet. The projection, which has been weakened by who knows how many times, is SS level. What level of monster is this complete body? However, it may take a lot of heart points to upgrade her stage, just like the previous unlimited ceremony. What caught Sawarakiri's attention was the following explanation. Descended here in the form of a tailed beast. Does this mean that Sawarakiri can also make himself a Jinkriki? If he can master this kind of power, then why should he be afraid of Otsutsuki? Isn't it like playing to attack him directly in his hometown? Excited heart, trembling hands. Sawarakiri quietly looked at the line of words that appeared on the panel and tapped it lightly. The next moment, plop! A huge egg suddenly emerged from his arms. Sawarakiri was stunned. Oh! This is called growth type? At this moment, he suddenly felt fortunate that he had not chosen any growth type rewards when he was at Yaoi's house. But now that it's like this, it's better to pry it open first to see if it's a mule or a horse, right? Although Sawarakiri had an ominous premonition, he still resolutely chose to add the last knot to the panel. Tiamat. Stage 1 Stage 2 Almost in an instant, the giant egg, which was as warm and hard as a stone just now, slowly cracked into fine cracks in Sawarakiri's arms, and an unusual fragrance emanated from the inside of the eggshell, accompanied by a subtle gurgling sound, as if something was constantly moving inside. Crack! When the eggshell at the top was pushed open by something, a crisp cracking sound suddenly came from the inside. Puff! Following that, a tiny dot with 2 large blue horns on both sides just drilled out of the giant egg. The pink eyes dotted with crosses stared at him straight, and a pair of pink hands were still holding the eggshell, chewing it instinctively, just like chewing potato chips, not afraid of strangers at all. She was a little girl who looked only 3 or 4 years old, with scales like a gauze skirt hanging on the surface of her white body, short and thick eyebrows, and clear egg liquid hanging on her face, which made her cheeks pink and smooth. Her long little tiger teeth were exposed outside her lips and she was chewing the eggshell. Her pointed ears swayed with the chewing movement, and her small body drilled out of the eggshell like a caterpillar until she fell on him. Then she turned over naturally, skillfully pressed him down as if he were a big bed, and continued to chew the eggshell with a crunching sound. That was not at all shy. Sawarakiri lowered her head and looked at Kay in astonishment. This is the only SS level reward, was it in vain? Figure 3, although he can understand the growth type, it's a mini version, but isn't it a little too mini? When will this little guy be able to fight against the Otsutsuki? As if she had noticed his doubts, Sister Tongza muttered unhappily. It's good to have it. From S level onwards, you have to raise it yourself, otherwise the world lines would have collapsed long ago. Hearing this, Saharakiri was stunned. Another keyword was captured. The various rewards he drew may also directly affect the survival of the world line. What is the normal world line like? Saharakiri tried to ask. However, as if she realized that she had accidentally said something she shouldn't have said, Sister Tongzi rarely took advantage of the victory and kept her mouth shut. Seeing this, Saharakiri didn't ask any more questions. When she wasn't crazy, Sister Tongzi was still very tight-lipped. Just as Saharakiri was thinking about where to get more heart notes to raise this little guy to a usable level, a series of footsteps came from the room behind him. Miss Suiwai still stuck her head out in displeasure, saying, "Woo! Stop playing with water, and take out the baby after washing." Sayahara. Suiwai's face suddenly turned pale. Sayahara Wu subconsciously pushed Zioxiati into the water, but he never thought that this little guy was so powerful that he pushed his arm and popped his head out of the water. The struggle caused a burst of water splashing. The pair of pink cross eyes looked straight in the direction of Suiwai again, with eggshell fragments in his mouth, his pointed ears twitching quickly, and he stretched out a short hand to her. Goo! Yay! She even said hello. When she noticed the abnormalities of this little guy, huge horns, pointed ears, cross eyes, Miss Suiwai, who thought Wu and that bad woman had a baby quickly, suddenly reacted there was not enough time. And this little guy was obviously not an ordinary person. After calming down, Miss Shui Hui's sharp eyes immediately fell on Saharakiri. Where did you get it? Sayahara. Kiri said seriously, I picked it up. After killing the evil organization, I found one of the surviving underground experiments. I felt sorry for her, so I secretly brought her home. I just wanted to wash her. Swish, swish. Xiao Xiaodi was obviously unwilling. He bit the eggshell and made a fuss while kicking his legs and splashing water on his face. It was obviously drawn. Hearing this, Shui Hui obviously believed it. Her tense face relaxed a little bit. She complained to him in a low voice, I didn't stop you from raising it. Why did you bring it in secretly? Why didn't you just tell me? Jing Ian happened to have a little friend. Where did you put her just now? As she spoke, she walked closer and wanted to help Kiri pick up the little guy to wash him. However, after just a few steps in, Xiao Xiaodi, who was still full of energy just now, suddenly became a little timid. Without even a greeting, after Sui Wai approached, he suddenly shrank into Sawara Kiri's arms, and immediately melted into his body like ink melting into the water, and disappeared abruptly. The two people on both sides of the pool were stunned. Sawara Kiri stared blankly. Is this the so-called coming in the form of a tailed beast? Sui Wai looked at her brother in amazement. Sahara Kiri's reaction was a bit faster, and he said solemnly, look, what a strange bloodline limit, born with it. I just brought it in like this. Miss. Sui Wai stared at him straight, silent for a long time, and suddenly sighed as if she had long been accustomed to these little secrets of her brother, and said helplessly, hurry up and wash, the meal is ready. If it gets cold, I won't wait for you. Yes. Chapter 178 Ambush, 5K, again. Tsunade looked at the little thing with two strange horns in the yard, who was chasing after Shizuan's butt excitedly, shouting Guya Guya in his mouth, and running with his short legs. The wine bottle in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Tsunade-sama, you're back. Sawara. Kiri heard the voice, poked his head out of the room, and greeted, Sui Wai left some food for you. If you haven't eaten yet, use it as a midnight snack. Just as he finished speaking and was about to shrink back, he saw Tsunade suddenly pass through the gate to the hall, which was a few dozen meters away. She ran to him in small steps, put her arm around Sawara Kiri's shoulders, pressed him down in front of her, and whispered, where did this little thing come from? It's obviously not a human, right? Sawara. Kiri knew that Tsunade's eyesight was much sharper than Sui Wai's, so he thought it was better to have less trouble than more. But unfortunately, he was caught now. What? Do you mean not human? This is the only survivor I found among the cultures of the evil organization after I uncovered their underground secret laboratory. I saw that he was too pitiful, so I, go to hell. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child like Sui Wai? Tsunade interrupted him abruptly and grabbed Sawara Kiri's collar. Your mission this time was to escort an A-level caravan, and you came back immediately after sending it to the land of hot water. During the whole process, the bandits who just heard your name ran away, and the ninja who was hired to assassinate the leader of the Chamber of Commerce gave up the mission as soon as they met. You haven't even experienced a battle. Where did you dig out the evil organization? You even forgot the mission report you wrote. Wu Sawara. Kiri almost forgot that Tsunade is now the 4th Hokage. She has the right to look through his mission materials at any time. Come to think of it, she has been made the 4th Hokage, so why hasn't the final bond path been opened yet? He clearly remembered that Tsunade had a path to become the 4th Hokage. Seeing Sahara Kiri's hesitant and embarrassed expression, Tsunade seemed to suddenly think of something, and suddenly lowered her voice, turned sideways and asked in a low voice, I say, you are not still in contact with the Kirigakuer, right? They. Cold tone was like the unlucky original wife asking her husband if he had cheated again. Absolutely not. Sahara. Kiri suddenly jumped up, this is a matter of principle. Tsunade let go of his shoulders, folded her arms across her chest, lifted the already proud mountain, and turned it into a more upright peak, which made people feel the urge to climb at a glance. Looking at him, she was a little panicked in her heart. After all, even if the mist really still has a connection with the Kirigakuer, she can't do anything about it. But if it's not this little thing found in the Kirigakuer, where else can the mist come from? Hey! Speaking of which, I've been wondering about it before. Mist-kun. Tsunade stared at him and subconsciously lowered her voice, are you also a Konoha person who traveled from the future? But the place of travel fell to Kirigakuer. Sawara. Kiri looked at her in astonishment. Then she reacted immediately. Tsunade was enlightened by the future team that traveled to this timeline some time ago. What's more, his techniques and abilities that transcend the times are really too outrageous, but if the setting of travel is added, then everything seems so natural. It makes sense. Saharakiri immediately cooperated with a deep expression, and her eyes seemed to wander a little under Tsunade's gaze. Yes. Since you have discovered it, even I have to admit it. In fact, I am a personality descender who traveled from the spirit garden of the M78 Nebula in another world line to this world line and was born with the goal of saving the world, so I... Okay. Tsunade covered her face with one hand and stretched out the other hand to stop him, saying helplessly, it seems that I am really confused. Hey! Sawara! Kiri asked in confusion, how did you see it? Missed, you shouldn't have noticed it, right? Tsunade sighed slowly, looked up at him, and sighed, you only stare into other people's eyes when you are lying. At least it's like this in front of me. Sawara. Kiri's expression froze immediately, and he moved his eyes back to Tsunade's face and closed his mouth seriously. Seeing that he didn't intend to continue talking, Tsunade didn't want to ask him, anyway, you have a personal channel that can occasionally obtain special beings, right? What? Is that little guy outside? Human. Similar to the tailed beast, but in this form it looks more like a human. Somehow, after hearing Tsunade's explanation, Saharakiri actually breathed a sigh of relief. From now on, all the little gadgets that suddenly appeared from him will probably have a reasonable output channel. Tailed beast. Tsunade was startled at first, then turned her head to look in the direction of Xiao Xiaoda, who was jumping around with Shizun outside, and turned her head again and asked again, missed, not everything with a tail can be called a tailed beast. Sawara. Kiri sighed slightly when she heard this is because it is still in the growth stage. When it grows up a little, you will see. What? Does she eat to grow up? Tailed beasts should not eat ordinary food, right? Tsunade looked at him puzzledly. In fact, tailed beasts not only do not eat ordinary food, but she has never heard of how tailed beasts grow from small to large. Sawarakiri thought for a moment, then half of his body was extended, and he called out to the dirty little Ti who was playing outside. Tia. Guade. Little Ti who was following behind Shizun paused for 2 steps, and then ran towards Sawarakiri in small steps, and finally got into his arms with a thump. His huge green horns hurt him, but his 2 little hands gently grabbed the corners of his clothes, and his body rolled on his thighs, looking like a spoiled child. Sawarakiri first rubbed Ti's little head, and then spread out his 2 hands, one holding a small cake, and the other hand gradually emerged with a group of scattered and unformed chakra balls, and asked Tia, which one do you like to eat? Tsunade was startled when she saw this, and looked at him in confusion. A little kid of this size, aren't you afraid of hurting her? Little Ti lay in Sawarakiri's arms, listening to his question and looking around strangely. Then he suddenly opened his mouth wide, he stuffed both sides into his mouth in 2 bites. Burp. He burped a little. However, compared to the small cake, the little guy obviously liked eating chakra more. He patted Sawarakiri's left hand with his soft and tender little hands, raised his little head, looked at him expectantly, and asked him to have another one. When Tsunade saw this scene, she immediately showed a confused look. Eat it. Sawarakiri looked calm. Just kidding, what's wrong with the projection of the larva? The prototype of this little guy is the mother goddess of creation, right? Isn't it natural to be able to do such a small thing? Noticing Xiao Xiao's little action, Sawarakiri condensed a raised nan for K, and turned it in his hand. When Xiao Xiaoda saw the flavor ball in Wu's hand, his eyes lit up immediately, and the cross-shaped pink eyes flashed with a beep, beep, beep light. He pulled Wu's wrist, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed the whole raised nan into his cheek. Wu. They. Raised nan was silent in an instant. A happy expression appeared on Xiao Xiaoda's face. Sawarakiri looked as if it was a matter of course, but to be on the safe side, he still stretched out his finger, pulled open Xiao Xiaoda's lips, and took a look inside. The snake-shaped snake tip licked his finger, and the gums and teeth were well protected. It was obvious that he was a good boy who brushed his teeth every day. Very good. It's all right. Goo. Having his lips opened by Sawarakiri, Xiao Xiaoda didn't react to what he was doing for a while. When he noticed that he moved his cheek closer, it seemed that he suddenly understood. After he pulled out his fingers, Xiao Xiaoda immediately climbed onto Wu's shoulder like climbing a tree, and then hugged his head and kissed him. Suck, 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 suck. Okay, just a kiss. Suck. Sawara. Wu helplessly took the little guy down and fixed him in his arms to prevent him from running around again. Tsunade on the opposite side was already a little numb. She could even take the raised nan. Anyway, you can do whatever you want. Tsunade had a headache and didn't want to care about him anymore. However, just when she was about to get up to eat some midnight snacks and then go to bed, she saw Saharakiri suddenly remembered something, took out a light pink bead from her arms, and said again, "By the way, Tsunade-sama. There is one more thing I want to trouble you with." "Hey!" Tsunade turned her head impatiently, and then her eyes were attracted by the small bead in his hand. "What is this?" "Four Souls Jade, information localization, completed details, a special substance that can carry a huge amount of chakra. After being integrated into the body, it can gain incredible power, but this special property will also actively attract countless extreme souls to compete for it. This item comes from Inuyasha, cannot be upgraded." Just staring at it for a few seconds, Tsunade seemed to suddenly realize something and frowned. Although it was very subtle, the moment she saw the small bead, she still had an extremely subtle impulse in her heart to snatch it away. Although this impulse was quickly suppressed, it still made her suddenly alert. For ninjas of their level, their self-control is difficult for ordinary people to guess. If such an inexplicable impulse suddenly arises, it must be some special influence of other external objects. Is that its nature just now? Sahara. Kiri noticed Tsunade's appearance and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the influence of the Four Souls Jade on the strong is not so obvious. Yes. This should be considered a passive hypnotic nature, but it is just one of its side effects. Try to inject some chakra into it. Tsunade took it after hearing it, and then frowned and did as she was told. Almost at the moment when she probed the chakra into the bead, Tsunade suddenly felt a vast space as vast as the sea in her heart. And the strands of chakra she probed into, compared with this empty space, were as fine as a river, and she could not sense the end of this space from afar. Tsunade's eyes suddenly froze. This is a priceless treasure that can be used to activate the external yin seal, however, how long will it take to fill such a large space? Thinking of this, Tsunade immediately raised her head with some understanding and asked Sawarakiri, "So, you want me to gather people to help you fill this bead?" "Yes." Sawara Kiri was very honest. "You also know that my biggest shortcoming now is actually the total amount of chakra. If there is such an external object as support, then my upper limit of strength should be greatly improved. But, I don't know how long it will take to solve this problem, so, got it. I'll ask Orochimaru tomorrow." 4. Such serious matters, Tsunade never thought of resisting. She put away the necklace and stuffed it into her deep chest, and then lazily returned to the room. "This kid has a lot of fancy little things." Sawarakiri worked hard to coax the two little ones to sleep, and finally had some free time. He opened his 6 eyes after carefully scanning the house. He quietly left the room and sneaked into the shadows. He had to try out other new moves tonight. Evil Standing Stick, B, Information Localization, Completed Details, a magical talent that can destroy all malice through the impact of the body, and can even destroy ghosts and gods. At the same time, it has many functions such as strengthening the kidneys, the golden gun, high temperature and high pressure, and instant congestion. This talent comes from Hanako in the toilet versus the strong exorcist, cannot be upgraded. Just as Sawarakiri was about to start working hard at Yaoi's house. On the other side, someone was working overtime for him. "Have you investigated it clearly?" Otsutsuki Momoshiki stood in the middle of the golden forest and turned to look at the strong man behind him. In front of him was a village in the forest that had been slaughtered to the point of complete destruction. His pale palms were still stained with blood, dripping down the ground. Otsutsuki Kinshiki behind him seemed to have completely ignored the scene in front of him, and said calmly, "Yes, Lord Momoshiki. It has now been confirmed that Konoha had just won the Second Ninja World War last year, which was exactly the same as the process in the official history, and there were not many signs of spatial interference in the middle. This is Lord Urashiki's conclusion." "Very good." Momoshiki suddenly clenched his fists, his eyes slightly lowered. This was the closest they had ever gotten to the goal of erasing Sawarakiri since they had jumped so many times. He turned his head and looked at Urashiki and Shinshiki, who were also busy behind him, and he couldn't help but feel sad. A large team of 10 tribesmen, in the end only had 2 or 3 of them left, and they didn't even have much power left to jump to the world. However, Momoshiki was still determined. He was not doing it for his own life, but for the entire Otsutsuki clan. As long as one of the Shive-sama in so many world lines could survive, there would be a chance to change the fate of the entire clan. However, due to the influence of various world interference laws, if they had a direct contact with the Otsutsuki in this world, it would inevitably lead to that person breaking through the world line and taking direct action, so that they did not even dare to contact the Otsutsuki Ishiki, who had existed in this world for a long time. They had already tasted the consequences of that behavior once. Obviously, this was a kind of protection for their own origin. No matter how much Momoshiki criticized Sawarakiri, he knew in his heart that the inferior creature was already a high-dimensional existence comparable to Shive-sama. Therefore, no matter how careful they were, it would not be too much. Momoshiki, isn't this a bit too hasty? Urashiki stepped on the blood splashed from the villagers and drew runes on the open ground. It was a super-large formation used for ultra-long distance transmission and space blockade. Looking down from the sky, you can see circles of bloody traces, which almost enclosed a small part of the forest in the Land of Thunder, with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers. Urashiki asked him from a distance, although he was still weak during World War II, if something unexpected happened again, at such a close distance, we would definitely be killed. Why not just flood it with a flood as we discussed before? Hasn't that method been tested? Momoshiki interrupted him unceremoniously, and Urashiki paused in drawing the talisman and curled his lips in disdain. Momoshiki's voice did not stop. The moon fell, the sacred tree was planted, floods, storms, volcanic eruptions. Which large-scale environmental change did not lead to that guy's attack beyond the world line? How many people have died because of these messed up ideas? Urashiki's movements also stopped completely, and he was also very resentful. What was the result of the close-range raid? In the 53rd year of Konoha, 10 people surrounded and killed, and that guy suddenly shouted something like Bond and Heart Knot and rushed up, and 3 of the team were killed directly. In the 59th year, he killed 3 more with 1 knife. Now? 41 years is a bit early, but isn't the growth period of human beings only a few years? We only have 4 people left. Otsutsuki, Urashiki said, glanced in the direction of the woman and Kinshiki behind him, and sneered, there are still 2 wastes. Kinshiki and Shinshiki glanced at him, but said nothing. Momoshiki's expression remained unchanged, his voice was cold. This time, I'm sure. He said, and took out a golden bird cage from his sleeve. Urashiki didn't pay much attention to his actions at first, but when the bird cage appeared in front of him, he paused and said in amazement, Cage? Where did you get it from? It was a magic weapon of the same level as the Fae in his hand. Otsutsuki Momoshiki sneered, in the last world line, I spent a lot of effort to steal it from the clan, and I was almost caught by myself. As for what kind of punishment he would receive in that world line for failing to guard the magic weapon, he had no time to care about it. Hearing this, and looking at the golden bird cage again, even Urashiki felt a little more confident. If there is this equals words maybe, there is a chance. A little later there was a meeting at the company, so I got off work late and just got home now. I thought I could finish writing by 10 o'clock, but now it may be later. Sorry. Chapter 179 Attack, 1W, the next day, early morning. Although Konoha is not close to the sea, the climate is still slightly humid in the deep forest. The air in the autumn morning still has a hint of dampness and chill, which makes Sawarakiri's arms stretching out of the quilt a little cold. Looking out from the window on the top floor of this Konoha new city, you can just see the Human Rights Continuation Guarantee Agency standing on the western edge of Konoha village, standing like a steep peak. The external name is the Science Research Department Astronomical Observation Tower. Konoha's Earth Escape project is quite guaranteed in terms of speed and quality. It has been a while since the completion of this building. At this moment, the surface of the astronomical convex lens at the highest point of the tower is shining with bright spots on both sides. It is getting late. Are you going back? Yaoi's soft voice sounded from the side, as if she was awakened by his small movements after waking up. But when she opened her eyes, she turned her head to look at him with a slightly soft look, and put her hands on his arms, as if she was reluctant for him to leave. Suiwai should make breakfast. If you don't go back, you will be scolded. Saharakiri pinched her nose, and then gently let go, enjoying the warmth coming from her side in the morning, and her heart seemed to belong. You are really strict. There should be a mission today, right? Are the ninja tools ready? Yes, yes. It must be said that Yaoi's earnest exhortation like a little wife really makes people feel satisfied in a gentle place, making Saharakiri a little reluctant to get up. However, thinking of the fact that she had a big gap in the knot points after getting Zioxiati, she suddenly had motivation again. In fact, even without Zioxiati, the bond between her and Suiwai could not be cut off like this. Sawarakiri lay down for a while, then forced herself to get up and took a simple shower after Yaoi finished. When she came out, Yaoi had already put on an apron and started preparing breakfast at the kitchen counter. Sawarakiri reached out and hugged the girl's slender waist from behind. I'll go out first. Humph. I don't know if she finally recovered some strength after being tossed around in the middle of the night, or if she secretly complained about him, a scumbag who ate and slept everywhere, Miss Yayoi snorted in annoyance and pushed him back. Sawara Kiri just smiled and didn't take it seriously at all. It must be said that Yayoi's leg training in recent days should have produced results, and the already full and round legs have become more elastic. However, even so, before he left, Yayoi still reminded him, don't be careless during the mission. Yes. When he returned to the Senju residence, the shadow clone took over his shift, just in time for the meal at the Senju residence. After the last lesson, he remembered to keep a backup for himself, but even the shadow clone had to be touched carefully. If it accidentally hit something, it would explode and be exposed. However, even with such complete preparations, when the dinner table was served, Miss Suiwai still sniffed sharply, as if she noticed something strange, and immediately glanced in his direction with a rather resentful look. Tsunade ate as if nothing had happened, and had a small cup of sake in the morning, otherwise she would not be able to concentrate on work. Obviously, this was the unique twisted theory of this medical master, but no one was qualified to refute her. You don't know how to spray some perfume on your body. Recently, Yuki has changed all the shower gels in the house. You can smell the wrong smell. Tsunade didn't remind him until they walked side by side to the Hokage building. Sahara Kiri was shocked. So it was revealed like this? After noticing the figure in the corridor, Tsunade restored her usual solemn and dignified appearance and strode into the Hokage's office. Sahara Kiri followed in. With the convenience of living in the Senju residence, he would receive the first batch of tasks as soon as he went to work every day. Most of them were designated, and a small part of the tasks were too high and only he was suitable for them. Although he had been lingering on a lot of romantic things these days, he didn't spend all his time playing horse jumping with Yayoi. On the contrary, since the end of the war, he received more and more task requests from all over the world, or in other words, most of the strong people who were recognized as having the strength of Hokage level but did not become Hokage. Most of them were treated this way. The master and apprentice pair of Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya is a very obvious example, with an absurd number of missions in their personal files. Now, the same is true for Sawara Kiri. Especially after he was recognized as the number one in the contemporary ninja world, the wealthy people in various countries would rather spend 3 or 5 times the price, and use A-level or even S-level money to buy their safety for a certain period of time. Therefore, Sawara Kiri can't be idle. However, there are other problems to be solved before that. Early before they came in, Orochimaru, who lived and ate in the Hokage building and the astronomy tower, had already entered the door with a pile of documents and charts, and was very excited. Lord Orochimaru. Sawara Kiri greeted politely. Then, he was seen striding over, and he was unusually excited. Woo! Your idea is feasible. With just one sentence, all of Sahara Kiri's attention was attracted. Orochimaru was completely unaware of his slight change at this moment. He put one hand on his pile of treasures and spoke quickly. Last night, our space-time research team completed the first Dragon Vein space-time change experiment. After this verification, it can be confirmed that the huge amount of natural energy possessed by the Dragon Vein has a 3% chance of affecting space-time changes. Although in most cases, it is a chaotic space-time fluctuation, but in the case of reaction with a large-scale chakra source. Sahara Kiri rarely saw Orochimaru so excited that he didn't care about his image. He immediately calmed down and listened to his narration quietly. However, after listening to it, he was still a little disappointed. The experiment they did yesterday only proved that when the large-scale Dragon Vein energy reacted with a huge amount of chakra, it was possible to carve a hole in the space wall. As for how to make humans travel through time and space, and how to keep real-time attention to each time and space, there is no clue at all. However, this is already a breakthrough from 0 to 1. As long as there is this starting point, the application of time-space escape techniques will be greatly improved on this basis. No wonder Orochimaru is so excited. For him, this is equivalent to opening up a new scientific research direction. At the same time, it also shows that the application direction proposed by Sahara Kiri has considerable development value. After finally venting the energy in his heart, the incessant Orochimaru finally calmed down and gradually returned to his usual cold and indifferent demeanor. He still patted the pile of information in his hand and instructed in short, these materials must be kept at the highest level of confidentiality. Yes, I understand. Sahara Kiri said, and then smiled. You have worked hard during this period, Lord Orochimaru. It is not an exaggeration to say that it was hard work. At this moment, Orochimaru's pale face has 2 circles of deep dark circles. Obviously, during this period, the development work was carried out day and night. Orochimaru just grinned and didn't take it to heart. His interest was originally in this aspect, and being able to work with his hobby was simply what he wanted. While he was talking, he seemed to suddenly remember something, glanced in the direction of the Anbu outside the Hokage's office, took a step closer to the two of them, and lowered his voice and said, in addition, How to extract dragon vein energy to amplify the human body has also achieved certain results. However, these things will be kept secret from Jiraiya for the time being. Hearing this, Saharakiri and Tsunade were both stunned. Finally, it was Tsunade who reacted first and nodded solemnly. In fact, it was not that there was any conflict between the three ninjas, but that Jiraiya himself had a deep connection with Myaboku Mountain. This was actually not a very appropriate thing. Although Myaboku Mountain is one of the three holy places, and the Toad Sage who has survived for 1,000 years has also made many contributions, but the bad thing is this point. Among the three holy places, except for the living slug immortal who doesn't care about worldly affairs, the other two parties are too deeply involved in the human world, and even built a very large intelligence network. Jiraiya's intelligence is so well informed, it's not out of thin air. No one can say how much effort the Toads of Myaboku Mountain have put into it. In addition, the immortal arts that have not been spread in the human world are also really frightening. Even the three ninjas don't know how much power these three holy places have. They only know that they can build a super giant summoning art as the trump card of the three ninjas with just a little bit of their hands. This kind of power is absolutely difficult to be ignored. Any qualified politician, no matter what the relationship between himself and the three holy places is essentially very wary of them. As a ninja, it is naturally a good thing to be simple-minded. But the reason why Jiraiya is not suitable to be Hokage is because of this. If humans develop their own immortal arts, how will the three holy places react? No one can say for sure. Sawarakiri could understand this principle. As she was talking, Tsunade seemed to remember something and casually handed a small pink bead to Orochimaru. By the way, don't forget to test this thing when you have time, Kiri sent it. Orochimaru was startled, and after taking it subconsciously, he glanced in the direction of Sawarakiri, looking a little puzzled. But when he looked at Tsunade and noticed that she didn't react, he immediately understood. It was another magical little work that Kiri had found from somewhere. For these little secrets, the three ninjas actually had a corresponding tacit understanding. The reason why Tsunade pointed this out last night was just to make Kiri a little prepared. In fact, since the appearance of the universal capsule, Orochimaru had already had some of this idea in his mind. All the items in this world did not come out of thin air, even the most precious treasures had a place to come from, not to mention a real scientific research creation like the universal capsule. Noticed that Orochimaru glanced back again, slightly subtle gaze. Saharakiri grinned awkwardly. It's not advisable to be smart. Just as he was thinking this, Tsunade had already called out to him and said, "Ki, come and take the task. I have so many designated tasks piled up, and you don't know how to work harder." Fourth generation. Sir, ninjas also have their own lives, please be more considerate. What? Do you mean my own life? I haven't gambled for a long time, and I still want to have my own life. Tsunade scolded unhappily, flipped out the page with the highest reward from the task, and slapped it on the table. Go. Take it away, before I have my own life, you can't have one either. Watching this scene, Orochimaru couldn't help but reveal a bad smile. Although his recent work was very much to his liking, it was obvious that he didn't have his own life either. When Saharakiri finished a series of procedures and walked out of the Hokage building to meet up with the corresponding Chamber of Commerce team, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. Since he became famous and the war ended, Sawarakiri's original powerful team was disbanded. The reason is very simple. What do you want to do by keeping this super efficient shadow-level assassination team at all times in Konoha? Can everyone still do business peacefully without cost, even if only Sawarakiri is enough to kill all the people tied together by the remaining 4 major ninja villages? This kind of complaint is always heard. The reason is simple: I feel uneasy. In order to ensure Konoha's sincerity in doing business peacefully, and at the same time to improve the efficiency of the village in completing high-level tasks, Kiri, Minato, and Yayoi were split into 3 teams. The people who are following him to do the task now are 3 outstanding graduates who have just graduated from ninja high school not long ago, each of whom has the strength equivalent to elite Chunin. They are Kono, Harada, and Yusaka. Although the Jonin grading system has been implemented, due to limited time, the system has not been fully implemented yet. I am afraid that we will have to wait until there are enough Jonins before we can start large-scale testing, right? After all, if those Jonins who have been boasted about for a long time in the ninja world are rated as 2nd or even 3rd class due to some shortcomings during the test, it will be a bit of a blow to their reputation, right? Sawarakiri thought so maliciously. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Sawara. When he led 3 subordinates and appeared in front of the leader of the caravan, he saw the middle-aged leader who was tying the ropes to the goods on the car trotting out of the crowd. He did not have the arrogant attitude of ordinary Chamber of Commerce nobles. He must be a retainer, or he had heard of his reputation. He rubbed his hands together slightly, and the smile on his face squeezed the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes into a line. He said kindly, "If there were no big shots like you to keep us in check, we would not know how many dangers we would face on our way back to the Rainbow Country. Thank you very much. No problem, Sawara. Kiri nodded and smiled. If there is anything, I will try my best to solve it. However, you know the rules of Konoha. If you encounter enemies beyond the scope of A-level tasks, I can only try my best to ensure the safety of my subordinates. Understood, I understand. The Chamber of Commerce he met this time was relatively knowledgeable about the rules. They were not as unreasonable as some nobles he met before, which made people feel a little relieved. Recently, he has met many similar cats and dogs. Just because of their noble status, they really treat themselves as masters. Some people even asked him to assassinate the daimyo of a certain small country for the price of a B-level task, that is the scope of an S-level task. Understanding where the so-called nobles who have not mastered the power get such confidence from. It is probably the residual bad habits brought by the worldview created by the original work based on the history of daily life. However, this kind of day should not last long. Sawara Kiri got on the caravan's carriage and walked out of the village. Along the road, he could see the white dust rising from the industrial area at the edge of the village from afar. There, the power of industry will be slowly injected into this world. To be precise, it should be the power of large-scale explosive productivity. The whole journey was unremarkable. In fact, the process of traveling in this era was like this. Although Konoha had initially entered the era of electrification, most of the territory of the Land of Fire was still in a small peasant economy, and self-sufficiency was the normal situation. This was also one of the reasons why the aristocratic system could be maintained until now. However, due to various reasons, this small peasant economy was easily destroyed, and the people who lost their land would become refugees on the road or bandits. The enemies of ninjas in most cases were these weak guys. However, most of the graduates who were younger than Sawara Kiri were restless. They looked around the caravan along the way. The work process was very rigorous and there was no sloppiness. Sawara Kiri was a little tired. He himself always maintained the six eyes to observe the source of chakra in the distance. In fact, there were very few. Except for a few ninja villages, there were few places in the world where chakra extraction methods could be learned. Although Konoha village seemed to be full of ninjas, the guarantee for basic technology was quite strict, and the ninjas themselves had a similar consensus. Sawara Kiri was the same. On the third day, the caravan completed basic supplies in a small village and set off again. After that, he suddenly found something different. Sahara Kiri was sitting in the carriage, and he frowned subconsciously at first. Then he suddenly shot out of the carriage, jumped in front of the entire caravan, and raised his hand from a distance. Stop! Almost. At the moment when his figure appeared, the experienced caravan leader immediately held the horse and looked in the direction of Sahara Kiri in doubt. The next moment, two figures dressed as ordinary ninjas suddenly rushed out from the front and back of the forest, surrounding Sahara Kiri at both ends behind him. Sahara Kiri looked in the direction of the two of them with some doubts, and then glanced at the other two people who were ambushing in the forest and thought they were hidden. They should be a ninja team. However, both the total amount of chakra and physical fitness were quite ordinary. Where did they get the courage? Don't you know who I am? The figure standing in front of him grinned stiffly and said, Sahara Kiri, bounty of 300 million taels. We have been waiting for a long time for your chance to leave the village. Are they some desperate criminals who don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is? Sahara Kiri subconsciously thought so. In his heart he has met more than one similar person. However, just when he wanted to get rid of these idiots, the six eyes suddenly noticed something unusual in the vision behind him. The surface of the bodies of these people under their clothes all had strange blood-colored runes. At the same time, the position where the four people stood showed a standard prismatic shape. Boom! The next moment, the figures of the four people exploded at the same time, turning into a cloud of blood mist. However, Sahara Kiri, who had been prepared, had already flown out and escaped from the encirclement in advance. Then, the area they surrounded turned into a prismatic hole. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a pale hand silently reached out from behind him and pointed directly at his heart. Chapter 180 Sahara Kiri, Die. 5K, at the critical moment, Sahara Kiri, who was still in mid-air, suddenly took a step forward into the air. Just this step made the space under his feet seem to be compressed out of thin air. His whole body rushed towards the opposite hole with the inertia brought up in the opposite direction. In a situation that almost violated the rules of physics, he rolled upside down twice and fell to the ground with a bang. Boom! It was not until this moment that the explosion caused by his figure passing through the space made the people behind him react abruptly. Hi, hi, hi! The packhorse on the shaft let out a sharp cry, and its two front legs kept stepping forward in shock, forcing the heavy four-wheeled truck to move forward a few steps. However, no one cared about these frightened animals at this time. The leader of the caravan looked at the scene in front of him with a look of astonishment in their eyes. In just a flash, the few wandering ninjas who had just blocked the road turned into a blood mist, and the road ahead also became a hole. The figure of Lord Sawara suddenly flashed again and again, until now, standing on the road 100 meters away on the opposite side. What's going on? At this time, Sawara Kiri had no time to answer his question. His blue eyes were fixed on the hole that was just behind him. Thanks to the 360-degree viewing angle of the six eyes, he discovered the space fluctuation one step ahead. Although he had the unlimited technique as insurance, he suddenly felt a strong sense of vigilance in his heart almost the moment the hand appeared, as if he would be torn to pieces instantly if he was touched. Adding to the words of the idiot just now, he already knew that the other party was not coming for the caravan at all, but for his life. However, in just a flash of a moment, the palm that appeared behind him disappeared. Within the range of his sight, it turned into a quiet empty area. But Sawara Kiri did not take this as a sign of safety. On the contrary, this only means that his six eyes could not detect their location. If it is not possible to cross a very long distance in an instant, it can only mean that they have a chakra shielding technique that can target his six eyes. But who can invent this technology without ever having contact with me? Thinking like this in his heart, Sawara Kiri's sense of vigilance gradually became stronger. While maintaining a high-intensity six-eye vision, he issued orders to his subordinates in the convoy Kono Chunin. Here, Kono Motoichi, who had entered combat mode since the appearance of the wandering ninjas, immediately answered loudly, and it was also obvious that the other party was a little nervous. The reaction of Lord Sawara just now. Is it an enemy that suddenly appeared? Unlike ordinary people who only noticed the self-destruction of a few wandering ninjas who were probably fooled, Kono Motoichi, as a top student trained by the first ninja high school, noticed that Lord Sawara finally made an extremely abnormal, evasive action. He didn't think Lord Sawara's judgment would be wrong. Mistakes were discovered. Then, it can only mean that he probably didn't even see the enemy's attack clearly. Just realizing this, Kono Motoichi couldn't help but feel alarmed. Sawara Kiri's voice was still gentle. Now you will be the temporary leader and lead the Chamber of Commerce back to the last town where you stayed overnight and wait for my news. At the same time, he also comforted, Captain Noda, this action should have nothing to do with your Chamber of Commerce. After completing this mission, Konoha will hand over the next step of economic compensation and insurance payment to you. Now, please cooperate with the action. Yes. Hearing this, Captain Noda was relieved. Konoha is indeed a big village, and it is still very humane. However, as the caravan gradually retreated along the original route under the leadership of Kono, Noda, and others, Sawara Kiri's expression became more and more serious. Aren't you going to come out yet? I still have a mission to complete, so I don't have time to play this kind of house game with you guys. Although he said this, he always used his six eyes to monitor the spatial ripples coming back from his body, and he didn't dare to be careless. The next moment, a dark gap suddenly appeared in front of him. The pale figure slowly squeezed out of the gap in front of him and floated in the air. Alas, he really doesn't have a protection mechanism at this time. Otsutsuki. Urashiki said, but the corners of his mouth on both sides seemed to be unable to restrain themselves under the strong excitement, revealing a weird expression that was twisted and distorted like crying and laughing. This is really great. Sawara Kiri was stunned when he heard this, and didn't understand what the other party meant by this sentence at all. However, just seeing the other person's face, the chakra in his body has already burst to the extreme, and the blue eyes that were about to shrink into a point, involuntarily enlarged a few points. You are Otsutsuki. How could it be? Didn't the future Kakashi say that they would appear 10 years later? Noticing his stunned expression, the smile on Otsutsuki Urashiki's face became more intense, and he slowly pulled out a slender weapon like a fishing rod made of chakra from the fishing bag behind his waist. The strange look on his face gradually turned into an extremely vicious murderous intent. It seems that even you in this period of time are not completely ignorant. Then I don't need to explain any more. You wanted to explain originally, you are a good person. This inexplicable thought popped up in Sahara Kiri's mind. However, before he could ask more questions, he saw the slender pale figure suddenly disappear from the air, and the forests on both sides were blown by the turbulent airflow. Almost at the moment he dodged, Sawara Kiri had already reacted, and he pulled the knife handle on his waist with his hand. The black blade drew a crescent-like arc in the air behind him, whistling and tearing the airflow, slashing towards the vague figure seen in the six eyes. Zhengni. Ear-piercing metal tearing sound sounded in the air. If there were others present, even the eardrum would be easily pierced at this moment. The seemingly light chakra fishing rod, under the thousands of tempered martial arts, burst out with amazing power, and even Sawara Kiri, who took this move, felt a little numb in his arms. His body, which was fixed in place, suddenly slid to one side along the direction of this huge force, and his feet plowed 2 deep gullies in the soft soil. So fast, this guy, isn't he the useless boss from the Incombustibles? He actually has this level of power. No one answered the doubts in Sawarakiri's heart. The chakra in his body burst out from his body like a flame, and then quickly poured into his limbs, making him like a formula car that can run at 3 seconds per kilometer. He burst out all his strength at the most extreme speed, and the whole person turned into an arrow from a bow, suddenly swinging the blade in his hand. They. God of Fire Kagura Yuanbu. They. Air was wrapped in a faintly smelly burning smell, and the splashing flames flew in the air like meteors. However, this powerful blow was ignored by Otsutsuki Urashiki, who just blocked the fishing rod to his side and took it all boom. The moment the explosive fire cut in from the right side, it immediately exploded from the left side, turning into a scorching fireball that completely engulfed the opponent. However, Sawarakiri's 6 eyes made him the first to notice something unusual. He suddenly stepped back a few steps, looked at the figure opposite him with a serious expression, and was on full alert. Swish! With just a casual wave of his hand, the fishing rod made of chakra tore a straight path in the center of the fireball. Otsutsuki Urashiki stepped out of the center of the blazing flames unscathed, with a more intense smile on his face. His pure white eyes stared at Sawarakiri's still somewhat immature face, as if the blow just now made him completely confirm something. That's right. That's right. This kind of weak, powerless, and fragile look is the posture that you inferior creatures should have. At the end of the words, Otsutsuki Urashiki's voice was almost sharp. Sawarakiri couldn't understand what kind of blow he had suffered that made him express such meaningless emotions in the battle. Obviously, Sawarakiri of this era is incomprehensible. As a high god, he was regarded as an ant-like inferior creature in the past. He went against the current, killed the leader of their plane, who was called the god above god, and hunted him day and night. Finally, in order to completely solve the disasters that happened on this world line, Otsutsuki Urashiki and others tried their best to create a way of life for their Otsutsuki clan. After experiencing failure again and again, what kind of heavy pressure and despair did they bear? That feeling can even crush their spirits, making the Otsutsuki clan who called themselves gods in the past give up the hope of survival and just live in the corner of the universe incognito until this moment. Otsutsuki Urashiki's eyes stared straight at the direction of Sawarakiri. They finally found the last hope. Sawarakiri on this world line very weak. Just thinking of this, Otsutsuki Urashiki felt his blood boiling, and his whole body was filled with the power of revenge. If you want to blame someone, blame your future self. Sawara Kiri's expression froze. Then, Otsutsuki Urashiki stomped his feet like a bull, and swept towards him. The dust behind him was rolled into wind and waves under the violent airflow, and the fishing rod in his hand was like a spear. Buzz it! This moment, Sawarakiri had no time to think. He didn't have time to recall how he performed in the original work. This guy was stronger than all the enemies he had encountered before. Much stronger. Inherent time control, 3 times speed. As the thought flashed, everything that happened in front of Sawarakiri became slow in his consciousness. The flow of wind, the change of chakra, the grip of the black knife in his hand, and the strong threat from the front. In this brief moment, his original idea of transforming into a large amount of Hitan chakra changed, and following the skill that he had honed for thousands of years, he attached the brilliance of the art of reversing the blue to the end of the black blade. The compression and transformation of space were completed in an instant, forcing the movement of his hands to keep up with the fishing rod that pierced in front of him. Dang! The high-frequency vibration turned into a rippling aftermath, splashing a ring of air in the air. However, the tearing feeling brought by his arms made him frown slightly. Without the slightest hesitation, the healing effect brought by the reversal art immediately attached to his arms and began to heal at a very fast speed. Otsutsuki Urashiki did not have the slightest intention of retreating because of this brief pause, and his ferocious white eyes were full of madness. The fishing rod in his hand was just pulled and twisted, and then it was pulled back in front of him, like a spear flying and stabbing again and again. Ding 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 ding. Sawara Kiri only felt that this guy's physical fitness was a bit absurd, but his hands did not dare to slow down at all because of the severe pain caused by tearing and healing. However, the more he maintained this ultra-high-speed battle, the clearer his consciousness became. Mind's eye false. Obviously, this extraordinary talent allowed him to gradually adapt to this level of battle. However, Sawarakiri's expression became more and more serious. While maintaining multiple abilities at the same time, his limited chakra was flowing and consuming as fast as a waterfall. If it continued to be consumed. Almost at the moment when this thought came up, his body suddenly turned to the left, the black knife in his hand deflected, and avoided the chakra fishing rod that was stabbing in front of him. At the same time, he took a step forward to shake off some smoke and dust, and forced himself to rush out of the other party's arms by counter-inertia. However, Otsutsuki Urashiki seemed to have completely ignored his little action, and with the same reckless attitude, he thrust the fishing rod in his hand towards his body surface without hesitation. Unlimited technique. Almost at the moment when the fishing rod was about to touch his body, the fishhook on the top suddenly stopped a few inches above his body surface. At the same time, the black knife with a pale glow in Saharakiri's hand pierced into Urashiki's torso with a speed that was so fast that it surpassed space. Hey! Just! When Saharakiri showed a little smile in his eyes, he heard a low laugh from above him. He was stunned. When he raised his head, he saw Otsutsuki Urashiki, who was looking down at him with a playful smile. The bright red blood flowed slowly along the direction of the oblique black knife. Until it touched the thin space membrane on the surface of his body. It was obviously blood, but when it touched his body, it made a subtle sound like sulfuric acid corroding an object. Although Saharakiri didn't know what it was, he immediately realized the problem. This guy was stabbed on purpose. However, before he could swing the knife and walk away, the tiny blood drop seemed to anchor the spatial node where he was, closing everything around him. Boom! In a flash, he was teleported to another location. When Saharakiri's vision reflected the surrounding images again, his heart suddenly felt cold. 4 figures stood around him, surrounding him in the center. The soil beneath their feet was covered with layers of barriers that consumed countless blood. With just a slight sense, Saharakiri realized that the space-time escape technique was sealed. We have fought with you so many times, and sacrificed so many people to get information about you. You don't think we will find you without any preparation, do you? Saharakiri. They. One who spoke was a member of the Otsutsuki clan who looked shorter than the people around him, but still handsome. He smiled and looked straight in the direction of Saharakiri. Our blood is now anchored to this closed space. No one can escape. Until I kill you. Sawara. Kiri took a deep breath, and his 360-degree vision encompassed the 4 figures standing around him. His heartbeat became faster and faster until a drum-like sound came from his chest. He slowly grinned, silently scanned their faces, and shook the blood on his knife. Then come on. Very good. They. Voice of Otsutsuki Momoshiki almost came out from between his teeth, and the bone-cutting hatred seemed to be integrated into the depths of his soul. The moment the voice fell, the 4 figures flew out in the direction of Sawarakiri at the same time with a combined force, so fast that they rolled out a series of gullies on the ground. Inherent time control, 5 times faster. At the moment of activating this ability, Sawarakiri felt that his vitality was being consumed at an unimaginable speed, and his chakra seemed to be burning. However, he had no choice. Just one Otsutsuki Urashiki had the power to match him. Now there were 4 enemies. He didn't have time to complain about the information brought by the future team, nor did he have time to think about what specific abilities these people had, let alone whether he could go back. He could only do his best. Boom! With just one step, under the state of accelerated thinking, the technique turned forward as fast as instinct, dragging his body to fly towards one of the party's 5 figures mixed together, and violent air vibrations sounded one after another. On the bloody ground, a trembling sound like a wail was heard. However, in the eyes of Momoshiki and others, all these struggles were just a fight of trapped beasts. They knew better than Saharakiri of this era what he could do. This was the information that was explored step by step with the lives of 16 Otsutsuki. Until the end. Puff. In this extreme battle, Saharakiri's vitality was almost exhausted. The pale hand put its 5 fingers together and pierced his chest. A scarlet blood splashed. Cough. He stared at the hand that pierced him, and then looked at the short figure in front of him, with a trace of blood slowly flowing out of his mouth. Momoshiki also looked at him like this, with a smile of relief on his face. All this chaos is finally coming to an end. The order belonging to the gods will be rebuilt by them. All the future world lines will be managed by them in this way. Just as Otsutsuki Momoshiki was imagining all the beautiful moments in the future after killing Saharakiri, he suddenly found that something seemed to be wrong around him. It seemed too quiet. When I looked up, the fallen leaves around me floated in the air, the blood beads solidified, and the dust was quiet. The world fell into stillness at this moment. Chapter 181 The past me. At some points, I can't feel anything. If I have to describe the current state, Urashiki can only use this unreal description to describe it. Not only the most basic 5 senses, but even their feelings about the chakra in their bodies, the most basic perceptions of meridians and pupil power, everything, turned into an indescribable sense of nothingness in this quiet moment, as if all the self that belongs to them has been taken away. Even the perception of the whole world has fallen into a state of inexplicable stagnation. Only consciousness still exists. Otsutsuki Urashiki quietly looked at Saharakiri in front of him. The fishing rod in his hand had already pierced into the other's torso. At the same time, There were several familiar companions around him, such as Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Shinshiki. However, at this moment, they were in the same state as himself. Deep in his heart, there was only a strong unwillingness. This feeling of being forced to succumb to an inferior race that should have been ants, he was too familiar with it. He looked at the bloody heart that had been taken out of the other's chest, and it was hard to accept it. It was obviously already, however. At the same moment when his infinite unwillingness, resentment, rage, and even fear filled his heart. Buzz, the sun hanging in the sky seemed to become thousands of times hotter than before at this moment. No, it's the Sunday. Under the pull of some unknown force, the blue sky slowly cracked open, a gap with no end in sight. Directly above their heads, the boundless glow gradually spread out from the depths of the indescribable crack. In this static world, even the originally invisible space seemed to be pressed out by the force that spanned the space, and the whole space appeared convex, as if distorting a certain arc in their vision. The ripples carried behind this space gradually came out with the pressure of the glow. The crack with only a trace was also torn and broken apart with difficulty under this huge force. The light contained in it seemed to overflow and seep out continuously. Just this trace of power, which was probably less than 1/1000th, revealed a breath that made all the Otsutsuki present uncontrollably recall the comprehensive memories of the previous jump attacks. The extremely terrifying, irresistible, and sharp edge, like the sun falling to the ground, devoured all their consciousness like 1,000 insects devouring their hearts. Run, run, run. The 4 Otsutsuki present had no time to think about anything at this moment. The originally active consciousness was left with only a humble sense of fear. Until the end, the boundless brilliance turned into a sword that seemed to be ignited with fireworks. Falling. Boom. In the still world, no sound should be heard. However, just the movement revealed at the moment when the sword fell made their minds seem to shake, and their whole bodies wanted to tremble but couldn't. However, when they thought they were going to die, they saw that the target pointed at by the sword was not them. It was Sawarakiri himself. Swish! The katana, which was formed by countless forces, pierced into Sawarakiri's back, causing his originally drowsy consciousness to suddenly stagnate. The power continuously transmitted from the depths of the sword tip revitalized his vitality, which had been exhausted by many abilities such as no lower limit and inherent time control, so that his originally drowsy consciousness suddenly became a little excited, and even the wounds that were being pierced seemed to have signs of healing. Unprecedented power suddenly ignited from the depths of his heart. Death. Immunity X1 has taken effect. A line of words suddenly appeared on the always quiet system panel. At the same time, a consciousness was transmitted from the depths of the sword tip with vitality. Damn it, go Shibi. I just can't stand that I can't win, and I jump to the timeline to fight my Smurf. If I hadn't been limited in my ability and the power I could spare, I would have gone there by myself. Hey, give me more. I'll give you a chance to take revenge with your own hands. There are only 3 swords in total. Use them sparingly. My past self, damn, added points. Almost. At the moment when the voice sounded, the world in front of Sawarakiri suddenly changed dramatically. Unprecedented power suddenly filled his chest. The surging flames seemed to turn his entire body into a ball of raging fire. There were even a lot of them gushing out from the wound, burning the arm of Otsutsuki Momoshiki in front of him into a dry and charred state. Listening to the familiar voice ringing from his ears, Sawarakiri couldn't help but smile in his heart. Originally, he thought that after being exempted from death, he would have to be a grandson for a while. It's worthy of being my future self. The moment this violent power was injected into his body, the quiet world around him seemed to be unblocked, and the stagnant timeline suddenly began to flow. Following. Boom! The violent and pure fire, with Sawarakiri as the source, was vented in all directions without any skills. Just this short period of power aftermath, which was difficult to control due to the initial takeover, made the 4 Otsutsuki present seem to have touched the surface of the sun. Their whole bodies were burned to an unbearable degree. Their bodies suddenly retreated at a speed as fast as flying, turning into pale shadows. Sawarakiri, who was standing in the original place, stood in the original place like a demon at this moment. The originally black blade was attached with a layer of pure white fire, and his whole body was covered in the center of the blazing flames. He just stood there, and everything in this blocked space began to evaporate. The scarlet blood under his feet was roasted into a large, charred, dry crack. The green grass turned into a flying charred black color the moment the temperature spread. The water vapor in the air evaporated rapidly under the intense heat. The surrounding trees spontaneously ignited without fire. Even breathing gradually became a difficult task that could kill one's life. The fiercely surging fire caused a circle of golden cages to appear around the space blockade formation. Just at the moment of seeing this scene, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes could not help but show a bit of fear. This shows that the chakra aftermath alone made the cage feel a strong attack, and the speed of consumption was even more amazing. In addition, there was this familiar posture. Revelation. Zankatachi Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked at Sawarakiri's appearance and uttered a name with difficulty. Just to look directly at his posture, Otsutsuki Momoshiki had to use all his strength to activate his Byakugan. Oh? You actually knew that? Hearing this, Saharakiri looked at him in surprise. However, during the battle just now, he had figured it out. Since these people can jump timelines in the original work, the reason why they arrived at this time period must be that they have met him at a certain time point. Otherwise, with the arrogant character of the Otsutsuki clan who regards humans as an inferior race, it seems unlikely that they would be so cautious and even set up such a comprehensive ambush tactic. Therefore, he was not too surprised. However, under his light tone, Otsutsuki Momoshiki did not dare to be careless at all. Not only Momoshiki, but several other Otsutsuki also looked at him steadily, and their hands and feet were trembling unconsciously with fear. Is it more than just seeing? In the previous timelines, a total of 7 Otsutsuki all died under this move. Just one knife can make them not even leave ashes, let alone parasitize in other people's bodies to form a wedge. Sawarakiri didn't seem to have the intention to attack immediately, but just watched them quietly, stepping towards them step by step. Every step he took would leave a deep charred mark on the ground, and even the soil was trampled into fine black ash under the extremely high temperature, and even sank a little. Damn, how could he do this at this time? They. Big and strong Otsutsuki Kinshiki's tone was trembling just by seeing this scene. He had personally seen a strong man who was many times stronger than him die without any resistance under this knife. If their bloodline was not bound to this block space with Sawarakiri now, trapped in the cage, he might have turned around and fled. Click. Sawara. Kiri stood still and raised the burning blade in his hand. However, Otsutsuki Urashiki, who was farther away, seemed to have suddenly discovered something. He stared at the fire on his body, which was sometimes big and sometimes small, and shouted suddenly, so sharply that his voice almost broke. Do it. He hasn't adapted to the power of the Zankan no Tachi yet. Without waiting for others to react, he had already rushed towards Sawarakiri with a desperate attitude. At the moment when this sound fell, others also immediately noticed the slight abnormality of Sawarakiri at this moment, and reacted immediately. Yes, suddenly getting unprecedented power from the future self. Even a demon among inferior creatures like Sawarakiri also needs time to adapt. This is their chance to survive. Sawarakiri smiled upon hearing this, and admitted openly, yes. I'm waiting for the time to adapt to the power. What are you waiting for? This ordinary sentence suddenly ignited the self-esteem of all the Otsutsuki present. The strong sense of shame caused by the fear of inferior creatures seemed to burn their hearts. As the temporary leader, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes were full of bloodshot, and he roared towards Sawarakiri. Boom. Boom boom boom. The physical fitness of the Otsutsuki was far superior to that of humans. It was just the aftermath of the charge, which left deep gullies on the large area of charred ground, so fast that Sawarakiri had to maintain inherent time control 3 times speed to fully capture their movements. But now, everything is different. All the materials in this world are so clear. Sawarakiri's feeling at this moment is purer than ever before. Ha Otsutsuki. Urashiki rushed over from the side. The moment he rushed out, a thin layer of pure white film was attached to his body surface. The air, which had been burned to super high temperature by the Zankatachi, touched this layer of film, and a bright red color appeared faintly. It was even faster than the speed when he tried to test Sawarakiri before. The fishing rod in his hand rushed straight to his face like a spear. However, under the blazing white flame, a slender arm suddenly stretched out and suddenly grasped it tightly. The dark pink chakra fishing rod was easily grasped by him. The body was shaken violently by the inertia formed by the super high speed. The back end of the fishing rod stabbed directly into his shoulder, causing his whole body to sink and fold in half from the waist, making a dull sound. Bang! Otsutsuki. Urashiki couldn't help but spurt out sticky saliva from his mouth. A circular hole was forcibly formed on the palm of his hand that was originally holding the end of the fishing rod, which penetrated the entire palm. This kind of power. Before his thoughts changed, Saharakiri, who was holding the tip of the fishing rod with one hand, suddenly pulled forward, and the fishing rod and Otsutsuki Urashiki were all shot forward like a whip, several times faster than when they came. Shua! A sharp and piercing sound was made. Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who was right in front of him, had no time to react at this extremely fast speed that was difficult to catch. His huge figure, more than 2 meters tall, was suddenly stopped from rushing forward by this swing, and then fell into the ground with a deafening explosion. A violent roar in the middle. The entire ground where the two were located was pressed into a huge pit with a diameter of more than 30 meters. However, the two people who attacked Sawarakiri from the other 2 directions at the same time had no time to help. Otsutsuki Momoshiki shot at Sawarakiri in front of him with a nearly life-threatening attitude. The chakra in his hand quickly condensed into a short stick, dancing a circle of flower wheels in the air, and swept out with a whistling sound with a huge force that was unimaginable to ordinary people. At the same time, Otsutsuki Shinshiki on the other side used his petite figure and amazing speed to sneak behind Sawarakiri, and the short knife condensed in his hand pointed directly at his vest. No matter which of the two of them was picked, they could easily defeat the masters of the level of the third Reikage Jinchuriki in a head-on battle. However, in front of Sawarakiri at this moment, they could only seek a way out by sacrificing one person's life. However, Sawarakiri had no intention of letting him go. Pa! The short stick that swept from the bottom road was easily stepped on with just one step. The power that Otsutsuki Momoshiki had accumulated for a long time was all poured onto the ground, and a straight gully passage that ran through dozens of meters was blasted open. The black knife tightly grasped in Sawarakiri's hand, wrapped in a blazing fire, drew an arc of light in the air and slashed backwards. A fierce stream of flames burst out from the depths of his pupils, and all his will was condensed in this pure white flame. As for Otsutsuki Shinshiki behind him, he immediately noticed his astonishingly violent killing intent. The short knife that was about to pierce the opponent's vest seemed to be stationary under his incredibly fast speed. Zangka! No Tachiasahi no Tou. The moment this knife was swung, all the flames wrapped around his body seemed to disappear at this moment. In fact, it was all swallowed up inside the blade in his hand, which had already turned into a dead tree, and burned to the extreme. The seemingly light knife, when it touched the short knife in the hand of Otsutsuki Mashiki, burst out with a terrifying force that ordinary people could never imagine. The wind and waves that were raised up were in a straight line, with the blade swung by Saharakiri as the base point, extending straight to the far distance. The wind from the knife alone penetrated the ground of more than 10 kilometers in front of him in one breath, turning into a bottomless ravine. Then, the fire flow contained in the center of the blade burst out. Boom! The air that was already twisted and floating was completely disintegrated under this knife, turning into a vacuum. The flames with a temperature as high as the center of the sun could no longer see the color at this moment, but were completely invisible pure energy. Only when it touched the body of Otsutsuki Mashiki did it burst into flames during the burning process. First the blade in her hand, then the clothes on her body, then the skin, hair, muscles, bones, and organs. The sharp scream was swallowed up by the violent and turbulent fire the moment it came out. The explosion of flames erupted behind her, tearing dozens of kilometers along the gully that had been penetrated before. The seemingly solid cage and the blood-colored lines on the ground that blocked the space, under this knife whose power was difficult to describe, only supported a brief moment, and were easily torn apart like a piece of paper, turning into a ball of shattered pieces. The figure of Otsutsuki Momoshiki was pressed down by the short stick, and from a distance it looked like he was kneeling in front of Saharakiri. He stared with wide eyes, watching one of his last few companions die easily under Saharakiri's knife, to be precise. He should have died under his knife again. Sawarakiri turned his head and looked down at him, just like he had seen countless times before. An ant-like gaze. Chapter 182 Save a Knife, 5K. The blooming fire stream flowed like a slanting waterfall, so hot that it was difficult to approach. In just a moment, it destroyed every trace of chakra from the surface to the innermost part of the Otsutsuki in front of him from the essence level. It scattered like ashes in the air and turned into endless dust. Even pure energy could not retain a single bit under such a knife. Across the world. Otsutsuki Momoshiki half crouched in place, and his white pupils clearly reflected every moment of the other party's annihilation. In addition, there was the oppressive feeling that made him familiar and terrified. Under such a knife, they had no chance at all. At this moment, the crazy idea of escaping once again emerged from the depths of his heart. However, after only a brief pause, Sawarakiri had already withdrawn his hand, and the long leg that was originally stepping on the chakra short stick in the opponent's hand suddenly lifted up. The surging airflow spread out circles of floating ripples in the air under this sudden explosion, carrying a huge force that seemed to be able to collapse mountains in an instant. Boom! Otsutsuki Momoshiki's momentary loss of consciousness made him take this blow. His pale chin seemed to be sunken into the depths of his skull under this huge force. Even the sound of bones breaking could be heard faintly. The whole body floated into the air with this terrifying force, with a hint of piercing screams. However, after these two blows, Urashiki and Kinshiki had already climbed out of the previous pit, with tiny bloodshot all over their originally pure white eyes, and they spared no effort to fly towards Sawarakiri's direction. However, all their movements were so slow in Sawarakiri's eyes at this moment. Step back, twist the body. The foot that had originally flown out stepped on the ground. It sank deep into the charred mud, and the other long leg kicked forward like a giant axe along with the force of the step. The speed was so fast that the sound could not catch up. In the sight of the naked eye, there was only a pure white lotus blooming from the high temperature and distorted air. That was the appearance of the sonic boom in the eyes of ordinary people. Bang! First, he kicked the chest of Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who rushed to the front, and the whole calf sank deeply into his body. The heavy force made him seem to explode from the abdomen to the spine behind him. The surging blood and energy spurted out of his mouth with a puff, splashing into scarlet peach blossoms. It's just that the Otsutsuki clan is not a purely physical body at all, but a chakra race based on chakra, and can even exist in the form of energy when dying. Although his entire body seemed to be pierced by this kick, Otsutsuki Kinshiki still tried his best to release the giant axe in his hand, stretched his hands forward, and tried to hold his calf. However, even if Sawarakiri, who was temporarily infused with the power of 3 swords, was not proficient in the use of the Zankatachi at this moment, how could he keep up with his reaction? Using the force, he kicked the calf that had stepped into his body a moment ago toward the opponent's body from the side, exploding a blurry blood mist and bone fragments, and kicked the opponent's left arm at a speed that ordinary people could not see clearly, making a piercing scream. The terrifying force actually wrapped Kinshiki's body and tilted to the side, completely losing the center of gravity. However, in just this momentary pause, Otsutsuki Urashiki had already crossed the dark space door from the other side and appeared beside him, swinging the fishing rod in his hand forward with all his strength, drawing a cherry-colored arc in the air. In his eye sockets, the original white eyes have turned into a pair of scarlet 6 Magadama Samsara eyes. Suha. Ryasei Megashin on the originally bent fishing rod, purple light spots like bullets suddenly condensed and shot towards Sawarakiri's torso. Desperately, they have the advantage, no matter how powerful Sawarakiri is, as long as he has not reached the level seen in the future, his body is still his fatal weakness. The explosive attack approached the surface of his body in one breath. Hit. Otsutsuki Urashiki's eyes widened, and the blood in the pair of scarlet 6 Magadama Samsara eyes was about to overflow from his eye sockets. The next moment, a tiny purple light spot touched Sawarakiri. However, almost at the moment of touching his body, the originally invisible extremely warm airflow suddenly burst out, bursting out unprecedented light and fire, like a tsunami easily engulfing the fragile brilliance, burning into invisible. Urashiki's ferocious expression suddenly froze. Momoshike's body was still hanging upside down in the air, and Kinshiki's body, which was broken into half, was still tilted sideways. And the brilliant flames that engulfed Shinshiki were still gushing out. In this almost static and ultra-high-speed battle, even Sawarakiryu's movement of turning sideways to look at him seemed so slow. However, the murderous intent contained in those blue eyes was so clear. A strong sense of crisis suddenly rose in Urashiki's heart that he could not suppress it. Almost at the moment he felt this feeling, the scarlet 6 Magadama Samsara eyes in his eye sockets suddenly twisted, turning from the original red to blue. Heavens! Eternal standing, time rewind. At the same moment when this eye technique was performed, Sawarakiri, who had just kept a distance from him, suddenly appeared in front of him like a flash. Under Sawarakiri's feet, there was still the aftermath of the clear blue chakra that spread out after the art of forwarding. Blue compressed the space, but the palm had already touched his body. Hypa style. Tsurugi, 200%, boom. A dull sound like beating a drum sounded. Otsutsuki Urashiki, who was still in an attacking posture in the last second, suddenly spread out a circle of clear voids with the center of his body as the base point, as if his entire torso was swallowed by the torn imaginary mass, and the whole person flew backwards with this huge force. The backward figure rolled out along with the thrust, breaking a gully that ran through dozens of meters on the ground. However, Otsutsuki's pupil technique took effect immediately, causing his body, which had been spreading out in a diffused manner, to suddenly stop, and quickly pieced together as if time had flown backwards, and reassembled into the appearance 0.5 seconds ago. In those blue 6 Magadama reincarnation eyes, there was still a strong fear that could not be wiped away. In just a moment, the encirclement of the 3 people was easily torn apart. However, Sawarakiri was not so optimistic. The power he had was still too weak, and Otsutsuki's quality was indeed too strong. Even the close-range attack just now only barely knocked off half of the opponent's life. The power of the future is still 2 knives left. There are 3 people. His eyes moved to the side, and stayed on Otsutsuki Urashiki, who was healed again but looked as pale as paper, for a moment. Otsutsuki, who specializes in time and space escape, it's not easy to deal with. We must gather them together and kill them together. If you can't do it, then use deterrence first. As he thought this, the fire on his body, which had been condensed to the extreme under the rising sun's sword, gradually covering his entire body, as if covered with a blazing cloak, the temperature that was already as high as if it could ignite the heaven and earth was increased by 1 point, and his aura and will were simultaneously condensed to the extreme, locking onto the 3 people in front of him. Just by looking at his eyes, the 3 people immediately realized something, and under this strong murderous intent, layers of fine goosebumps appeared on the surface of their skin, and even their souls seemed to be trembling. Otsutsuki Momoshiki reacted the fastest, even his face was distorted, and he screamed and roared, "Run away separately!" He Can't hold on for long. Almost at the moment he shouted this sentence, his body surface suddenly changed. His originally thin body suddenly expanded a lot, black lines spread from the center of his eyebrows to the eye sockets on both sides, and two horns squeezed out of his originally flat head, gradually extending and bending backwards. All the muscles in his body were tensed, and the total amount of chakra that was originally suppressed in his body increased sharply, but it was not increased out of thin air, but burning the essence of life. Even the loose robe on his body was torn. He kicked the ground with a bang. Even the strength that he didn't use when he was desperate just now was very useful when he was escaping. The whole person suddenly rushed towards the gap that was torn by Sawarakiri on the golden side wall of the cage like a residual image. The moment he heard his prompt, Otsutsuki Urashiki and Kinshiki also reacted immediately. In this state, Sawarakiri is not something they can deal with at their level, but his power will always dissipate, as long as they seize the opportunity. At their current level, the Otsutsuki team, who had one man killed in an instant, no longer had any reason to continue to support, not to mention that they now had sufficient reasons, and they did not hesitate at all when they fled. Otsutsuki Urashiki, who looked pale just now, immediately bit the small fishing basket hanging behind his waist, and his body also swelled up like Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Not only that, his hands turned into wings, and his flexibility did not decrease at all while his body swelled. He flapped his wings and flew into the sky. Only the most miserable Otsutsuki Kinshiki could only stagger and lower his body, burying his whole body in the mud, and rushing out in the direction of the gap in the barrier with his natural earth escape power. It must be said that no matter which of the three of them survived the previous encirclement and suppression of Saharakiri, even Otsutsuki Shinshiki, who was killed by a single blow, probably had his own unique escape skills. But, can he escape? Saharakiri suddenly took a step forward, and the space that was originally sealed by the cage had a gap, which could not stop his steps at all. With a flash of his figure, he suddenly appeared in front of the running Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Sweep his legs. Boom! Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who was already extremely fast, flew back at a speed several times faster than when he came under this unimaginably heavy blow. He didn't even have time to see Saharakiri's appearance clearly, and his figure was on the verge of breaking. But Saharakiri didn't have any lingering feelings at all, and took another step, and flew high into the sky. Otsutsuki Urashiki, who wanted to fly out of the sky just now, had no time to see the appearance of Saharakiri. His head and neck, which kept stretching forward, seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer and fell heavily. Swish! Like a falling bird, it slammed into the position where Otsutsuki Momoshiki was before, and overlapped with him. The most difficult one was Kinshiki, who had dived underground. That huge body, even if the escape technique was a little slow, was about to touch the edge of the cage. However, before he could break through the passage in front of him, the huge body deep underground suddenly felt a clear vibration. It was as if a giant raised his foot and stepped hard in front of him. The entire charred ground sank several meters deep. Before he could react, a seemingly slender arm plunged deep into the ground with a puff. The terrifying force left no room for reaction. The huge body of Otsutsuki Kinshiki was pulled out by the back of the neck like a young kitten. Then it swept towards the two Otsutsuki who were stacked together with a whistling sound. Bang! A dull explosion sounded. Amid the whistling dust and smoke, the three people were already desperate. Sawarakiri stood quietly at the gap of the cage and looked at them with a solemn look. The flames wrapped around the surface of the blade in his hand became more and more fierce. Asshole! Otsutsuki Momoshiki climbed up from the ground with difficulty. The moment he shouted this, his face was distorted, and the fear and despair in his eyes could be seen faintly. At this moment, they had no chance of escape. In this terrifying despair, there was only one thing they could do. Resist. Fight with all your might. The flames on the surface of Saharakiri's body became quieter and quieter, but the blade in his hand became darker and darker, and he slowly raised the blade. Although this kind of power is not proficient, if it is just a barely swing, it should be enough. It seems that he has seen through his intentions, or simply witnessed it with his own eyes. Otsutsuki Momoshiki no longer has the thought of escaping at the risk of his life just now. Instead, he raised his hands high like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, his eyes full of ferocity. Urashiki, I can only buy 1 second. Quick! At the same time, without anyone's order, Otsutsuki Urashiki, who still had blood in his mouth, took out a pink turtle from his waist. He didn't care about Momoshiki, who was at the same level as him, and chanted something in a commanding tone. Momoshikis! Eyeballs suddenly opened, with a few bloodshot eyes, and the golden samsara eyes burst out with the supreme pupil power that was close to the peak of his body. Hi! Emperor Reizan, even the weakest of them, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, stretched out his hand and blocked Urashiki behind them. Then, Sawarakiri raised the blade. Swinging the knife. Zang Ko! Tachi North Heaven and Earth Ashes. The next moment. The familiar darkness was like ink, which permeated all the vision of the three of them. Even the Byakugan and Samsara eyes with a 360-degree field of view could no longer see any other substances. The only thing that could be seen by the eyes was the knife in front of them. The speed of the black blade falling like the end was so slow, but the terrifying power it released was beyond the reach of all of them. That was the domain of the gods, of Otsutsuki Shive. Hey! They! Sound of the blade falling was so light. Boom! Boom! However, the unbridled flames destroyed the quiet end of world mood. The entire black scorched earth seemed to be swept by a vortex-shaped hurricane. The temperature that was completely beyond the planet's tolerance directly wiped out all the matter within a few hundred meters in front of it. The bursting fire filled the entire range covered by the cage. Because the chakra that was broken because of the inability to control the force was broken, it affected the surrounding golden barriers. 1, 2. Countless cracks suddenly climbed up the surface of the cage, and then melted and dissipated quickly like ice burned by a candle. Pop! All shattered. Satsuki Momoshiki, who was in the front of the flame pressure, tried his best to release his own eye technique. Gao! Huang Chanling's absorbed all the flames in front of him as much as possible in an overloaded state, and quickly restored them to the most basic chakra and swallowed them into his body. However, how could he bear this level of power? It took less than 0.1 second to absorb it, and his body expanded and became stronger rapidly. His pale skin turned red under the blessing of power. I don't know whether it was overloaded or simply burned by high temperature, and then his stomach swelled, and his body size increased from 1.9 meters to 2 meters and 3 meters. Until half a second later, the surface of his skin broke as if it was unbearable, like a water ball with countless holes leaking a stream of fire that could burn humans to death, and his whole body turned into charred black. The promise of 1 second, he said, was impossible to fulfill. Following him, the one who was burned to pieces was Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who was struggling to block behind him with his earth escape technique. That seemingly huge body was not even as big as Momoshiki. However, the aftermath spread in an instant, and he was immediately burned into charred bones. Seeing his two companions being burned in front of him, Otsutsuki Urashiki's originally scarlet eyes seemed to be torn by bloodshot. However, even in such a hurry, there was no hope of escape. With a ruthless heart, he immediately turned around and used the feedback channel Neon Benjanchu disaster remaining to forcibly tear a dark passage in this space. At the same time, his hands suddenly reached out to the two people's charred bodies. Zhang! The pitch-black blade finally fell on him, cutting him in two from the waist, and swept along with the flowing flames, all rushing into the depths of the boundless passage in front of him. Even with such a result, Urashiki, who was burned black, could not help but raise the corners of his lips with difficulty. The next moment, the roaring fire stream ran through the entire passage, like a mighty flood, suddenly destroying the forest within a range of dozens of kilometers in front of him. The caravan and Kono and others who were dozens of kilometers away seemed to have noticed something, and suddenly raised their heads towards the distance. Then, they stopped in their tracks, staring in amazement at the knife that engulfed their entire field of vision like a fire dragon, tearing a stream of charred flames at the far end of the horizon. Everyone opened their mouths in a daze. Is this the power of Lord Sawara? Looking down from the sky, the originally intact forest was actually split in half by this full-strength knife. Even the clouds in the sky that were pressed down by the high temperature were split into two pieces, combing a small middle part. Sawara Kiri quietly looked at the empty land in the distance, with only a few hundred meters wide and countless kilometers of charred traces running through everything in front of him. However, there was no trace of satisfaction on his face, but a slight frown. One is missing. Sawara Kiri was keenly aware of this. Energy creatures like Otsutsuki, if there is a trace left, it is possible for them to come back to life. He raised his head and felt the space ripples that suddenly appeared thousands of kilometers away from him. He sighed and looked down at the charred black knife in his hand. After all, this power does not belong to me. My control is still too poor. Sawara Kiri thought in his heart, and sudden life-surging power in his body was condensed and compressed into the black knife in his hand, and then slowly inserted into the scabbard. In an instant, the breath floating on the surface of his body calmed down a bit. Only the upper body clothes that were burned to ashes could prove that he had just experienced a life and death battle. This knife will be saved for the time being. Not only for Otsutsuki Urashiki, who is not dead yet. It is also for the travelers from other world lines who may appear from nowhere. He is enough for the travelers in this world. Thinking like this, Sahara Kiri became more and more alert. He didn't kill them all after two knives. The power of Otsutsuki is too dangerous. Chapter 183 Enemy of Life and Death, 5K, who the panting sound was extremely heavy. Just by listening to the heavy breathing sound that was about to break, you can tell that this is a dying person. Otsutsuki Urashiki tried to prop himself up with difficulty. The powder in his hand was spilled on the ground, and the pale shape of the roasted powder could be vaguely seen. Large mouthfuls of blood sprayed on the ground, staining it with dark red plum spots. The surface of the twisted palm was full of burnt marks that faintly exuded the smell of meat. That damn inferior race. At this time, Otsutsuki Urashiki had lost one eye, and his entire lower body had disappeared. Only the lower half of his body was left crawling on the ground with difficulty, leaving a deep dark red mark on the ground behind him. He lay on the ground, struggling to maintain his minimum life. Until he waited for a while and felt a slight chakra flow gradually coming out of his body, he suddenly opened his single eye. It turned into a deep blue 6 Magadama Samsara eye. The eternal standing of heaven. Time rewind in an instant, the light and shadow changed, and his whole body changed from half to a whole body, but, compared to the original appearance, he looked much smaller. Only about 10 years old. Plop. For a moment, he couldn't hold on to the ground and fell to the ground again. Is it the only way to recover to this extent? When he spoke, even his voice seemed much more childish. However, Otsutsuki Urashiki's expression was very ugly. Unlike the development process of humans, all Otsutsuki will be adults after being born from the egg of the sacred tree, which also represents their most basic heyday. As for the subsequent growth, it depends entirely on the various powers drawn from the fruit of the sacred tree. After using up the last of his space-time power, although Otsutsuki Urashiki barely managed to save his life, the situation he faced now was even worse than that of Otsutsuki Ishiki, who was also cut in half in the past. Now, he only had the most basic physical fitness of an Otsutsuki clan member, and even the pupil power brought by the fruit of the sacred tree he had absorbed was completely silent. If he spent another 1,000 years or so, he might be able to return to the peak again, but by then it would be too late. Unlike others, Otsutsuki Urashiki knew very well what kind of terrible changes would happen in the world in the next short 100 years. The Otsutsuki clan that ruled this galaxy area would be killed by the human race they regarded as an inferior race. Naturally, this also included him, who was hiding in the ninja world. We must find a way to get rid of him. If we can't do it, I will definitely die in 20 years or at most 50 years. Otsutsuki Urashiki took a deep breath. He looked young, but at this moment he was particularly immature, and his expression was still heavy and fierce. However, what methods can this world use to quickly restore his strength? The fruit of the sacred tree. Impossible. It made too much noise. No one knows whether that bastard Sawarakiri still has the ability to burst out the power he had before. If he were to discover me in advance, I would probably be bound in the laboratory as a specimen for research like the future clan members. This kind of humiliation is something the Otsutsuki clan can never bear. Return to the clan. It is unlikely. Not to mention that they are now in direct contact with the Otsutsuki clan, which will cause the future Sawarakiri to have time and space coordinates for this world and directly cross the world and timeline to attack him. Just saying that his current fragile body is impossible to cross the long space distance like a normal Otsutsuki and ask for help from Lord Shive. No matter how you think about it, it is a dead end. Otsutsuki Urashiki gritted his teeth and looked at a human survival not far ahead of this road, and his thoughts became more and more condensed. It seems that there is only one way. It is not about cooperating with the humans of this world, but rather temporarily enslaving these stupid humans. If he remembered correctly, under the development of Sawarakiri, the humans of the future also showed quite terrifying abilities, and could even fight against ordinary members of the Otsutsuki clan head-on. This in itself shows that these humans have extremely high development potential. As long as he can take advantage of the characteristics of the internal struggles of these inferior races and force Sawarakiri to die in the internal struggle, there is a great possibility of cutting off his future path. The inferior nature of the inferior races. Korra. Shiki hummed in a childish voice, with disdain. However, a little hope rose in his heart. After all, as long as there is no interference from these outsiders, even the future Sawarakiri will not be able to interfere with the normal struggles between humans. This is the result of their many experiments. Besides, Otsutsuki Urashiki looked at the 2 pieces of meat held in his small hands, and a heavy look appeared in his white eyes. We have to find them a body. It's abominable if I'm the only one. Ko. Urashiki cursed, but he could do nothing. These 2 idiots are his only companions in this lonely world. The only thing to be thankful for is that the Otsutsuki clan is not a low-level race. As long as there is a slight body structure, they can take over the body and rejuvenate through energy invasion. At that time, they are not without a fight, but all this must be fast enough. Ko Urashiki thought in his heart. Just as he was thinking, the meridians around the white eyes were faintly bulging, as if he suddenly noticed something, and the young figure quickly hid in the bushes. After a while, 2 tall, dark-skinned ninjas suddenly fell from the treetops and leaned over to check the traces on the ground. Did you find anything? There are only a few charred marks and bloodstains, and they are almost burned. Could it be that someone is grilling meat nearby? Unlikely. They Kumigakure ninja who spoke looked solemn, raised his head and looked at the sky in the distance. Since the perception ninja said there is a spatial fluctuation, it should be correct. It is likely related to the battle over there just now. Hearing this, the young ninja behind him also sank into his mind, with a hint of fear in his expression, and subconsciously lowered his voice. That is, the power of Sawara Kiri. It is likely so. The border perception ninja said it is not far away, near the border of the land of hot springs. The older Kumigakure ninja also subconsciously lowered his voice, his eyebrows and feet trembling faintly. Unlike the young man behind him, he had fought Sawara Kiri head-on and survived fortunately. The scene of the sky collapsing and the earth splitting like a god was enough to make him remember it for a lifetime. Until now, even if he sensed the opponent's chakra fluctuations not far from the border of his country, he did not dare to go forward to check, and only dared to come to the nearby edge. Traces to check. The reason is simple. It was too terrifying. Although the trace of the previous knife breaking was only about 200 kilometers, the sudden explosion of light and fire was enough to terrify all the perceptive ninjas within 1,000 kilometers around, and the flying smoke and clouds rushed straight to the sky, as if to tear the sky apart. As long as you are not blind, you will know that such a place is definitely not something they can spy on. We still have hope for this kind of monster. Shut up. Just as the young Kumigakure behind him was lamenting in a low voice, the older ninja suddenly raised his voice, turned around and scolded, and said seriously, "No matter how strong he is, so what? He is still a human being. As long as we Kumigakure can preserve ourselves, there must be hope for the future. Isn't it the same with Senju Hashirama back then? Didn't he die early in the end? We must still have hope for independence." Yes. Hearing his teacher speak like this, the young Kumigakure immediately became serious. However, just as the two of them were about to report back to the camp, they turned around and saw a small boy with a pair of pure white pupils, timidly popping out half of his head from behind the bushes and looking towards them. This is the young Kumigakure was startled at first, and then immediately showed a touch of ecstasy and spoke subconsciously. However, before he could say the name, the older Kumigakure in front of him stopped him and glared at him sternly. When he turned around, his dark face softened again. He bent down and waved in the direction of the little boy, saying kindly, "Little friend, why are you here?" I got separated from the caravan." After just a moment of hesitation, he heard Kurashiki speak weakly, pretending to be quite good. When they heard this, both the older and younger Kumigakure felt a little happy. This is a white eye, and there is no hateful caged bird above his head. Could it be the bloodline of the Hyuga clan caravan that was lost outside, if he could be brought back to the village? Thinking of this, the hearts of the two Kumigakure couldn't help but start beating wildly, and a little greed appeared in their eyes. But they didn't notice it. The kid opposite was also staring at their bodies with covetous eyes. Sawara's Book of Friends, Collect Character Otsutsuki Urashiki Bond Level Increased. Otsutsuki Urashiki Bond Level, 01 First Lifetime Characteristic Obtained, Enemy of Life and Death Heart Not Points +10. Looking at the line of words that appeared on the panel, Sawara Kiri subconsciously raised his eyebrows. Before leaving, they gave him a big gift, so he really had to thank them. But this enemy of life and death, isn't it because I really died once? Sawara Kiri looked at this so-called characteristic and revealed he smiled helplessly, and gently stroked his flat chest. At this moment, the wounds on his chest and torso had all been restored to their previous state under the power of the previous Sankan no Tachi, and were even strengthened by the previous chakra. However, the feeling of having his heart taken out before was more real than ever. At that moment, although he knew that he had a trump card to save his life, when he didn't use it and was fully immersed in the battle, he subconsciously thought that his life was really going to end like this. This experience is very precious, but it is also scary. If he didn't have a trump card and was really besieged by 4 Otsutsuki at the same time, death would almost be a foregone conclusion. Therefore, the arrogance of invincible that was originally forged in the Second Ninja World War also shattered a little, gradually returned to its original state, and had a desire to further seek upward. They strength is still too weak. What's more, the Otsutsuki clan is professional. They beat the younger ones and then the older ones. If this continues, Sawara Kiri's expression became a little more serious. Although he still had a knife in his hand, it was only enough for one fight. If he couldn't survive the beating of several Otsutsuki after using this trump card, his death would be almost certain. I am really stingy in the future. After all, it's me. What's wrong with a little more? Sawara Kiri complained about himself unhappily. It feels like a student who stayed up late to finish homework at the end of summer vacation. However, it was just talk. Becoming stronger depends on yourself. The only thing that worries him now is that he is already strong enough for the profession of ninja. Even if it was the reincarnation of Hashirama Senju in his prime, Saharakiri had absolute confidence that he could survive him. If it was a sneak attack like Kakuzu, it was not impossible to kill him accidentally. But because of this, the road ahead was completely cut off. He could only rely on himself to open up the way. It's hard work. Sahara Kiri felt a little sad. He was only 18 years old, and at such a young age, he had to bear the burden of opening up the way for the ninja world. How difficult is it? Saharakiri shook his head helplessly. In addition, he raised his head and looked at the scorch marks in front of him that should have run through hundreds of kilometers, and he couldn't help but feel a headache. Setting fire to the mountain, he will be in prison for life. Although no one can put him in prison now, the various roads, water wheels, forests, and farmlands destroyed on this road will probably face a lot of compensation issues in the future. It's too close to residential areas. My head hurts. Just as he was worrying about how to solve the remaining problems, several figures flew towards him from a distance. The location after the Otsutsuki space moved, not far from the original place. The people coming were Kono Motoichi and 3 other team members. However, when they saw the battle scene in front of them with their own eyes, they were all stunned. The long charred marks penetrated their entire vision like an abyss. Even though they had expected that this scene was definitely not ordinary when they looked at it from a distance, the shock they felt when they saw it with their own eyes was absolutely difficult to describe to others. Before, these students who had just graduated not long ago only knew from the words of their teachers and others that the strength of this number one person in the ninja world was very strong. But this is no longer a ninja, right? Finally, it was Harada Kintada who reacted first among the 3 and walked quickly to Sawarakiri's side. Sir, your injuries. Before he finished speaking, he had already noticed Sawarakiri's neat and clean muscles. His shirt was completely burned, and only his pants were torn and tattered, probably protected by chakra to cover his shame. Obviously, there was no injury at all. It's okay, it's been solved. It's just that there are still some troubles left, we'll talk about it later. In front of the students, Sawarakiri naturally wouldn't show any bitter and vengeful expression. That's what adults should think about. Children should live in a carefree environment. He still has this sense of responsibility. Therefore, he always maintained a calm expression when he spoke. But when he paused, he seemed to remember something and said awkwardly, by the way, do you have universal capsules with you? All of mine were burned. Can you lend me a set of clothes to wear? Lord Sawara, please wear mine. You brought women's clothes? Lord Sawara, I have matching ninja shoes. They are all new. What's wrong with women's clothes? I have. There was another quarrel among the few people, and they argued for a long time. It seems that ninjas only show a little childishness that matches their age at this time. But it's also good. Anyway, Sawarakiri doesn't have to go on the road naked. After the group left for a long time, they returned to the caravan to cancel the mission and collected battlefield traces as quickly as possible to return to the village. Under the night, blurry figures appeared from a distance. It's not 1 or 2 groups of people, but many teams. After they appeared, they subconsciously confronted the figures on the opposite side for a while. The reconnaissance operation did not begin until some kind of tacit understanding was reached and the area searches were separated. Obviously, this is a team sent by various hidden villages to investigate the situation. This naturally includes people from Konoha. However, because they have enough intelligence, they did not care too much about the issue of regional search, and they were all busy with their own things. The traces of Sawarakiri's battle cannot be concealed. Not to mention the Lightning Country, which is only a short distance away from the border of the Hot Spring Country. The ninja villages of other countries also discovered the aftermath of the battle that was so terrifying that it shocked the entire ninja world. What kind of enemy is Sawarakiri fighting? Why is his strength even stronger than before? Does this guy have any limits? What kind of inspiration can his various skills bring to the development of ninjutsu? All of this is the most precious wealth for each ninja village. No one can ignore it. At the same time, this battle also gave rise to some hope in the hearts of the shadows of each hidden village. There are actually people in this world who can fight Sawarakiri like this. If it was before the appearance of Sawarakiri, they would probably only be shocked. But now, this is indeed a great benefit to them. This represents the hope of getting rid of the suppression of Sawarakiri in Konoha. It is a pity that except for the most basic traces, they could not find anything. All were burned to ashes. After the waves of people left. Only then did they see a slender figure slowly step out of the shadows. Jijin, or Otsutsuki as Hiki, was quietly looking at the charred soil. It is different from the world in the eyes of ordinary people. For him, all the chakra confrontations that have happened here are so conspicuous. There are still a lot of traces of battles and energy fluctuations in the air. However, this makes him more worried, vigilant, and even terrified. This is the traces of Otsutsuki's eye technique. And there are more than one. Jijin stared at the battlefield in front of him. As early as the moment when Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others appeared, he had already noticed their figures. The only thing that surprised him was that their target was also Sawarakiri. What was even more shocking was that he won. Jijin leaned down and touched a certain charred mark. He could clearly feel that it was the remains of an Otsutsuki clan member who was burned into inorganic matter. Not even a trace of chakra that turned into a wedge was left. What is this? Otsutsuki's Heike finally realized it. The body he was targeting did not seem to be a harmless little white rabbit. Chapter 184 Jade Fishing Plan, 5K. It was 3 days later that Sawarakiri returned to Konoha village. After that, everything that happened on the battlefield was seen by the Konoha Anbu, but he did not care too much. The current ninja world is still too weak, so it is very difficult for Konoha's scientific system to absorb nutrients to continue to move forward. In this case, even if a body of an Otsutsuki is really found, it will only fall into the dilemma of Hashirama's cell research in the past and cannot be used directly. However, he has taken into account all their enthusiasm in improving their strength and testing their combat effectiveness. This is not a bad thing. Sawara Kiri looked at another piece of information handed to his desk and murmured secretly. After the Otsutsuki clan appeared as a target, his eyes are no longer limited to the scope of the current ninja world. Even if he still has a knife from the future in his hand, he is extremely vigilant against the enemies who may come from an unknown timeline again. In addition, there are the Otsutsuki clan in this world. After all, he actually knows very little about these Otsutsuki groups who suddenly appeared in front of him, gave up the original pride of the Otsutsuki clan, and attacked him by ambush. If these people are linked to the Otsutsuki of this world, Saharakiri thought to himself, rubbing his brows slightly. Lord Sahara, Lord Orochimaru, and others have arrived at the meeting room. Just as he was thinking, a young female ninja who was a few years older than him knocked on the door and came in. This was his office secretary. Yes. After turning 18, he now has his own office in the Hokage building in addition to the sofa in the Hokage's office. The position is the worthless Hokage assistant. This position is equivalent to Orochimaru and Jiraiya, but there are no departments under them. Okay, I'll go there now. Sahara Kiri nodded to the other party, stood up from the desk, and walked out. Since his report on the attack was submitted to the Hokage's office, it has caused quite a stir among the top few people in Konoha. The reason is also very simple. This is the first direct contact between Konoha village, or the ninja world, and aliens. Moreover, it was in such an unfriendly situation. What worried them more was the next problem. Konoha is still in a long period of reform and development. This process it will take several more years, and during this process, the entire Konoha is very fragile. What's more, the enemy they are facing is an opponent that even Saharakiri has to go all out for. Early before he came back, the high-level secret meeting had been held for several days in a row. 4th generation. Sama. Come in. When Saharakiri entered the door, he saw the original full group, 3 people sitting on the sofa. All of them looked gloomy. You are finally here, how was your rest? Tsunade rubbed her dark circles and waved at him. Nothing serious. Saharakiri nodded to the others and sat on the sofa. Tell me the details. Orochimaru still went straight to the point as usual, but his expression was obviously much more solemn than usual. Unlike the reports received by others, the information they could learn was more detailed. For example, in the attack report they received, Sawarakiri used the words all out and almost defeated for the first time. This had never happened before. Even in the battle when Uchiha Madara attacked, Sawarakiri still had the strength to survive. Even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. But the various words he used this time were obviously more serious than that time. In addition, according to the investigation of battlefield traces, he also used a force far beyond what he had used before. According to Sawarakiri's report, this move was very stressful even for him. If he remained in the current state without improvement, he would probably only be able to use it once more. The 3 ninjas were all experienced ninjas, so they naturally knew what this meant, a secret technique that consumed vitality or some more essential power. Just like the 8 gates formation. The few people present didn't react much to the fact that he had such a technique. After all, he was Sawarakiri, and no matter what outrageous things he developed, it was not worth being surprised. Now, the situation we are facing is quite serious. Sawarakiri opened his mouth and set a heavy tone for the next meeting. According to the intelligence I got in the battle, there are a total of 4 people on the other side. Only 1 was killed directly. 2 of the remaining 3 should have completely lost their combat effectiveness, and 1 is unknown. The most important thing is that any one of them has the ability to match me in normal state. Hiss just. Hearing this conclusion, the three ninjas lowered their previous expectations by several chips and subconsciously took a breath. Orochimaru was still able to remain calm. What effect will that move have on you? He was referring to the sword that penetrated more than 200 kilometers. No effect. It's just that I can't continue to use it. Sawara. Kiri shook his head. This is related to the weapon I got. The power in it will dissipate if I use it again. Hearing this, Orochimaru nodded with a little regret. If it was a weapon, he would have wanted to study it, but since it could only be used once, he could not risk losing this power to start a scientific research project. The safety of the village and Sawara Kiri was the first priority. The two are now bound together. What a pity. In addition, it seems that the change in the timeline will indeed have a great impact on the world process. Jiraiya's tone was quite helpless. Originally, it was clearly agreed that there would be more than 10 years, and the future news of Kakashi is not very reliable. What's the use of complaining about those now? Tsunade scolded with a cold face, and then changed the subject. Kiri, do you think those guys from the Otsutsuki will appear again? Definitely. Sawara Kiri said with certainty. However, their injuries must take some time to recuperate, and this factor should delay their attack time. The only uncertainty at present is whether there will be another batch of Otsutsuki besides them. Hearing this, everyone present looked solemn, and no one could speak. Yes. This is the biggest problem. The people in the prophecy of the future team are many times stronger than the people that Kiri met this time, and they can even perish together with Sawara Kiri of that era. Obviously, Sawara Kiri's strength is impossible to stop in the long-term war preparation competition. In this case, it can only mean that there may be other opponents. Obviously, the external environment of Konoha is the best since the end of the First Ninja World War, but the difficulties they face are even more severe than during the war. After all, their enemy now is not the same kind, but the Otsutsuki who calls himself a god. Do you have any ideas about improving your strength? Until the end, it was Orochimaru who raised the most critical question. Chakra. Sawara Kiri said affirmatively, this is the foundation of all strength. As long as there is enough chakra, there will be no problem even if I reproduce the previous combat method. But the total amount is very large. Even if all the tailed beasts are added together, I am afraid that it cannot satisfy them either. He knew very well what the upper limit of the so-called tailed beast was. Because Hokage showed in later generations that even after she devoured the 10 tails Jinchuriki and absorbed the chakra of 100,000 ninja soldiers, she could still be easily sealed by 2 half-step 6 paths level people. The reason why it was half-step was because they used completely external forces. After stripping off this heavy external force, 9 Tails Naruto and Samsara I Sasuke were actually only 1 level stronger than the first generation of Hokage. Even Sawahara Kiri could not think of any source that could provide him with so much chakra. However, after hearing this conclusion, Orochimaru's eyes lit up. As long as it's chakra, it's fine. This is the basis. Sawara Kiri said in a heavy tone. Then, Orochimaru suddenly took out a bead from his pocket. Sawara Kiri was startled. That small bead was the 4 souls jade that he had given to Orochimaru for testing. Lord Orochimaru, what do you mean? He was a little puzzled. Orochimaru said in a gentle tone, according to the tests during this period, the jade you brought has a special power. After it comes into contact with the human soul, it will burst out a very strong total amount of chakra, but it also has a big flaw. As he spoke, he took out another small box and used tweezers to pick out pieces of debris from it. Sawara Kiri then noticed that the surface of the Shikin jade, which was originally round and complete, was now full of pits and bumps. He was stunned at first, and then looked at the description of the Shikin jade again. Shikin jade, information localization, completed details, a special substance that can carry a huge amount of chakra. After being integrated into the body, it can gain incredible power, but this special property will also actively attract countless extreme souls to compete for it. This item comes from Inuyasha, cannot be upgraded if I remember correctly. In the manga Inuyasha, the Shikin Jade does have the power to make monsters and ordinary people stronger, which is why he gave it to Orochimaru for testing. However, he had clearly tried to touch it with chakra or put it into his wound before, but there was no reaction at that time. Lord Orochimaru, what's wrong with you? Sawara Kiri's eyes gradually became hot. Not only him, Tsunade and Jiraiya also turned their heads to look at this small jade stone. Jiraiya saw this thing for the first time. Orochimaru smiled proudly, I also found it by accident. When I first got this jade, I tried many ways to contact it, but no matter whether it was injecting chakra or experimenting with ninjutsu, there was no reaction. The material was also very ordinary, even fragile. It was not until I was thinking about a problem of wood release cells that I found that it suddenly burst into light. After I inserted some of the fragments into my body, those difficulties were solved. Later, after many experiments, I found that I must have a very strong desire to resonate with it and gain its. I still don't understand the reason, but it should be certain that it must react with some kind of resonance of the human soul to reveal its essence, and its true power. As he spoke, Orochimaru sighed again. Unfortunately, according to my control experiment, it must be a ninja with a certain strength and sufficient desire to show this essence. At the same time, if worn for too long, it will also produce extremely strong addiction. As he spoke, he took out a universal capsule. After opening it, an arm was seen lying inside. On that arm, a pale pink Four Souls jade fragment was inlaid. Seeing this, Saharakiri's eyes fixed and he was a little surprised. Orochimaru was very natural, even I couldn't eradicate this addiction. I had to use this method to remove the fragments after only a few days of embedding. If you plan to use it, I suggest you be moderate and it's best not to let it spread to the hands of the ninjas in Konoha's main village. Hearing this, Tsunade and Jiraiya were both horrified. Even your will, Orochimaru, is hard to resist. Tsunade's tone was slightly incredible. What kind of madman is Orochimaru? They, the comrades who grew up together, know it very well. He is the old drug addict in the trio of pornography, gambling, and drugs. However, he openly admitted that he could not resist this addiction. Kir, you'd better be cautious. Jiraiya advised solemnly. He has always been extremely vigilant against such things that wear down his will. This is why he only deals with pornography. Sawarakiri frowned, puzzled. Lord Orochimaru, if you use the entire Four Souls Jade directly, will this reaction be eliminated? It will only be more intense, and you may even work yourself to death under this temptation. Orochimaru sighed slightly. Obviously, the temptation he was exposed to was to continue to conduct various research and developments. This would lead to the danger of sudden death at work. The only relatively safe way to use it is to extract fragments that have been filled with other people's souls. As he spoke, he carefully picked up the fragments on his broken arm with tweezers, handed it to Saharakiri. Saharakiri took it subconsciously. Tsunade and Jiraiya stood up together. Wait. However, before they could react, the fragment had already fallen into Saharakiri's hands. OMA. Soft glow suddenly emanated from the surface of this small fragment, and at the same time, the terrifying amount of chakra contained inside it bloomed. Saharakiri could feel the endless power pouring into his body just by holding it. Although it was far from the previous time when the Zankatachi descended, it was already terrifying enough. Orochimaru seemed to glance at the two of them with some disdain, as if to say, how could I make such a common-sense mistake, and said in a light tone, this is the filled fragment. However, because the time is relatively short, the power in it is only a small part. But if I continue to fill, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to continue to resist that strong temptation. Sahara Kiri held the fragment and was quiet for a while. It was not until a few minutes later that he suddenly raised his head and said, Tsunade-sama, I have an idea. If we mark this kind of fragments and let them flow to the outside, and collect them again after they are fully filled to a sufficient degree, then will it be okay? Hearing his words, Tsunade and Jiraiya, who were still standing, and Orochimaru on the opposite side, were all stunned. This kid has a lot of bad ideas in his stomach. But this plan, The eyes of the three people suddenly lit up. Is it a bit feasible? Among them, Orochimaru's eyes flashed like neon lights. Yes. He only considered how to solve the problem through scientific research, but in fact, it doesn't need to be so troublesome. In this way, even he can stay in that state of enlightenment for a long time. Tell me in detail. Orochimaru immediately showed extraordinary enthusiasm. He was not inferior in having bad ideas in his stomach. I think so. We need to put on a show first. In this small office, the Diao plan that has been carried out for many years in the future has set the tone step by step. At the same time, Ishiki Otsutsuki also started his own plan. If he really has that kind of strength, the increase that this body can bring will probably be beyond my imagination. He strolled in the deep forest with a solemn expression. Now, the only thing that makes him feel daunted is the other Otsutsuki clan members who suddenly appeared in this world. What is their purpose? Whose orders are they following? What is the current situation? Is there a possibility of unity? All of this is a problem. Although the Otsutsuki clan often calls humans an inferior race, they are actually no different from these inferior races, and they also have very fierce internal struggles. If it is not their own line, no matter how powerful they are, there is an insurmountable gap. The only thing that can be unified is to respect Otsutsuki Shive. Therefore, Is Heike Otsutsuki dare not believe his so-called clan members. Besides, he is still in such a weak state. Since we can't command those guys, we can only rely on others to capture that body. Is Heike Otsutsuki frowned slightly. In his heart, he subconsciously thought of the Moon Organization. No. The relationship between that woman and Sawarakiri is still vague. On the contrary, it's the little guy with the samsara eye. I remember that he should be the eye carrier of that idiot Uchiha Madara, right? He suddenly stood still and fell into deep thought. It seems that it must be transformed before it can be used with confidence. When he raised his head again. In front of him was the water curtain waterfall outside the Takigakure village. Chapter 185 Acting Nagato? Nagato. Konan frowned slightly, pushed his companion beside him, and lowered his voice with some concern. Are you okay? Why have you been absent-minded since just now? We are still on a mission now. Oh. Hearing the familiar voice, Nagato seemed to come back to his senses suddenly, and agreed in a low voice as usual. However, in his eyes with overlapping ring patterns, there was still no light. You are just a carrier. Your life has been controlled by another person since the beginning. The name of that person. Until now, the voice of the man who suddenly appeared in front of him and suppressed him with a completely irresistible force still remained in Nagato's mind. Even though 2 whole days had passed since that night, he still couldn't come back to his senses from those bland and indifferent words. He followed the mottled light and shadows between the treetops, staring blankly at the road ahead, and subconsciously muttered to himself, my life, and these eyes are all predetermined by others. Nagato, who had always been inferior since childhood, suddenly had an inexplicable sense of enlightenment. Whether it was the death of his family or his sudden awakening and the series of events such as being caught by Master Guang and brought to Takigakure village, etc., suddenly seemed to have a trajectory. In addition, there are the last words of that person. If you want to get rid of this fate, come to me. I will give you a new life. It was just an ordinary word, but it inexplicably gave Nagato an indescribable attraction in his heart. Get rid of this kind of life. He subconsciously raised his head and looked at Konan, who was looking at him with some worry in the distance, and Yahiko, who was on guard beside her. His heart beat slowly and gradually calmed down. Or, think about it again. Boom! The next moment, the sound of detonating tags exploded in the distance of the road. Go! Yahiko gave an order, and the 2 behind him immediately rushed towards the Earth Country caravan on the mainland. On the other side, Konoha. Under the cover of dark clouds, the mottled moonlight fell to the ground with only a little brightness, and the evening breeze was cool. In the shadow of the abandoned buildings in the old city, a shadow like a black cat quickly passed through the shadows, making a slight sound. The Anbu ninjas on the top of the building who were monitoring the city at night were doing their duty and keeping an eye on the surrounding environment at all times. Because the first batch of students from the ninja high school have graduated in recent times, the top students have been promoted to the Anbu, which has greatly supplemented the manpower and made their recent work much easier. However, it is inevitable that there will be some omissions. The shadow, which was only the size of a black cat, glanced around vigilantly between the gaps in the building. The vertical pupils glanced at the Anbu ninjas at the top with some disdain, and quickly went through the narrow passage into another alley. At the end of the alley, there was an inconspicuous broken drainpipe. The black cat went in along the drainpipe mouth and continued to climb up. There was a small hole in the middle of the pipe facing the building. Going in through the hole, it happened to be the corridor inside the building. Meow. The black cat walked to an iron door at the end of the corridor and called out twice like many cats who like to play outside. After a while, the iron door opened a crack. Bang! Not long after entering the door, the black cat turned into a petite figure. It looked around vigilantly and noticed that they were all familiar faces. It was relieved. Obviously, this was a spy nest arranged by Uegakure in Konoha. How is it? The tall man at the door lowered his voice. No chance. They. Uegakure female ninja shook her head. Recently, the number of manpower in Konoha's Anbu has increased a lot, and the level of counter-espionage is quite good. They are guarding the scientific research department very strictly. Damn it! They. Tall man cursed, what are those bastards researching? Why have so many vehicles been transported in recently, and there is not even a shadow of them? Keep your voice down. They. Female ninja immediately yelled at him, and quietly opened a corner of the curtain and glanced outside. At the same time, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Since the reform of Konoha began, it has become increasingly difficult to get some intelligence from this village full of loopholes and report back to the village. Damn Sawahara Kiri, just as she was thinking this in her heart, a figure who had been sitting in the shadows in the corner of the room and maintaining a state of perception, suddenly opened his eyes and turned towards a certain place. There is movement. They remaining Uegakuer spies immediately perked up. The next moment, boom! Under the night sky, a sharp explosion suddenly sounded, and the fire was extremely obvious in the dark night covered by dark clouds. Just at the moment of hearing this movement, the heartbeats of everyone present could not help but speed up several times. Who is not afraid of death? It's good not to be afraid of death. After waiting for so many days, they finally found an opportunity. However, when they just wanted to ask whether to take action, they saw that the Uegakuer perception ninja's expression changed again. While maintaining the perception ninjutsu, there was even a trace of sweat on his forehead, such a strong chakra reaction. It was Sawara Kiri who took action himself. It was from the scientific research building we explored before. The other figure was also very fast. What kind of chakra is this? Hearing this, everyone present was shocked. If they had rushed into this underground scientific research department after investigating it before, they might have fallen into Sawara Kiri's hands now. What's the difference between that and death? Sahara Kiri, what about us? The female ninja who had just entered the door was a little scared, and whispered whether the mission should continue. She was not the only one. Everyone present had this question in their minds. If you meet Sahara Kiri, you can immediately give up the mission without being punished. Now, this is a common practice in the entire ninja world. The perception ninja who was the captain was also worried. After all, Sahara Kiri was a famous all-round ninja. They might be caught as soon as they went out. However, thinking of the scientific research treasure guarded by Sahara Kiri himself, he immediately gritted his teeth. This risk must be taken. Go out and take a look. Judge first whether to continue the mission. Yes. After they transformed and went out in batches, they saw that the whole village had been shocked by the loud noise just now. Xiangsuo woke up in shock. Not only them, there were many blurry figures in the distance looking out of the window. Some of them were obviously ninjas, and they simply climbed onto the roof to look into the distance. Looking around, I saw two figures flying over the buildings on the south side of Konoha at a super high speed that ordinary people could not match. The figure following behind seemed to have some concerns and did not dare to use all his strength. The other figure held the object in his hand high, pretending to crush it at any time. Bang! Until the two of them hit the empty training ground near the death forest. The one in front stopped, and his breath turned into mist, as heavy as a bellows. In the distance, a series of unclear figures followed from the dark. Closer, it was the Enbu ninjas who came with the Sawara mist. Since the Underground Research Institute suddenly transported a large amount of precious materials, it has attracted the attention of many people. Among the figures lurking in the distance, there are many undercovers from other villages. However, no one dared to get closer. At this moment, they just wanted to wait and see if they could collect more information. Sawara Kiri. The masked figure in front suddenly raised his voice, and his eyes were bloodshot. Let me go, I will put this thing down at the place you specify, otherwise I will destroy it. You don't want the secret treasure that made you so strong to be damaged, right? Hey? Just 2 sentences, and the figures lurking in the dark immediately perked up, staring straight at the beads in the man's hand. The secret treasure that made Sawara Kiri stronger. Sure enough. Sawara Kiri immediately stopped and stared at him. The war just ended not long ago, and you want to restart it? Do you really think I won't kill people? So what? The figure's eyes revealed a real madness. As long as I can keep you at your current level forever, it's worth it even if I start a war. Sawara Kiri seemed to hesitate for a moment when he heard this, and his tone slowed down slightly. Put the things down, I'll let you go. The moment he heard this, the Uegakuer perception ninja suspected that his ears were broken. How could the invincible Sawara Kiri be forced to this extent? Is that thing really the treasure that helped him climb to this level? This suspicion actually existed in everyone's heart for a long time. After all, the power shown by Sawara Kiri was too incredible, and there was no trace to trace. He was not even a bloodline ninja, and he didn't have any good teacher. Since he became famous, everyone has been trying to find out the secret of Sawara Kiri's strength, but no one has a result. Until now. At this moment, the breathing of the Uegakuer ninjas unconsciously became a little heavy. Since ordinary people like Sawara Kiri, who came from ordinary backgrounds, can become so powerful after obtaining such a treasure. Then, what if others also get it? The ninjas lurking in the dark almost looked at their companions at the same time, and their eyes gradually became firm. Even if they can't be sure of the authenticity of this secret treasure, they have to give it a try. If they can succeed, from now on, there will be a glimmer of hope in the ninja world to overthrow Sawara Kiri's tyranny. As long as they can defeat this devil-like guy, even if there is only a tiny chance, they must gamble their lives and give it a try. However, just as they were thinking this, They saw the masked figure getting more and more crazy. Put it down. Without scruples, who can escape from your hands? Get out of the way now. Otherwise, I will destroy it immediately. It's just my own life. If it can bring about your stagnation of strength, then what does it matter if I abandon it? Sawara Kiri seemed to be irritated by him, with a hint of anger in his eyes. Almost at the moment when his voice fell, a line of pale light and shadow suddenly flashed in the space under his feet, and his slender figure suddenly appeared in front of the other party as if compressing the space of dozens of meters. Stretching out his hand. However, at the same moment when his figure disappeared, the other party immediately discovered his intention and immediately threw the beads in his hand and the package behind him into the sky. Sawara Kiri's eyes seemed to flash with a trace of astonishment, and he subconsciously turned towards the direction of the beads. Be careful. It's a chakra bomb. Someone in the enview behind him was sharp-eyed and shouted. Sawara Kiri's footsteps could not help but stop. Boom. The explosion filled everyone's ears again, making the eardrums seem to be torn apart. The fire of the explosion was beyond everyone's expectations. The light ball with a diameter of more than tens of meters spread in all directions with power and impact that ordinary people could not imagine. The fragile bead was divided into countless fragments almost at the moment before the explosion began. At the same time, it seemed to activate some characteristics. The subtle light stream suddenly bloomed, spreading like meteors in the night sky towards an unknown distance. At the moment of seeing this scene, the figures hidden in the dark first felt a tug, but then an indescribable ecstasy rose. The ninja world is saved. At the same time, Sawara Kiri's party was furious. The figure in front of him was easily beheaded. He didn't even care about the blood on the ground, and immediately turned around and shouted to the enview around him, "Go find it. Don't waste time. You must fight to get that thing back." Yes. The enview immediately responded and scattered around. After the figures dispersed, Sawara Kiri slowly turned his head towards the figures farther away. "And these little mice, we have to clean them up too." The moment they heard this, the undercovers who were full of ecstasy just now suddenly froze. Without any orders or handovers, everyone flew out in different directions at the same time, incredibly fast. At this moment, they had only one thought in their minds. We must bring this news back to the village. On the other side, the Hokage building. Tsunade looked at the group of Hyuga, Abarame, Inuzuka and other enview ninjas behind her who were maintaining a joint perception state. With a solemn expression, they were the director department that served as the central commander of this mission. How is the situation? No loopholes have been found for the time being. The Yamanaka ninja in charge of the joint command said in a serious tone. Next, it depends on Lord Sawara's disguise skills. From the moment this drama began, everyone's performance was under their surveillance, and even several hidden spies from other villages that had been hidden for a long time were caught. Well, you did a good job. Tsunade nodded slightly and praised. She looked up at the night in the distance, quietly waiting for a reply from farther away. Next, as long as these spies complete the mission of escaping death and bringing the news back to each ninja village, it will be considered a success. However, she still has some hidden worries in her heart. I hope that this jade fishing plan set by Wu Jun can be successfully implemented. Chapter 186 Blood Successor Beast Plan, 5K, in Uegakure village, Onoki sat at his desk, sighing as he looked at the reports submitted in front of him. His face was wrinkled into a small squash, his beards jumped, and he looked like he was going to turn grey. Why? Is it different again? Ah, Sawara Kiri. This name seemed to have some kind of magic, which could make all those who stood in hostile positions with him tremble and worry about their future. In fact, no one could be happy after seeing the information on his desk. This document was the overall battle speculation feedback of the charred battlefield. According to the report of the Uegakure Intelligence Department, it was still unknown who the enemy Sawara Kiri was facing, but it could be speculated that his strength was far greater than Uchiha Madara, who appeared in front of the gate of Konoha before. Even according to some battlefield traces, it was speculated that Sawara Kiri was forced into an extremely dangerous situation. However, this man, whose existence was like a miracle, once again showed an ability far beyond the limit of his strength. After many investigations, it was found that it was a special fire escape ninjutsu with great power, but it had never appeared in the ninja world. Even the ground at the edge of the battlefield more than 200 kilometers away suffered the aftermath of a temperature of at least 10,000 degrees Celsius. For ninjas, as long as they were within the scope of this battlefield, they could basically be declared dead. They didn't know whether this was a newly developed ability of Sawara Kiri, or a trump card he had hidden for a long time and prepared for a large-scale battlefield with the all-ninja coalition. However, almost all members of the Uegakure Intelligence Department showed a rather pessimistic result for the war with Konoha. For an independent military group like Uegakure Village, this was simply terrible news. Even Onoki himself, after reading the speculation of the Uegakuer Intelligence Department, did not dare to guarantee that his dust escape could withstand such a terrifying blow. Konoha, Konoha. Oniki put down the report in his hand, gently patted his old waist which was starting to ache again, and sighed. It seemed that he had been fighting against the monsters of Konoha all his life. It used to be Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, and now it is Sawara Kiri. And every time he faced a situation that seemed to be very unfavorable. If it weren't for the stone wall that was famous for its tenacity passed down by the hidden rock village, Oniki suspected that he would have collapsed by now. Just as he was thinking this in his heart, he suddenly heard a burst of dense footsteps coming from outside the door. Oniki raised his head vigilantly and looked outside the door. Then, the person outside didn't even knock on the door, but rushed into the Tsuchikage's office and shouted, "Third generation, sir." Noticing that the chakra fluctuations in the visitor's body were still familiar, Onoki slowly put down his raised hand, but because he was in a bad mood, his loud voice suddenly rose a level and scolded, "What a panic, what a look! Bayan, look at yourself, do you still look like a mature Uegakuer Jonin now?" However, at this moment, Bayan Jonin didn't care about the bad temper of the third generation Tsuchikage at all, and the whole expression on his face was one of surprise and joy, almost a little crazy. At this moment, he didn't even care about the etiquette and hierarchy engraved in his bones. He hurriedly stepped forward, grabbed Onoki's hand and ran out, "Third generation, sir, urgent news. Very urgent." The spy in Konoha risked his life, and only relied on the last person to send out the information. When Onoki heard that it was Konoha's information, he frowned slightly, but he was still a little dissatisfied with his childish eagerness. He flew out on his own, and lectured, "What kind of information is so urgent? Can it be turned upside down? As the saying goes, Taishin collapses in front of you and you don't change your face, and a deer walks to your left and you don't blink. This is what a Uegakuer looks like." Until then, Bayan Jonin finally calmed down and nodded, "You are right. Okay, tell me. I can make you so panicked, really?" Onoki blew his beard and glared. "Yes. Bye." Yan calmed down and lowered his voice, "We discovered the secret of Sawara Kiri's strength, and stole a piece of the secret treasure back." Bang! Onoki, who was still flying steadily in the sky just now, fell to the ground with his small body. His lumbar spine made a very clear crack sound, and his whole body trembled as if it was electrified. However, the old man didn't even care about his old waist at this moment, and suddenly got up and yelled, "What is it? Sawara Kiri!" Swoosh! Without waiting for Bai Yan to repeat himself, the old man immediately reacted, and didn't even care about floating in the sky. He suddenly stepped on his two short legs and showed his extraordinary physical skills. He shot out of the door and jumped down the stairs, rushing straight to the intelligence base underground in Uegakuer. Bayan Jonin stayed at the door of the office for a moment, and then he couldn't help but sigh, "You are worthy of being the third generation. You are still strong at old age." It's not just the Uegakuer side. In less than a day after the secret was leaked, all the ninja villages that had hidden agents in Konoha, at the cost of scrapping all the underground intelligence and all the hidden agents who had been hiding for many years, all sent this information back to the village at the highest level of secrecy. The powerful secret of Sawara Kiri, these ordinary words made the ninja world, which was originally as calm as a mirror lake, suddenly boil. In just 3 days, each village mobilized almost all the manpower they could command and started large-scale investigation and patrol operations within their respective borders. The frequency of civilians in various countries seeing ninja masters has increased rapidly recently, but all ordinary people don't know what they are looking for. Among them, the fastest-moving parties have even begun to conduct in-depth research on the secret treasure. If we talk about the strongest scientific research strength today, it has to be Uegakuer. How is the research on the fragments of the secret treasure going? The fourth Hokage AI was standing at the gate of the underground research department at this time, turning around anxiously, but he didn't dare to go in because he was afraid of delaying the research progress. When one of them went out, he immediately grabbed the other person and asked him impatiently, "Fourth generation. Sir, we have got preliminary results now. However, we haven't figured out the specific use of the secret treasure yet. We need to wait until more fragments are collected before it is possible." The research team leader's tone was serious. Unlike Orochimaru's casual inspection at that time, the major ninja villages now, after learning that this secret treasure was directly related to the powerful strength of Sawara Kiri, almost mobilized all the people to work around the axle for 24 hours to conduct research around this small fragment. They tested it in various directions and soon discovered its secret directly related to the soul. After the research team leader briefly explained its function to the fourth Hokage, AI felt that his heartbeat seemed to be half a beat faster and his breathing was heavy. I see. No wonder Sawarakiri has become like a monster. With such a secret treasure, and having mastered it for such a long time, as long as you have the desire to increase your strength, you can get power from it. It's just like the wishing machine in the myth. At this moment, there was only a fire burning in the heart of the fourth Hokage. That's right. The research team leader nodded and said, however, this substance is also extremely addictive, and it also has a strong attraction to different secret treasure fragments masters. After the test experiments of volunteers in the village, after being stripped of this fragment, only a few ninjas with extremely strong willpower can gradually adapt to the normal state, but even they will show a very strong desire after recontacting the fragments. Therefore, how to use this secret treasure requires you to think more about it. Fourth generation Lord AI listened quietly to the research team leader's story, and read the test reports he handed over, took a deep breath, but his eyes became more determined. As he was listening, the young Hokage secretary Xi walked in from outside the door and whispered, "Fourth generation sir, Konoha has sent a directive notice. It requires the Hidden Cloud Village to hand over all the fragments of the Four Souls Jade found in our territory, and at the same time, they have secretly crossed the border and issued a reward for the found items in the territory. The amount is very high. And they are threatening war." Xi's voice was slightly lowered, and even the research team leader not far away could hardly hear it clearly. However, just when Xi was about to cover his ears as usual, he found that the fourth generation, who should have been furious, was now calm on his dark face. War. It seems that the bastard Saharakiri is really getting anxious. He can't even take care of the overall situation of Konoha's reform. AI's voice was calm and solemn, but his eyes became sharper. This can only mean that he is no longer as confident as before. Xi, what do you say he is afraid of? AI asked in a low voice as if talking to himself. Xi did not answer, but just listened quietly. Here. The research team leader responded immediately. AI's voice was very firm. Now, perform the transplantation operation of the secret treasure fragment for me. Fourth generation. The research team leader was stunned when he heard this. He should have explained the side effects very clearly, right? There is only one thing that Kumagaku needs now, and I need the same thing, that is, a powerful force that can match Sawarakiri. AI's voice was extremely confident. Sawarakiri is a commoner in Konoha, with neither talent nor bloodline, and his performance in the entire ninja school was mediocre. After possessing this treasure, he can reach this level now. Then, how can I not be as good as him? Transplant it to me. He suddenly raised his voice. The research team leader immediately stood up. Yes. The fourth generation Hokage was not the only one who made this judgment. In fact, under the temptation of this last straw, almost all the ninja villages threatened by war in the entire ninja world were desperately piling this treasure on themselves. At the same time, more and more people have gained extremely powerful power in this way, which really let everyone see the hope of being able to confront Sawarakiri head-on. However, in this process, not everyone is so excited. The reserve fourth generation Mizukage, Karagi Yagura, is one of them. Puff. He slowly pulled out the blade, shook off the blood on the blade, and looked forward coldly. The third Mizukage fell to the ground, raised his head with difficulty, looked straight at him with incredible eyes, and his mouth was full of foamy blood, and even his voice seemed to be leaking. Yagura. You, this, idiot. Why? The increasingly obvious sense of powerlessness made his vision more and more dim, but the unwillingness in his heart still made him hold his breath. No matter what, he couldn't understand why Yagura, who was waiting for him to die of old age and ascend to the throne, took such a huge risk to kill him personally. Is this really the inevitable fate of every generation of Mizukage, or is it a trick of the master and those bloodline families? He couldn't understand. Sorry, third generation master. Kuro Tachibana. Yagura's voice was calmer than ever before. He raised the blade in his hand and pressed it against the back of the third generation Mizukage's neck, whispering, "Your reform is too successful. If you continue like this, it will only increase the number of deaths unnecessarily. Kirigakuer, it's enough to keep it at this level now." The third generation Mizukage was stunned when he heard this, his eyes full of disbelief. Even the vision that was gradually dimming, was brightened a little under the sudden increase in blood pressure. He seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and he spurted blood and hoarsely said, You, and Kagai Ren. Puff. The last knife fell gently, cutting off the spinal nerves and the entire carotid artery at the same time. The splashing blood spread all over the ground, dyeing a small half of the beach and the sea red. Kuro Tachibana Yagura's eyes were still cold, but there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. The third generation Mizukage is a qualified Mizukage. However, more people cannot be allowed to survive. In the current ninja world, under the pressure of Sawara Kiri, what hope is there, when he let the rising tide swallow up the body of the third Mizukage and walked slowly out of the beach? The Kirigakure Enbyu who were supposed to guard the third Mizukage appeared in front of him half kneeling. Obviously, he had replaced all the Kirigakure Enbyu with his own people long before he designed this assassination plan. Everyone ignored the remaining blood on the blade of Kyuji Yagura and maintained a respectful kneeling posture. Fourth generation. Master, there is an urgent information. But soon, one of them handed over a bamboo tube. Kyuji Yagura was startled when he heard the title of fourth generation, and then he accepted it calmly, took the message from the other party, and unfolded it and glanced at it. The next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he turned back to look in the direction of the third generation master. His body had been swallowed by the sea and was swept away to who knows where. Damn it! Why did that bastard force me to take the position at this time? Kurotachi. Yagura cursed in his heart, but his face still managed to remain somewhat calm, and he casually said to the Kirigakure Enbyu, I know, you guys go down first. Yes. After they all disappeared, Yagura Kyuji immediately took out a kunao with a seal pattern from his arms. It was an emergency communication device between him and Sawara Kiri, which contained a shadow clone with 1/1000th of Sawara Kiri's chakra. Bang! Before the smoke in front of him could dissipate, Yagura Kyuji had already rushed in with red eyes, grabbed Sawara Kiri's collar, and cursed in a low voice, you bastard! You have lost all your trump cards, and you still want me to kill the third generation Mizukage now? Do you really think there is a soft persimmon in the blood mist? Do you believe now that I will also collect the fragments of the Four Souls Jade and kill your original body? The shadow clone wrapped in the smoke waved his hand. Facing Yagura Kyuji's furious expression, it seemed to have expected it. Even when the collar was grabbed, there was almost no reaction, just looking at him indifferently. After he had vented his emotions, he said coldly, Yakura. Others don't know who I am, but you don't know either. Kurochu. Yakura was stunned when he heard this. What else could you be? Isn't it Kagaya, the #1 undercover agent of Kirigakure? Kuroju. Yakura's thoughts suddenly stopped, and then he looked at him suspiciously. Another scam. It seemed that because he had been tricked many times and had a very deep shadow on Mirror Flower and Water Moon, the first thought of Kyujo Yakura was this sentence. Not really, that thing does have some effect. You can also collect it and try, anyway, it will return to my hands in the end, so it doesn't make much difference. Sawara Kiri's tone was still calm, but if it were you, it would be better to stuff those things into those guys you don't like. For example, bloodline ninjas, they will die sooner or later. Hearing this, Kyujo Yakura's anger finally subsided. After a moment of silence, he continued to ask, what are you going to do? Sawara Kiri heard this and looked at him with a bit of surprise. He reached out his hand and gently smoothed the somewhat messy collar of Gojo Yagura under the other party's vigilant gaze, and said in a calm tone, Yagura-kun, put yourself in your position. After all, you have done a lot of things, haven't you? Gojo. Yagura's expression changed for a moment, but in the end he suddenly became a little depressed. Yes, the third generation of Mizukage is dead. What else can he do? I understand. Sawara Kiri's expression was still calm. After that, just complete your duties as Mizukage, and your attitude towards the Four Souls Jade can also imitate other villages, don't show any flaws. Also, don't let your guard down. Yes. After Sawara Kiri's shadow clone dissipated, Gojo Yagura's back seemed to be hunched a little, and he looked a little depressed. Is he really saving Kirigakure? Kurotachi Yagura didn't know. All he could do now was to go on his own. After all, he had no other choice. It was not until a few days later, after Kirigakure hurriedly ended the inauguration ceremony of the fourth generation Mizukage, that Kirigakure Yagura began to collect the fragments of the Four Souls Jade in the Land of Water in the form of the Mizukage's order. For the rest, everything was normal. Yakura. Under Kirigakure, the master in a monk's robe raised his head as usual, looking at the slightly hazy sunlight under the fog, with a bit of emotion in his voice. You are the new son of Kirigakure, there are things that must be done, and you must bring a way out for this village at all costs. But I also have my own position. Alas. He sighed for an unknown reason. Behind him, a Kirigakure Jonin, who was obviously dressed as a bloodline ninja, stepped into the room quickly. When he saw the decaying appearance of the master, a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes, but he still lowered his head and said, Master, you can go in now. Okay. They. Two of them stepped into the darkness deeper underground one after another. Until they saw a ray of light. The master's turbid eyes shrank slightly. In these cultivation chambers, there are bodies contributed by Kaguya, Kizuna, Terumi, Mizuno Tsuki and other members of the Kirigakure ninja clan. This plan started as early as the moment when Sawara Kiri showed her edge. At the same time, it was also the last life and death journey that the master prepared for Kirigakure. Bloodline Beast Plan. Codename Kimimaro. Chapter 187 The road is long and obstacles, 5k. As Konoha issued several consecutive stern notices, each village began to take action step by step. The situation in the ninja world, stirred by a pair of invisible hands, gradually began to become turbid, with undercurrents surging everywhere. Under this deep water, there is still a pair of eyes quietly watching all this. What? An incredible guy under the charred earth. Black Zetsu's figure slowly emerged from the scorched earth, looking far away at this piece of land that has recently begun to be called Jiaoyuan by the nearby villagers. Although his face is still that annoying stiff smile, the emotion in his mouth is not false at all. Black Zetsu is really amazed. Thousands of years ago, even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, the strongest reincarnations of Ashura and Indra, could never achieve this level of ninjutsu and change hundreds of kilometers of land. However, now this rootless and bottomless Sahara Kiri has done it. This makes him, the third son who was born in the invisible and cannot be called a human by nature, feel inexplicably in his heart. I felt a strong sense of throbbing. If my mother is resurrected, she can do this. No. My great mother can do it. For the gods who can change the world at will, this is just a trivial skill. Black Zetsu murmured silently in his heart. For the first time in 1,000 years, he felt an emotion called worry from the bottom of his heart. Although he still refused to admit it. However, the strange emotion from the bottom of his heart was very real. Following his line of sight, he looked forward. I saw that in the center of the charred land, there was still a deep and extremely sharp mark, which was extended for 200 kilometers. However, because it was too sharp, it only left a narrow mark on the ground. Even if ordinary people stepped on it, they would probably only think it was a small gully. However, Black Zetsu could clearly feel it. Under the narrow gap, there is a deep mark that goes tens or hundreds of meters underground. It is like a scar branded on the surface of the earth. Sawara Kiri. Black Zetsu chewed the name over and over again, as if he wanted to taste something from the name. Standing beside him was Uchiha Hikari, who had not been seen for a long time. After the battle with Uchiha Yayoi in Konoha village, she returned to Takigakure village. The mark left by Sawara Kiri on her body did not actually cause her any deep scars. At their stage, even a fatal injury for ordinary ninjas is just a medium injury that can be recovered by running chakra a few times. However, Uchiha Hikari firmly kept the scar left by the mist on that part of her body. To be honest, the only guy who could make Black Zetsu feel outrageous from the bottom of his heart, besides the unreal Sahara Kiri, is Uchiha Hikari, who has a twisted personality and lacks love so much that it is unbearable to look at. It is really worthy of being the work of Kiri. Under the moonlight, the girl opened her hands slightly, looked at the miracle in front of her, and took a deep breath, as if she could taste the air where Sahara Kiri had stayed even in the slight sulfur smell, and her eyes were faintly bright. It seems that there is still a long way to go before he can truly understand me. Uchiha Hikaru murmured in a low voice, but when he turned his head, his voice suddenly dropped 3 tones. How much do you know about the Sawara Kiri secret treasure theft that is now circulating in the ninja world? It's fake. Black Zetsu spoke without thinking, looking down at the battlefield in front of him, with a calm tone. Before Master Madara had no way to go, he had already searched all over the ninja world, whether it was myths and legends, ancient ruins, and even tasted the taste of ghosts and monsters and terracotta warriors. Until the end, the only power that could help him stand on the same level as Hashirama was the 9 tails. According to the travel notes left by Master Madara, there has never been such a beautiful thing in the past 1,000 years that can make a wish come true with just a fragment. If there really was such a treasure in the ninja world, he would have dug it out for his mother long ago. While Black Zetsu was talking, he was thinking a little bit in his heart. Who in the world knows the ninja world better than him? Besides, it's not like he hasn't been monitoring Konoha village. Sahara Kiri had just found the bead a few days ago, and after taking it out, he gave it to Orochimaru for testing. He has almost moved his home to Konoha with his secret stealing skills every day, and he would rather eavesdrop on the phone calls in the Hokage building even when he sleeps. Others don't know, but how could he not know? Is that so? Hearing this, the scarlet light in Uchiha's eyes faintly weakened a little, as if he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, the girl seemed to have thought of something and chuckled. It's really the work of Kiri. He plays with the entire ninja world in his hands. I thought someone really dared to steal his things. Hey, which side are you on? Black Zetsu couldn't help but turned around and scolded. It's all the same. Under The moonlight, the girl tiptoed slightly, looking at the end of the scorched earth, and the smile on her face became even more charming. She looked like she was proud of herself. I don't know why she was so happy. When Black Zetsu thought of the deep sorrow in his heart and looked at her heartless appearance, he felt suffocated. How could he be so upset alone? All the same. Recently, Saharakiri has been staying at the house of the previous woman every day, and he doesn't leave until 2 or 3 o'clock every day. Pa! They! Piercing sound of breaking wind suddenly filled the entire scorched earth. The palm strike that was so fast that even the shadow was blurred suddenly swept out and swept directly on Black Zetsu's body exposed on the ground, hitting the black and white body like water, and it exploded like water, dripping on the ground and scattering into large pieces. Uchiha Hikaru turned his head, and his scarlet eyes had unconsciously turned into sharp horn pinwheels, and a hoarse voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Shut up! Where is the mouth? Black Zetsu thought to himself, and his body retracted into the ground again. Although he wanted to know what it felt like to poop, he didn't want to. The crazy woman squeezed my intestines out of my mouth again. The feeling is really hard to describe. I won't want to try it again after experiencing it once. This damn crazy woman. After throwing this punch, Uchiha Hikari seemed to be relieved and continued to look into the distance. Looking into the distance along her line of sight, the villagers living in the villages near this scorched earth were all imprinted with subtle and imperceptible chakra fluorescence. In the center of the fluorescent imprints, the shape of the horn windmill slowly rotated. Just like the constantly improving Sawarakiri. Her power was also quietly growing in this silence. Myaboka Mountain, Yuanlong Pond. Boss! Fukasaku, it's so late, what's the matter? Jiraiya's face was obviously a little drunk, and the flower fragrance on his body had not yet dissipated. He looked like a standard ninja who had just been dragged out of Kabukicho by the old toad. Even his palms kept grasping subconsciously. He was only 30 years old, but he was already a complete wretched old man. Oh, don't ask. Didn't I tell you that the old man suddenly went crazy? They. Small-statured Fukasaku sage also had a sad face, looking like he didn't know what to do. How can we know what the old man is thinking every day? This time he suddenly didn't even sleep, and he jumped around everywhere, shouting your name while running, saying something like it's over. We have no choice, so we called you here. Fukasaku sage was even more irritable than Jiraiya. He was already old and had never seen such a scene in hundreds of years. Jiraiya only heard half of the words, and his expression suddenly became serious. Even the drunkenness on his face was mostly dissipated under the caress of chakra, and the whole person was obviously more energetic. Master, are you alive and kicking? Somehow, he suddenly thought of the arrangements made by Sawarakiri in recent times. The Great Toad Sage has always been famous in the whole ninja world for his accurate predictions of the future. Even his title of Savior Teacher was set by him, which can almost be said to have changed his life. So, would his reaction at this time be different from? Jiraiya only thought half of it in his mind, and his steps subconsciously accelerated. At the same time, he also had some unfounded worries. If the predictions of the Great Toad Sage conflict with the future prospects of Konoha, which side should he stand on? Thinking of this, Jiraiya quickly walked up to a hill beside Yuanlong Pond. Looking around, the Great Toad Sage, who usually sits on the high platform with a leisurely look, is now like the boss Wenta, rolling his huge body in the muddy swamp in the depths of the fog, his body covered with decayed skin lying on his back, staring blankly at the illusory sky of Myaboka Mountain. The doctoral hat and crystal ball that he never leaves on weekdays are all thrown away to who knows where. From a distance, it seems that there is no difference between him and an ordinary toad. Jiraiya subconsciously opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. However, before he could speak, the Great Toad Sage seemed to have keenly noticed his gaze and turned his head towards the hill. Although it was a toad face covered with wrinkles, Jiraiya could see the obvious ferocity on his face, as if he was extremely scared. Little Jiraiya. The moment he saw him, the Great Toad Sage seemed to have finally grasped a life-saving straw, and his lazy and stupid appearance of the past was completely gone. He gritted his teeth and called out, looking at him fixedly. Indistinctly, it seemed that some power beyond time and space connected the two, slowly reaching towards the end of the River of Destiny. However, almost at the moment when he was about to see the blurred shadow. The Great Toad Sage's figure suddenly stopped in place. Puff! The huge horizontal pupil on its right side suddenly exploded like a water ball pierced by a needle, splashing countless blood. The Great Toad Sage's figure froze and slowly fell towards the swamp. The man and the toad on the top of the hill were all frightened and rushed towards it. Great Toad Sage. Master! However, just when the two of them were worried about its condition, the big Toad Sage with one eye blinded stared at the sky, as if he finally saw the result clearly. Why? The world must experience destruction. There is not even a way to survive in Myaboku Mountain. It lay in the mud, murmured hoarsely. When Jiraiya and the others ran over, the old man who had lived for 1,000 years had fallen into a deep sleep. Cheers! They lobby of Senju's house. The three of them gathered around the square table and raised their beer glasses to clink together, making a crisp sound. Poha Tsunade took a big sip, and there were foams all over her plump lips, but she didn't care at all, as if she wanted to wash away all the fatigue accumulated from overtime work during this period with this sip of beer, and she didn't look serious at all in the office on weekdays. Sawarakiri also took a sip in the atmosphere, and the milk beer tasted good. Really? Kiri has also been led astray by Lady Tsunade. Shwet. Hui complained in a low voice and drank juice by herself. Since today is my day off, this is the only time. Yes, yes, Sawarakiri still responded patiently as before. It is rare to be cared for by others after growing up. Tsunade seemed to be completely accustomed to her nagging, and she patted Kiri's shoulder hard. When it comes to conspiracy and intrigue, you are the best. I saw it when you pushed me to give a speech on the street. You look innocent, but you have a lot of tricks. Tsunade-sama, is this a compliment? Sawarakiri seemed helpless. Of course. Tsunade straightened her chest and put it on the table. Her shoulders relaxed a little, and then she said, you must keep up your condition in the future, and don't go down the right path. Let the 4 major ninja villages pay for Konoha to do things, and each one is more active than the other. This is the first time in my life that I have seen it. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little proud. Suiwai, I'll give you a small sip today. Tsunade was in high spirits and immediately started to push the beer cup in her hand against Suiwai's face. Ah, what's the taste? I don't want it. Even though she said this, Suiwai's face still showed some hesitation. Tsunade-sama was addicted to alcohol every day and couldn't even get up to go to work without being called. What was the taste of this thing? It was obviously still a little attractive to a good girl like Suiwai. However, when she took a sip, her little face suddenly became bitter and wrinkled, and her tongue almost stuck out. It's so unpalatable. Sahara. Kiri looked at her rare cute look and couldn't help but smile. Tsunade-sama must have done it on purpose, right? However, when he turned around, he changed his words subconsciously. Tsunade-sama, there should be no problem in tracking the fragments, right? Hey! Brat! I finally got a day off, don't talk about work. Seeing the two of them talking about this topic, Shuehui got up and went to the kitchen to cut fruit. Tsunade glared at him unhappily. Sawarakiri smiled embarrassedly. However, after a pause, Tsunade continued, don't worry, they have all been marked by the Uchiha family with their pupil power, and the signals are marked on the big screen underground. It's just that I don't know how long it will take for them to fully stimulate the power of the fragments. At this point, Tsunade also put down the wine glass and sighed, during this blank period, you can only rely on yourself. Goo. Yay. Just as the two were talking, they saw the little Tiamat crawling out from under the table, crawling from Saharakiri's legs to Tsunade's side, crawling back and forth, having a lot of fun, and excitedly calling them to join. Oh! Tsunade unexpectedly liked this little guy very much. Although he looked weird, he was very cute. She picked up the little Tiamat from under the table, put him on her lap, touched and pinched his soft and tender face, and kneaded it like dough. Saharakiri was lying on the table and watching in a trance. Xiao Xiaoda's advancement is a big hard knot, and he still has no clue until now. After all, a person's network of relationships is limited. As he thought so, his eyes fell on Tsunade's face again. Originally, he thought that after becoming the 4th generation, Tsunade should be able to directly overcome the heart knot and complete the final bond of the 4th generation Hokage. But obviously, the system did not leave him such a loophole. Although she has become the 4th generation Hokage, Tsunade's heart knot still remains in the middle level, and the bond level has not changed, which makes him a little headache. It can't really develop in the direction of the mature honey princess ending, right? For this matter, whether Tsunade wants to or not is one thing, and how he can hide from Yaoi and develop an underground relationship is another matter. In short, there are many difficulties. The road is long and difficult. What are you looking at? As if she noticed that his gaze stayed on her for too long, Tsunade suddenly raised her head, hugged Xiao Xiaodi and rubbed her cheeks, and said with a smile, if you want to hug your own child, go ahead. This one belongs to me. Sahara. Kiri looked at her and suddenly said, my problem is temporarily solved. So, what are your plans, Tsunade-sama? Tsunade seemed to pause a little when she heard this, and her hands rubbing Xiao Xiaoda's cheeks could not help but loosen. After a few glasses of wine, Her face was already a little red, and she supported her cheek on the table with one hand. Her long golden hair fell along her shoulders, but her face subconsciously turned to the other side, avoiding his sight, looking at the moonlight outside the window, with a lazy demeanor anyway. As long as I can hand this position to you stably, it will be a great success in life. What else can I plan? You're already at the age where you start to like children. Saharakiri deliberately showed a very puzzled expression. Tsunade turned her head suddenly. Although she tried hard to make a fierce expression on her face, her ears began to turn red. Then, she pulled the corners of her mouth hard, rolled up her sleeves, and clenched her fists. You are eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. One is not enough for you, right? I will let you see the consequences of teasing adults. Give up. Give up. Hey! Aren't you talking about work? Sui Wai, who was cutting fruit in the kitchen, a classmate shouted from afar. Gu. Yay! Xiao! Xiaoda clenched his soft fists and charged forward, not knowing who he was cheering for. In this small room, this ordinary daily life seemed to have never changed. No one knew how long such days could last. Chapter 188 7 years spring in the 48th year of Konoha. In the west suburbs, in the center of the death forest. At the entrance of the forest, the words no entry and ninja graduation exam in progress were inserted. The forest was quiet, with only the chirping of insects and birds. The breeze blew, and the fine leaves rustled slightly. Through the gaps between the leaves, Nohara Lin's eyes swept to the shadows in front of her. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and the kunao in her hand was pressed against her side, without a sound. Shat. Almost. At the moment when the subtle sound that ordinary people could not detect swept by, the girl's eyes suddenly lit up with a glimmer, and the whole person, like a strong cheetah, flew out without hesitation towards the shadow where the sound came from, and with a touch of her left hand on the ninja tool bag, several black shurikens immediately flew past with a series of swoosh sounds. At the same time, the tip of the kunao in her hand fell without hesitation. Puff. However, at the moment of hearing this muffled sound, a flash of panic flashed in the girl's eyes. The tall figure who was perfectly hidden in the corner of the shadow and stabbed in the abdomen by the kunao suddenly showed a smile of success, and then exploded with a bang and turned into a cloud of smoke. Without waiting for the shadow clone in front of her to completely dissipate, Nohara Rin, who had regrouped, immediately jumped out of her original position according to the targeted content in the textbook, rolled her body on the humus leaves, and then jumped into the air with a ricochet, jumping back and forth in the dense forest, and her figure was about to disappear into the tree canopy like flying. However, the sound behind her was faster than her figure. Water. Style, water bomb. In the subtle puffing sound, the flying water ball was like a stone stimulated by a slingshot, tearing a series of hissing sounds in the air, so fast that ordinary people could not reach it at all. At the same time, Mangetsu, who was named Shui Deng, suddenly turned the ninja sword in his hand and chopped down Nohara Rin, who jumped into the air without hesitation. Go to hell! Nohara Rin raised the kunao in her hand suddenly. While she was panicking, her body reacted urgently with the action of 1,000 hammers. The special steel wire connected to the end of the kunao pulled out several burning talismans, and the burning speed was amazingly fast. Manzuki Kizuki's eyes first condensed when he saw this, and subconsciously wanted to retreat, but in his heart he was subconsciously puzzled by the other party's extremely decisive reaction. Sure enough, after the talismans exploded, large groups of smoke completely enveloped Nohara Rin's figure. Immediately afterwards, the two figures who had been hiding in the other two places pounced in the direction of the ninjutsu like angry tigers. Fire. Escape, great fireball technique. With a bang, the fireball with a diameter of more than 3 meters suddenly engulfed the position where the figure was, and the blazing flames stretched out wantonly around. If you get a little closer, you will feel that your skin and hair will be ignited, and your whole body will be burning. However, at such a critical moment, the figure who was still hiding in the original place was not in a hurry. The seals in his hands changed, and the chakra that was about to continue to be ejected from his mouth and tongue quickly dissolved in his body. The water vapor around her suddenly rose along with the change of chakra. The condensed water vapor rotated and rose from the ground, turning from small to large into a rushing water flow, roaring and surrounding her entire body in the center, like a water tornado rising from the ground. Between the collision of water escape and fire escape, large pieces of smoke exploded. There was even a strong boiling and burning feeling. At the same time, Terumi Mei, who was moving her position by taking advantage of the visual obstacle, immediately discovered the problem and reminded loudly trap. The moment this sentence came out, the smoke-shrouded Hokage Suijutsu immediately became alert. However, the lack of vision could not affect his actions. A smile appeared on Hokage's face, and circles of fine chakra waves slowly spread out from his feet, sensing the vibrations in every place. It was the key secret of the mist-hidden silent killing technique. Found it. With just a moment of perception, a complete three-dimensional dynamic picture of the surroundings appeared in his mind. Even the slightest heartbeat and breathing sound could not escape his perception range, covering dozens of meters. The slender ninja sword in his hand swept towards one side without hesitation. Ha! However, this strike hit nothing. Hokage was startled at first, and the next moment, the scene of the figure on the opposite side leaning down and supporting the ground with one hand was reflected in his mind. A trace of doubt flashed through his mind. According to the information, isn't Nohara-rin a medical type who is not good at physical skills? However, in the brief moment when the thought flashed through his mind, the young man who was still in the state of transformation suddenly pulled out a wakizashi as long as a dagger from his sleeve, and stabbed it towards Manu with a fierce wind. Zhang! Under this huge force, Manu's movements immediately froze. Even the ninja sword that turned back urgently could not completely block the stabbing knife, but only forced him to change direction and swept across his shoulder. At the same time, a slight tingling sensation of lightning escape came from the surface of the blade. This guy! Manzuki Hokage immediately realized his mistake, and while stepping back repeatedly, he kept using chakra to dissolve the tingling sensation from his shoulder. His body suddenly turned over 10 meters, and his feet attached chakra to step on the tree trunk. However, the speed of the rapidly approaching blade was faster than he imagined. Almost at the moment when his feet landed on the tree trunk, the tip was already in front of his cheek. Ha! At the moment when Manzuki Hokage felt a touch of coolness on his neck, a loud shout suddenly came from above his head. Before Hitotaki Kakashi could continue to thrust out his blade, a broadsword that was obviously a heavy sword whistled down from top to bottom, making a sharp whistle in the air. Dang! Kakashi only felt a sharp stinging sensation on his wrist. The moment the short blade touched the heavy sword, it was so heavy that it seemed to fly out of his hand. Only at this time, the instinct of the body that had undergone countless hard training would play the greatest role. As soon as it touched, Kakashi released the handle without hesitation, and his body turned along with the force from the heavy sword, spinning and falling to the ground in the distance. While spinning in the air, the seals in his hands did not stop at all, and they quickly formed several lines. The next moment, Earth! Escape! Return of Earth and Land! They! Stone slab that flipped up from the ground with a bang, like a rubber band on a slingshot, hit Kakashi's feet exactly, almost perfectly corresponding to his landing point. The slightly shorter figure, with the help of this force, rushed out from the spot at a speed faster than when he came. When the young man caught the white blade in the air, he seemed to be covered by lightning, and his speed, which was already extremely fast, was accelerated several points at this moment. The blade in his hand drew a blazing white arc in the air. Lightning! Release, white light blade! However, the target was to pounce on Mei Terumi, who was stunned to see the scene from a distance. Ding! The blade was completely immersed in the girl's clothes, making a slight crisp sound. The thin ring light on Mei Terumi's neck immediately turned from red to green. Out! At the moment this voice sounded, Uchiha Obito, who had just made a pounce gesture towards Mei Terumi, suddenly showed a smile on his face. Zabuza and Mangetsu were furious and roared towards the two. Seeing this scene, a look of despair suddenly appeared on Mei Terumi's face. As expected. Almost at the moment when the two of them rushed to Obito and completed the combined attack of the blades, the originally dark pupils of the young man Kenji suddenly turned scarlet. The single Megatama stared at them. Magic! Sharingan! Even the most basic Sharingan has a considerable level of illusion. In an instant, Zabuza Momokai, who was rushing in front, staggered half a point. Kakashi, who completed the stab in a short time, took advantage of this moment to fly down from above with a whistling figure, making a gesture to behead Zabuza, while Obito formed a seal at the same time, and there were even faint sparks of fire between his mouth and nose. Seeing this, Mangetsu Kizuki subconsciously made the most perfect response. Pulling Zabuza's charging body, he quickly took a step back. Unfortunately, it was just this short step. A thin thread suddenly stuck to his back. Manzuki Hokage was alert and turned his eyes back immediately. Then, he saw Nohara-rin looking down at the two of them with a smile on her face. Puff! They! Two of them were simultaneously rolled up by the big net and entangled in the center. Kakashi and Obito stopped their actions immediately. They! Test is over. Team Hitotaki wins. Until then, a male voice came out from the thin rings on the necks of several people. Oh! A cheer came from Team Hitotaki. As for Team Terumi and others who had just reacted to the illusion and trap, they felt a sense of loss. Damn it! You idiot, you just jumped into the trap yourself. Why did you drag me in with you? That's because you're so stupid that you got caught in an illusion. Stop arguing. You two are idiots. I told you it was a trap, why didn't you run away? After a while, they started arguing among themselves. This is too embarrassing. The genius spy team carefully cultivated by Kirigakura was killed by a group of Konoha ninjas who had just graduated from the ninja school and were taking the ninja assessment. Although the other parties were friends who had known each other for many years, how could such a gap not be annoying? Instead, Obito ran over with a silly smile on his face and comforted him, "It's okay, anyway, we are all the strongest teams in the finals, the worst that can happen is 4th to 6th. In the future, we will all be ninjas fighting side by side. Right, Zabuza?" Mamakai. Zabuza clasped his hands together, turned his face away, and said dissatisfiedly, "It's because I lost to an idiot like you that I can't stand it." "Ha! Didn't you pass 60 points in the written test? I thought you were my companion." "Who wants to be your companion? It's so annoying." Team Terumi hadn't finished arguing when Obito joined in again. Kakashi and Nohara Rin stood by, watching the scene with a smile. It must be said that the title of first place in the ninja graduation assessment is quite fulfilling. Hitaki Kakashi crossed his arms, secretly proud of himself. Now, even my father can't stop me from developing ninjutsu. Whoever wants to play with this broken sword technique can play with it. Nohara Rin stood by, secretly looking in Kakashi's direction with her peripheral vision, thinking that this guy might have another quarrel with Uncle Sakumo. After a while, Kakashi seemed to notice her peripheral vision and glanced in Rin's direction subconsciously. The two of them looked at each other for a moment, and then separated at the same time. If you pay a little attention, you can probably notice that Kakashi's fair face, which has always been covered by the mask, has a little blush inadvertently. Only at this time. He was very glad for the stupid decision he made when he was a child. Ninjas must remain calm. Okay. Just as they were mumbling, the third-class Jonin teachers who were in charge of the order of the examination room came out of the forest, clapping their hands and comforting them. Now the whole examination is over, all students return to school and wait for the next class division result. Also, I have a good news for everyone. The chief team of this ninja examination will have a special gift. Hey! Almost instantly, everyone's eyes were attracted to it. However, the educational Jonin smiled mysteriously and went to clean up the examination room. When Kakashi and others returned to school, most of the remaining candidates also returned to the classroom. The few who did not return directly were mostly those who did not meet the requirements of the examination for graduation, or simply did not plan to continue to go to school under the pretext of inheriting the family business after graduation. After 6 years of getting along, they parted in one day. Many people present had a lot to say to each other. The whole classroom and even the whole 6th grade corridor were full of chatter. Kakashi, you should be planning to continue your studies, right? After all, you are so good. After graduating from the ninja high school, you can directly get the Chunin certificate. The treatment is much better than that of the D-level team, and you can make more money. Nohara Lin lay on the table, tilted her head towards Kakashi, and asked carefully. Of course. However, if you want to enter the ninja high school, you must first complete a B-level mission as a team, and the training time in between will be at least half a year. Kakashi in this world does not have as much experience as in the original world line, and he did not graduate early. His mentality is closer to his peers. He is arrogant and energetic, and very confident in himself. But, I heard that at the ninja high school, as long as the entire team meets the standards, they can graduate early, and the team that performs better in elementary school will be assigned to the same class. He said halfway, his voice slowed down, looking straight ahead, pretending to be casual. When the time comes, don't hold me back. The tone clearly meant that he planned to be together after graduation. Nohara Lin heard the slight meaning in his words and suddenly smiled at him. Yet, I'll try my best. Hitaki. Kakashi was a little uncomfortable with this straightforward answer. Not really. I'm talking about Obito, the idiot. Hey! Obito, who was chatting with a classmate in the front seat, jumped up from his seat, looking dissatisfied. Who are you calling an idiot? My practical score is very high. It's just that the written test is a little bit worse. The volume of the second half of the sentence was obviously lower. Because of his poor written test score, Kakashi and Nohara Rin, who could have won the first place in the written test, were directly pulled to the third place. At that time, they were severely scolded by Kakashi. Okay, Obito. Kakashi doesn't mean to blame you, but the written test requirements of the technical college are also very strict. Right, Kakashi? Nohara Rin comforted him from the side, and her eyes finally fell on Kakashi's face. Noticing this small detail, Obito inadvertently lowered his eyes and looked at the little white-haired guy beside him with a bit of resentment in his expression. Damn it. This white-haired bastard, it's okay to have good grades and strong ability, but how can he be so good-looking? This insidious guy usually covers his face and only takes it down when he is with Lin, it's so annoying. However, looking at the casual little affection between the two, Obito could only sigh deeply. There is no chance at all. Just as he sighed in his heart, the list of graduation teams was read out on the podium. Names were read out one after another, and more people walked out of the classroom. The originally spacious classroom gradually became empty, and Obito's mind shifted to other places. Until the end. Hitaki Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, Nohara Rin. Here. They. Teacher on the podium smiled gently, congratulations, your team leader is Sawara Kiri-sama. At the moment when that name was read out, the three people present were stunned and stared forward, their faces full of astonishment. Even Kakashi's eyes couldn't help but reveal a bright light, and his entire eyeballs were dilated. Sawara Kiri? That, the living legendary ninja. Until a few seconds of silence, a cheer suddenly broke out in the classroom. The three people could hardly wait, and all rushed out of the classroom rashly and ran towards the rooftop. Looking at the reaction of the three people, the teacher on the podium couldn't help but smile. However, their reaction was helpless. After all, the leading teacher was that Sawara Kiri. However, Sawara Kiri had been in seclusion for so many years, why would he suddenly want to lead? Students, Teacher Ahara didn't understand and shook his head slightly. I hope they can satisfy Sawara Kiri. When Kakashi and the other two rushed out of the classroom and ran all the way to the rooftop. A tall man wearing a Konoha vest was seen with his back to them, leaning on the railing at the edge of the rooftop, looking at a floating island thousands of meters high in the sky at the edge of Konoha. That was Konoha's man-made miracle in the past 7 years, the highest creation of dragon veins and chakra technology, and also the core of modern Konoha's barrier, Chaldea, the human survival guarantee agency. It is rumored that it is the foundation of all changes in Konoha over the years, and it is a secret island that preserves countless high-end technologies. It's a pity that until now, no ninja from other villages has ever climbed there. Not only because the Hokage who has been squatting on that sky island for many years assists Orochimaru, but also because of the confidential technology that cuts off the space around the island. However, the changes are really big. Sawara Kiri's sight slowly lowered to the layers of tall buildings rising from the ground in this village. Even the ninja school under his feet has 35 floors, and the number of students is more than 10 times that of the third generation. The students selected from them are naturally the best of the best, making the ninja quality of Konoha many times stronger than in previous years. In order to recruit enough students, Konoha even has professional enrollment points all over the country of fire, and the tentacles of Hokage are spreading step by step, and there have been many conflicts with the daimyo for this. It is no exaggeration to say that the fourth generation of Hokage is the most powerful generation of Hokage in the history of Konoha. However, even this teaching building with a height of more than 100 meters is just a small witch compared to the high-rise buildings in Konoha village that seem to climb to the sky. Sawara Kiri often thinks in his heart that if the former Six Paths Pain came here to launch a Shinra Tensei, how many people would die. However, these things will no longer happen. In contrast, the Moon Organization, the Rebel Ninja Union, and the other 3 villages that are wreaking havoc in the ninja world are bigger troubles than the Akatsuki organization. Who knows how much of it is the power of the Otsutsuki? Tisk. Just. As he was thinking this, his azure eyes moved slightly, and he saw 3 figures appearing behind him. Oh. Hiss. So, Kakashi and the others saw the tall man in front of them turn his head, and the 2 swords on his waist collided, making a crackling sound. He smiled gently and raised his hand to them, as if meeting for the first time, and greeted these new generations of Konoha. Hello everyone, my name is Sahara Kiri. From today on, I will be your team leader. During the period before you enter the ninja high school, please give me more guidance. Chapter 189, Finding the Bottom Line, 5K. Looking at the joyful smiles on the faces of the 3 little ones, Sahara Kiri couldn't help but curl his lips. The slightly reserved emotional expressions of adults are not as touching as the innocent and joyful expressions of children. After a while, Sahara Kiri clapped his hands to signal silence and continued, generally speaking, there should be an entry assessment before a jonin receives a team, but since I don't like to follow traditions, I won't do it. Anyway, let me introduce myself first. Name, age, what I am good at, what I like, and my dream. Well, let's start with this cute white-haired classmate. Hearing his coaxing tone, Hitaki's face couldn't help but shrink, revealing a dead fish-eye expression that was almost the same as his father's. You guy, you obviously come to my dad for dinner every year, right? However, the first lesson for a ninja is to obey the orders of his superiors. Therefore, Even a willful guy like Kakashi did not refuse and said, Hotaki Kakashi, I am 12 years old this year. I am good at physical skills and ninjutsu. My favorite food is salt grilled sori. My dream is to become a ninja that is more powerful than my father. The young man paused for a moment, and glanced in the direction of Nohara Rin. He found that the other party was looking at him with bright eyes. He felt a little ashamed to say such a dream. So, he put his hands in his pockets as if he wanted to explain something, and said coolly, it's just that it's still very far away from that dream now. It should take some time to complete it. Nohara Rin clapped her hands lightly and laughed beside her. After all, Uncle Sakumo is a rare first-class jonin in the village. It would be great if we can catch up with him. Tisk, he's just an old man at home. Hotaki. Kakashi turned his face away, and his ears were a little hot. Oh. Lord. Sakumo will be sad if he knows. Sawara. Kiri looked like he was enjoying the show. Who cares? Kakashi pouted. Obito's eyes wandered between Lin and Kakashi for several rounds, and he couldn't help showing a look of grief and anger. After Kakashi's voice fell, he immediately raised his hand and said loudly with great momentum, my name is Uchiha Obito, I am 12 years old this year, and I am good at ninjutsu. My favorite food is tempura, and I also help old ladies cross the road. My dream is to defeat this arrogant guy and become Hokage. This is not bad. Sawara Kiri nodded slightly, then you have to work hard in the future, Mr. Reserve 6th Hokage. Shouldn't it be the 5th Hokage after that? Obito looked up at him in confusion. Sawara Kiri said, as a matter of course, the 5th Hokage is of course my position, and you are still far away. That makes sense. Uchiha Obito was stunned, as if he suddenly had a brain. Then, the 6th Hokage is also okay. Pfft. Kakashi sneered beside him and squinted at him. This guy who overestimates his own abilities. What are you doing? You want to fight, you bastard? Obito was furious. You're talking as if you've ever beaten me in combat training. Kakashi still put his hands in his pockets, leisurely. Even if I can't beat you, I'll punch you twice and smash your face, you damn winner in life. Uchiha. Obito let out a defeated dog's cry. Sawara Kiri looked at the scene in front of him happily. To be honest, only by seeing the changes in these future protagonists can he truly feel the changes he has brought to this world. At least, Kakashi in this world line should not be lonely for life like in the original work, right? The last speaker was naturally the flower of the Hotaki team. My name is Nohara Rin, I'm 12 years old, I'm good at medical ninjutsu and trap setting, my favorite food is strawberry, I hate boiled seafood, and my hobby is collecting shells. The girl with purple bandages on both cheeks put her hands behind her back, frank and energetic, with a particularly sunny smile, my dream is to become a great medical ninja like Tsunade. Save more lives. And Nohara Rin glanced at Kakashi from the corner of her eye and mustered up her courage, I want to be a qualified bride. Oh. Damn. It. Sawara. Kiri and Obito's voices came one after the other. Obito, who was full of energy just now and wanted to beat Kakashi up, now seemed to have turned grey and couldn't stand up again. Obviously, he was not the groom in Lin's mind. Hotaki stood stiffly beside him, his eyes wandering towards the sky, his whole body seemed not very strong, and he had a bit of the immaturity of a teenager. Noticing his appearance, Nohara Rin could not help but quietly retract her gaze. But soon, she heard Kakashi whisper. Come on. Nohara Rin was startled at first, then suddenly raised her head, her eyes seemed to be rejuvenated, and nodded heavily. Yet the grey-white color on Obito's body became a little darker. How pitiful, Obito. Sawara Kiri patted his shoulder and sighed to comfort him, as compensation and as a graduation gift for the ninja school today, here, I give it to you. As he said, he put a pair of goggles in his hand. Obito, who was covered in grey, was startled at first, and the mottled marks on his body immediately fell off rapidly. He stood up again and said excitedly, really? Thank you, Mr. Sahara. Try it on. Sahara Kiri smiled and gestured. Obito immediately took off the original goggles and put the new ones on his head. He felt a little heavy at first, and then he found that the goggles seemed to be different. He pressed the thin band on his forehead with his fingertips. Ding! Soon, the surface of the goggles reflected a series of figures that faintly emitted the light of fireworks. Oh! Teacher! Sahara, what is this? Hearing this, Kakashi and Lin's eyes were also attracted by this gift, and they looked at him curiously. Not Bad. Sahara. Kiri smiled proudly, this is a single radar glasses newly developed by the research department. It can search for all chakra reactions within 1,000 meters nearby, and there is no blind spot in the 360-degree range. It's still an experimental product, and it has not been equipped on a large scale. Thank you so much, Teacher Sahara. Obito held his hand tightly, and tears were about to fall. This is simply the best news he has heard today. Mr. Kiri, what about us? Perhaps. Because he was very familiar with him, Kakashi pointed at himself and Rin as if it was a matter of course. Of course you have it too. Sawara. Kiri's pocket seemed to be a four-dimensional space, and he quickly took out a short sword and a belt. Scientific. Ninja Tulakaga, and a chakra storage belt. These are all new products, you must cherish them. Yes. X2 seeing that everyone had it, Obito's expression of emotion froze, and he whispered, hey, I thought I was the only one who had it. Being partial is a teacher's fault. Sayahara. Kiri taught earnestly, from now on, whether it is the opportunity to receive a bounty or to be beaten, everyone will be equal. You can be assured of this. Being beaten and they. Three little ones had not responded to the previous one, but after catching a key word, they immediately pricked up their ears. That's right. A smile slowly appeared on Sahara Kiri's face, and he looked at the three little ones grimly, since you have received my things, you need to make corresponding efforts. Everyone should understand this, right? Now? Here? The three little ones suddenly felt that the gift in their hands seemed to be getting hot. Shadow. Clone technique. They. Next moment, a cloud of white smoke exploded beside Sahara Kiri. Sahara Kiri said slowly, although you graduated as the top team in your grade, I hope everyone is clear about one thing, your achievements in school are nothing on the battlefield. So, I need to conduct a comprehensive assessment of you. They. Assessment starts now. They. Shadow clone that walked out of the white smoke stood in place, sweeping a pair of azure eyes over the three little ones present, and asked calmly, do you understand? In the deep azure pupils, there seemed to be a faint and brilliant light flashing, as if it could attract people's attention. Yes. They. Three members of the Hokage team immediately sorted out their status and drew their weapons. The shadow clone just walked slowly towards the three of them, not even bothering to draw the ninja sword at his waist, and asked leisurely, Konoha 6 styles, you should have learned it in the junior ninja school, right? Then. Let's start with the physical skills test. Is anyone more confident in their own strength? They. Moment the voice fell, the three children exchanged glances. The next moment, they rushed towards the shadow clone from three sides at the same time without any martial ethics, and the speed was amazing. Although the rooftop was already spacious, it still passed by at this burst of speed. In the whistling wind, it rushed to the shadow clone in the blink of an eye. Shave. Not bad. They. Shadow clone still stood there, motionless. Even at this high speed, Kakashi's brain was still working fast. As the captain of this team, he had a command task that could not be shirked. Mist Lord must be faster than us. If he wants to break through head-on, he must choose the weakest one among us. As long as he intercepts during this process, he thought in his heart, observing the movements of the two team members beside him at the same time, pulling out the ninja sword with one hand, and the other hand has secretly touched the ninja tool bag. Then, he heard Sawara Kiri say, but, the target is too obvious. Hey! Hotaki! Kakashi looked in the direction where the voice came from, and the place where the shadow clone stood just now was empty so fast. And why is there not even a trace of sound? Almost subconsciously, he immediately shot several shurikens in front of Nohara Lin with his hand touching the ninja tool bag, and at the same time, the ninja sword turned in the air, using the chopping action to protect his upper body and the back of his right shoulder. But then, a loud shout was heard from the other side. 6 styles, iron block. Hotaki. Kakashi's thoughts suddenly froze. In his peripheral vision, he immediately caught a glimpse of a tall figure who appeared in front of Obito in a strolling posture. Why did you choose Obito as the breakthrough point? And why didn't you see his movements? Kakashi's doubts came one after another, but the experience of countless team battles had awakened his body's instincts, causing the third kunao in his hand to turn around and fly towards the position of the figure. However, it was too late. Hearing the voice of Obito's shout and the highly tense muscles of his whole body under the compression of chakra, the shadow clone couldn't help but grin, a subtle smile on his cheek. At the same time, he maintained the posture of stepping forward, using his left foot as a fulcrum, and suddenly lifted his slender right leg. The seemingly ordinary knee strike burst out with an air hissing like a giant axe swinging. Boom! It hit Obito's chest and abdomen head-on. It was just a seemingly ordinary blow. Obito, who temporarily turned into a block of iron during the charge, seemed to be hanging on his knees. The sternum and abdomen under the knee hit made crisp bone-breaking sounds and internal organs shattering sounds at the same time. An uncontrollable heat flow pushed up along the esophagus and gushed out directly from the mouth. Puff! Spouted a large mouthful of scarlet blood. Don't treat my assessment as a ninja game, Obito-san. Sawara. Kiri's voice was calm, but inadvertently revealed the arrogance of the top strong, using the strongest illusion of a block of iron in front of a ninja stronger than you. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Obito. Seeing this scene, Kakashi's eyes suddenly shrank, almost condensing into a point. This heavy blow, I'm afraid it will only just a little bit away from sending him away. How could Lord Sawara go all out in the strength test between him and the genin? No, that's not right. The moment this thought came to his mind, Kakashi suddenly realized something. Could the gap in strength between them have reached the point where Lord Sawara could completely crush them even if he pushed his ability to the minimum? This thought made him feel a little chilly. But the next moment, he woke up immediately. Lin. Cover me. Okay. Lin's voice came from behind, and the hissing sound of the air when the kunai was flying became extremely clear in his ears. Hatake Kakashi held the white fang short knife upside down in his hand, and his whole body was faintly covered by thunder, and his nerves and muscles were activated at the same time. The speed of his feet suddenly doubled compared to before. Lightning. Release, white light blade. They. Shrill white blade light drew a half arc in the air. In Kakashi's gradually slowing vision, the tip of the blade was getting closer and closer to the torso of Sawara Kiri's shadow clone. The next moment. Snap. The hand holding the knife was held back by a hand that was 3 times faster, and the knife suddenly stopped in mid-air, but it was still several centimeters away from the torso of the shadow clone. Without waiting for Kakashi to react, his hand holding the knife turned with Sawara Kiri's movement, and with a ding sound, he knocked down the kunai shot in mid-air. Sawara Kiri said in a cold voice, "What about your cooperation with your teammates?" Kakashi's figure paused, and a trace of sweat could be seen faintly at his eyebrows. But soon, he noticed the synchronous kick. He threw away the ninja sword without hesitation, forcibly dislocated his wrist and pulled it out of the opponent's palm, and flew back several meters. There were still dozens of kunai behind him that kept shooting at Sawara Kiri's body in a rhythm. However, the shadow clone just raised his hand to catch the short sword in the air and danced a few sword flowers easily, and then all the kunai and shuriken shot out of the air were knocked away. Taking advantage of this short time, Kakashi, who had withdrawn a distance, quickly connected his wrist. He clearly realized that the Sahara Kiri in front of him was no longer the young man who used to talk and laugh with him and his father at home, but a powerful ninja who was so powerful that they had no way to resist. After realizing this, he immediately began to make seals with both hands, and finally pressed his palms on the ground. Anyway, it was just a shadow clone. Therefore, even if he was killed with that technique, it would not matter. As for the fact that the technique he developed was still regarded as immature by his father, Kakashi could no longer care about it at the moment. Lightning. Release, purple lightning. Sitsai's accompanied by his low roar, the deep purple electric current, which showed a highly mature nature change, continuously surged out from the center of the young man's palm, and the chakra in his body seemed to be ignited by this move. Synchronously with this powerful lightning release, the huge load on the body appeared. This is the most suitable ninjutsu he created under the guidance of his father over the years. Kakashi raised his head suddenly, and his feet landed hard on the ground, leaving a deep dent. His body shot out like a stream of light along with this huge reaction force. The target was the shadow clone in front of him. At this moment, all the scenery around him turned into countless dense streamlines blocked by the brain, and it was completely unclear. Only the target not far away in front of him was getting closer and closer. Boom! At the last moment, even Kakashi himself could not see his movements clearly. Only the touch of the object in his hand was extremely obvious. The young man couldn't help but reveal a smug smile on his face under the mask hit. The smug look on his face couldn't help but pause. Countless fine wooden spikes flew out from in front of him. The split substitute wood flew in the air, and a large amount of smoke and dust exploded at the same time. At this moment, Kakashi seemed to suddenly think of something and turned around and looked behind him. Then, he saw the unconscious Nohara Rin being held in the hands of Sawara Kiri. The young man widened his eyes and shouted subconsciously, "Rin!" Snap! Following that, a knife fell gently on his neck. At the same time, Sawara Kiri's voice rang out, "You are still too young." Hatake. Kakashi's vision fell into endless darkness. But soon, another soft sound rang out. Boom! Kakashi's slightly confused consciousness stagnated for a moment, and then he suddenly opened his eyes. Then, he saw Mr. Sahara standing in front of him, gently knocking on his forehead with his hand knife. Shua! Kakashi subconsciously flew back a few steps, and the whole person slid several meters away on the rooftop. Ha ha ha! Obito's loud laughter sounded immediately. I said, this guy will definitely be scared by Mr. Sahara. Kakashi heard the sound, his expression was stunned, and he subconsciously looked at him. Then, he saw Uchiha Obito, who was in good condition, sitting in a corner of the rooftop, also far away from Saharakiri. Obito! Aren't we the same? Nohara-rin muttered with some dissatisfaction, and looked at Saharakiri as if embarrassed. Kakashi, are you okay? Me? This time, Kakashi finally reacted and glanced at the flat rooftop of the teaching building, and then looked at the two people around him who were unharmed, as if he suddenly understood something, and looked at Sawarakiri. What were those just now? Were illusions. Isn't that natural? Sawarakiri said as if it was a matter of course. Are you really going to fight me? There are not many people in the whole ninja world who can survive and escape after fighting with your teacher. You are dreaming. Hearing this, Kakashi was suddenly a little frightened. Illusion? When, he recalled, and suddenly remembered the look in Sawarakiri's eyes when he looked at them. Assessment started from that time. Suddenly, Kakashi felt an inexplicable sense of defeat in his heart. Even if he lost the fight with his father, it was not as thorough as this time. He was simply being played in the palm of his hand. However, when he thought that the person opposite was Sawarakiri, everything seemed to be logical. Distance to the peak of the ninja world is really far away. Little Hotaki was deeply traumatized by this fight. Okay. Obito was happy to see Kakashi get humiliated, and he didn't even care about the little conflict just now. He came over and put his arm around his shoulders, laughing. Teacher Sahara said he would treat us to a meal. Let's go to Akimichi Barbecue. Look for the most expensive order. Hearing this, Kakashi immediately got rid of the frustration just now. He first glanced at Saharakiri, whose face was a little stiff, and then reached a consensus with Obito, which was rare, and nodded deeply. Okay. Hey, you two brats. Kakashi, I'll cover you. Go grab a seat. I want lamb and venison. Swoosh! Kakashi ran that fast. Chapter 190 Flash Step, 5K, as the saying goes, a young boy eats his father out of money. The academic performance of teenagers aged 12 or may 13 be high or low, and their sports ability may vary, but they are all quite the same in eating. Dingling, bang! Since entering the Akimichi Barbecue restaurant, the banging of plates in the private room has never stopped. Not to mention Uchiha Obito and Kakashi after taking off his mask, even Nohara-rin, who always looks like a cheerful lady in front of others, has shown an unusually large appetite. The grilled meat on the iron plate disappeared one after another, and Saharakiri on the opposite side kept grilling the meat for them with a wry smile on her face, watching the small savings in her wallet disappear quickly. However, there was not much pressure. The title of the second generation of the god of Ninja World was not boasted, but earned through one mission after another. The number of S-level missions alone would make him one of the top 100 in the Konoha wealth ranking, not to mention the emerging technology industries he invested in. Therefore, Saharakiri just watched these little guys with a smile on his face as they whet their appetites. It seems that the ninja school cafeteria is under a lot of pressure. Can you eat enough at school? Bang! Obito put down the plate in his hand, and he looked so vicious that he almost wanted to lick the greasy smell. Hearing Mr. Sahara's question, he said as if it was a matter of course, I can eat enough, but it's not delicious. Since I started taking cell growth agents in the 3rd grade, my appetite has become bigger and bigger. My mother has praised me several times. Obito in this world line is still lucky. Since the reform of the ninja clan was completed, ninjas of all clans have been incorporated into the Konoha military system, and the dispatch missions are naturally reasonable. He did not end up with both parents dead and only a grandmother at home like in the original world line. This is probably one of the reasons why his personality has not become so extreme. As for the cell growth agent in the ninja school, it was developed by Orochimaru a few years ago to narrow the gap between the ninja clan and ordinary people. It is a brand new medical product for ninja school students to lay the foundation. This product is not special. It just improves cell vitality and growth. Naruto in the original world line obviously doesn't look like a big and strong man, but he can use the forbidden technique of multiple shadow clones. Tsunade is also plump and petite, but she can be cut in half without dying. The difference between ordinary people and them lies in the seemingly inconspicuous cellular level. Although this product itself does not have the ability to make ordinary people become monsters, it can safely allow most ordinary people to reach the original level of upper ninja. This is also one of the foundations for the emergence of talents in Konoha in recent years. It's A good thing to be able to eat, but it's hard to eat well. It costs too much money. There is a lot of emotion in Saharakiri's tone. There is no way. He watched Tsunade approve all this money. Even though Konoha's various industries have spread all over the ninja world in recent years, no matter how it develops, money is always not enough. Isn't Konoha's GDP high enough? Kakashi was very familiar with various political and economic news at a young age. Isn't the tax law going to be changed recently? If the ninja clan pays property tax, will the situation be better? Sawara Kiri smiled and tapped his forehead with her fingers. That's an adult matter, and it's not for children to care about it. You should think about how to take the ninja high school exam in the future. What's so difficult about that? Uchiha Brought was very confident. I have figured out the process. Isn't it just to complete the full amount of genin missions within half a year, then go to complete a B-level or above mission under the guidance of the teacher, and then pass the entrance examination of the ninja high school? We are the top team, Mr. Sahara. You underestimate us too much. Really? Saharakiri looked at him with a smile. Then do you know that there are thousands of people applying for the ninja high school every year, and there are many old teams that graduated 3 years ago but failed to enter? In terms of strength, they can all be compared with Chunin, but some of them have never passed the ideological assessment. Hey! They 3 of them couldn't help but widen their eyes. For them who have not entered the ninja world, Chunin is still a very deterrent word. But from Saharakiri's perspective, at least Kakashi, one of the 3 of them, has completely possessed the ability level equivalent to Chunin. At most he is a little worse in command. If it is a special promotion during wartime, even a third-class Jonin might be able to get a chance. However, Sawarakiri did not mean to reassure them, but instead emphasized. Moreover, do you think the team led by me will still have to deal with a few B-level tasks of wandering ninjas? At that time, even in an A-level task, it is not impossible to fight against the Jonin of the Rebel Ninja Union. This time, even Kakashi's expression was solemn. He was born in the Hokage family, and with his father as an indicator, he naturally knew what level of monster a Jonin was. So far, he has not touched the corner of his father's clothes even once in a battle. Other Jonin may be weaker than his father, but the gap should not be too big, right? That would be troublesome. The children immediately lost the mood to continue eating, and even suddenly worried whether it was the right choice for them to follow Sawara-sama. Just when they were feeling depressed, they heard someone beside them greeted them with surprise. Mr. Sawara? You are here to eat too? Everyone looked up and saw a tall, long-haired man walking into the store with a few children like them. When they heard the teacher in front of them calling out their names, their eyes lit up at the same time. Is that Mr. Sawara? When they looked around, a watermelon-headed man behind them waved his hand in surprise and greeted Kakashi. Hey! Kakashi's face immediately showed a look of disgust. Instead, Nohara-rin also waved, Kai, Genma, and Ebisu. You are here to eat too? Just as the children were chatting, the tall man had already walked up to Sawarakiri. The man had a pair of pure white eyes, a ninja forehead guard tied on his arm, revealing his smooth forehead, with a smile on his face, and a box slung across his back. He bowed slightly as soon as he came to him, and said in a gentle voice, "It's a privilege to meet you again after several months." "It's a privilege. Can I treat you to this meal?" Sawara Kiri waved her hand. "Hey, Hisashi. I've told you several times that you don't need to be so polite. We're all eating anyway, do you want to share a table with us?" "It's my honor." Hinata Hisashi nodded vigorously, raised his smooth forehead, with a bit of excitement on his face, and then turned around to invite his students to sit down. Sawarakiri looked at him like this and couldn't help but sigh. Reforming the many bad policies of the Konoha ninja clan is something that Konoha has been promoting over the years, including forcing the Hyuga clan to abolish the caged bird case. The master-servant slavery system of the Hyuga clan has been a clan policy that has lasted for hundreds of years. It is also the inherent power of the Hyuga clan leader to put the branch family members in a caged bird. However, for the entire Konoha, forcibly requiring these excellent ninja scouts to be marked with a control spell that must be missing a corner, and making the Hyuga a country within a country in Konoha, is a disadvantage among disadvantages. Even the Uchiha, who has a strong clan prestige, disdains their slavery policy, which shows how evil it is. However, because the Hyuga has always been the biggest fence-sitter among the multiple forces in Konoha, and belongs to the kind of family that follows whoever is the Hokage, the successive Hokages could not move them at all for various reasons, and over time, they were delayed. It was not until 3 years ago that Saharakiri led his troops to the Hyuga clan to negotiate, and then the caged bird was abolished, and the reins were untied for the Hyuga branch family, allowing them to completely become Konoha's ninjas. There were even several small-scale rebellions in the middle, but they were all quickly suppressed. In the world of ninja, power is everything. The Hyuga clan is not as powerful as Sawarakiri. As the former head of the Hyuga branch family, Hyuga Hisashi's gratitude to Sawarakiri is as great as a surging river. What makes him even more fortunate is that his son, who was born this year, will never have to bear that damn mark again in his life. Since then, Hyuga Hisashi has become Sawarakiri's most valued supporter, and has also helped him complete important reforms in Hyuga ninja tactics, always regarding him as a savior. It's just that he's too polite, which makes people a little uncomfortable. I heard that Hisashi recently went to the Rain Country. Is there any trouble there? After Hyuga Hisashi took the initiative to take on the barbecue work, Sawarakiri asked about the work. Yes. Hinata Hisashi put down the iron clamp in front of him, sat aside and said respectfully, last month, the leader of Yuyan, Hanzo, seemed to have confronted the Moon Organization again, and was seriously injured after the battle. I heard that it was the work of Yahiko Yamane of the Moon Organization. They seem to have colluded with the undead cult of the Land of Hot Water, and they should have obtained relevant technology. The village sent me there to investigate the truth of this matter. However, after we arrived in the Land of Rain, we did not find any relevant clues, nor did we catch anyone from the Moon Organization. Instead, Hanzo, his voice paused, according to my personal judgment, he should not live long, and there are some changes in the grassroots, which may cause chaos. Your Excellency needs to make preparations early. Sawarakiri stopped using his chopsticks and thought for a moment. Jade ninjas are ninjas inlaid with the Four Souls Jade. Because these people have extraordinary power, they have been classified as a special category in the ninja world over the years. However, according to Konoha's existing information, the fragments of the Four Souls Jade have not been fully filled, so naturally it is not time for him to take action to harvest them. This kind of thing, if you don't take action, it's fine. Once you take action, you must end it all with a thunderous force, and you can't leave time for other villages to react. Otherwise, the war will be more profitable than it is worth. Because Konoha itself also has a group of Jade ninjas created by cloning technology, Tsunade and Sawarakiri have a clear idea of their upper limit. On the contrary, the Moon Organization. Have you connected with the immortal cult? Sawarakiri frowned slightly. Immortal physique, can it be mass-produced? That's naturally impossible. Hinata Hisashi shook his head. If that kind of thing really happened, the first to take action would be the various ninja villages, who doesn't want to live forever. However, according to our investigation and Hanzo's verbal description, Yahiko did maintain his combat effectiveness for a long time after his torso was seriously injured, and he successfully retreated. If I were to judge, it is likely that he is an immature experimental subject. In addition, according to the village's intelligence, Nagato and Yahiko and others under the Moon Organization have been separatist on the border of the Rain Country for many years, and their independence is quite obvious. Their actions may not represent the opinions of that adult. That, sir, of course, refers to Uchiha Hikari. Ever since she fought with Sawarakiri and escaped unscathed, this woman's name has spread all over the country, and she is even as famous as the shadows of each village, making Onoki and Ai very afraid. The leader of Kyuzagakure village, which is adjacent to Taki country, secretly bowed down to her, but this has no effect. The reputation of Kyuzagakure village as a fence-sitter has long been a consensus in the ninja world. It's embarrassing, but at least you can survive, right? Across the table Kakashi and the others chatted with their friends and listened to the conversations of the adults. Needless to say, they were interested in the changes in the ninja world. They knew in school that if Konoha did not have Sawarakiri, who surpassed all ninjas and was even called the second generation of the ninja god after Hashirama Senju, the war would have started long ago. They would have to fight on the battlefield early like the students of the third generation. And this man who suppressed the entire ninja world and was regarded as an idol by countless Konoha ninjas, was now sitting across from them at the table, hissing and eating barbecue. This wonderful feeling was really hard to describe. Although teacher Sahara was not arrogant when he was with them, just by looking at the respectful and careful look of the Hyuga ninja opposite him, who was also a jonin, and the various suggestions and feelings when his father and family were at home, they could roughly feel the status of their teacher in the hearts of the Konoha village ninjas. After defeating my father in the future, I should be able to fight with this adult, right? Hitaki Kakashi thought so, secretly pricked up his ears. Just as he was eavesdropping, he heard Might Guy beside him say loudly with a heroic face, Kakashi, duel with me. Let's see who eats more barbecue. No, I've been eating for a long time. Then let's duel again in a month. I will definitely beat you. Don't do that. When did you ever win in the ninja school? Kakashi was really annoyed. This guy is always like Obito, talking about passion, struggle and hard work, and then rushing over and being beaten up by him. It's meaningless at all, and it also affects his ability to surpass the top of the ninja world. Hehe, it's different now. However, before he finished speaking, Might Guy smiled mysteriously. You don't know? Hayashi teacher said that after we complete 20 D-level tasks, he will teach us a physical skill called 8 Gates of Ninja. I heard that my father became a Jonin after learning this trick. Hey? Kakashi turned his head suddenly. The Hyuga clan also knows this. Of course. Ebisu next to him is quite knowledgeable in miscellaneous subjects. After the military reform 2 years ago, the Hyuga clan's 8 Gates of Dunjia combined with long-range sniping are now standard equipment on the battlefield. You thought it was an old calendar. For a child, 2 or 3 years is a long time ago. Et Obito and Rin had never heard of these things, and looked at him in surprise. Ebisu smiled proudly. Sure enough, reading more miscellaneous books is also useful. Sawara Kiri on the opposite side also looked at Might Guy in surprise. He hadn't said anything yet, but Hisashi had already explained a little embarrassedly. I saw that the child has excellent physical talent and rich Yang escape chakra, so I came early. It's okay, it's okay. How? To teach students is the teacher's own business, you don't have to report to me. Sawara Kiri looked as if it was a matter of course. Besides, I also think this child has a talent for physical skills. Oh. Might Guy suddenly turned his head and stared at Sawara Kiri, his eyes full of tears of emotion, and suddenly became excited. Run around Konoha 20 more times after dinner. Hatake Kakashi had a look of disgust on his face, and he wanted to sit far away immediately. After this meal, everyone enjoyed themselves. For a while, Sahara Kiri led the group of genin of the Hatake team to start the D-level mission journey. Different from the various chores in the past, after the reform of Konoha's mission, most of the D-level missions have been replaced by supporting and helping Konoha's industry, which is equivalent to recruiting a group of genin with extraordinary productivity to complete various heavy labors such as farming, reclamation, canal dredging, and freight transportation with extremely low hourly wages. Before starting the mission, Kakashi and others also need to learn various newly developed E-level ninjutsu, such as earth escape digging technique, water escape moistening technique, fire escape charcoal burning technique, etc., which can be said to have received considerable training in physical and ninjutsu. The most troublesome one is naturally Obito, whose sage attribute is only 2 points. However, even he is very hard-working in this regard. As a member of the ninja clan, Obito still maintains a certain old concept, that is, ninjutsu is a precious resource. Even though the current Konoha ninjutsu education system has undergone a certain degree of reform, this idea is still deeply rooted, so he naturally worked very hard when learning earth escape ridge technique. Uchiha Obito stood in front of a wasteland, and a large amount of chakra flowed into the ground under his feet. The next moment, the wasteland in front of him suddenly began to shake, the soil on the surface was turned up and rolled, and long and neat ridges quickly appeared in front of the farmers, making everyone smile. Not bad, Obito. Now, all members of the Hatake team have passed. Sawara Kiri leaned against a big tree next to him and looked at him with a smile. Obito wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although it is only an E-level ninjutsu, because its application range is quite wide, its chakra consumption is not small, and the 3 members of the team can only use it in turns. However, looking at the dozens of hectares of wasteland they had reclaimed all day before the spring plowing, and the sincere smiles on the faces of the farmers around him, Obito still felt a sense of accomplishment. But when he turned his head, he immediately started complaining. Teacher Sahara, Kai and Genma have started practicing the secret technique of 8 Gates Ninja. You are the strongest in the ninja world, don't you have any techniques to teach us that can make us stronger immediately? If I fail the high school assessment, I will stay at your doorstep. Sahara Kiri's face was solemn when he heard this. This is really a very deterrent statement. Puff Kakashi stood next to him and couldn't help laughing. But he also looked at Sahara Kiri with some expectation. Sawara Kiri thought for a moment, then said, since you have worked hard these days, I will teach you one of my secret techniques. Obito, don't cry if you can't learn it. How is that possible? I'm a super genius. Uchiha Obito said this, but immediately opened his one Magatama Sharingan and tried to copy it. Sawara Kiri saw through his plan at a glance and said with a smile, the copy of the Sharingan is not enough, but you still have to watch carefully. Hearing that he really intended to teach something good, Kakashi and Nohara Rin immediately cheered up and walked up to him. Sawara Kiri stood in front of the woods. The next moment, he suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared dozens of meters away. There was not even a trace of dust under his feet. The whole process was silent. Shave. No, that's not right. Kakashi frowned, and suddenly realized, silent footwork, and faster than shaving. Obito, did you see it clearly just now? Hearing this, Obito didn't even have time to be surprised, but frowned hard. I didn't see any shadow at all. Could it be a space ninjutsu? That's not right. The Flying Thunder God technique needs to rely on the seal to locate. Nohara-rin also joined the discussion. Sawara Kiri proudly ran back with a swoosh sound, spread his hands and smiled at the little guys. How is it? Not bad. Hotake. Kakashi looked up at him and asked in confusion, Teacher Kiri, is this a space ninjutsu? No, it's just a physical technique. Sawara. Kiri shook his finger and smiled, I named it Instant Step. This is an advanced application of shave. Chapter 191. You really deserve to die, Obito. 5K, in the next month, Hotake Xiao. The life of the team is as regular as when they were in school. After getting up in the morning, they went to the Hokage building under the leadership of Mr. Sahara to accept today's D-level mission. After completing it, they learned various small skills under his personal instruction that they probably couldn't learn anywhere else. Although the title of the disciple of Mr. Sahara Kiri is very impressive, in the eyes of the 3 members of the Hotake team, it seems to be no different from when they were in school. If you have to say what is different, it is probably the people you will meet during the mission. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, this canal would definitely not be completed before the spring plowing. By then, I don't know how much the yield would drop. The simple-looking old village chief thanked in a kind tone. The deep lines on his dark cheeks were squeezed into thin grooves under the smile brought by the joy of the upcoming harvest. He also held a bamboo basket of fruits and eggs in his hand. These are all small gifts from the villagers. I hope all ninjas will accept them. It's great to be able to buy so fast at this price. The completed canal is something we never dared to think about before. I hope you don't refuse. The young Kakashi looked at the enthusiastic old village chief in front of him. His expression under the mask was a little uneasy, and he seemed to want to refuse, but he subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction of the teacher. Teacher Sahara, are we? Since it is the kindness of the village chief, then accept it with a grateful heart. Sahara. Kiri smiled and turned his head to look at the village chief, and the villagers behind him who were looking at this side from a distance. Kakashi heard this, and then he brought the fruit basket over a little embarrassedly, and the old village chief opposite hurriedly bowed to thank him again. On the way back, Kakashi held the fruit basket in his arms, with a few eggs stuffed inside, and raised his head to ask in the direction of Sawara Kiri. Teacher, haven't they paid the bounty? Why are you still so polite? The young man thought for a long time before finding a relatively appropriate adjective. They had just started the mission not long ago. In the first half a month, most of the time they were around the village. The civilians there were already accustomed to ninjas. Even if they were ninjas, those people could talk and laugh easily and naturally, and didn't take their identities to heart at all. If you received some tasks to find cats and dogs, it would be even more troublesome. The clients were often rich people or nobles. Their attitude towards them was not only domineering, but also careless. Obito was even scolded for accidentally hitting someone else's dog. However, in this wild village far away from Konoha, most of the villagers looked terrified. They had hired him and others to do the work, but when they performed ninjutsu, everyone hid far away, and only a few curious children popped their heads out to peek. Kakashi didn't understand why there was such a difference. Because they are refugees. Sawara Kiri had been in this world for more than 20 years, and had traveled to many places. He had already had a sufficient understanding of this world. Most of these ordinary people who are not under the jurisdiction of the nobles have left their hometowns because of taxes, disasters, wars, wild beasts, etc. However, the main reason that really caused them to leave their hometowns is actually ninjas. His tone was a little helpless. After all, being hired by the nobles to come to various villages to collect taxes is also part of the ninjas' mission. The ninjas that the refugees have seen are not as easy to talk to as you and me. Well, it's quite sweet. While talking, Sawara Kiri took out a frozen peach and tasted it. Obito, Rin, you should try it too. After listening to the teacher's words, Kakashi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This little adult-like behavior is what the Sandaime-sama often said was the thinking of the Hokage. Talented people are born to change something in this world. As for a fool like Obito, he has no such worries at all. Whether the client's attitude is good or bad, he doesn't care at all. Even if he is scolded by a fat rich lady, he can forget the anger by eating a meal. Compared to this, he cares more about another thing. Crack. Obito took a bite of the frozen peach, his cheeks were bulging, and he looked lazy. Teacher Kiri, When can we take high-level missions? Every day, I either help people turn the soil and water the plants, or do various chores for others. It's too frustrating to be a ninja. Is there no mission that can fight with the strong men of other ninja villages? As he spoke, he used the frozen peach in his hand as a kunao and gestured randomly in the air. If not, find some missions to help people deliver important letters. Not only Obito, but also Lin clasped her hands in front of her chest and prayed quietly, revealing a pitiful look like a deer. Teacher Kiri, I just did a manicure, it's not even 2 days old, and now it's all fallen off. Sawara. Kiri's face was immediately black when he heard this. What's the good of fighting and killing, blood, hula, wait a few years and you will know how interesting farming is. Then, he said a series of difficult words such as war is the continuation of politics, scientific development is the hard truth, and there is a great terror between life and death. Obito and Lin, who were following him, laughed softly, but Kakashi, who came back to his senses, nodded in confusion, as if he understood. Teacher Kiri is good at everything, but he is a little lazy sometimes. Obito always felt that he led them to do these chores that did not require his own hands because he did not want to work. Now he is more convinced. Looking at their innocent appearance, Sahara Kiri had to sigh and said helplessly, do you really want to do high-level tasks? It will kill people. Please. Teacher Kiri. Obito immediately clasped his hands together with a snap sound. It would be such a waste if he used all his skills on farming. When Nohara Rin heard people will die, her expression hesitated for a moment. This girl is kind by nature. If not, she would not have chosen medical ninjutsu in the 4th grade. However, as a ninja, they will eventually have to face this challenge. Yes, Teacher Kiri. We are ready. The girl showed a resolute expression on her face. It's good to change the taste occasionally. Kakashi nodded slightly. That's perfect. Sawara. Kiri's expression, which was a little helpless just now, suddenly changed, revealing an expression of I expected this day a long time ago, and slowly took out a task list from her pocket and handed it to the 3 little ones. I just received a task today. Here. Kakashi and the others were startled when they heard this, and subconsciously took the task list. Protect the daimyo of the snow country and his young daughter. Time limit, 15 days. Task level, A. The 3 kids didn't react when they saw the task requirements. Until their eyes gradually moved to the last line. Wait a minute. A level task. Isn't this a foul? Kakashi raised his head suddenly and said in astonishment, only those above the level of Chunin can accept this task, right? Sawara. Kiri smiled confidently, because your teacher is invincible. So. It doesn't matter. Hey? Kakashi drooped his eyes. Although this is indeed true, it always feels like he is setting a flag when it comes from Teacher Kiri's own mouth. My teacher is obviously very strong, but he occasionally has such a disconnection. At this moment, the young Kakashi inexplicably felt like seeing his father secretly applying hemorrhoid cream in the toilet, and his fantasy was suddenly shattered. Great. On the contrary, Obito, who has always been looking forward to becoming a hero, his eyes lit up when he saw this task list, and he wanted to rush up to give his teacher Kiri a big hug. This is what he wants, the opportunity to become famous at a young age is now. Sawara Kiri clapped his hands. Okay. Anyway, today's training is cancelled, go back and prepare your luggage, and leave tomorrow. Yes. Early the next morning. Uchiha Obito was so excited that he didn't sleep well the previous night. With 2 dark circles under his eyes and a big school bag sewn by his grandmother, he arrived at the agreed place excitedly. However, the meeting place was not the traditional gate of Konoha, but a train station on the south side of the new city. Looking up, he saw the 4 big characters Konoha South Station hanging on the top of the building. Even at this time, the flow of people around the station is already quite dense. There are also a few snack stalls selling food along the street a little further away, and the aroma is tempting. At this time, Obito, remembering that he had rushed here early in the morning and had not eaten breakfast yet, he bought a few meat sauce rice balls on the street and stuffed them into his bag, eating while walking around the station. Although he is a local of Konoha, this is his first time to come here since the station was built. Seeing the various buildings around him that are different from the scenery in the old streets of the Uchiha clan, he inexplicably felt a sense of anticipation like going on a spring outing with his classmates when he was a child. Until the hot rice balls in his hands were eaten up, he saw Kakashi and Lin walking side by side from a distance, and gnashed his teeth again. Damn it! Kakashi. Relying on moving to the vicinity of Lin's house, the 2 of them go to school together every day. This is just showing off. He just mumbled for a long time, and then lowered his head with a sigh. After all, if it was Kakashi, he would feel better inexplicably, if it was some unknown yellow-haired guy who suddenly hooked Lin away, that would be really heartbreaking. Just as he was sighing, he felt a big hand gently fall on his head. This is the stage that boys must go through before becoming men. Obito. Who? Obito was startled by the voice and turned his head suddenly. Then, he saw Saharakiri with an empathetic look, with the vicissitudes of life, looking at the two people opposite with a sigh. Seeing him like this, Obito felt a little comforted, and hesitated. Teacher Kiri, is the person you liked before also, yet? Sawarakiri nodded with regret. Uchiha Obito suddenly had tears in his eyes. It turns out that even a man as good as Kiri has experienced such a matter. It is indeed a stage that men must go through. The young man thought so, and his heart seemed to have gathered courage again. The next moment, he heard Saharakiri said faintly, I was like Kakashi at the beginning, and was entangled by my wife. It's terrible. Obito. Return my feelings. Damn. Uncle. When Kakashi and Lin walked to the meeting point, they saw Obito, who looked like he was dying, with snot hanging on Saharakiri's arm, and he was so angry that he almost cried. Kakashi looked confused. Before he asked, he saw Teacher Kiri suddenly discovered something and waved to the distance. Minato, this way. They. White-haired boy turned his head and saw a blonde man with a sunny smile also found them and raised his hand high to greet them. Behind him, like Teacher Saharakiri, there were three little genin. The three little guys on the opposite side, when they saw them, their eyes immediately became sharper and looked fierce. It was the Terumi Mei team that lost to them in the graduation exam. However, Kakashi did not take their power seriously and turned his head and said, Teacher Kiri, is this a joint mission? Of course. Minato is one of the biggest insurances in the entire ninja world. Sawara. Kiri put Obito down, looking as if it was a matter of course. That's right. Kakashi nodded slightly in his heart. This should be the rumored Namikaze Minato who is proficient in space ninjutsu. It seems that Teacher Kiri is not so confident that he intends to take these three little burdens to the battlefield. The precocious Kakashi has a very clear self-awareness of the positioning of the three genin. Woo. Have you eaten this morning? Kushina made me a lunchbox, I can share some with you. Minato. Namikaze came over with his students with a smile on his face, carrying the sour smell of the honeymoon period. I'm talking to you, Kushina so early in the morning. And this is in front of the students. Sawarakiri was quite helpless about the character of this old friend. It seems that since this guy knew that there was no hope of becoming a Hokage, he has been immersed in the happy life of a young couple wholeheartedly. In the past 2 years, Kushina has been able to completely control the Nine Tails and does not need to live in the ceiling barrier for a long time. She has become even more outrageous. After the last mission, she didn't even go to the team banquet and ran home in a hurry. You don't understand, Kushina is stupid. She practiced these dishes for a long time to make them look like this now. If it were someone else, I wouldn't share them. Minato smiled gently, almost dying of happiness. Yes, yes. Hearing his words, Obito got goosebumps while hiding behind Sawarakiri. He couldn't help but show a sympathetic expression and looked at Terumi Mei and others who followed behind Minato Namikaze. What a disgusting leader. Fortunately, he is not from my family, otherwise it would be so unlucky. Terumi Mei and Zabuza and others are obviously dressed as capable ninjas, but when they follow Minato, they all have a standard dead fish eye, and even ignore Obito's sympathetic look. Obviously they are used to it. Ming, how have you been recently? Sawarakiri answered, and then turned to look at the little things behind Minato. Minato-sama is very caring, and his guidance on our skills and tactics is very effective. Thank you very much. Terumi Mei spoke in a serious manner, and at the same time quickly winked at Sawarakiri. Please, Lord Ren. Transfer us away from this love-brained idiot. Really? That's good. Sawara. Kiri still had that smiling look on his face, completely ignoring her look. At the same time, Minato nodded slightly at him. Obviously, he chose Minato as the leader of these little ones because of Minato's personality, right? Naturally, as one of the few high-ranking people in Konoha, Minato also knew the situation of Mei Terumi and others. Therefore, he was very concerned about both life and training. Just by exchanging glances, Sawarakiri understood that there should be no problem for them to integrate into Konoha. In addition, the political situation in the Hidden Mist village changed faster than he thought. Soon, these hidden men should be activated. I hope the next plan will go smoothly. Sawarakiri thought in his heart, and his face regained his usual relaxed smile. Like a tour guide, he led the members of the two teams into the station. It was not just Obito who was curious about this train station. In recent years, Konoha has changed so rapidly that even the children, whose knowledge is constantly updated, could not keep up. They all looked up and looked around. Most of the people going in and out of the station were businessmen and nobles. Most of them were well dressed, and some were surrounded by people. The Konoha ninjas who were responsible for escorting the train stood quietly on both sides of the station and scanned the figures. When they saw Sawarakiri and Namikaze Minato, they were stunned for a moment, and then nodded respectfully. The train they had booked was quite punctual. After waiting for a while on the platform with their bags on their backs, they saw a line of smoke with the sound of woohoo in the distance. The sound of the trombone of woo drove into the platform. After they got into their compartments, put down their packages, and waited for a while, the scenery outside slowly changed under the towing of the front of the train. Because it is still an early model, the speed of the train is actually no different from running to the snow country by ourselves. Sahara. Kiri sat on the bed and explained to the curious little guys, but riding a train escorted by ninjas is much safer than sleeping in the open, and there are no various wandering ninjas and bandits blocking the road. But if it is used for military purposes, it is still more convenient for ninjas who can go straight on the map and cross various obstacles. But will you continue to develop new models of trains in the future? Kakashi's thinking is quite quick, and he captured the key point in one sentence. That's right. Sawara. Kiri nodded at him with a smile. The train will get faster and faster in the future, until we sit on the train for a while, and the train will directly cross from Konoha to the border of the Land of Fire with the speed beyond the ninja's legs. Obito sat on the side, swaying, looking at the changing scenery outside the window and the track that was left far behind, and suddenly said, but the train is not very convenient, right? If a hostile ninja blows up the railway before he could finish his words, he was immediately covered by Sawara Kiri's mouth. Unfortunately, almost at the moment when his voice fell. Boom! A dull explosion sounded from the direction of the front of the train. Sawara Kiri lowered his head with a face full of resentment. You really deserve to die, Obito. Chapter 192. Are we righteous? 5K, that's right. Just like the bandits who often appeared in the chaotic period of Sawara Kiri's previous life. Since Konoha gradually handed over the transportation of goods to Cat Express and Universal Capsule Company, and began to open various railways in the Land of Fire, the activity of robbing trains has become a new GDP growth point for the vast number of wandering ninjas and bandits who cannot find large-scale caravans. It is the blue ocean and unicorn industry of this era, and it is also the choice for many rebellious ninjas in the ninja world to make a fortune. However, compared with the caravans that usually only hire 1 or 2 ninja teams, the number of protective personnel required for railway transportation will naturally increase year on year, not to mention that most of the passengers on this train are either rich or noble, so they are naturally more willing to spend money. Against the background of increased protection, the rebellious ninjas naturally gathered together along the railway. A large group often contains many small groups, and the number of people who go out at one time can often reach dozens of people, most of whom are ninjas, and only a small part are the original bandits and refugees who can't survive and come to find food. As soon as the explosion sounded, the Konoha ninja road guards on the train all showed a look of facing a great enemy. Before the people outside could charge, they had already shot out from the windows or the top of the carriages, scattering in all directions. The flying kunao and shurikens were scattered everywhere like raindrops, and occasionally there were angry roars. However, these wandering ninjas did not have time to slowly ask for the passengers' belongings along the carriages. On the contrary, almost all the rebel ninjas rushed to the luggage carriage in the middle of the entire train. The Konoha road guard ninjas surrounding the luggage carriages were all alert. And there was even a Hyuga ninja who kept his Byakugan open and carefully watched all the movements within a kilometer around him, so that even mosquitoes could hardly fly in. Boom! The whistling fire escape swept across the edge of the carriage, and a large area of woods on the roadside were burned to charcoal. Immediately afterwards, Kakashi, who was lying on the edge of the window and looking out, heard a series of harsh metal friction sounds. Squeak! The train shook violently with emergency brakes. Although the train was not very fast, the sudden stop still made many people in the carriage lose their balance. The ninjas sitting in the compartment did not move at all. Only Obito, whose mouth was covered by Sawara Kiri, looked at their teacher eagerly. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Sawara Kiri did not reply to him immediately, but raised his head towards the outside of the carriage. Kakashi keenly noticed that there was a huge amount of chakra flowing in Kiri's eye sockets. The blue eyes that looked ordinary at first even burst out with a dazzling brilliance at this moment. Which attracted his eyes unconsciously is that the 6 eyes in Kiri's rumored name. I heard that it seems to be a unique eye technique that is better than the Byakugan and Sharingan. After confirming that there was basically no threat around, Sawara Kiri turned his head to look at these little brats and told them, you can only stand at a distance and watch, and you are absolutely not allowed to rush up. Yes. Uchiha. Obito almost jumped up from the bed, turned over and rushed out of the window. The emergency brake train curled up on the wide railroad tracks. The carriages that were originally arranged like snakes were slightly twisted and squeezed under the pressure of inertia. Many panicked noble passengers carefully glanced outside, and then quickly retracted their heads. All of them were terrified. Kakashi and Rin also trotted out behind Obito. But before they could get close to the ninja regiment, they saw a Kunao not far away with a sound of whoosh. It flew through the air. Puff! Obito's eyes turned subconsciously, but his expression froze. The Kunao, which almost formed a black line, shot straight into the thigh of a child who looked about the same age as them, but was thin and weak, and covered in grease and dirt, nailing his running figure to the spot. Ah! He cried and wailed, and only a little blood splashed out, staining the flattened land on both sides of the railway red. But the refugees behind him didn't care about his miserable appearance at all. They ran over his body like crazy and ran straight towards the middle carriage. There was a layer of iron sheet in the middle, but they seemed to want to use their nails and teeth to tear open the tightly sealed windows and doors, but in the end they were nailed to the ground by the Kunao. The sharp wailing filled the hearts of several young people, and their skin unconsciously covered with a layer of fine goosebumps. The members of the railway guard standing in the middle carriage looked at them with indifference, until they noticed the Konoha forehead guards on their bodies or foreheads, and then they put down the shuriken in their hands. Everyone's expression was tense, as if their facial muscles were stiff. Be careful! Suddenly, the Hokage ninja among them shouted loudly. The meridians on both sides of his cheeks bulged high, and the white pupils condensed into a point east. Very fast. Everyone looked towards the east. The next moment, a hard and hoarse laugh suddenly rushed into the depths of their eardrums. Hee ha! There are only a few little guys. Almost. At the moment when the voice fell, Kakashi raised his head suddenly. Who? Rapped. In the roaring airflow, a thin figure like a bamboo pole shot out from the depths of the dense forest, falling from a high place to a low place, and the long claw blade in his hand reflected a dazzling light in the air. This carriage belongs to me, Devil Claw Salend. Water style, water array wall. A Konoha ninja in the road protection team reacted very quickly, and suddenly slapped his hands on the ground. The tornado-like water flow suddenly rose from the ground at an incredible speed, swarming to block one side of the carriage. The huge area was like a giant palm rising to the sky, trying to chop the figure down from mid-air. At the same time, the Hokage ninja who had always opened his Byakugan suddenly jumped back, and while turning his body, he had already taken out a folding pistol from the box on his waist, and raised it to form a complete shape with a click. The chakra in his hand was highly condensed, forming a blue bullet inside the barrel, always aiming at the direction blocked by the water array wall. The next moment, boom! A pair of giant claws wrapped in the edge of the wind escape blade easily tore through the water escape barrier in front of them, and at the same time, the arms swung forward repeatedly, clearing the ground under their feet before they landed. The Konoha ninjas scattered, but a roar sounded in their ears. Bang! The smoke on both sides of the barrel, like a cannon, scattered, and a beam of light shot out. With just one shot, the figure that was still shouting in the air was pierced, and the center of the entire torso was blown into a hole, spreading a cloud of blood mist in the air. The Hokage ninja tilted his head and held the extended pistol, saying lightly, secret technique, explosive bullet. Without waiting for the body in the air to fall, the barrel in his hand was already pointing behind him. Wah! La la! Looking at the figures walking out of the deep forest, even Kakashi, who was standing in the distance, unconsciously took a half step back, his expression solemn. The reason is simple, there are too many people. In addition, the guy in the middle has at least the level of a jonin in terms of chakra. How can a mere rebel ninja be so strong? Hey, from Konoha. The tall man with dark skin led a group of wandering ninjas out, with at least 3 times the number of the Konoha road guards on the opposite side. Invisibly, they were already surrounded. He greeted in a low voice, completely ignoring the muzzle of the Hokage ninja's gun that was enough to shoot ordinary ninjas into pieces, and walked to the center of the open space. We will charge you 2/3 of the toll this time. Just consider it as a face given to you by our rebel ninja union. Otherwise, how many of these distinguished passengers in the carriage can survive, and it will be hard to say what will happen in the future. After hearing his words, Kakashi suddenly noticed that the other party was wearing a special black-bottomed purple melon-patterned robe, which was quite recognizable among the sloppy wandering ninjas. In addition to him, there were several people in the crowd wearing the same clothes as him, obviously from the same organization. Is this the rebel ninja union that has risen in recent years? No wonder it has such a momentum in just a few years. There should be many strong people like him in it, right? Hearing this, the Konoha ninjas in the road protection team all fell silent and stared at him intently. If 2/3 of the luggage they were escorting was taken away, then their mission would definitely fail, and they would most likely be demoted and punished. However, there were so many enemies, and they were all members of the Renegade Ninja Guild. Every only little fear rose in his heart. Who wants to be robbed by you? Just. When there was silence in the field, Kakashi heard a sudden shout from the side. Turning around, he saw that Obito, the idiot, had stepped out, staring fiercely at the dark-skinned man opposite him, clenching his fists. I was robbed by you when I was not a ninja, and I am still robbed by you after I became a ninja. Then I have been a ninja for nothing. The dark-skinned man turned his head and looked at him, and then he noticed that there were actually a few children following these ninjas, and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What? An arrogant kid. You are worthy of being a Konoha. In that case. While speaking, he saw him stretch out a hand, and a trace of jumping lightning suddenly appeared between his fingers and palms, and his face suddenly became a little ferocious. Then let's start with you first. The murderous aura that was as powerful as substance suddenly swept through like a storm. Kakashi, standing in place, almost subconsciously took a fighting stance and drew out the red-fanged short sword that teacher Kiri gave him. Even Tu and Lin immediately formed a team to defend against the enemy according to the muscle memory engraved in their bodies. However, almost at the moment they took a stance. The big man on the opposite side suddenly paused, his eyes were stunned, and his heartbeat seemed to be accidentally interrupted. Kakashi, who was facing a great enemy, was tense. Then, he felt a big hand touching his head, and a reassuring warmth came from his palm, and his expression could not help but stagnate. The voice behind him was as peaceful and gentle as ever. But the words he said made the wandering ninjas on the opposite side feel cold in their hearts. Since you are still restrained, if you kill 2/3 of your people today, the others can leave alive. Just think of it as, give me face. Almost. At the moment that person appeared, someone recognized his identity. Dang! The wandering ninja in the crowd, the ninja sword in his hand fell to the ground unconsciously, fine cold sweat all over his body, even his feet were shaking. The next moment, the hard wailing suddenly filled the whole crowd, and several figures lost their voices at the same time. Demon King. Sawara. Kiri. Run. The moment they heard that name, even the wandering ninjas who didn't know each other couldn't help but feel cold in their hearts, and almost turned around and ran away. However, before they could take a step, they saw earth walls that were even bigger than the city walls, rising from the ground, surrounding all around, leaving only a gap in their direction. Kakashi turned his head and saw that teacher Kiri was still as gentle and calm as before, making a seal with one hand. Earth. Escape, 10,000 miles of earth-flowing wall. At this moment, the tall black-skinned rebel ninja in the front was trembling all over, his throat rolling with difficulty, and cold sweat slowly dripping down his forehead. Are you telling the truth, Lord Sawara? Yes, of course. Sawara. Kiri looked at him with a smile, but if the rebel ninja union comes to do bad things next time, it may not be so easy. I understand. Every ninja who can escape from Sawara Kiri is a big figure in the whole ninja world. He doesn't think he has such ability. Then, he saw his blade slamming towards his companions behind him. It's not just him, everyone made the same move at the same time, no one wanted to die. On the contrary, the several Konoha road guard ninjas standing on the carriage all breathed a sigh of relief, but seeing that Lord Sawara could decide the life and death of dozens of people with just his notoriety, they couldn't help but feel a little scared. At this moment, they all jumped down from the carriage and saluted him respectfully. Obito, Kakashi, and others all stared at the scene in front of them in a daze, and the blood filled their entire vision. No Hararin beside him was trembling unconsciously. Seeing such a scene all of a sudden, it was still a bit too intense for a child. Okay, you go back first. When Sawara Kiri's voice sounded, his big hand blocked their sight. The train is about to leave. Hearing this, Kakashi suddenly wanted to confirm something, and suddenly raised his head and stared at Sawara Kiri's face. What caught his eyes was Kiri's still gentle and elegant smile. This extremely shocking scene contrast inexplicably made him feel a strong sense of unreality. Which side is the truth about Kiri-sensei? An Demon King, what does that mean? Isn't Kiri-sensei's nickname the second generation of the ninja god? Until he returned to the carriage, Kakashi still had many small questions in his mind. When the railway was repaired and the train restarted. This time, there were fewer voices in the carriage. Even Obito, the idiot, didn't speak for a long time, and I don't know what he was thinking. Sawara Kiri didn't explain much about this. Every ninja has two faces, and no one can avoid this. Kiri-sensei. Just when he wanted to pour a cup of tea to moisten his throat, he saw Kakashi beside him suddenly asked, Rebel Ninja, why did you form a union? Aren't they afraid of the 5 major countries besieging them? They are the ones who betrayed their own village. No. Sawara Kiri heard this and shook his head gently. To be precise, they should be the ones who were betrayed by the village. Hearing his words, even Obito and Rin, who had been silent since just now, were attracted and raised their heads. Kakashi was even more stunned. You should have learned about the history of the Second Ninja World War, right? Sawarakiri said patiently, as the victorious country. How did Konoha deal with the Wind Country and the Lightning Country? Kakashi frowned. Deprive more than 40% of the mission resources, open trade, free trade, conduct unified technical patent certification between each other, and open up the mineral and land management rights of various countries. As a standard ninja school bully, these little knowledge points are basically common sense for him. That's right. Sawarakiri nodded with satisfaction. So, how many ninjas do you think Sand Village and Cloud Village, which maintained a national war readiness before the war, can still rely on their countries to maintain after the war? Will the remaining ninjas who have no missions to do disappear out of thin air? He took a sip of tea slowly and said calmly, when people have no way to survive, they will not stand there and wait to die. Not to mention the ninjas who need a lot of money for daily training alone. Therefore, for ninjas who defected to other countries, all countries currently maintain a state of indifference. As long as they don't cause trouble in their own country, it should be considered a customary rule. Over time, it has become what it is now. Kakashi was silent. It turned out that the substantial increase in the number of ninjas, the leap in economy, and the improvement in the quality of daily life in Konoha in recent years were not without cost. It was just that all of them were passed on to other countries. The suffering that occurred as a result fell on the land of fire, and it didn't seem to be the wrong person. Teacher Kiri. Obito, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up, looking a little dull. Are we on the side of justice? Hearing his question, Saharakiri was not as relaxed as before. He frowned and thought for a while, then asked, Obito-kun, is it wrong for you to want to make your family's life better? Of course not. Obito said as a matter of course. What if it's a stranger's family? It shouldn't be, right? What about the enemy's family? This is a bit. Obito scratched his head. He felt that even if the enemy's life became better, it should be right. Who doesn't want to live a good life? But if it was the enemy, he was a little unwilling. This is the difference between absolute justice and positional justice. Saharakiri touched his head. There is no one without a position in this world, so there is no absolute justice. So, the teacher doesn't know whether we are just or not, but we should do this from our position. That's all. Obito was stunned when he heard this. The desire of wanting to be a hero that belonged to children seemed to be impacted by reality. He stared at him for a long time. After a long time, it seemed that he made up his mind. I understand. The next 2 days, Team Hokage spent the entire time on the train, occasionally getting off the platform to stretch their bodies and see the scenery of other places. Only on the third day did the train cross the border of the land of fire, follow the special railway all the way north, and enter the land of snow. The dense flow of people poured out of each carriage like sardines, and then took their luggage in order. They were relieved to see that the middle carriage was still intact and nothing was lost. The 8 people from Team Sawara and Team Namikaze were also squeezed in the crowd, no different from the ordinary sardine passengers, but they did not carry large and small bags like the others, so it was convenient for them to walk. But when they got out of the platform, they saw several mysterious figures huddled in the corner of the entrance of the train station, and they did not run over quickly until they saw them. Who are you? Kakashi cautiously pulled out a section of the short sword from his waist. The men were immediately startled and quickly took off their hoods, revealing half of their faces. As soon as the thin young man in the middle showed up, Kakashi immediately put the short sword back in. Sawarakiri looked at him in confusion. You are Fuka Daimyo. Chapter 193 Cooperation, 5K, thank you so much. Until the group walked into the waiting room of the train station, Fuka Daimyo took off his hood, held Sawarakiri's hands with excitement, and shook them vigorously, as if to vent all the anxiety and excitement that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time. I didn't expect that the task I issued would be taken up by a big shot like you. Now, I can rest assured. There was a sense of relaxation in Fenghua Zayuki's voice. The guards around him were still looking out the window and the door vigilantly, and one of them was looking back and forth at Saharakiri. Saharakiri glanced at him, then turned his gaze back to Fenghua Daimyo, and said in a gentle tone, Don't worry, no one can hurt you here. As an important partner of Konoha, we will definitely ensure your personal safety. In addition, who is this? While speaking, his eyes the light turned to the little girl who followed Fenghua Zayuki closely. Even though the few people had already entered the room, The short man following him was still wearing a hood and looking at him warily. Seeing this, Fenghua Zioxiu hurriedly pulled the little girl's hand behind her and introduced, "This is my daughter Zioxiu, who is just 11 years old this year. It is because of my incompetence as a father that I had to take her away in a hurry. She has suffered a lot with me these days. Zioxiu, come and say hello." Hearing her father say this, the girl took off her hood with a tense face and saluted slightly. "Hello, Lord Sawara." Seeing her daughter's repulsive look, Fenghua Zioxiu couldn't help but explain a little embarrassedly, "The guys who came to attack the daimyo palace are just a group of wandering ninjas. I'm really sorry that this child has a bad impression of ninjas." "What? You are so arrogant just because you look a little better." Obito, who was following Sawara Kiri, muttered softly, causing Fenghua Zioxiu to glare at him immediately. Upon hearing this, Sahara Kiri reminded him, "Obito. Yes, sorry. Uchiha Obito had obviously recovered from the previous fight in the Rebel Ninja Guild, and now he was back to his usual carefree self, causing Kakashi to knock him on the head. "Fuka Hana. Daimyo, please tell me about the current situation." Sahara Kiri looked at this ignorant little guy, sighed helplessly, and turned the topic to the main text. "Yes." Fenghua Zioxiu recalled the previous scene and sighed as if he was hurt. About half a month ago, a group of wandering ninjas, led by someone unknown, broke into the daimyo palace of the Snow Country. Because they didn't know the situation, the guards in the palace suffered heavy casualties. Only these loyal subordinates pulled me out of bed and went outside the palace through the secret passage to connect with the mission point of Konoha. These days, I have been fleeing in the territory of the Snow Country in a panic. Until the cat messenger brought the news, I rushed to the train station overnight. Now I haven't been out for a day and a night. I heard that until now, no one has taken over the daimyo palace. Although there has been no chaos in the Snow Country, the guards in various places have been replaced by a group of people, and the foot soldiers in various places have also been sent out. I heard that it was under the order of my younger brother Fenghua Nudao." At this point, the middle-aged man couldn't help but reveal a bit of lament on his face. Although the words have not been made clear, the meaning has been expressed very clearly. The group of people who came to hunt him down with the group of wandering ninjas were most likely his younger brother. "I understand." However, Sawara Kiri was not interested in the changes in the mind of the daimyo Kaze Hana, and went straight to the point. "Do you know the strength of the enemy? How many people are there?" "They wandering ninjas who can break into the daimyo's palace and kill all the guards in one breath should be very powerful, right? Putting aside the motives of Kaze Hana Nudao, what is the purpose of these wandering ninjas?" Kakashi listened quietly beside him, secretly recording every move of Kiri in his heart. "Although it looks inconspicuous, it is an important experience for these fledgling ninjas." Kaze Hana Zayuki was silent for a while after hearing this, and sighed after a long time. "There are 3 wandering ninjas in total, and as for the purpose, probably, it is for the secret treasure of the Snow Country." "Secret treasure?" When Obito heard the key words, his eyes under the goggles lit up again. "It is inevitable that boys of this age will be interested in things like great secret treasures and treasure exploration." Not only Obito, but even Fuka Koyoki who followed him was stunned, obviously hearing about this kind of thing for the first time. "Yes. Fuka." Sakyuki smiled bitterly and said, "In fact, it is because the daimyo of the Snow Country for 3 generations have all invested a large amount of money in this project, so outsiders will mistakenly think that we have hidden all the money." "Please be more specific." Sahara Kiri's attitude remained unchanged. "Yes, the so-called secret treasure is actually the environmental transformation machine that the daimyo of the Snow Country has been researching with a large amount of tax revenue. It has only been completed halfway now, and it is also thanks to the investment of the Konoha Cat Group that it has reached this level of completion. The efforts of our clan for 3 generations have been to change the extremely harsh environment of the Snow Country, so that the people of the Snow Country can also enjoy a normal environment like the South." "What a pity." Fuka Zayuki shook his head slightly, obviously also worried about this unprovoked disaster. "I understand." Sawara Kiri nodded slightly, turned his head and looked at Namikaze Minato behind him, and then said, "Then, from today on, please let our students stay by your side for protection." "Hey!" Fuka Zayuki was stunned when he heard this, and looked at him and the few little guys behind them who were also stunned. "How can that be possible? We have offered an A-level mission bounty." Fenghua Zioxiu, who was following behind her father, was obviously much more impulsive. She had been living in fear for several days and it was already too much for her to bear. She thought she could feel a little more at ease with these annoying ninjas around, but the ones who were responsible for protecting her were a few kids who were about her age. How could this be possible? Sawara Kiri didn't take this reprimand seriously at all, and said gently, "Please rest assured, these students of ours are all excellent ninjas. In addition, this Namikaze Jonin and I will take turns to be responsible for the protection in secret." "Okay, okay." Fuka Hana. Zayuki was obviously a person without temper. Seeing that the famous Sawara Lord had made such a decision, she sighed softly. It was obvious that she had no confidence in these kids. Sawara Kiri turned his head and looked at the three members of Team Hitaki and Team Terumi behind them, and ordered, "Kakashi, you will be the leader of this mission. Mei, Zabuza, and Mangetsu are all under your command. This operation is not only for the mission, but also a comprehensive assessment of you, which is related to your qualifications for admission to technical college. Do you understand?" After just a moment's pause, Kakashi immediately reacted and said loudly, "Yes." "Then, let's start the action plan from now on." Sawara Kiri said, and stepped aside from Fukahe 8, took the initiative to give up the position of captain, and stood with Minato. Then, Kakashi began to ask Fukahe 8 about various current situations step by step according to the ninja school tutorial. Seeing the operation on track, Minato tilted his head and whispered, "It's really rare, Kiri. Are you optimistic about these kids?" "Of course." Sahara Kiri smiled, "After all, they are the children of Mr. Sakumo, and they are absolute geniuses. We have to give them some room to grow." "Genius?" Minato looked at him teasingly, "That's just the threshold to see you, right? Demon King Kiri." When he was young, his performance was much more amazing than Kakashi. He was born a commoner, and he got the qualification of disciple of the sun in Jiraiya by himself. But so what, in front of Kiri, he didn't have the courage to compete with him for the 5th generation of Hokage. Damn it! Who spread this shameful nickname? Sahara Kiri also smiled, but his eyes always stayed on the little guys. The reason why he took over the task of leading the team from Tsunade was not because he had too much time, on the contrary, in order to prepare for the battle against Otsutsuki in the past few years, his time could be said to be very tight, and the research and development of various means were all in full swing. The reason why he took time out to go out now was entirely because of their value. Sawara Book of Friends Hitaki Kakashi's Heart Knot, Shallow, Details, I want to become a powerful ninja who surpasses my father. Uchiha Obito's Heart Knot, Shallow, Details, I am not the last one. As early as a year ago, when he came to the ninja school again, he saw this long-lost white halo on these two little guys. Since his strength has reached this level, he has not seen the heart knot on others for a long time. Originally, Sawara Kiri thought that everyone needed to reach a certain level of strength before he could seize it. Fortunately, these protagonists in the original world line can still provide him with motivation to move forward. I think this is the gap between the protagonist and the supporting role, right? On the contrary, Lin, I don't know if it's because her life is very happy now, she didn't make any movement at all. In addition, it's not just Kakashi and Obito. The reason why he deliberately took out energy to solve the caged bird problem of the Hyuga clan in the past 2 years is also because of the knot in Hyuga Hisashi. From this point of view, if he traveled later, or even at the same time as the world protagonists like Naruto, it should be the best time for development, right? Sawara Kiri thought so in his heart. Among these two little guys, he paid more attention to Obito's knot because it was easy to complete, and the Uchiha clan was also prone to extremes, so the possibility of a knot was greater. The reason why he took the Hitaki team out to carry out such a difficult task was also for this reason. Only in battle, Obito is more likely to recognize himself. In addition, there was another person who aroused his interest. The knot of Mei Terumi, Shallow, Details, Kirigakure and Konoha, which side am I on? His azure eyes looked at the girl who had grown up in the team, and he smiled inadvertently. While Sawara Kiri was secretly observing here, Hitaki Kakashi had already asked about the situation and led Fukahe 8 and his group out along the passage behind the train station. The weather in the snow country was very cold, and all the pedestrians on the street were covered with a thick coat, even their heads were wrapped tightly, which was quite convenient in hiding their identities. However, so many people gathered in one place, it was still a bit too conspicuous. Hitaki Kakashi looked at the scattered group of people behind him, frowned slightly, and turned his head and said, Obito, Mansuki, you two will be responsible for long-range alert, Zabuza and Ming will be the personal guards, Lin and I will be in the front, and everyone will be divided into 3 teams. Yes. It was time to carry out the mission. Even Obito would not argue with Kakashi as the captain, and he was rare to be serious. Led by Kakashi, the group came to an underground safe house opened by Konoha cat group in a foreign country, and found a temporary place to stay. After taking off the hood, Kakashi glanced at the panting Kazehana Hayate and Koihoki, and then looked at the 5 or 6 guards crowded in the house, and then spoke to the team members behind him. Now we have 2 tasks, one is to protect the safety of the daimyo Kazehana and his young daughter, and the other is to take the initiative to find the attackers beside Kazehana Nudao. What do you think of these 2 tasks? May. Terumi said coldly, first, arrange the personnel to take turns to protect. From today on, our 2 teams will rest in shifts, the guarding team needs to send 1 person to go out and get information. At least we need to find out the enemy's movements first. I'll do the scouting on our side. Kakashi nodded slightly. Although he was only 12 years old, he had already reached a certain level of professionalism. Then we will, before he could finish his words, he saw Mangetsu Kizuki, who was leaning against the fire in the corner, suddenly jumped up from the ground and shouted, enemy attack! Water! Escape water formation wall! They voice and the seal were completed almost at the same time. The flowing water tornado suddenly spread out, like a circle of net-like arcs, quickly surrounding the group of people and Fenghua Zeoxu in the center. The next moment, boom! The explosion sounded suddenly, and the splashing flames engulfed the entire cat safe house in one breath, blowing away all the houses above the basement, and the cold air wrapped in flying snow poured into the basement from top to bottom. The reinforced concrete safe house, under this violent explosion, barely had a layer of twisted steel bars in a mesh structure on the ceiling. The swirling waterspout swept away all the shattered concrete. Hitaki Kakashi stood in the center of the waterspout and suddenly raised his head to look up. Then, a strong figure stood there, covered in armor, looking coldly at Fenghua Zeoxu in the center of the crowd, with a bit of teasing in his tone. I thought you, a rat, had hidden in the train and escaped to another country, but luckily I caught up with you. At the same time, his eyes fell on the little guys beside him and smiled. What? The daimyo has fallen to such a state that he can only hire a few children from Konoha to protect himself. Hearing this, Hitaki Kakashi's eyes shrank, his pupils almost condensed into a point, and he thought quickly in his mind, how could you come so quickly? You were hiding in the train station for several days, and you were discovered as soon as you went out? This is a safe house. Almost instantly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes fell on the guards behind Fenghua Zeoxu. There is a traitor. However, at this moment, he did not have time to distinguish so much, and quickly ordered, Zabuza, Ming, protect the daimyo. Obito, Rin, Manu. Solve it as quickly as possible. Yes. Hearing that the daimyo had to be protected at this time, Mei Terumi subconsciously looked behind her, and then as if she suddenly understood something, she immediately stepped back. At the same time, Obito had already rushed up with a roar. Who do you think you are? Bastard! Although he still looks short, after the 6-year reform education of the ninja school, even Obito, who was the last in the written test, has considerable combat strength. His steps were just a slight step, and the arc of air bloomed vigorously. Instant step, the huge reaction force pushed his figure to disappear and reappear, causing the snow ninja above to be startled and suddenly turned his head. The next moment, the dark eyes under the goggles had turned into scarlet. Sharingan. Dongxiang. Dongyu's expression froze, and then his lower jaw suddenly raised, and the originally raised goggles immediately fell. Uchiha Obito's speed was so fast that only the dynamic vision of the Sharingan could react, and naturally it was impossible for the big guy in front of him to stop him. The kunao in his hand stabbed out with the figure charging at high speed. Ding! Then, in his Sharingan, the fragments of the kunao tip were reflected. Hey! At the same time, Dongxiang Dongyu's face showed a mocking smile. How could the chakra armor that Lord Nudao had worked so hard to develop be easily broken by such a small thing? Immediately afterwards, he stepped on his feet, and his arm, which was thicker than an ordinary person's thigh, smashed out. Bang! The ground was surging with snow, and a waterfall burst out in the opposite direction. Manu found the right time immediately, and the whole person flew out on the melted snow water, and in a blink of an eye he pounced on the opponent's back. The blade of the ninja sword passed by quickly, but only left a deep mark on the armor on his back. So hard. You damned little ghosts! Although Dongxiang Frost Rain moved clumsily, he was powerful and heavy. Anyone who was hit by that terrifying punch would probably end up with broken bones and tendons. However, just as he had time to lift his foot, he felt a strong pulling sensation. When he lowered his head, he saw that a series of fine steel wires had wrapped around his ankles at some point, dragging his body staggering. Just as he was about to turn around and break the steel wires, he suddenly saw a series of lightning flashes running along the ground in his field of vision, When he raised his head, he saw the white-haired boy in the distance with his hands pressed on the ground, his eyes cold. Lightning release, ground walk. It was obviously the first time they cooperated, but they had a considerable tacit understanding. It only took one encounter to solve the opponent. Sawarakiri looked at this scene from a distance and nodded gently, not bad. Chapter 194 Mission target. The lightning in Kakashi's hand stopped, but his expression was still serious as he looked at the tall man with a charred body lying on the ground, holding the short knife upside down, with a vigilant expression. Damn! You little brats! Dong Xiang. Dong Yu tried to support himself and climbed up with one hand. Although the chakra armor on his body could not be compared with the special shape of the adults, he still managed to block the fatal blow just now, but the numbness of his whole body continued to spread, and his expression became more and more ferocious. Puff! However, before he could get up from the ground, he saw a kunai piercing straight into his heart from behind, splashing a bright red blood spot. Kakashi, Obito, and others were all stunned, and looked at Terumi Mei standing behind Dongxiang Dongyu in astonishment. Idiot! Mei! Terumi shook off the blood stains on her kunai, reflecting a red color in the snow, with a cold expression. If we don't take this opportunity to kill him, do we have to wait for him to finish his words? What? A bunch of unconscious guys. After saying that, without waiting for the kids to react, Mei Terumi walked to Fenghua Xiaoxiu and took the initiative to take on the task of protecting her. Until then, Kakashi rubbed his silver hair and looked in the direction of Sawarakiri with a bit of embarrassment. Just now, he was indeed hesitant, or should I say that he didn't adjust his mentality for a while. He still treated himself as if he was fighting in a ninja school, and habitually waited for the defeated classmates to nag a few words. This habit needs to be corrected, but soon. Kakashi reacted immediately, looking vigilantly in the direction of the guards beside Fenghua Zayuki, and quickly walked to the daimyo of the snow country who was still frightened, and lowered his voice. Daimyo, we need to move as soon as possible. We have just arrived at the safe house and have been discovered by the enemy, which means that there is a high probability that there are some unstable factors among your guards. For the rest of the journey, we need to take you and Princess Xiaoxiu away alone. Please dismiss the guards. Before Fenghua Zayuki could react, the guards around him had already cursed. Arrogant ninja! What did you say? Are you slandering noble samurai? We were fine at the train station before, but the enemy showed up as soon as you arrived. One of you must have been bribed. Damn you! They guards around were clamoring. The guards who could stay by Fenghua Zayuxi's side at this time were all trusted and relied on by the other party. They were all from reliable noble families. It was reasonable for them to react like this when they were suddenly questioned. However, Kakashi completely ignored their rebukes and looked calmly at the daimyo in front of him. Teacher Kiri explained from the beginning that this operation was not only a mission, but also a test for their team as a whole. It was related to their ninja high school assessment. Even a genius like him would never dare to be careless. Sawarakiri looked at this scene from a distance and shook his head slightly. Kakashi was still too young to directly expose this matter. It was too immature to let the mission target decide the means. Only her observation skills are pretty good. The captain of another team, Mei Terumi, also quietly looked at the guards around her, and her figure was hidden in front of Hokage 8, ready to prevent the traitor from suddenly hurting people. Unexpectedly, Hokage 8, who was always gentle and kind and warm in the past, suddenly shouted after being silent for a long time, interrupting the scolding of the guards. Enough! They guards suddenly quieted down and looked in the direction of the daimyo. Fenghua Zayuxiu looked at her worried daughter and the Konoha ninjas who were always on guard. Finally, her eyes fell on Sawarakiri and Namikaze Minato, who had been standing in the distance for a while but were completely ignored by Dongxiang Frost Rain for some reason. She made up her mind. You are also loyal people who have followed me for a long time. How can you be so presumptuous in front of the adults of Konoha? What's more, following me now is indeed full of dangers. As ordinary people, we are still too powerless in front of ninjas. Hearing this, the guards were stunned at first, and then they lowered their heads. This is the truth that cannot be more clear. During the days when they followed the daimyo, except for being able to do some chores, they were not a match for those wandering ninjas. Even the number of guards at the beginning was constantly chased, from dozens of people at the beginning to 2 or 3 cats and kittens now. Most of them were used as bait to lure away wandering ninjas. Fenghua Zayuxiu looked at them solemnly, and said calmly, I know all your loyalty. Akatsuki, but now that the lords of Konoha have ordered so, you should scatter and run for your lives. If I cannot return to the capital alive in the future, it may be a good thing for you. Hatake. Kakashi and others just watched quietly from the side. Although some guards still hesitated, they were persuaded by Hokage and finally all scattered. Only Xiaoxu tightly grasped the corner of her father's clothes, looking at the surrounding ninjas with vigilance. As a noble, she was always very wary of these ninjas who could be ordered around by money, which could not be dispelled by a few words. Now seeing the loyal guards walking away one by one, the sense of vigilance in her heart became even stronger. Hokage also noticed her daughter's hand tightly grasping the corner of her clothes, and waited until the guards walked away, then she said gently, "Don't worry. A great man like Sawarakiri will not abandon his long accumulated reputation for such a mission." "Yes, father." Fenghua. Xiaoxu's hand holding the corner of his clothes loosened a little, but still held it. Kakashi changed his mind about this kind daimyo. "When it's time to make a decision, do you still have the courage to go all out? Dear ninjas, what shall we do next?" After comforting his daughter, Fenghua Xiaoxu looked up at Kakashi again. Actually, it was Sawarakiri behind him. "Hataki," Kakashi said calmly, "leave this border city first, move inland, and hide your identity. The snow country is not big. As long as we can ensure the safety of you and the princess, we have enough time to find the wandering ninjas who come to pursue you and defeat them separately." This is his plan. Sawarakiri just listened quietly beside him without giving any instructions. Except for players like him who are good at cheating, no one's strength is achieved overnight. Even a genius like Kakashi needs time to hone his skills. "I understand." When Hokage agreed, Kakashi immediately began to command his companions to carry Hokage and leave the city quickly along the trail. Soon after they left. "Lord Nudao, this is the place." A guard who had just left came to the previous battlefield with a tall and strong man. Fenghua Nutao had a calm expression, and he was followed by two subordinates, a man and a woman. Just after turning the corner, he saw Dongxiang Frost Rain lying on the ground, his body charred black. However, there was no expression on his face, he just bent down to touch the snow and observed the footprints around him. "You haven't been away for long, this time you have made a contribution." "Thank you, sir." The guard immediately half knelt on the ground. Fenghua Nutao looked at the traces on the ground calmly, frowning slightly. "There are a total of 6 people participating in the battle, leaving in the northwest direction. In addition, are there Saharakiri and a little-known Konoha Jonin. Brother, how did you recruit such a monster to your command?" Hearing Fenghua Nudao's words, a frivolous man with a slender figure and long lavender hair standing behind him slightly raised his mouth and said disdainfully, "Demon King Mist, it's a great reputation. It's just a ninja. Boss, the idiot Dongyu is just too careless, and he didn't have time to replace his chakra armor with the latest one. If it were you, you would definitely kill that guy." Lanja Swabeng looked up at him excitedly, or rather, at the broken jade inlaid on his forehead. "What kind of power this adult has, they who have experienced it personally, it's simply clear. Even if it's the rumored Sawara Mist, what's wrong, he's just one of the jade ninjas who rely on the Four Souls Jade to become powerful. Now, their boss is also possessed by the Divine Jade, who says he must be worse than that guy." "Avalanche, you talk too much." Fenghua Nudao's tone was indifferent, but his expression was full of arrogance. It seemed that he really did not take Sawarakiri seriously as he said. "The confidence brought by this kind of power can probably only be understood by those who are also jade ninjas, right? After all, his life was completely changed by this small fragment, wasn't it?" Lanja Swabeng was scolded but didn't get angry, just smiled ingratiatingly. Hei Bingley, who was next to him, sneered and glanced at Lanja Swabeng when she saw this scene, and then said, "Boss, now it doesn't matter." Fenghua Nudao said calmly, "Since my brother regards himself as a benevolent and righteous man, let's make good use of this point. No matter what, we must find that thing within the time limit." "Yes." Lanja Swabeng and Hei Bingley responded at the same time. After they all dispersed, Fenghua Nudao took out a small compass-like device from his pocket and pressed the edge. Soon, a short figure wearing a mask and wrapped in a black robe with purple melon patterns appeared in the center of the compass. Shadow. Fenghua Nudao's expression changed, and he said respectfully, "Lord Shen, we have found the trace of my brother. We will be able to retrieve the treasure in a few days." The voice on the other side was a little hoarse, with a hint of indifference. "Fenghua Nudao, let me see, the rainbow wall of the snow country? Remember not to exceed the time limit." "Yes." Fenghua Nudao's voice was calm, and then he continued, "It's just that I have encountered a little trouble here now. I want to apply for intelligence assistance from the Union." "Ask." The short figure on the opposite side was still writing something by himself, and said casually. Fenghua Nudao hurriedly said, "Excuse me, what is the weakness of Sawarakiri? I want to target it." The Voice on the other side was silent for a few seconds. Then, he asked back Sawarakiri's weakness. Yes, it was Sawarakiri and a first-class jonin from Konoha who came to protect my brother this time. I still want to know, the figure opposite looked at him in confusion. Didn't the union regulations already state that you can give up your mission on the spot if you meet Sawarakiri? Where did the subordinates recruit such an ignorant idiot? Are you looking for death? Get lost. Without saying anything, the other party turned off the video. Feng Huanu Tao was startled, staring blankly at the compass in his hand, and was silent for a long time. It seems that Lord Shen is in a bad mood today. At the same time, he was also vaguely angry. Since he got the Four Souls Jade Fragment and became a Jade Ninja a year ago, no one has dared to talk to him like this for a long time. The arrogance of being the son of the Snow Country daimyo made him frown. However, under the shock of the natural disaster-like power he had seen in the video before, he gradually suppressed the idea of resistance. However, the attitude shown by the other party made him feel a little timid. Could it be that Sawarakiri has the power comparable to that adult? Fenghua Nudao thought so in his heart, and shook his head with a smile. How is it possible? Konoha is also one of the 5 major countries. If the strength of Konoha is really so different from that of Uegakuer and Kumigakuer, the last ninja world war would not have been possible. As for the strength of other ninja villages, even the strength of Konoha ninjas, he has also seen it. That's all. As a Jade ninja, it can't be compared at all. If that's the case, then there can only be one conclusion. In the eyes of that lord, as a Jade ninja, I still ask such stupid questions. Does that make him feel annoyed? Had I see. Fenghua Nudao thought to himself, and suddenly he felt confident. If that's the case, he has nothing to be afraid of. Sawarakiri, let me show you. That terrifying power that belongs only to gods. Under the guidance of Kakashi, the group kept shuttling quickly through the cold forest along the path of the Snow Country. After leaving the city, they immediately wiped out the traces, changed directions several times in a row, and finally arrived at Hakuzen Castle in the east of the Snow Country. After these days of bumps, Fenghua Zeyuki's body could no longer bear it. Considering that they were both ordinary people, Kakashi stopped in this city to rest for a while. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Kakashi. Although she had been running around these days and her lips were a little pale, Fenghua Zeyuki still managed to hold on and politely thanked the few people. It's okay, please take a rest first. We will collect some clues about the enemy through the intelligence network next. If there is no problem with the plan, we will be able to send you back to the capital soon. Hataki. Kakashi comforted her. They have not observed any traces of enemy tracking in the past few days. It seems that the problem is indeed with those guards. The safety factor is much higher now. However, how to lure out the enemy and solve the enemy next is another difficult problem. Just as he was thinking in his heart, Uchiha Obito beside him suddenly leaned out of the window and shouted, Kakashi, look at the sky. Kakashi was startled when he heard this and immediately walked over quickly. Then, birds with a steely luster were seen circling in the air, dropping large pieces of paper like snowflakes. People on the street looked up. The next moment, boom, 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 continuous explosions rang in his ears. Kakashi suddenly widened his eyes and looked at the street in the center of the city in the distance. At this time, the place was already covered by a large area of fire. The dust and smoke from the explosion kept floating, and the splashing gravel hit the glass with a crackling sound, and the earth seemed to be shaking. At the same time, Terumi Mei had already leaned out and caught the sheets of paper in the air, frowning slightly. What happened? Fenghua Zeyuki suddenly stood up and also looked out the window. Terumi Mei did not answer immediately, but handed the paper in her hand to Kakashi. Kakashi's brows also frowned. Shen, the content of the flyer was also very simple, requiring Fenghua Zeyuki to show up immediately and hand over the great secret treasure, otherwise the random airstrikes would continue. Fenghua Zeyuki only took a look, and his face was dark. Dai Ming, please don't be impulsive. Kakashi said so, but his expression was obviously not very calm. He encountered this situation for the first time in commanding a mission, and his heart was also in a mess, and he didn't know how to deal with it. Mei Terumi questioned more directly, Dai Ming, is the secret treasure passed down in your family really just an environmental transformation machine? I Fenghua Zeyuki was also a little confused. What exactly does Nu Tao want to do? He has run away. If he wants the throne, who can stop him? What is he going to do now, just when the little guys were in a mess? Sawarakiri suddenly spoke up beside him. Don't panic. Have you decided on your mission objectives now? Kakashi and the others were startled when they heard this, and turned their heads to look at him in confusion, with some unspoken hope at the same time, hoping that as teachers, they could give an answer at this moment. I don't know if it's because this mission involves civilians, his expression is obviously more serious than usual. He looked at them and asked, the scope of the content on the mission list is often like this, and there is always only a broad scope. But, should we strictly follow the mission requirements and protect the daimyo through the dangerous period of 15 days? Or should we continue to act, even at the risk of possible mission failure, and go forward to kill the enemy? Kakashi. This is the most important choice that a ninja will face during the mission. If it was Lord Sakumo, what do you think he would decide? Chapter 195 Fighting, 5K, if it was my father? Hearing Sawarakiri's voice, Kakashi was startled at first, and then he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. As a man who grew up in the legend of his father's hero since childhood, and after realizing his outstanding talent, he began to constantly try to catch up with his genius. This seemingly ordinary sentence is undoubtedly quite impactful. Almost subconsciously, Kakashi began to recall all the decisions he had made since they met at the train station. Finally, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Sawarakiri. So that's it, his command thinking was wrong from the beginning. It's not to protect for the sake of protection, but to take the next series of actions to achieve the goal of protection. This is almost completely opposite to his previous state of drifting with the flow. I understand. Under Sawarakiri's gaze, Kakashi nodded slowly. Then, he immediately turned his head back to look at the father and daughter, Hokage, who still didn't understand what was going on, and bowed his head and said, "Sorry, Daimyo-sama, we may have to change the target of this operation." Hey! Hokage first looked at Kakashi in astonishment, and then looked at Sawarakiri behind him as if asking for help, and a feeling of despair rose in his heart. Could it be that even Sawarakiri was afraid of the strength of those wandering ninjas, or was he unwilling to take the risk of casualties of several disciples? Are we going to be abandoned here? The sense of urgency tightened Fukazeyuki's heart, making him speak quickly, "Please wait a moment, if the bounty amount and mission level are not enough, we can do it again after this operation is over, no?" Hatake. Kakashi shook his head, turned to look at the other side of the Terumi Mei team and said, "Terumi, please be responsible for the protection of the daimyo with Zabuza and protect them back to the border train station." Yes. Terumi Mei just heard this sentence and immediately reacted and nodded in agreement. Obito, Rin, you two will use the transformation technique to transform into the appearance of Fuka and his daughter. Mizuki, you and I will protect them to the capital. Okay. Mangetsu. Kizuki nodded slightly. This Konoha kid has become a bit like a commander. Obito didn't understand at all, and said in astonishment, "Why do we have to disguise? Can't we just attack directly?" Obito. Lin first looked at Kakashi gently, then turned around and lectured him unhappily, "Kakashi is going to use the two of us to lure out those rebels. Is that so? Then you should have done it earlier. You've been waiting for several days in vain." Obito suddenly understood after hearing the explanation. After hearing this explanation, Fuka and his daughter were also startled and looked at these little guys. Disguised as them, they still have to go to the capital of the snow country. What kind of dangers they will face next? Naturally, needless to say. Fuka and Koihoki stared blankly at Kakashi, who was giving orders in an orderly manner, and couldn't help but purse their lips. A smile of appreciation appeared on Saharakiri's face. Sure enough, if the Kakashi in the original world line had a strong tendency to self-destruct because of his father's death and was unable to perfectly integrate with his teammates, then the Kakashi in this world line has no such defects at all. He wakes up later afterwards, he became the 6th Hokage and managed the village in an orderly manner. It can be seen that this child's talent is not only in combat. If he is properly trained in the future, he should become a pretty good next generation successor. Right, after issuing a series of orders, Hatake Kakashi was no longer confused. What mission target? Protect the target and kill the enemy. He wants both. Let's go. Yes. They. Snow Country, the capital. Fenghua Nudao stood in front of the door of the daimyo palace, looking down at the information passed in his hand, and a sarcastic smile appeared on his square face. As expected. That stupid guy Zayuki always fights for these insignificant things. Wouldn't it be better to do this earlier? They. Information on the note was very simple. In the Snow Mountain City within 200 kilometers of the capital, traces of Fenghua Zayuki were found. He thought he would have to spend more time to blow the country up to pieces before he could fish him out. Fortunately, his brother was an absolute idiot. Avalanche, Bingley. Here. Accompanied by his call, two figures appeared in front of Fenghua Nudao, half kneeling on the ground. Fenghua Nudao said in a steady tone, "Since the snow has come, as brothers, we should do our best to be the host. You can go to welcome him for me. Yes. As soon as the words fell, the figures of the two quickly disappeared from the spot. Accompanied by a subtle roar, two figures were seen riding the strong wind of the snow country like kites, circling in the sky, and soon became two tiny black dots. Looking at the figures of the two people in the distance, Feng Wanudao slowly turned his head to the familiar daimyo palace behind him and said to himself, I have said it long ago, father. In this era where force is respected, choosing a benevolent lord is the most foolish choice. You are really wrong enough. Under the howling north wind, his voice slowly dissipated in the wind, and the last trace of nostalgia in his eyes was also blown away, turning into bone-chilling cold. Swish! Swish! The four people in a group quickly jumped in the thick snow, making a light sound, and only the footsteps were much lighter. The snow country is in winter for more than half a year, and occasionally there will be polar night. The heavy snow outside the city has been accumulated for years, covering the entire field of vision of everyone. Looking around, it is all pale, only the tall and thick cold zone trees stand here, and the needle-shaped leaves keep shaking off some snow piles under the wind. Among the crowd, only Uchiha Obito, who always wears goggles to protect his eyes, still retains a certain degree of vision in this environment, but at this time his goggles have been transferred to Kakashi's face. We are almost there. Kakashi looked at the fortress standing abruptly on the plain like a mountain in the middle of the vast snowfield, and tried to raise his voice behind him. In this environment, a slightly lower voice will be drowned out by the sound of the wind. Following him, Obito, who was still in the transformed state, complained unhappily, Kakashi, is your lure strategy useful? We have deliberately exposed ourselves several times, why is no one taking the bait? It is very tiring to maintain the transformation technique for a long time. It works. When trekking in this snowfield, everyone's physical strength was constantly consumed with the severe cold and the movement of lifting their legs, so Kakashi also tried to save unnecessary consumption, and there was no childish look that would always fight with Obito on weekdays. It was just one mission and one mistake, but he gradually transformed into a qualified commander. Even Obito, the Thorn, never quarreled with him during these days. Such subtle changes accumulated little by little can make a child gradually grow into an adult. It's just that Kakashi grows up very quickly. Hamanzuki. Hokage exhaled a long breath, and the warm water vapor quickly turned into a straight white mist in the cold climate of the snow country. Although he was not famous in the original single volume, he was a genius noted in the single volume setting, and was the brother that Hokage in the Hawk Squad chased for his whole life. In fact, it was true. Although he had to hide his bloodline and talent during his years of lurking in Konoha, Konoha's reformed scientific training method did not reduce his strength at all. Even when facing Kakashi head-on, he still had a very prominent advantage. At this time, he was wrapped in thick clothes, with a ninja sword on his waist. He subconsciously raised his head in the direction pointed by Kakashi, trying to observe the terrain around the capital of the snow country and the relatively suitable place to sneak in. However, almost at the moment he raised his head, his ears, which were frozen red, suddenly moved. Then, he immediately formed seals with both hands and activated the remote perception ninjutsu. Be careful! It's this guy. At the moment of hearing this warning, Kakashi and others suddenly became alert. He and Manyu were just with a glance, he quickly shot out, grabbing Obito and Rin who were still in the transformed state behind him, and rushed into the deeper part of the forest. Boom! 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 Continuous explosions sounded behind the two of them, and the vigorous flames shot up to the sky with smoke and snow water. Manzuki Kizuki kept the perception ninjutsu, while pulling Obito who had transformed into an adult with one hand, and said quickly, there are two targets, the height is more than 500 meters. Don't reveal your identity. Kakashi said this to Obito and Rin. Since their whereabouts have been discovered, it means that the enemy's important targets must have been resting in the capital of the snow country in advance, and have been entangled by them, so Terumi Mei is naturally much safer. The next step is to take advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness and kill them as quickly as possible. According to Fukaze Yuki's description, there are a total of 4 enemies, and there are still 3 now. So, does it mean that there is another enemy hiding in the dark? Hitaki Kakashi thought in his heart. His eyes under the goggles quickly scanned the surrounding environment, and shouted at the same time, Manyu, is there any way to shoot them down? Leave it to me. As soon as Manyu Kizuki finished speaking, the windflower early snow in his hand was thrown in front of Kakashi. At the same time, he saw him forming seals with both hands. Although the vision under the dense forest was not clear, the figures of the two enemies and the extremely obvious chakra reaction appeared very clearly within his perception range. Water style, frozen water continuous bomb. The violent chakra reaction, under the rapid change of nature, all turned into teeth-breaking frozen beads in the mouth of the young man, and under the impetus of the airflow like a cannonball, they flew towards the sky one by one. The dense and high-speed water bullets quickly reduced the heat caused by air friction in the cold weather of the snow country. The process of hundreds of meters of rapid shooting was enough to make their hardness comparable to that of stones. Hundreds and thousands of ice and rock flows were spewed out from the mouth of Manzuki like anti-aircraft guns, sweeping towards the two figures in the air. The vast snowfield, the roaring storm, and the coniferous forest that blocked the view blocked not only Kakashi and his party, but also the two people flying in the sky. Until this series of silent ice and rock flows approached within a dozen meters, they barely made a maneuver. But it was too late. Dang dang dang. Accompanied by a series of crisp metal clashing sounds, the relatively fragile thin wings were directly pierced by these ice and rock. The two people who were already gliding with huge lift immediately became unstable. Soon, one of them staggered and fell from the air. Bang! They. Huge dull sound was extremely obvious in this dense forest. Over there. Kakashi, who had been keeping a close eye on the surroundings since Mangetsu completed the ninjutsu, immediately caught the movement around him. Almost immediately after placing Obito and Rin, who were still in the transformation state, he activated his body with lightning release and shot towards the falling figure at a speed so fast that the shadow could not be seen clearly. In the blink of an eye, he saw a figure who was staggeringly getting up from a broken tree. I don't know if it was because of the armor on his body, but even though he fell from a height of hundreds of meters, the other party seemed to have just shaken his head and was completely fine, with at most some bruises on his body. This was completely different from Kakashi's goal of severely injuring the enemy. Damn it. Damn. Konoha brat. Soon, the other party also discovered Kakashi's figure, who had no intention of hiding the sound. The tall man with tied hair had pupils in his eyes, and his whole body chakra flourished. The streamlined chakra armor, along with the chakra in his body, gushed out fine blue chakra streams from all around, and the scorching temperature melted the snow around him. He leaned forward and locked his eyes on him. Now, he could not care about any plans. Ninja, after all, must rely on strength. Hitaki Kakashi stood with his back against a huge tree, and slowly pulled out the gift given to him by Mr. Kiri from his waist. Scientific ninja tool, Red Fang. At first glance, it seemed to be just a scarlet short sword that looked ordinary, but in the center of the blade, there was a line of fine and complex sealing patterns, which spread straight from the tip of the blade to the hilt. After practicing for the past month, Kakashi and this sword have been adjusted. It's time to find a suitable opponent for it. Two figures, one big and one small, stood facing each other in the cold snowy forest, looking at each other vigilantly. Until a certain moment. The branches that were crushed by the snow and could not bear it suddenly fell to the ground with a crack sound. Boom. Swoosh. They. Two figures shot out at the same time. Lanja Avalanche's figure looked bulky after being covered with a layer of chakra armor, but in fact, under the push of the chakra flow behind him, it burst out with a speed far faster than the instant body technique. In the process of going straight back and forth, the whole person seemed to flash, and the heavy armor on his wrist suddenly extended a blade. It pointed directly at the boy in front of him. However, Kakashi's speed was faster than him. With just a slight step, a trace was left on the snow, and the seemingly petite figure suddenly disappeared, leaving only the crimson blade in his hand drawing an arc of light in the air with a shadow still remaining. The wolf fang avalanche, which slammed into Kakashi's position a second ago, paused, and caught the light and shadow at the edge of his peripheral vision. Ding! They. Body tilted to the side, and the crimson blade passed lightly, making a crisp sound of metal clashing. It's useless. They. Wolf fang avalanche roared arrogantly, it's just steel, it's impossible. However, before he could finish his words, he inadvertently felt a touch of heat in the severe cold on one side of his shoulder. No, it should be pain to be precise. His voice paused, and he looked down in the direction of the shoulder armor. Then, he saw a trace of melting, deeply imprinted on the chakra armor that he regarded as his trump card. Lanja Avalanche was stunned. How is it possible? Is it that sword? He suddenly raised his head and looked at the young man opposite. Hitaki Kakashi stroked the blade with two fingers and looked at him calmly. In the cold air, only the edge of the short crimson blade was faintly emitting a pale mist, showing the unbridled heat. This is a scientific ninja tool. Hitaki Kakashi looked at him quietly. As long as chakra is injected, the combination of special materials and sealing techniques can show the effect of fire escape sword technique and ultra-high frequency chakra penetration. It can even input chakra of other properties on the basis of fire escape, so as to show multiple chakra reactions. What he used just now was his family's wind escape white fang sword technique. The combination of the two turned into the sword with the dual properties of cutting and melting just now. However, he did not mean to explain this to the enemy, but just looked at him coldly. Under this grim gaze, Even Lanja Avalanche could not help but put aside his contempt for the child. Even his own armor was no longer safe. However, this sense of threat did not bring fear to Lanja Avalanche, but unprecedented anger. Just a kid from Konoha. Under this gnashing voice. The tall figure suddenly shot out, and the chakra nozzles behind him increased from 4 to 6, and the speed was even faster than before. At the same time, a short blade protruded from both sides of his wrists. The double blades whistled and swept across, pointing directly at Kakashi's neck. Faced with this fierce attack, Kakashi did not have the slightest intention of retreating. His feet suddenly made a sound, and his figure rushed forward without hesitation. The red fang short knife in his hand burst out with unprecedented heat at this high speed, and a faint flame appeared. Zhang! 3 blades collided. With just a moment of collision, the short sword on Lanja Avalanche's wrist was melted into a flowing gap. But he stretched out his hand to the side and pulled Kakashi's short sword away along the high-temperature gap, and smashed down with his other hand. Kakashi ducked down to avoid his thick arms, leaned forward and kicked his right leg, then drew his sword forward and tried to crash into his arms. Lanja Avalanche's center of gravity tilted, and the anger of being underestimated by the child became more and more intense. He completely ignored the short figure approaching in front of him and suddenly roared and jumped forward to knee kick. Dongnae! Thin white-haired figure flew out at a faster speed than when he came, rolled sideways and smashed into the trunk of a huge tree, spitting out a breath of turbid air, and immediately stood up and looked at the opposite side. Lanja Avalanche's eyes were cold. On his knee, a deep mark of molten metal was left. At this moment, both sides realized how difficult the other was. Chapter 196 Victory. Hey! Kakashi! Almost! At the moment when Kakashi's figure shot out, Obito, who was still maintaining the transformation technique, couldn't help shouting. Idiot, shut up! Manzuki! Hokage beside him shouted at him fiercely. At the same time, he kept observing the sky and kept his head up. Before Obito ran to Kakashi's direction, Manzuki Hokage suddenly rushed out, holding down 2 people with one hand, and pressed them all to the ground. Lower your head! Hearing his voice, Obito, who was still hot-blooded in the last second, was startled, and subconsciously lowered his head as his companions asked. The next moment, who they? Blazing wind suddenly passed by the scalps of the 3 people in the group, making an extremely sharp sound of air friction, faintly vibrating the eardrums. Looking around, the dense forest in front of the 3 people was completely flattened by this sweep, leaving behind smooth wooden stakes. That guy Manu looked at the figure that swept across a large area of dense forest and finally landed in the distance with hatred, frowning. Damn it, why should I fight so hard for the people of Konoha? However, before his brain could react, his body had already started to move. His footsteps landed on the ground, splashing large pieces of snowflakes, and the flying fine white waves rose, pushing his slender figure forward towards that. The young man charged in the direction of the woman. The narrow and long ninja sword extended from the side of the young man, drawing a clear arc of light. Ah! Even in this situation, you still have to fight like a trapped beast, young man. They frivolous female voice dragged a slight long tone, as if mocking the powerless resistance of Mangetsu Kizuki. But in fact, the figure that fell to the ground, at the moment Mangetsu Kizuki launched a charge, both sides of his arms popped out delicate curved blades, without any slack. At the same time, the edge of the head armor covering the ears of Hei Bingley swayed slightly, and the ends of the 2 signal receiving lines like feathers flashed with subtle light. This is the new chakra armor. Falcon type specially modified for her by the Union. This set of armor not only allows her to glide in the sky for a long time, but also gives her super high detection and perception capabilities. Almost at the moment Mangetsu Kizuki moved, she saw through all the movements of the opponent. Zhang! The cold curved blade on the side of the forearm passed by, and when it collided with the narrow ninja sword, a tiny spark of fire splashed out. Hei Bingley leaned forward, and the other arm flew out like a whip, and it was about to pierce through the figure of Manu. However, the figure of the young man suddenly jumped back, and the whole person seemed to become blurred at this moment. Missed! Instant body! Puff! The curved blade shot out and pierced the figure, but only tore the phantom into 2 halves, turning into countless fine mist droplets and dissipating. The cruel smile on Hei Bingley's face was slightly startled. Before she could continue to raise her head to look for Manu, she heard a low hum in her ears. Ninjutsu. Hidden in the mist, revised. Originally, in this country of snow with a severe climate, this kind of ninjutsu that is only applicable to humid areas is not suitable, but Mangetsu Hokage found another way. With the floating refraction surface formed by the fog beads solidifying in the air under ultra-low temperature, a large area of snow blindness was constructed. His figure was hidden among countless cold and solidified but still floating droplets. Not only his footsteps when moving, but also his heartbeat and breathing seemed to be all invisible, quietly sneaking into the center of this white snowstorm. Eyes, throat, heart, spleen. Which part do you want to be taken away first? Mangetsu. Hokage's intermittent voice sounded faintly from the depths of the deep snowstorm. Then, after hearing his words, Tsurugi Bingley, who was still alert a second ago, inadvertently revealed a playful look on her beautiful face. Ah, little brother, which part do you want to take away? When he heard this, Manzuki's brows subconsciously frowned, and even his footsteps paused for a moment. However, it was just such a short pause. Swoosh! They flying kunao pierced through the fog and shot towards his face with a whistling sound. Almost instinctively, Manzuki leaned back and narrowly avoided the attack. But even so, he could still clearly feel a burning pain on his cheek. Can she see me? Just a moment after realizing this, Manzuki immediately rolled to the other side, moving left and right, trying to shake off the opponent's lock, and constantly releasing the corresponding perception chakra to the ground according to the secret method to determine the opponent's position. But how was he discovered? Although the ambush in Konoha has been going on for quite a while, Mangetsu Kizuki believes that he has never given up the skills he learned from Kirigakuer, and he should have reached a considerable level now. Little brother, where are you going? In the center of the snowstorm, Tsurugi Bingley's voice with a bit of arrogance came. Humph! Mangetsu. Kizuki crouched slightly, and the narrow ninja sword in his hand suddenly whistled and swept towards the figure in front of him. However, almost at the moment when the sound of the blade breaking through the air sounded, the woman opposite seemed to have received some kind of signal, and turned around without hesitation and kicked towards this side. The calf wrapped in chakra armor exploded in the air with a very dull explosion sound, fast and heavy. Mangetsu Kizuki retreated quickly and jumped a few steps in succession. Just being blown by the aftermath of the previous attack made people feel a little overwhelmed. If it was hit head on. I'm afraid the end would not be very good. Just as he was thinking this, Manzuki Hokage's expression suddenly froze. Just now so that's it. Manzuki Hokage's figure once again sneaked into the snowstorm. However, this time, he did not use the silent step dedicated to silent killing as before, but stepped briskly into the snow, making a slight rustling sound. It seems that you are only this level, old woman. His voice was a little hoarse, but with undisguised irony. My mission is just to delay you for a while. Now Kakashi and the others who are hiding in the forest to meet you should have killed your fallen companion, right? But don't worry, your death is not far away. In the snowstorm, Hei Bingley's face suddenly froze, and she suddenly gritted her teeth and said word by word in disbelief, old woman. Almost the moment she heard this name, she couldn't hold it anymore. The feather-shaped antennas on both sides of the head armor flashed quickly, and all the delicate movements and sounds around became clearer. Among the countless complex sounds, the furious old woman distinguished the wind and snow, human voices, footsteps, and heartbeats at the fastest speed. Then, she turned her head suddenly behind her. Die! For me! The swift figure was wrapped in a roaring explosion in the snowstorm. The scimitars that stretched out from the sides of the old woman's arms were even covered with a thin layer of chakra arc light under this full body concentration. The figure was incredibly fast at this moment. The whole person was like a sharp blade, whistling and tearing the entire range of the snowstorm. Zhang! The young man hiding in the depths of the snowstorm was suddenly pierced through by this knife. The expression on Manzuki Kitten's face seemed to stagnate. The chest was pierced from front to back. Hei Bingley looked at this scene, her smile getting brighter. However, before her smile was fully opened, she raised her head. She saw that Man Yu of Guidang also showed a smile with an inexplicable meaning on his face. He slowly opened his mouth and made a silent mouth-shaped catch. You go. Hei Bingley's eyes widened, and she looked at her arm with horror. After it penetrated the water, the slightly sticky liquid began to spread upward along her arm like some kind of living thing. On the other side, Man Yu of Hokage slowly walked out of the snowstorm. He looked at the old woman who was gradually covered by his water clone, and the water was rapidly solidifying with the extremely low temperature of the snow country, so that layers of thin icicles like chains formed on the surface of the old woman's body, with a hardness comparable to steel, sticking to the other's skin, armor, and limbs little by little. Man Yu of Hokage looked at this woman who was rapidly becoming cold in the rapid hypothermia, and complained in a low voice, forget about being old, is your brain not working well? You took the bait immediately after a little fishing. Really, wasting my time. Just as he muttered this, he slowly walked out of the gradually subsiding snowstorm, looked around, and his eyes couldn't help but stagnate. Where did those two guys run to? Lin, we. SHH. In the depths of the dense forest, two heads quietly poked out from the needles, looking at the two figures fighting in the distance. The larger figure was incredibly fast, and his attack was fierce and heavy, but the trajectory was straight, and even Nohara Lin, who was the least good at physical skills in the Hokage team, could easily see through the opponent's intention. The smaller figure was quick and agile, with movements as graceful as a startled swan and as gentle as a swimming dragon. Although the absolute speed was not as fast as the opponent, both the reaction and the coping skills were quite appropriate. He was almost close to the opponent's figure, leaving a few deep marks from time to time. The aftermath of the fight between the two shook the surrounding thick trees and made them tremble. Even the surrounding snow was shaking and falling like raindrops, raising large pieces of white mist. Obito, who was standing next to him, watched the scene from afar, and could hardly hold back his desire to attack immediately, scratching his head impatiently. On the contrary, Nohara Rin, who should have been concerned, showed considerable judgment at this moment. The girl, who still maintained the appearance of Kazeka Koihoki, looked around, and finally landed on Kazeka Hayataki, waved at him, and lowered her voice. Obito, come a little closer. Hey! Uchiha! Obito approached in confusion. The next moment, the girl kicked him hard on the butt, rushed out directly from the depths of the coniferous forest, fell into the snow with a plop, and screamed ouch. At this moment, Hitaki Kakashi and Lanjiswabeng, who were concentrating on looking at each other, both paused, and their eyes almost simultaneously swept to Kazeka Hayataki, who fell on the edge. The moment he saw the other party, Hitaki Kakashi subconsciously frowned, and looked at Obito, the idiot, with some doubts, wondering what the other party was doing. But then, he suddenly realized something, and looked up at Lanja Avalanche's expression. Sure enough, the man with a high ponytail suddenly showed a fierce look on his face, staring at the direction of Fenghuazeoxu. This damn kid is too difficult to deal with, not to mention that there is Saharakiri who is nowhere to be found behind him. As long as I can catch this guy first, Lanja Avalanche thought in his heart. And out of a little fear of the kid in front of him, he was almost immediately tempted. The two of them paused at the same time. The next moment, Kakashi and Lanja Avalanche almost rushed towards the direction of Fenghuazeoxu at the same time. Get out! Damn kid! They armor behind Lanja Avalanche. The 6 nozzles on the armor almost simultaneously gushed out torch-like chakra glow, pushing his body at an incredibly fast speed, and suddenly rushed to the side of the snow. Kakashi's instant step was almost pushed to the extreme, and the roaring red fang in his hand bloomed with a gorgeous red color like the morning glow. At the same time, he shouted, Daimyo! Open your eyes! Obito, who had just been pushed out, had not had time to question what Trixlin behind him was doing at this time, and heard the roars of the two people in the field. Almost subconsciously, he followed Kakashi's order. The scarlet Sharingan suddenly appeared in the depths of the eyes of Fenghuazeoxu. It happened to meet the ferocious and violent eyes of Lanjiswabeng. Magic! Sharingan! In just a moment, Lanjiswabeng, who was maintaining a charging posture, had a flash of confusion in his eyes. Unfortunately, for a ninja, such a short thought is sometimes enough to decide many things. Thunder fire! Style, Red Fang! They sudden flash of lightning spread across Kakashi's entire body like a creeper, causing his already extremely fast body to increase its speed even more at this moment. The red fang in his hand burst into arc light, and in the faint conflict of chakra properties, he swung the knife without hesitation. Zhang! A cold light flashed. Half of the calf, along with the chakra armor covering it, was cut into 2 parts. The intense pain suddenly awakened Lanja Avalanche's consciousness, which was confused by the illusion, and the loss of balance made him fall to the ground unconsciously. At this moment, even Uchiha Obito had reacted, and he didn't care about his current identity at all, and pounced on Lanja Avalanche, who was still trying to resist. Kakashi behind him pushed the short knife in his hand forward. Puff! They kunao and blades in front and behind pierced Lanjiswabeng's body. His tall figure suddenly froze in place, staring at the two people. Until he gradually lost his voice. Chapter 197 The Strength of Jade Ninja, 5K, very good, Kakashi. Almost. At the moment when the body in front of him fell, Hitaki Kakashi heard a familiar voice beside him. The whole person suddenly drew his sword and retreated quickly like a frightened cat. Until the figure of Sawarakiri was reflected in his vision. Mirai. Teacher. What is this? The young man looked at him in confusion, and then looked at the group of people who followed him and Namikaze Minato with pouting mouths. According to the plan they had drawn up before, Fukahei 8 and the others should have arrived at the border train station, right? Saharakiri looked at him calmly. Assessment is assessment, mission is mission. Assessment against you does not mean that I have to give up the employer's requirements. Originally, we followed behind just to see if your team could take the risk and complete the somewhat difficult goal under your leadership. Now it seems. His voice paused slightly, his eyes fell on the body on the ground that was pierced from front to back, with an admiring look on his face, and he said gently, You are much better than I thought, Kakashi. Until He noticed Kiri's actions. Hotaki Kakashi suddenly reacted, looked at the body on the ground in astonishment, and realized that this was the first time he had killed someone in his life. However, until just now, under the cover of adrenaline and impulsive emotions, he was completely unaware of this, and even forgot to check whether the other party was dead or not. Faced with Kiri's warm and frank praise, Kakashi felt a little ashamed. "You are really flattering me, Mr. Kiri." "Sawara." Kiri lowered his head, looking at the shy face of the young man, and immediately smiled evilly and stretched out his big hand to rub his white hair twice, and then patted off the snow on his body, not caring about his embarrassment at all, and ordered, "Let's go. The next task will be in my hands." "Yes." Hearing this, the most relieved people in the crowd were Fenghua Zheoxiu and his daughter, who were so excited that they were like chicken blood. This feeling is actually easy to understand. Even the students of this adult can easily deal with those devil-like wandering ninjas, so his own strength must be one level higher than them, no, even 2 or 3 levels higher. For the children of daimyo nobles who have not had a deep understanding of the ninja system and have not been exposed to the new education of Konoha, their cognition is quite limited. At this time, the Lord of the Snow Country was looking at the direction of Saharakiri and others with a very hopeful look. Saharakiri signaled the other party to be patient and turned back to look in the direction of Namikaze Minato. In the past few days, Saharakiri was responsible for babysitting a group of children, and Namikaze Minato on the other side naturally did not do nothing. On the contrary, in just a few days, he had found quite sufficient enemy intelligence. Fenghua Nudao, now 31 years old, Jade Ninja, Rebel Shinobi Union Cadre. Good at ice escape and armor fighting? Tisk. Sawara. Kiri lowered his head and slowly read out the content that Minato Namikaze had requested, with a cold smile on his cheek. When he turned around, his smile gradually faded, and he frowned and asked, "Didn't you catch anyone deeper in the Rebel Shinobi Union this time?" "No trace at all." Minato. Namikaze shook his head helplessly. Obviously, the reason why they used this mission to test the students, in addition to the original purpose of the test, was also to hope that he could reveal a little more information in the contact with Fenghua Nudao. They have been eyeing the Rebel Shinobi Union for a long time. To be able to come up with so much money and technology, there must be a force at the level of the 5 major countries in this organization, otherwise they would not have survived. Until today. Sawara Kiri said calmly, "Then let's talk about it after catching that idiot Fenghua Nudao." Yes. The capital of the country of snow. The whistling sound of the wind and snow outside the door became more and more dull, and the sky turned dark and bright. However, Fenghua Nudao, who was sitting in the palace of the daimyo, could not wait for any news from the outside. Even the soldiers in this city, who were already under his control, did not observe any traces of large explosions at the far end of the outer wall. This made him realize that he had underestimated the ninja after all. Or in other words, he actually didn't understand what a ninja was. As the eldest son of the daimyo of the country of snow, Fenghua Nudao spent the first 20 years of his life completely influenced by aristocratic etiquette and family name. The academy was full of him, and his life experience was filled with the honor and responsibility of being a noble. After knowing that he could not become the next daimyo, he gradually began to get involved in the chakra under the knowledge accumulation of the daimyo clan of the snow country for many years, trying to find the power that would allow him to subvert the country by himself. This is how the chakra armor came into being. However, his understanding of the ninja world was only the tip of the iceberg through this research, and he never went deeper. It seems that guys like Lan Jiswabeng, who were born as ninja civilians, can't defeat the ninja nobles of Konoha after all. It's reasonable. He talked to himself, looking at the snow outside the window, and walked slowly out of the door. After all, he had to rely on his unparalleled strength to kill those stupid ninjas. Then, he would ask his equally stupid brother about the whereabouts of the Rainbow Wall. Thinking like this, Fenghua Nudao went straight down the mountain path from the daimyo palace to the central avenue of the capital, and soon arrived at the city gate in the heavy snow. But before he could walk out of the gate of this snowy city, he noticed that there were suddenly faint torches lit in the snow in the distance, and soldiers who had been hiding in the towers were figures gradually gathered towards the city gate, as if they had discovered something outside. Fenghua Nudao looked at the soldiers who were all gathering outside and jumped onto the city wall. Just as he was about to look far away to see what was happening, Fenghua Nudao found that he didn't need to guess. They God of Fire Kagura, one style, modified in the vast snowy plains outside the city. A clear shout that penetrated the wind and snow suddenly sounded from a distance. The sharp tone was like a gust of wind, suddenly coming from far away, making people's eardrums seem to vibrate rapidly. City. Flames on the city wall. It was almost the moment when the voice fell. Fenghua Nudao, who was standing on the top of the city, suddenly squinted his eyes subconsciously. The piercing whistling sound overwhelmed the roar of all the wind and snow in his ears in that brief moment, and shattered everything that blocked his way with a violence that was almost crushing. whether it was the transmission distance or the debris in the transmission medium. The rising high temperature melted the snow, dispelled the high clouds, and suddenly bloomed from the far end of the horizon with a new momentum, like the newly born brilliance in the morning, and like a torch suddenly lit in the night sky, immediately dispelling all the coldness that was still crawling all over his body in the last second, turning it into a desired and terrifying extreme heat. Boom! It fell. Under the obstruction of the wind and snow, Feng Huanudao clearly couldn't see any movement in the distance, but the moment he heard the violent sound, this thought suddenly came to his mind. It was as if everything was as it should be. The overwhelming and terrifying high temperature, in an unimaginable posture for ordinary people, turned into light and heat that no one could look directly at that moment, with a golden or fiery burning state, and like a sword mark falling from the sky, it suddenly penetrated a rift in the snowfield. It went straight beyond the obstruction of sight and stood on the wall of the capital of the snow country. Boom! Boom! All the soldiers of the snow country who had gathered at the door because of the unusual light just now paid the price at this moment. Their fragile army formation was like soft tofu, and their armor that was strong enough to block the severe cold was as light as paper. The fiery sword marks pierced through dozens of people, the gate behind them, and the dark city wall that seemed tough and heavy but was actually vulnerable. Standing on the other side of the city wall, Feng Huanudao stared at the scene in front of him. He watched, the fiery sword mark tore the entire wall, and then continued to slowly tear apart all the passages behind the gate with a crushing attitude. The steaming heat melted the snow in half of the city. Just one sword has such power? Feng Huanudao stared at this scene with his eyes wide open in astonishment. For no reason, he determined that there was probably only one person who could make such a move among the opponents he faced. The warm currents between high heat and severe cold collided with complex wind paths near the city wall. The sizzling melting sound emitted from the surface of the charred sword mark emitting heat not far away made Feng Huanudao's blood seem to be beating rapidly. Only the last bit of pride as a noble forced him to stand on the top of the city wall and not rush out like an excited monkey. He crossed his arms, raised his head proudly, and looked at the group of people who had already appeared in front of the capital of the snow country along the snow-melting road with an unknown confidence. The ones protected in the middle were his elder brother and niece. However, at this moment, Feng Huanudao did not look at them, but looked at the figure at the front of the crowd, and suddenly shouted, "Sahara! Kiri!" The fast-moving crowd suddenly slowed down. The tall man at the front of the crowd raised his head in confusion. For some reason, Feng Huanudao became more excited under the gaze of this ninja. Is this the pinnacle of ninjas? Nothing special. Sahara Kiri looked at the man on the top of the city wall with some doubts after seeing the attack just now. You didn't choose to run away, but chose to walk towards me? You still have some backbone. Just as he was thinking this, he saw the figure standing proudly on the top of the city suddenly seal his hands. Ice. Style, white whale. Suddenly, the ground under the feet of the group began to shake with a huge amount of chakra injected. Manzuki Kizuna in the crowd quickly reminded Master Kiri, something is coming out. In fact, there was no need for him to remind. Hokage Kakashi used chakra to glue his feet to the soil underground as much as possible, and his dark pupils looked at the huge ice surface in front of him that was being broken by the tangible giant and was constantly bulging upwards. What is that? Uchiha! Obito shouted this sentence with an exclamation tone that was almost screaming. As for the father and daughter of Fuka Soyoki in the crowd, they seemed to be numb, staring at the giant object that was falling towards them with eyes as if they were looking at a natural disaster from afar. It was a white whale. The total length of the body constructed by the ice alone was at least more than 500 meters. When the supergiant creature fell towards them, its body pressed a huge amount of air, and in the still howling wind and snow, it squeezed out a low cry like a melodious whale sound. This exaggerated size of the creature completely meets the characteristics of the Jade Ninja. One of the characteristics of the Jade Ninja, extremely abundant chakra. However, both Sawara Kiri and Namikaze Minato looked at this scene calmly. Sawara Kiri put his left hand on one of the two swords on his waist, and suddenly asked behind him, Kakashi, you have been studying a lightning ninjutsu that can be applied to your combat system recently, right? Kakashi, who was staring at the scene above his head, was stunned when he heard the words, and raised his head to his teacher Kiri in astonishment, as if he couldn't understand why the other party would say such a thing at such a life and death moment. Watch carefully. This knife should be inspiring to you. Before Kakashi continued to answer, he saw Sawara Kiri's figure slightly lowered, his upper body almost parallel to the ground, his left hand holding the scabbard, and his right hand holding the handle. Take a deep breath. Under the terrifying suction force, the cold air of the snow country was pulled into two swirling mist streams at the corners of the handsome young man's lips on both sides, and his blue eyes drooped and his eyelids slightly closed. I don't know if it's an illusion. At this moment, in the eyes of Hokage Kakashi, Sawara Kiri was like a bow stretched to the limit. Although his whole body was standing in a relaxed position, whether it was the extremely deep breathing sound, the dull beating of his heart, the surging chakra that was extracted, or the snake-like lightning stream that gradually wrapped around his body, everything was so violent. Zhang! The thumb of his left hand holding the sheath slowly pushed up. He blocked a section of the cold white light for the blade. Thunder! Breathing, form 1 thunderbolt flash. Sawara! Kiri raised his head, and the depths of his azure eyes were filled with lightning. The giant white whales rolling down in black were wrapped in an extremely oppressive pure white air mass. Under the influence of multiple factors such as layer upon layer of violence, extremely close distance, and exaggerated width, it was like a mountain collapsing in an instant for the few people standing there. The violent wind and waves squeezed all of them so hard that they could not even open their eyes. Young Feng Huaxiao couldn't stop screaming "Wuaa" in her father's arms. Until the next moment. Everyone present felt a sudden expansion of wind pressure, pouring on their faces, like a blade passing through. The ground under their feet seemed to jump at this moment. Boom! Sawara! Kiri's slender figure stuck to the ground, turning into a flowing white gold shadow, surpassing everything they could see at a speed that seemed slow but was actually fast. A few people, including Hotake Kakashi, kept their eyes open with difficulty. In their sight, a blazing white light like thunderbolt instantly pierced the endless darkness brought by the gloomy clouds of the snow country and the huge object above their heads that was unknown how many tons of cover. It was just a flash of a moment. The sound of tearing seemed to break through the limitations of their brains. Everything he saw and heard gradually became blank. Only a loud and inaudible hum remained. Ah! However, even with such tinnitus, Hotake Kakashi could still hear the screams from Feng Huaxiao, who also raised his head. He raised his head like a fool, opened his mouth wide, and the pupils in his eye sockets almost shrank into a point. He stared at the scene dully and could only make a series of meaningless noises. However, Hotake Kakashi did not think he was stupid, and even felt that it was natural. Bang! The darkness covering their heads was suddenly divided into two sections. The huge white whale was completely cut into two pieces from head to tail, falling on the left and right. In his sight, he could even clearly see the violent and surging thunder, evenly spreading on the smooth cut surface. But at the end of the cut, there was only the figure of Sawara Kiri slowly putting away the knife. Boom! Boom! The ground beneath his feet leaped up again with the falling white whale. But compared to the scene of the sky being split apart, all this seemed like nothing big. Hotake Kakashi looked at the figure of Sawara Kiri in the distance, quietly wiped the slight sweat that gradually overflowed from his forehead in this cold weather, and slowly exhaled. Obviously, the thunder release sword technique just now must have great benefits for him who tried to combine thunder release ninjutsu with White Fang's sword technique. But Kakashi looked at the spider web-like cracks on the ground on both sides, which spread out for several kilometers along the trunk of the white whale, and the companions around him who were still in fear, and couldn't help but mutter quietly, "I have to learn it." At this time, Sawara Kiri raised his head and looked at Fenghua Nudao on the top of the city. It's rare to see a ninja who dares to take the initiative to attack even though he knows that the opponent is me. You are still quite brave. How is it? He spread his hands and asked as if he was going through the motions. Asked, "Do you choose to stop here, or fight to death? Are you Sawara Kiri? What is the strongest in the ninja world? It's just some fallacies of inferior fools. It's ridiculous that it can make you so arrogant." Fenghua Nudao looked down at Sawara Kiri with disdain and said coldly, "I choose to kill you here." The smile on Sawara Kiri's face became more and more intense, and there was even a hint of blood in his blue eyes. Just what I want. Chapter 198 Overwhelming gap. Almost at the moment when his voice fell, Fenghua Nudao's figure suddenly shot out from the top of the city, like an arrow from a bow, and rushed straight towards Sawara Kiri, with the sound of whistling wind around him. At his brow, the fragments of the Four Souls jade shone brightly and became more and more dazzling. The vigorous chakra was wrapped around his body like a flame. The trajectory outlined a winding arc in the air so fast. Hotake Kakashi's pupil shrank, and he stared at the figure. But the next moment, he saw Sawara Kiri rushing out at a faster speed than that, incredibly fast. Ding! The blade and the armor clashed. Fenghua Nudao's arms exerted force, and the bottom of the armor jet behind his elbow burst into a stream of flames like a stream, pushing the whole body forward. The blade in Sawara Kiri's hand deflected and turned, and the blade that swept across the air above the armor tore through the air, pointing directly at his neck with a whistling sound. The bone-chilling coldness penetrated deep into his body, and Fenghua Nudao's eyes turned a bright blood red. He twisted his body suddenly and narrowly avoided the knife, but a burning pain came from his cheek. Faintly, there seemed to be blood splashing in the air. However, before he could continue to raise his body from mid-air, he felt a heavy impact in his abdomen. Swoosh! The tall and majestic figure suddenly broke through the wind and waves at a speed several times faster than when he came, and crashed into the fortified city behind him, turning into a grey line wrapped in dust and smoke, breaking through the heavy bricks and tiles. Sawara Kiri stood on the ground. A deep gully had already appeared on the land melted by the wind and snow in front of him. Kakashi, who was still amazed at the speed of Fenghua Nudao in the last second, suddenly felt his face stiffen. Sawara Kiri, however, did not care about the thoughts of the people behind him at all, and walked towards the ruins in front. Crash! The heavy wooden beams and the collapsed thick walls were pushed away by Fenghua Nudao, making a series of heavy collapse sounds. The tall man with a body like a bear had a few bloodstains on his head and shoulders. However, when he looked at Sawara Kiri, his expression was still firm and confident. Even, there was a disdainful smile on his square face. Had they strongest in the ninja world? I thought he was so great. Now it seems that it's just so. He reached out to wipe the blood from his nose, removed the wooden thorn that pierced his thigh, and limped out of the ruins with the breastplate on his chest that was deeply pressed into a clear footprint. Sawara Kiri stood in front of the ruins, looked at him quietly for a long time, and finally said faintly, "It seems that the emotion amplified by the Four Souls Jade is confidence. Or stupidity. You. This guy. Fenghua Nudao shouted suddenly. However, compared with his voice, his actions seemed unusually realistic. Almost in an instant, the thick armor on his body suddenly extended to his limbs, and even the square head was wrapped in the heavy armor. Immediately afterwards, small nozzles extended from all parts of the armor, and the surging chakra flames erupted towards his feet, pushing his figure from heavy to light in an instant. Boom! In just a moment, his figure disappeared from Sawara Kiri's face. Nothing more than that. Fenghua Nudao thought so in his heart, and at the same time launched a charge to the back. No matter how fast he is just a ninja. Can he catch up with his jet armor with his 2 legs? Your feet are not as fast as my armor. What's the point of being able to fight? What a punk. Just as he was thinking this and thinking about how to report to the Union, Fenghua Nudao suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. This sense of crisis had saved his life many times in the snowfield, so even in this critical moment, he believed this feeling without any hesitation and rolled to the side. Buzz! Almost at the same moment when he lay down to the side. A wave like an arc moon suddenly cut vertically in the direction where he was a second ago. With just one knife, all obstacles on the road were broken. Looking at the deep gullies on the road, cold sweat slid down. Although he had heard that this guy's strength was a bit too strong, was this a bit too much? Neither ninjutsu nor armor can stop him, and now it is so difficult to escape. However, even he knows it very well. At this time, the two sides are no longer a problem that can be solved by a sentence of "Hey, can we reconcile?" Because of this, Fenghua Nudao's expression became more and more profound. I originally wanted to use this move as a reserved program and send it to the so-called God Lord to see, but since you insist on stopping me, I can only let you, the strongest in the ninja world, taste it first. His voice became deeper and deeper. Oh! Sawara Kiri still looked at him calmly. The next moment, Fenghua Nudao suddenly stepped on the ground, and the cold and hard ground splashed a piece of solidified dust under the heavy step. The footprints sank deeply, and the huge reaction force pushed his tall and strong figure and suddenly charged towards Sawara Kiri. Ice. Release Wolf Fang Avalanche Technique. Almost at the same time as the figure was shot out, several wolf-shaped figures made entirely of ice crystals quickly formed in the wind, snow and dust on the ruins avenue, and simultaneously charged towards Sawara Kiri. At the same time, Fenghua Nudao suddenly raised his hand, and the armor originally attached to the back of his hand extended a small barrel under the impetus of chakra energy, and the condensed light inside the black muzzle shrank towards the center. Chakra armor submachine gun. The dense bullets flew out in the direction of Sawara Kiri continuously, and at the same time, as Fenghua Nudao's figure changed and shifted, the speed was amazing. However, whether facing the snow wolves or chakra bullets rushing around, Sawara Kiri always stood there quietly, like an adult watching a child playing with a new toy, leisurely waiting for him to use all his means. Only the blade in his hand deflected rapidly in the air like a swimming fish, constantly drawing fine arcs. Ding! Ding ding ding! Whether it was the snow wolf that pounced on him or the bullet that was about to hit him, in front of his blade, they all turned into a continuous crisp sound. But in the eyes of Kakashi and others who were further behind, Sawara Kiri always kept the posture of preparing to draw his sword. From beginning to end, they did not see him draw his blade once. Only the huge snow wolf and the flying bullet were left in the field of vision. It seemed that nothing could touch his body. However, this short period of stay was enough for Fenghua Nudao to approach Sawara Kiri. Chakra continued to spurt from the sides and back of his broad foot armor, raising his speed to a peak that neither the Wolf Fang Avalanche nor the Crane Wing Ice Beauty could reach. In the eyes of many genin and chunin, He had already completely lost sight of the other party. Even Kakashi could only barely catch a glimpse of his vague movements. But not enough. Sawara. Kiri suddenly spoke. At this moment, Fenghuan Nudao was already within a foot of him. However, he did not seem to have the intention of touching the other party, but suddenly thrust his hands forward, bent his knees, leaned forward, and under the heavy inertia, he pushed the golden mountain over and overturned the jade pillar, and fell heavily to the ground with a bang. Hey! Sawara! Kiri looked down at him in confusion. Fenghuan Nudao suddenly roared, "Ice release, Ice Age!" Along with his roar, the armor on the middle-aged man's body suddenly burst out with extremely amazing chakra flames, providing a continuous boost for his technique. Chakra armor, full power amplification. Almost at the same time when this sentence fell. The ground under Fenghuan Nudao's hands was suddenly covered with a thin layer of ice crystals. The marks that were only fine white marks at the beginning continued to spread in all directions under the huge amount of chakra infusion, forming a series of thin walls that connected into a large piece. The ground within a few dozen meters around was completely covered by the ice crystals in almost the blink of an eye. Sawara Kiri, who was standing opposite, was the first to bear the brunt of it. In an instant, the whole person was completely covered by the seemingly thin but incomparably hard ice release, standing in place like a piece of amber. Still maintaining the posture when drawing the sword. Crackling, the ground within hundreds of meters was completely engulfed by transparent ice. Until then, Fenghuan Nudao slowly stood up, looked at the ice sculpture of Sawara Kiri, and said in a deep voice, "This is the result of you looking down on the world. Sawara Kiri. From now on, the title of the strongest in the ninja world will be taken by me, Fenghuan Nudao." As he spoke, he stepped past the ice sculpture of Sawara Kiri, aiming at the people behind him, big and small, with an increasingly cold and dangerous look. Next, "It's you guys." Hitaki Kakashi looked at the scene in front of him with a look of astonishment, and subconsciously said, "Teacher Kiri Kiri." Almost subconsciously, the young man took a step forward and was about to rush forward. However, before he could move, his shoulder was already held down by the blonde ninja beside him. "Namikaze. First class." As soon as the words fell, Hitaki Kakashi's eyes suddenly froze. He caught a glimpse of the helpless smile on Namikaze Minato's face. Just when Fenghuan Nudao's footsteps passed by Sawara Kiri. Crack! His footsteps suddenly stopped. He keenly caught a slight cracking sound. Fenghuan Nudao turned his head suddenly behind him. Then, he saw a layer of ice shell completely peeled off from the front to the back on the ice sculpture on Sawara Kiri's body. The ice shell separated in two directions, fell to the ground with a crisp sound, and broke into pieces. Sawara Kiri's voice was still cold, and he turned around to meet his gaze. "Your technique is not strong enough, nor fast enough." The expression on Fenghuan Nudao's face seemed to freeze for a moment. There was no time to react, or it was simply a physical reflex brought about by the sense of crisis that pierced his heart. "Ha!" He roared and swung his left arm wrapped in the gauntlet in the direction of Sawara Kiri, leaving a hissing sound of breaking wind in the air. Sawara Kiri let go of the hilt and raised his hand to the side. "Pa!" The sudden sound of the blazing wind was like a wave wrapped in dust, rushing headlong onto the solid reef on the shore, and the sharp angle split the boundless force carried by the waves into two loose sides. Sawara Kiri's figure was still standing there, his hair swaying slightly in the wind and waves, his blue eyes staring straight at his opponent, but his feet did not move an inch. Fenghuan Nudao suddenly widened his eyes. The jet nozzle on the back of the gauntlet was still roaring continuously, spewing out a huge amount of chakra. However, he seemed to have his hands on the ground. Even Fenghuan Nudao's eyes keenly caught that there was always an inch of space between his palm and the other party's outstretched palm. This shocking fact almost made his brain go blank. Fenghuan Nudao stared at the 1-inch distance between the palms that could not move forward, and suddenly his eyes turned bloodshot and he roared at the top of his lungs, "Impossible! The distance to the top of the world can never be so far." The sound he made with all his strength almost covered the noise caused by the chakra flames bursting out of his armor. However, all this was in vain. Sawara Kiri was tired of playing this armor. It seems to be the performance limit. Almost at the moment when this thought flashed through his mind, the knife in his hand, the blade passed by like a stream of light. The blade lightly chose to cut into the joints of Fenghuan Nudao's limb armor, and then cut out like cutting tofu. Fenghuan Nudao, who was charging, kept his eyes full of blood and looked at the man opposite him furiously. The next moment, his body suddenly lost support. Plop! The four limbs fell to the ground, and the pure white earth of the snow country was stained red with blood. Only the chakra armor was still emitting flames, wasting his vitality. He Fenghua! Nudao collapsed on the ground, staring at the sky in a daze. Sawara Kiri's figure was reflected in the center of his vision. He leaned down, stretched out his hand calmly, and took off the small fragment from the man's forehead. Fenghuan Nudao, who was struggling to say something, suddenly calmed down after seeing this scene. He asked, I know what you want to ask. I know the rules. If I tell the truth, can I save my life? Sawara. Kiri ignored him, removed his jaw with his backhand, pulled out his tongue and took a look. The tongue coating was covered with dense sealing spells. Sawara Kiri looked at him with disdain. You wish. Chapter 199 Seeking the Skin of a Tiger, 5K, a deep underground secret room. The short man in a black robe with purple melon pattern hung up the communication in his hand, frowned under the mask, and was silent for a long time. Finally, he slowly uttered a scolding idiot. It seems that the speed of the Union's expansion recently needs to be curbed. Even such a ignorant guy was recruited into the organization. I gave that bastard Sahara Kiri a fragment of the Four Souls Jade for nothing. Damn! Inferior race! Just as this Lord God was cursing angrily, there was a light knock at the door behind him. Lord God, several adults have arrived. Hearing this, the scolding stopped. Under the mask, Otsutsuki Urashiki slowly exhaled, then restrained his expression and walked out of the door. 2 rebel ninjas dressed in black with purple melon patterns followed behind him as guards. In his heart, Otsutsuki Urashiki was secretly thinking about the arrangements for the next few days. It has been 7 years since they were defeated by Sahara Kiri and fled here. Although Momoshiki and Kinshiki have not recovered completely, they have at least parasitized on the right person. This so-called Rebel Ninja Union has gradually been put on the right track after years of operation. Originally, the reason why Otsutsuki Urashiki recruited so many rebellious ninjas was just to find a relatively suitable body for Momoshiki and Kinshiki. As a result, due to the delay of time, the organizational structure became more and more complicated, and finally formed the current large underground force. However, large organizations also have their advantages. At least the plan he is currently promoting can raise enough funds thanks to this organization. As long as that can succeed. Satsuki Urashiki narrowed his eyes and sighed silently in his heart. The three of them walked through the underground corridor and stepped into the spacious underground meeting room. At the same time, the thunder-like scolding of the fourth Raikage just came to his ears. The Hidden Cloud Village supports you underground insects, not to cause trouble for our lightning country. You have invested so much money every year, and you don't see any response. Now you dare to send people to our lightning country to make trouble. Do you really think I won't send troops to suppress you? Otsutsuki Urashiki, who was standing outside the door, frowned slightly and looked up at the tall black-skinned man like a bear in the center of the conference room. A trace of coldness flashed in his white eyes under the mask. Obviously, this guy's words were clearly meant for him. Humph. When he saw his figure, the fourth Raikage, who was making a lot of noise, sat down again with a creak. The small chair under his butt was like autumn leaves floating on duckweed under his weight, and it creaked. Seeing that he was quiet, Otsutsuki Urashiki continued to walk forward and came to the seat opposite the fourth Raikage. Looking up, I saw that Unaki and another red-haired young man were already in place. They all looked like they were watching a show, looking at the fourth Raikage and the man who called himself God, with a hint of teasing in their eyes. You are really angry, Lord Raikage. Otsutsuki Urashiki's voice was steady. He had dealt with these inferior races for many years, and he was no longer as arrogant as when he first arrived. On the contrary, the Otsutsuki clan's ability to learn at the wine table was also far superior to these inferior races. I wonder how the Union has offended Kumigakure again. The fourth Raikage crossed his arms in annoyance and said in a deep voice, robbery, murder, unlicensed business, obstructing Kumigakure missions. Which of these is not a fatal crime? Don't think that just because I invested money in you, I must give way to you without any bottom line. Shiba. Otsutsuki Urashiki, who was called Shiba, looked at him quietly. To be precise, he should be looking at the 6 pieces of the Four Souls Jade inlaid like lotus petals at the center of the fourth Raikage's eyebrows. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. However, his voice was still calm. You should understand that the fourth Raikage, the Rebel Ninja Union, is essentially only it's just a platform for accepting tasks. As for what other people on this platform do, I don't have the time to care. My goal is the same as yours, just to use this platform to complete the ultimate weapon. Could it be that you really think I'm some kind of underground shadow? There was a hint of sneer in Otsutsuki Urashiki's voice. Otsutsuki, who was standing by, suddenly snorted coldly and scolded, young man, shadow is not a name that a guy like you can laugh at. Sawara Kiri is not a shadow. Otsutsuki Urashiki looked straight into his eyes. Satsuki's wrinkled face trembled suddenly, and his eyes widened. You, okay? Just when the topic was about to turn to another direction, The young man with red hair at the other end of the seat raised his head and looked at them coldly. Let's talk about the ultimate weapon first. Just one sentence, and the others in the room suddenly fell silent. Even Onoki, looking at the red-haired young man with bandages wrapped around his arms and face, almost covering his entire body, couldn't help but have a hint of fear in his eyes. Red Scorpion. This is the most amazing young ninja in the entire ninja world in recent years, except for Sawarakiri. It is rumored that he is the last disciple of the previous generation of Hokage, and like Sawarakiri, he was very young. He developed a special ninjutsu that belonged to him alone. It is said that the power of that ninjutsu was so terrifying that even he himself did not dare to use it easily. The last time he attacked, he easily destroyed a small country with just one blow. Moreover, that country is still a lifeless land until now. Even plants, trees, insects, and beasts cannot survive on that dead land. The citizens who originally lived there have also died one after another. Just this terrifying record is enough to make everyone pay attention to his words. Humph. Hearing this, Onoki restrained his emotions and looked at the few people indifferently. Otsutsuki Urashiki then continued, the research and development of the final weapon is now progressing steadily. It will be put into use in about a year. However, to know how much power it can exert, we still need the cooperation of all the adults to continue to find enough chakra carriers. The other people present listened to his quarterly report quietly. The reason why Otsutsuki Urashiki was able to unite the people present was naturally because of the trump card in his hand, the biotechnology belonging to the Otsutsuki clan. Although the Otsutsuki clan in the original work only had simple agricultural operations such as planting trees and harvesting fruits, whether it was the various magic tools they inadvertently took out, or the ones that traveled through time and space, technology, all of which show that they are an energy race with a very high level of civilization. However, when these individuals fight with ninjas, the aspects they show are extremely limited. In order to defeat Sawarakiri, Otsutsuki Urashiki has pulled out all his tricks this time. Not only did he integrate the energy information of him and Momoshiki Kinshiki, but he also applied a lot of atavism technology, striving to trace the bloodline factor back to the original race, that is, Otsutsuki Shive. This is his Dark Shive plan. It is called the ultimate weapon to the outside world. The only thing that made Otsutsuki Urashiki feel sorry was that the series of technologies used by the inferior races of this era were still too backward, so that it was very difficult for him to find a chakra carrier that was suitable enough to carry the power of an Shive, so he had to cooperate with these major countries. If he didn't cooperate, he would not know. Once he cooperated, he found that these inferior races were not very capable, but they had a lot of treasures. Therefore, Otsutsuki Urashiki became more and more in-depth in cooperating with these inferior races. In a few years, an Shive will enter the completion period and steadily surpass Sawarakiri. At that time, the future of the Otsutsuki clan will be saved. However, Otsutsuki Urashiki, who was making a quarterly report, did not notice that the expressions of the people present were not very good. Before half of the report was heard, the fourth Raikage supported his cheek with one hand and suddenly interrupted, 1 year? After this weapon is initially completed, can it match the combat power of Sawarakiri? No, it may take a few more years to reach the level of Sawarakiri. Otsutsuki Urashiki was silent for a long time, and finally told the truth. This kind of thing can't be concealed. Tisk. They. Fourth Raikage was immediately annoyed and said, can we continue to speed up? They. Economic situation of the village is getting worse year by year under the oppression of Konoha. Even if I can wait, how many people will be left in our villages by then? He turned his head while speaking. Onoki, your situation in Uegakure is not better than that in Kumagakure, right? Anyway, it's better than you. Onoki said stubbornly, but suddenly changed the subject, but it does need to be accelerated. This plan has been going on for 4 years, and we should see some results first. Scorpion sat in the same place, but also nodded it should be so. Otsutsuki Urashiki's face suddenly became ugly. When has he ever been threatened by these inferior races? However, thinking of the future of Otsutsuki and the glory after defeating Sawarakiri, Otsutsuki Urashiki finally let go of the grudge in his heart and said coldly, in that case, then follow me. They group looked at each other, stood up and walked down the dark corridor. The underground road was like an ant nest, intricate and complicated. The fourth generation Raikage frowned slightly, his expression was slightly solemn. The development of this rebel ninja union was indeed beyond their expectations. It was unknown how long they walked before they finally stepped into the deepest basement. Almost at the moment they walked into this basement, everyone present held their breath at the same time. In front of them, there was a blue transparent column standing in the center of the basement. The liquid inside was spiraling like DNA, surrounding the figure. As for the figure standing in the center of the column, it was pale, with extended horns, and the whole body was more than 3 meters long, covered by a huge robe. Even through the heavy seals, everyone present could clearly feel the abundant chakra contained in this body. It was enough to be comparable to the power of the tailed beast. However, this power was still an unfinished product. Compared to the small ball of meat they saw at first, this ultimate weapon gradually showed some edge. Seeing this, everyone present finally showed some excitement. Very good. Dunaki looked at the weapon with a flickering look, and his thoughts jumped in his heart. In this way, our side will have more power. As long as we can continue to develop like this, the war will be over. It's not just him. The other people present had almost the same idea in their hearts. The reason is simple. Their village is really about to collapse, just as the fourth Hokage said. Whether it is the task load, the number of ninjas, the ninja village industry, or the education distribution, it is different from the simplified ninja village system that the entire ninja world could quickly learn during the second Hokage period. The reforms carried out by modern Konoha have gradually brought this village into the era of capitalized ninja villages. Both internally and externally, it requires extremely powerful forces and interests to complete the overall changes of the ninja village. The reason why Konoha can achieve this level is because of the pressure of the great god Sawarakiri. But other ninja villages don't have such monsters. Naturally, in this game of institutional change, they have begun to fall behind. And the longer the time, the greater the degree of their lag. Therefore, almost from the moment they realized this, Onoki and others agreed early on that Konoha could not continue to develop like this. However, none of them wanted to become a thorn in the eyes of Sawarakiri, so as to bring destruction to the village. Naturally, in the process of mutual blame, several villages gradually found a suitable scapegoat, the rebel ninja guild and their so-called ultimate weapon. From the very beginning, they never thought of letting this monster defeat Sawarakiri. After all, if someone could really defeat Sawarakiri, wouldn't he become the second Sawarakiri? This would not be good for them. Now, seeing that this ultimate weapon is about to take shape, their thoughts have become more vigorous. But Oniki and others looked at the back of the man who called himself Shive and thought to themselves, how to push this bastard to die. The underground secret room gradually became quiet, and everyone was staring at the weapon in a trance. People's hearts are unpredictable, and they will seek the skin of a tiger. No more than that. Hand over. Completed. Sawara Kiri led the little guys behind him and handed the cage in his hand, which was about 1 meter long and wide, covered with sealing spells on the outside, and unknown what was inside, to the hands of the Konoha Anbu, and said in a gentle tone, "The next thing will be troublesome for you, the interrogation department. By the way," he said, picking up a fragment in his hand, and gestured, "I will take away the fragment of the Four Souls Jade on his head first." "Yes, Sawara special." They. Anbu ninja on the opposite side immediately put his feet together, clenched his fist and hit his chest to salute. Even through the thin mask, he could see the excitement on his face. However, after taking over the cage, he quickly disappeared. He did not stay too long because of Sawara Kiri's identity. Hitaki Kakashi was watching this scene from behind Kiri, and he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. If they had seen how unreliable Kiri was, they didn't know if they would still respect him as much as they do now. Bang! However, just as this thought was halfway through the young man's head, he was suddenly hit on the forehead. Kakashi looked up in surprise. Sawara Kiri put away his fist and said to himself, "I always feel that you are thinking of something rude. Okay, go and hand in the task list." Yes, in the past few years of development, the Hokage building, as the center of Konoha, has also been it was rebuilt for various reasons, and now it has been raised from the original 4-story small building to 12 stories. Although it is not very high in the new city area of Konoha, it is already unique in this old city area, enough to overlook the mountains. Hitaki Kakashi and others were also excited about meeting the fourth Hokage alone for the first time. Unlike before, anyone could come to see the Hokage, since Konoha has carried out large-scale reforms and the mission system has also undergone a lot of changes. Tsunade's figure is basically no longer seen when performing B-level and below missions. When they accepted D-level missions before, they were all completed in the mission hall on the first floor. On the contrary, Sahara Kiri seemed to be familiar with the place. She simply walked in without even knocking on the door. As soon as they entered the room, the little ones saw a plump young woman wearing a large haori, with a plain face and soft blonde hair tied up. At this time, she was wearing a pair of frameless glasses and bent over the desk to review various documents. "Oh, you're back. Hey." As soon as they entered the room, Uchiha Obito immediately lowered his voice and leaned close to Kakashi and said carefully, "Kakashi, why does the fourth generation seem to have become younger again? Is the age adjustable? They are all old ladies shhhhh. Almost." At the moment when these words came out, Kakashi, who always looked cold and dead, seemed to be aroused by the desire to survive in an instant. He suddenly clenched Obito's mouth, pinched the remaining words of his mouth into his throat, and looked carefully in the direction of Tsunade. Fortunately, Tsunade only looked up and glanced at him. After noticing that it was an Uchiha kid, she subconsciously showed a disgusted expression, but she didn't say anything else. There was no need to get angry with this little thing. Saharakiri looked at Obito helplessly. This kid always hits someone's deathline. But the fact is indeed so. If the appearance of Tsunade in the original work is maintained at around 30 years old, then Tsunade in this timeline, in most cases, maintains the appearance of early 20s. Occasionally, she will be a little younger. I don't know what she is competing for. However, his voice was still steady. Yes, there was a small accident during the mission, and a piece of broken jade was recovered. It was someone from the Rebel Ninja Guild. Tsunade's brows frowned. How many times this month has this happened? Woo, if you have time recently, just... As she was about to continue talking, she suddenly caught a glimpse of the little guys present, and her voice suddenly stopped. Forget it. Give your team 3 days off first, and we'll talk about the rest later. In addition, Kakashi and the others have passed the mission assessment, right? Yes. Sawara. Wu smiled gently, rubbing Kakashi's white hair with her big hands. Tsunade also raised her head from her desk and took another look at the little guys. Her tone softened slightly, then, please keep up the good work, young genin. Don't get complacent because of your temporary success. Yes. Thank you for your teachings, Hokage. They little guys couldn't stop showing excitement on their faces. This means that they have passed the last hurdle before entering the ninja high school. By the way, Kiri. After sending the little guys out, Tsunade kept Saharakiri for a while longer, lowered her head and reminded her casually, remember to go home for dinner tonight. Sui. Just passed the 3rd class medical certificate, don't forget. Sahara. Kiri was startled when she heard this. Her eyes stayed on Tsunade's drooping cheek for a moment, and then nodded. Well, I understand. Chapter 200. Welcome home, Happy New Year. Kakashi, yabai. They. Rumor seems to be true. They. 3 little guys had just been kicked out of the Hokage's office, and they saw Nohara Rin, who had been behaving well from the beginning until now, suddenly lowered her voice and whispered in Kakashi's ear, with shock all over her cute face. Hatake Kakashi turned his head to look at his childhood sweetheart in confusion, and asked, what rumor? Haven't you heard about it? Nohara Rin looked at Kakashi with an even stranger expression. That's it. The 4th Hokage and teacher Kiri are having an affair. Hey? Impossible. Obito also came over and whispered, although she looks young, Lady Tsunade is already very old, right? What? Do you know? Nohara Rin stared at the door with her peripheral vision and whispered, the creative regeneration technique further developed by Lady Tsunade can further activate cells. It's okay to say that her body always remains 20 years old. This is a compulsory content for our medical majors. But doesn't teacher Kiri have a girlfriend? That's why it's a taboo topic. The forbidden love triangle between Konoha's strongest ninja and the Senju and Uchiha clans. I thought it was just a random article in a magazine before. It's fake, right? It doesn't look like it at all. Obito whispered. How careless. Didn't you notice? When Tsunade-sama asked Kiri-sensei to stay, her eyes looked like they were about to tear. Woo, come home for dinner tonight. Miss Nohara Rin pretended to imitate Tsunade's tune, which made the 2 boys next to her feel nauseous. But she didn't notice it at all, and even her face turned red, and the fire of gossip was burning. At Obito's eyes were wide open. Only Kakashi looked at the 2 teammates with a dejected look, and he looked helpless. You idiots, don't you really think that those big shots can't hear anything through a door? Sure enough. Before they finished speaking, the door of the office suddenly opened, and Sahara Wu stepped out, and without saying a word, he hit the heads of several little guys who pretended to be serious. Dong. Dong dong dong. A good sound is a good start. Among them, the main culprit Miss Nohara Rin was hit twice. Don't believe in rumors, don't spread rumors. Saharakiri said seriously, the 4th generation master and I just have a normal working relationship. You are my students now. If you spread rumors, my reputation will be ruined. Got it? Yes. They 3 little ones agreed reluctantly. Humph. Looking at their appearance, Saharakiri snorted unhappily, I wanted to treat you to barbecue, but now I can't. Teacher Kiri is stingy. They 3 little ones immediately complained loudly. Disband. Sawara Kiri had made up his mind. However, after the group separated. A small head suddenly popped out from Sawarakiri's lower abdomen, and a pair of large horns on the top of the head swayed and spread out the silver hair, adjusting the direction. Then, it jumped out of Sawarakiri's body with a "Hey yo!" Tia, the girl in front of him, was a petite girl with a long sleeve and a pair of cross-shaped glows in the center of her pupils. It was the fourth stage of Tiama's special. Different from the little one who could only eat and drink in the past, the little Tiamat, who spent a lot of Sawarakiri's heart knots and has been greatly improved in the past 7 years, has now become a formal combat force. It's just that most of the time, Sawarakiri doesn't need her to take action. At this time, Tiamat had just jumped out of Sawarakiri's sealed space, and first looked around the corridor. Seeing that there was no one, she stuck to his side and grabbed Kiri's arm and hugged him in her arms. Hey! A comfortable smile appeared on the cute face of the Three-No girl. Tia? Why did you run out? Sawara. Kiri was startled at first, and almost subconsciously opened the 6 eyes to scan the surroundings. Noticing that there was no one, she quickly spoke. I'm so bored in the belly of Kiri anyway, there's no one, let me go around. Tiamat's tone was long. Like many parents facing the problem of raising teenagers, Sawarakiri is now also facing Tiamat's rebellious period. Recently, she doesn't even call him dad anymore, but just calls him by his name. It's really worrying. At the same time, because the senses between the tailed beast and the Jinchuriki are interoperable, after being released to test their combat power several times and seeing the general strength level of the ninja world, Tiamat no longer stays in the hut all year round like when she was a child. Occasionally, she sneaks out to take a walk if she weren't one of Sawarakiri's biggest trump cards and the news had to be kept strictly confidential. She would have probably visited the entire ninja world by now. The only thing that makes Sawarakiri feel fortunate is that his Tiamat doesn't seem to be in a chaotic state like the mother goddess in FGO who destroyed Mesopotamia just by taking a walk, but instead maintains a considerable rationality. In contrast, her power is not as terrifying as the mother goddess in the original work. Okay, someone is coming, go back. Sayahara. Kiri looked around, looking like a thief, full of stealth. Tiamat still stood on tiptoe, holding Kiri's arm, completely ignoring his nervous look, and asked, whose mother's house are you going back to today? SHH. What mother? You only have one mother. Hey. Miss Tiamat held his arm, half closed her eyes, and pretended to be, Mr. Kiri, you don't want everyone to know. 30 minutes. 30 minutes at most. Sahara Kiri gritted her teeth, cover up the horns. Great. Before Sahara Kiri could say anything else, she saw Tia had already jumped out of the window cheering, running around on the roof, and no one knew what she was excited about. Sahara Kiri walked on her own to another road. Because the contract between the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast, although the binding force is not very strong, it can still let him sense where Tia is, and it is obvious that he cannot lose her. It's just that this broken child is getting harder and harder to take care of. After crossing a road and buying some fruits and vegetables at the market next to it, Sawarakiri looked up at the sky and walked straight towards the direction of Yaoi's house. I'm back. Sawara. Kiri stepped into the door and saw Yaoi wearing an apron, standing in front of the kitchen counter and busy, with a little smell of oil smoke floating in the room. Noticing his footsteps, Yaoi turned around and looked at him, with a smile on his soft face. You're back. Why did this mission take so long? Because I have to bring students with me. Sahara Kiri hugged his wife's slender waist from behind, whispering in her ear, is the guard team resting today? It's a rotation day, and it happens to be today. Besides, I, the guard captain, don't need to do anything normally. By the way, I'll go home and make something you like. Sahara. Kiri looked at the shellfish meat stir-fried in the pot and bit her pink earlobe. It's only noon now. You just returned to the village, can you stay at home all day? Yaoi said in a matter-of-fact tone, turned around, held the guy's hand that was making trouble with his left hand, and pinched his nose with his right hand. I have to squeeze you out to feel at ease. Humph, bluffing. Sahara. Kiri's expression was quite confident. Just kidding. His talents of energetic beast and evil standing stick are not fake, and they can even be said to be quite advantageous in various aspects. Besides, if he didn't have the ability to feed Miss Yaoi, he would not even be able to leave the house. Hearing this, Yaoi's little hand gently pinched his waist. Uchiha Yaoi, who was only 24 years old, was in the best years of a woman's life, not to mention that she had mastered the yin seal a long time ago. The diamond-shaped mark between her eyebrows not only allowed her to store chakra, but also to maintain the most complete state for a long time. At this time, this slender young woman had long black hair that was rolled up from her shoulders to her chest. Her red dress was stretched tight by her plump gourd like snowballs. Just a slight curl of the corners of her lips revealed a seductive charm. Really? Mr. Sahara suddenly looked serious when he saw the warmth blowing on Yaoi's ears. He said, by the way, Yuki just passed the third-class medical certificate today. Do you want to celebrate with me? Hearing this, Uchiha Yaoi's eyebrows fell, and there seemed to be some complaints in his eyes. He said faintly, do you think Yuki will welcome me? We have to get in touch. Sahara. Kiri held Yaoi a little tighter and whispered in her ear, we can't stay like this forever, right? Yes, but... forget it this time. Miss Yaoi, who has made up her mind, is always quite stubborn. Obviously. Sahara Kiri, whose parents are both dead, does not have to face the problem of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, but she also has to face the problem of sister-in-law. It is really difficult for a judge to judge family affairs. He has no good solution for this. After finishing lunch, the young couple was still affectionate with each other for a while, and then Sahara Kiri went to clean up the dishes and prepare to go back to another home. Uchiha Yaoi stood at the door with his arms folded, leaning against the wall of the entrance, looking at this scumbag who ate here and there, and couldn't help but sigh. It's really hard to tie Kiri to the house. I'm talking to you. As soon as Sahara Kiri entered the door, she was hit by Miss Suiwai's familiar lecture. When he looked up, he saw that there was a little Tia hanging on Sahara Yuki's body, and she lectured Sahara Wu, who walked into the door in a bad mood. Even Tia knows to run home first after returning, but Wu, you didn't even tell your sister after returning, and ran to that bad woman's house first. That's right. Tiamat hung beside Suiwai like a little pendant, holding her arm, making a strange long sound, raising one leg, looking at him sideways, and repeated, Wu ran to the bad woman's house. 7 years have passed, and Sahara Yuki, who was only that old back then, has now grown into a 19-year-old girl. Because she was at home at this time, the tall girl was only wearing a light blue yukata, her long black hair was loose, her blue eyes were shining, and she was wearing a nice shower gel scent. Her white and slender thighs were exposed, and her white feet were stepping on a pair of wooden clogs, which made a click, click sound when she stomped her feet. Now, the girl's pretty face was full of an angry expression. How can I have it? You do. Sawara. Kiri complained weakly, and his family status was fully demonstrated in just one sentence. Obviously. Even if he was the best in the world and invincible in the ninja world, Mr. Sawara Kiri was still firmly bound in the big net called family. Seeing that Sahara Kiri's momentum was suppressed, Miss Suiwai followed with a series of words such as, if I had known to go to her place, my sister should not have come to greet you. I knew that if you had not been left by others, you would not have come to find me. You listen to her, and you ignore everything I say. Why do you obey everything she says? The sour taste almost overflowed from the girl's eyes. Sahara Kiri was coaxing, and suddenly heard a familiar footsteps in her ears, and her heart was immediately happy. As expected. Before a while, Tsunade, who was dragging a tired body, had already pushed open the door and stepped over the threshold. I'm back. Suiwai, is dinner ready? Tisk. As soon as she opened her mouth, Miss Suiwai showed a very complicated look, looked at her with some fear, and whispered. On the contrary, the kitchen a little kid with short black hair came out and greeted excitedly, 4th generation, dinner is ready. I've prepared your favorite shaku. Oh. As expected of Shizuan. You really understand me? Tsunade's eyes lit up and shone when she heard it. Hey. Kato. Shizuan laughed, but after noticing Miss Suiwai's scary eyes, she couldn't help but retreat. Because she just graduated from the ninja school not long ago, Shizuan is currently only helping Sahara Suiwai. The real power of cooking in the Senju house is still firmly controlled by Miss Suiwai, so Shizuan has to retreat and turn to Sahara Kiri to say hello, trying to change the subject. Welcome home, Sahara Kiri. Wow, Shizuan is so sensible, I brought you a gift. Sahara Kiri seemed to be liberated, turned her head and secretly winked in the direction of Shizuan. Shizuan also quietly extended a thumb. However, compared to the two who competed for the first place in the Senju family, Tsunade's counterattack against Miss Suiwai was much more straightforward. Why? Do you have a stinky face from just now? Really, how did I teach you to be like this? Yes, 4th generation master. They. Girl responded casually with a long tone, with an attitude of one ear in one ear and one ear out. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that there was a turbulent undercurrent between the master and the disciple's eyes. 7 years. There are so many things that can happen. The change in the relationship between people is the most changeable part. Sahara Suiwai raised her eyes and her sight fell on her teacher's white, smooth, beautiful, and delicate face. Just let her stand there without saying anything. The master and the disciple looked exactly the same age. For 7 whole years, there was no change in appearance, and they were even a few points younger, Tsunade non-face younger version. However, if it was just because of this little thing, the conflict between the two would not have reached this point. The most important thing is Sawara Yuki's eyes wandered on the teacher's young face and the brother beside her for a moment, her plump lips slightly pursed, but in the end she couldn't say anything. Just as she was about to turn around and go back to prepare dinner, she saw two scrolls thrown by Tsunade. Yuki subconsciously reached out to catch them, and noticed the names of the techniques on the scrolls, and was stunned. Tsunade's slightly lazy voice came from behind. Well, although I am an incompetent disciple, but this exam is not bad. Congratulations on your promotion, Sawara Medical 3rd Class. Sawara. Yuki's footsteps immediately stopped, and her expression when looking at Tsunade became more complicated. Before the girl could speak, Saharakiri and Shizune both took out the gifts they had prepared, came up to her, and said in unison, "Congratulations on your promotion, Sahara 3rd Class." Looking at their long-planned appearance, Sahara Yuki helplessly raised her waist, making the already tall hills more conspicuous, and said helplessly, "Really, it's just a 3rd-class jonin, it's not a big deal." But they. Girl's eyes fell on Tsunade, who was still lazy and tired, and said awkwardly, "For the sake of the gifts, I'll allow you to drink a few more glasses today." Shizune. Doesn't count. Oh. When the Senju family had enough food and drink, it was already late at night. As a child, Shizune naturally went to bed early, and the rest took turns taking a bath to ward off the cold after washing the dishes. Today, the sky was clear and the moon was bright. The silver-white light fell on the empty and slightly lonely Senju mansion, illuminating the large unmaintained gardens and corridors. Only the few sleeping halls in the inner courtyard where people lived were still somewhat lively, but they were all quite a distance apart. The situation in Kirigakura is getting worse and worse. Recently, he has sent many letters to ask about your plans. It seems that the friction between the two sides may be difficult to end peacefully. What do you think? In the bedroom, Tsunade knelt in front of the coffee table, but there was no one opposite the small table. She held a cup of warm tea in her hand. At this time, she was only wearing a loose and empty yukata, and her wet golden hair was scattered, a little sticky. The moonlight outside the window fell straight down and just sprinkled on her. The collar that was difficult to cover completely with the loose yukata was slightly loosened, and her deep skin was white and somewhat reflective. Looking in the moonlight, I saw a pair of big hands reaching out from the depths of darkness, gently wrapping around the slender waist under the yukata, and lifting up the upside-down bell, relieving some of the pressure on her shoulders in the form of anti-gravity, massaging carefully, dredging the glands, causing the 4th Hokage's fair and smooth face like a girl to inadvertently have a few more blushes except for the drunkenness, and had to force the topic into the main text. The group led by Fugaku has been lurking in the mist for some time now. What's the situation now? Although his hands were doing whatever he wanted, his words were still very serious. It's still normal. Then, Don-T, there is no need to worry so much. The frontline situation should still be judged by the frontline personnel. The trouble caused by the reckless intervention of the rear will make the undercover very distressed. But before Tsunade could finish her words, the sudden slight pain made her almost subconsciously clamp her legs, her hands clasped in front of her chest, and her whole body trembled. The next moment, the young and moist Tsunade suddenly turned her head, glared at the bad guy behind her with her sharp eyes, and bit her lips lightly. Saharakiri, are you very proud? The moment the words fell, Tsunade felt that the young body pressed against her back seemed to stiffen for a moment, and even her index finger and thumb loosened. But immediately afterwards, a more vigorous and fiery emotion rose rapidly. Saharakiri's voice sounded from behind her, and even her breathing became a little rough and hoarse. The voice was unconsciously lowered, and the airflow blowing on her earlobe alone made Tsunade's body temperature subconsciously rise rapidly. Tsunade-sama. Do you want to see how proud your subordinate is? Almost at the moment the voice fell, accompanied by a slightly strange exclamation, the fair and tender body like a girl, but with the plump and graceful figure of a young woman, was picked up by someone. The teacup on the table was swaying, and there was a little watercolor on the tatami under the table. The light footsteps of striding through the dark bedroom sounded, and the creaking sound of the low couch falling heavily on the deeper part of the bedroom, and the coquettish and whispered love words of rejection and welcome night in the hall gradually deepened, and the moonlight outside the hall remained. Chapter 201 The Evil Beast of Blood. Tsunade, teacher, it's time for breakfast. Almost the next second after the girl's call, followed by an extremely dull kick on the door. Bang! Dang! Sayahara Yuki walked into her teacher's bedroom with a curious look on her face, without even a penny of respect. What caught her eye was Tsunade, who was still lying on the low couch, with a hazy look on her face, looking up at her, and there seemed to be a few small question marks on her head. Why did you kick my door? It's okay, it's just late, and I just brought you breakfast. Sayahara. Yuki looked calm, completely ignoring her teacher's rapidly blackening face. She walked closer to Tsunade and put down the sandwich and milk in her hand at the head of the bed, and at the same time inadvertently sniffed around. No smell, it even smelled a little fragrant. Ms. Yuki frowned inadvertently, but seemed relieved. Hey? Tsunade looked at the stinky disciple who rushed into her room without saying a word early in the morning with a puzzled look on her face, and lifted the quilt on her body to cover her body. Noticing her little action, Sahara Yuki's eyes stayed under her flat quilt for a moment, but out of the last bit of respect for the teacher, she finally hesitated and didn't lift it up, and strode out. It's getting late, remember to finish your meal early and go to work. They lunch boxes at the entrance, don't forget to take it, and put the foggy one together. I have to leave early today. Hey. You should explain it to me clearly. Tsunade, who was curled up in the quilt, cursed twice in annoyance, looking quite dissatisfied. Are you checking the room? You rush in and start searching. I haven't slept enough. Tisk. Sayahara Yuki glanced at her with disdain. That look was very clear. What exactly did I come here for, don't you know, you sneaky cat? Seeing Yuki's suddenly tough expression, the dignified fourth Hokage, who was curled up in the quilt, began to feel guilty for no reason at this time, lying there and stammering without saying a word. Seeing this, Sahara Yuki strode out of the door of the bedroom. Until the door was closed, Tsunade, who was curled up in the quilt, slowly leaned out, stretched her muscles, listened to the footsteps that quickly went away outside the door, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, she cursed in a low voice for no reason. The original bastard, go enjoy yourself with your little lover, and leave me behind. Bang. Second goal. Miss Sahara Yuki poked her neck into the door again. Then, she saw Tsunade standing there in full clothes, ready to go out, but after hearing the noise, she turned back and looked at her with a more puzzled expression. Perhaps she noticed that her teacher did not cheat on her beloved brother, or perhaps Sahara Yuki herself felt that her current behavior was a bit too much. When their eyes met, the girl's fair cheeks blushed, and she said with a hint of embarrassment, I forgot to ask you what fruit you want to eat for lunch. We still have oranges and pears at home. Bang. Tsunade grabbed the pillow on the couch and threw it towards the door. Sahara Yuki quickly closed the door, and the pillow hit the door with her back foot, making a clacking sound. This time, Sahara Yuki, who came to check the room, should have really left. However, Tsunade did not rest assured, but walked out of the room with great suspicion, looked up and down, left and right, and even stepped on the floor tiles under his feet a few times to make sure that she had really left, and then closed the door again. Stinky brat. Tsunade cursed in a low voice, then returned to the room, and sealed her hands to cancel her clone state. Obviously, the reason why her bedroom was so clean and smellless was that there is only one reason. The crime scene is not here. After a while, two sneaky figures emerged from another bedroom deep in the Senju house, and left one after the other. When she returned to her bedroom again, Tsunade lowered her head and sniffed the overly strong smell on her body and the slight sticky and dry marks on her loose robes, and immediately clenched her fists again. Damn you, Sahara Kiri. Is it easy for her to be the fourth generation Hokage? She has to work hard outside and at home. At the age of a wolf, she met a tiger. There is a sister who is always watching her, making her feel like a thief every day. She has to leave a shadow clone in the room as a backup when she sleeps, in case she is careless and can't get up and gets caught. The reason why Tsunade developed this habit is very simple. They have been caught on the spot more than once, and the ending is often quite tragic. Even as a teacher, she is now somewhat ashamed in front of her disciple, Yuki Sahara. Any disciple who was tied up in a huzuo and hung in the air playing the bell-ringing game and suddenly kicked the door open to witness all this, I am afraid that it will be difficult for him to show the dignity of a teacher in the future. He may even turn into an abnormal relationship of conjugated mother and daughter with Yuki like them. The most uncomfortable thing is that this bastard actually has a girlfriend. Tsunade held her forehead, walked to the spacious bath in the backyard of the bedroom, filled it with hot water, and rubbed her slightly sore belly. Even she herself didn't know how she fell step by step to what she is today. It's really unbecoming. If this kind of private life is disclosed by the newspaper, the fourth Hokage's ruling career will end here, right? Fortunately, his girlfriend is an Uchiha. Humph. This is how feuds work. On the other side, Sahara Kiri, who had just washed his body, was now in high spirits. It was a pity that although Kakashi and other children had a few days off after the mission, he, as an adult, could not take a holiday. Not only could he not take a holiday, but because of what Tsunade told him last night, he still had to work overtime. Therefore, just after breakfast, Saharakiri came to the launch site located in the western suburbs of Konoha. This place, which he jokingly called the launch site, was actually a circular hollow pentagon building, and the sign in front of the building read Konoha Central Research Institute. If it was just this surface building, ignoring the huge ant nest structure experimental community underground, it would only look ordinary. However, whenever a Konoha villager passed by the door of this street, he would often stop nearby and look up like Saharakiri now, looking into the distance for a moment, and then continue to walk away after a long time. The reason was simple. It is because of the giant floating island that floats 30 kilometers above this building 24 hours a day, which is the highest scientific research result of Konoha so far, the Human Survival Guarantee Agency Chaldea. Although the floating island is already a small stain in the sky when viewed from the ground, as long as you know what it is, this shock from the depths of your heart will probably be difficult to disappear. Just as Saharakiri was sighing in his heart, an acquaintance happened to pass by and greeted him. Sawara-sama. Sawara-sama, are you going to have another one? Orochimaru-sama. Should not be in seclusion today, but you have to hurry. Yes, Orochimaru-sama's schedule is hard to predict. Yes, facing these most precious scientific researchers in Konoha, Saharakiri did not put on airs at all, and greeted everyone with a gentle joke. However, his route was different from that of most researchers who went directly underground. He turned halfway to the central ring of the Pentagon. Sawara, special. Noticing him step into the hall, a white coat with dark circles under his eyes waved at him from a distance, as if he had long been accustomed to it, indicating that the preparations were complete. So, Saharakiri strode into the formation drawn on the ground in the center of the hall. He called this place a launch site for a reason. Just like now. Authentication completed, launch approved. 3, 2, 1. Super Sky Sending technique, ready. Accompanied by the familiar female voice on the radio, Saharakiri only felt that the shallow layer of unlimited technique floating on the surface of his body suddenly shook, and tens or hundreds of g of gravity acceleration suddenly pressed on this narrow three-dimensional surface. The scenery outside his body turned into overlapping colorful lines at an incredibly fast speed. The air resistance showed visible ripples, and he forced it to break through layer by layer. One could even hear the whistling sound of being thrown away at high speed. The human cannon number 1 shell, Mr. Sahara, broke through a distance of 30 kilometers in just a few seconds, and was shot into the receiving node outside Chaldea with an extremely precise trajectory, surrounded by countless high-density barriers. It was like being entangled by countless jellies. If an unfamiliar flying object without identity verification suddenly crashes into this barrier, the outcome is naturally predictable. Until a few minutes later, Saharakiri was slowly swallowed and spit out by the barrier, like squirming in a snake's body, and was squeezed onto a platform. Just in time, the person standing in front of him was Mr. Orochimaru in a white coat. Although it was still early, the diligent genius Orochimaru had already started working. Excuse me, Orochimaru. Sawara. Kiri looked at his diligent appearance, not only unable to distinguish between black and white, but also gradually unable to distinguish between men and women, and felt a little guilty in his heart. Presumably, when he went home to have fun yesterday, Lord Orochimaru was also working so hard for the future of Konoha, right? I came here today to ask about the future observation. According to the intelligence of the 4th generation, the movement over there in Kirigakura is getting bigger and bigger. We now need a relatively accurate time to judge the timing of intervention. Orochimaru, still holding a piece of bread in his mouth, turned his head to glance at him, and swiped the desktop tablet casually, and the picture on the big screen suddenly changed. You came just in time. This is the picture observed by the near-future observation lens in the past 3 days, all of them are the possibilities of Kirigakura. Saharakiri saw the picture on the big screen and frowned. The first photo was a high-angle bird's-eye view. The hidden mist village in the center of the picture was almost razed to the ground. The whole village sank a layer, and there was an obvious pit on the island where it was located. The second photo was a tailed beast, covered with bright red chakra. No, it was more like a bloody humanoid monster. In the center of the picture, K was holding half of the body of Yagura. The third photo was also the blood-red monster, but K was lying in the middle of the pit at this time, with dense plant branches growing on half of his body, and seemed to be groaning, looking very miserable. Orochimaru, what on earth is this? Sawara. Kiri turned around and looked at him in confusion. Orochimaru stuffed the remaining bread into his mouth in 2 or 3 bites, and said quickly, according to the speculation of the observation group, these should be the 3 possible world lines of the hidden mist village. Due to the problem of computing power, we can only observe these 3 through the dragon vein energy for the time being. As for the various branch effects that will occur later, the analysis ability is insufficient. But It can be seen that the key point of everything lies in this monster. Our observation group now temporarily named it the Blood Evil Beast. Obviously, under the interference of this monster, our Mian village plan has suffered an unprecedented failure. As for the process, it is completely unknown. Hearing this, Sawarakiri couldn't help but sigh. Orochimaru didn't care about his little expression at all. After solving this little thing for him, he quickly cut the screen back to his ongoing scientific research analysis project. Just as he saw it, near future observation lens Shiba was indeed successful under the Dragon Vein energy and Orochimaru's scientific research miracle. Through the time and space characteristics of the Dragon Vein, they can use high-energy supercomputers and special algorithms to analyze part of the future pictures, or results, from countless energy information. Because of this, Konoha was able to complete a large number of research projects at a flying speed in just a few years, because they could see the answers to the test questions directly. As for the prediction of the direction of world politics, it is very rare. Politics is a game of human hearts. It is not like mathematics and physics. There is no right or wrong, and no scope. If a high-level person does not eat well, it may lead to a series of changes in some important matters. According to Orochimaru, this is a meaningless thing. So, Saharakiri looked at Orochimaru, who continued to work. Do you mean to give up this action? We have been preparing for a long time. No, on the contrary. Orochimaru raised his head and looked at him with his golden vertical pupils. You go and think of a way to catch that thing for me. Sahara Kiri was a little confused. Then, Orochimaru's face gradually revealed a fanatical expression, and he laughed softly. Didn't you notice? It is obviously the product of a complex bloodline fusion, and even produced unstable would escape properties, and there is that level of energy reaction. Saharakiri, you must think of a way. Konoha needs him. Orochimaru looked at him, and although he said something very outrageous, his expression was unusually serious. Even if the structure of K is really as I thought, then we should be able to be a god. Hey! Chapter 202 Kirigakure Civil War, 5K, 3 days later. Kigakure. Even in the daytime, in the center of the village surrounded by hazy fog, a large group of people, holding up signs, shouting the same slogan in unison, marched across the newly built cement road in Kirigakure village. The complex and noisy sounds filled the entire street. We want to work. Drive away Konoha's malicious high-paying companies. Let the automatic machines return the assembly line to the workers. Local assets are everything in Kirigakure. Oppose the fourth Mizukage's introduction of foreign assets. A huge crowd of people gathered here. All kinds of the same slogans were shouted non-stop, and even the shops that were still open around stopped doing business. People leaned out from both sides of the street to look at these tall and strong young people, with either admiration or disgust. But most of them were just watching the fun. As for the fourth-generation Mizukage, Yagura Kyujitaki, who was the protagonist of this public opinion, he was standing on the top floor of the newly built Mizukage building, looking down at the dense crowds on the street through the French windows, with a calm expression. Have you found out who organized these people? Fourth generation, the money was paid by several large chambers of commerce headed by the Cardo group of the water country, 500 taels per person. Originally, many people in the lower city also participated, but they were driven away by several gangs in the lower city. This time, the orders of those guys in Cardo were also taken by them. Alas Yagura! Kyujitaki looked at the tall and strong young people on the street, many of whom had scars on their bodies, and sighed for no reason. Standing beside him, with a beheading sword on his back, Biwajozo looked at the tired man with a very pitying expression. 7 years have passed, and the current Gaji Yagura has changed from the childish child to the child with a mature temperament. Although he still looks very immature, Biwajozo has become accustomed to this innocent leader because he has been watching him for a long time. Since this adult became the Mizukage 7 years ago, he began to reform the economy and military of Kirigakure, and actively introduced external capital to guide the internal market of Kirigakure to actively compete. From now on, the various enterprises in Kirigakure village have actually undergone great changes under the pressure of external capital. Of course, the ones that give the greatest pressure are the various unicorn enterprises from Konoha. During this process of change, many of the Kirigakure ninjas saw the gradual changes in the village through the economic reforms of the fourth Hokage, and thus gradually formed the Kirigakure reformists headed by the fourth Hokage. Biwajozo is one of the leaders of the reformists. As for those who are hostile to them, it goes without saying that they are naturally the old conservative Kirigakure ninja bloodline faction. They are also the group that controls the major products of Kirigakure. Compared to the conflict between the third Hokage and the ninja clan, the current conflict between the fourth Hokage and these ninja clan is no longer a personal grudge, but a life and death crisis for the survival of the family. In just 7 years, Biwajozo has witnessed no less than 20 assassinations of Mizukage alone, and the actual number is naturally much more. At the same time, the Mizukage has also received misunderstandings from many people because of the pain caused by the village's economic changes. Whether it is Konoha's undercover, Sawara Kiri's lackey, Kirigakure's biggest betrayer, Kirigakure's genius executioner, all the bad names have been added to this man who is dedicated to Kirigakure. These are obviously false. As a Kirigakure reformist, Biwajozo knows what kind of person this man is. What's more, Lord Yagura is now the 4th generation Mizukage. Is there any way for Konoha to bribe the head of a country? Nonsense. However, from this atmosphere of public opinion, it can be seen how powerful the enemy that the reformists are facing is. So much so that the resistance action under the Mizukage building is just a small scene in Biwajozo's eyes. The only thing they are afraid of is the backer behind the Cardo group, the Kagaya clan. Now, looking at the crowds of people downstairs, Kyuji Yagura frowned. What bothered him was not the protests of the people. It was the attitude shown by the Kagaya clan's action. Defamation, public opinion, assassination, protest. After all these steps, how long is it until the full-scale civil war in the Hidden Mist village? There was silence between the two for a while, and Biwajozo carefully asked 4th generation Lord, do you want me to send people from the Anbu to disperse them? No, no need. Kyuchu. Yagura shook his head slowly. No matter what, he had to find a way to maintain the current situation. Even if he was assassinated or slandered, at least he had to maintain a stalemate with the ninja clan. Now, he has not received the order to start a war. Looking at the silent look of the 4th Hokage, Biwajozo's lips, outlined in the bright red grid, moved, but he still couldn't say anything. The 4th Hokage has really paid too much for Kirigakure. Just when Yagura was about to say something to ease the conflict, he saw a Kirigakure enbu wrapped in a white robe suddenly appeared on the other side and handed a letter to Yagura without saying a word. Seeing this neat move, Biwajozo looked at the enbu more. It's such a clever silent step, even I couldn't find it in advance. Is this the rumored special action team composed of all senior ninjas who only obey Yagura? Kyumaki Yagura still had a sad expression on his face and reached out to take the letter. But after opening the envelope, his expression suddenly froze, and his eyes, which had been drooping, suddenly flashed with a bright light, and his whole person seemed to be alive from the inside out. Jozo. I'm here. Biwa. Jozo immediately half-knelt on the ground. Kyujo Yagura's voice suddenly rose half a note, and even his body straightened up. Go find someone to chop up Kato and the gangs involved in this matter, as well as their entire families. Biwajozang was stunned when he heard this, and subconsciously said, leave no one alive. Yes, kill them all. Kyujo Yagura, who always had a dull expression, suddenly showed a bloody smile on his slightly immature and innocent face, and gritted his teeth and said, in addition, after you finish your work tonight, go back to the old place immediately, summon all the members of the Reform Association, and equip them. I have an action to announce. Biwajozang's eyes widened this time. However, after his brain reacted to the meaning of this sentence, he immediately responded excitedly and said loudly, yes. However, his eyes fell on the letter paper in the hands of the 4th generation, and he was extremely curious about the content on it. What on earth gave the 4th Hokage such confidence, holding such doubts, suppressing the excitement in his heart? Biwajozo strode out the door. Damn it, he should have done it long ago, on a dark and foggy night. It is a day for murder and arson. When the Kirigakure ninjas do things, they only care about efficiency. The order from Kyuji Yagura was issued this morning. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon of that day, the people in the Mizukage building had not yet left work, and the heads of the Chamber of Commerce personnel of the Cardo group and their families were neatly placed in front of the protesting crowd. Several of the Vitality gang members had better eyesight and saw at a glance that several of the heads looked very similar to their boss. The sensible ones ran away on the spot, and the unsensible ones saw that there were fewer and fewer people around. So they also started to run. The ones left in the end were just a few stupid shills, who were caught by the Kirigakure enbu who came to clean up the mess, and became the witnesses to prove that these heads were indeed guilty. However, at this time, neither the Kirigakure reformists nor the Bloodline faction paid attention to the life and death of these little people. The Bloodline faction, which was constantly making moves, was confused, and didn't understand why the previous series of actions failed to anger the temperless 4th Mizukage, but instead a mere protest activity caused such thunderous wrath. The actions of the reformists were much more vigorous and swift. Since the day I took over the post of Mizukage from the 3rd generation, I have been trying to change this village. In the past 7 years, we have opened the market, reformed real estate, supported industry, and built roads. This is not the achievement of me, the 4th generation Mizukage, but the result of the hard work of all of you present here, all the workers. I have been walking on thin ice for the past 7 years. But We can still see that the current situation of Kirigakure is still so unbearable. As the largest military force of Kirigakure, they rely on the protection of their ancestors to monopolize knowledge, blood, land, food, and everything in our lives, wrapping the entire Kirigakure in their thick shackles. At this point, Yagura, who was standing at the head of the secret room, suddenly became quiet, leaving a suffocating blank in the secret room. All the Kirigakure reformists in the audience looked at him in silence. After the speech just now, their emotions had already been ignited. What ignited them was the unbearable reality they could see in their lives, which was uttered by the fourth Mizukage. They originally joined the Kirigakure reformists to change this. However, now the highest officer of Kirigakure, the leader of the reformists, personally admitted their powerlessness. This did not make them feel that Yagura Kyuji was cowardly, but just the opposite. Fire ignited in their eyes. So, Yagura Kyuji slammed the table and shouted loudly, "Your Excellencies! Kirigakure should not be like this. How can we run Kirigakure well with these insects? There is only one way now." Almost at the moment when Yagura Kyuji shouted this sentence, the members of the Kirigakure Reform Society in the audience could no longer hold back. They raised their right fists like wolves, their eyes reddened, and roared loudly, "Kill them all!" So, Kyujo Yagura also raised his right fist and roared with everyone, "Kill them all!" In just 3 hours, Kyujo Yagura completed the most thorough mobilization and military preparations. At 4:30 am that day, 320 Kirigakure Reform Society ninjas rushed into the Hyuga clan's territory in the center of Kirigakure village. The Kirigakure civil war had begun. Kill! They! Scarlet roar vibrated the eardrums, and the silver blade drew a cruel arc in the air under the night sky, bringing up pieces of flying blood. As the leading clan in the entire Kirigakure village, the Hyuga clan is also one of the leaders of the Kirigakure bloodline faction. Its number of clan members is quite abundant, and its clan territory has long been built into a city within the Kirigakure village. However, under the attack of more than 300 people, hundreds or thousands of Kagaya ninjas were unable to form a military formation and cooperate with each other immediately. Just like the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather, they rushed into the team with the tactic of adding fuel to the fire. Most of the Kagaya ninjas were lying on the ground faster than when they came. The piercing shouts of killing shook the earth, but they were all controlled within a huge barrier. The periphery was still a silent night. Among the more than 300 people, the most outstanding results were the members of the 4th generation Mizukage Special Operations Team, who were always around the periphery, wearing white robes and masks, and looked very iconic. Corpse. Bone vein 10-finger piercing bullet. They. Flying finger bones drew delicate pure white marks in the dark night, as fast as real bullets. However, the Special Operations Team member in front of him easily avoided the 10-finger bones that crossed and swept in a net-like manner with just a body. What? They. Kagaya Jonin was startled at first, and then his sharp eyes noticed the 3 Magadama scarlet eyes embedded in the shadow of the mask, shaded by the night, and turning rapidly. His expression froze, and his brain suddenly recalled some extremely terrifying memories. You are Konoha's Uchiha. Before he could continue to speak, the member of the special forces who had exposed his identity had already rushed forward, holding a kunao upside down in his hand, and invading the front of the Kagaya Jonin at an incredibly fast speed, with his eyes wide open. Magic. Sharingan. After just a moment of eye contact, the Kagaya Jonin immediately lost his mind, and even his steps that were still charging staggered twice, and then he was immediately stabbed in the throat by a kunao and his trachea was cut off. Before the other person's body fell, he had already rushed towards another person with his eyes wide open. Puff, puff. Uchiha. Fugaku dealt with his opponents who should have died long ago with an expressionless face, while thinking about other things in his heart. It has been 4 years since he was sent to Kirigakure by Sawara Takugakure to carry out this S-class secret mission. He can only return to the village for a few shifts, and it needs to be highly confidential. He even failed to go home for his son Ataka's 3rd birthday this year. This job is really hard. But to be honest, when he learned that the 4th Mizukage Yagura Karatachi was a member of Konoha and that he had to be the subordinate of this Undercover, he was really shocked. Until now, he still doesn't understand how Lord Sawara did it. Of course, those things are not important anymore. Now, his most important task is to find the monster codenamed Kimimaro in the clan land of the Kagaya clan. As long as he can dig out the monster and kill it, his mission this time will be completed. As for what Kirigakure will become in the future, that's none of his business. But, where is that thing hidden? Be careful of the barrier. Almost at the same moment when the reminder sounded. Boom. The violent explosion suddenly pierced the eardrums of everyone present. However, Uchiha Fugaku's expression was suddenly shocked. He turned his head and looked in the direction where the barrier was found, and his feet immediately bent. The existence of a barrier means that there is defense, and there are only a few places in a big ninja clan that are worth guarding with a barrier. It was not only Uchiha Fugaku who realized this. Gaji Yagura also reacted and shouted, except for the leader of the Kagaya clan, the rest will surrender and not be killed. They. Rest of you follow me. As he opened his command, several very brave members of the Reform Association rushed into the ruins of the building that was set on fire without looking back. As a result, before their figures disappeared into the depths of the shadows, they saw sharp white bones stretched several times in one breath, piercing through their bodies like spears, and they only had time to let out a shrill wail. Kuro Tachibana Yagura raised his head and saw the face of the Kagaya clan leader flashing in front of a window in the corridor of this building. As the clan leader of the Kagaya clan, he came to this kind of building at such a critical moment. What exactly does this mean is self-evident. Catch him. With this sound, more and more people rushed into the depths of the building, and the footsteps and the sound of metal and iron became more and more dense. Uchiha Fugaku was one of the people who followed in the front. His scarlet Sharingan even completely ignored other Kagaya clan members, and his whole body was fixed behind the Kagaya clan leader. But gradually, he seemed to feel some invisible threat and frowned slightly. Underground. He went deeper underground. While loudly reminding his mist-hidden village colleagues beside him, he pretended to be exhausted and blocked everyone in front of him. After turning another staircase, there was only an open steel door in the deepest dark underground. For some reason, just at the moment of seeing the empty door, his heart jumped for no reason, and he almost subconsciously took a half step back. Plop. They. Next moment, the leader of the Kagaya clan, who had just rushed into the underground, was suddenly thrown out and fell heavily on the opposite wall, splashing a large amount of scarlet blood. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were delayed for a moment before he realized that only the upper half of the Kagaya clan leader's body was thrown out. The ominous premonition became stronger and stronger, and even the surrounding mist-hidden village ninjas seemed to feel they had sensed something unusual. What on earth is this place? Until now, they had just remembered to ask what this place was. Suddenly. Boom. They. High-temperature steam that shot up into the sky continued to spread, and with it, a forest-like tide of white bones swarmed out from the inside of the steel gate. It instantly engulfed the entire space of the third underground floor, and at the same time it was surging rapidly up the stairs. Fuck. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly cursed. What the hell is this? Chapter 203 Kimimaro, 5K, what the hell is this? At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku was not the only one who had this thought in his mind. Almost all the mist-hidden ninjas who rushed into this basement thought the same thing. However, the monster inside didn't leave them much time. Like bamboo shoots, bone objects continuously extended from the underground secret room, constantly piercing through this narrow space, and occasionally several javelin-like projectiles shot out from it. In just such a short 1 or 2 seconds, several people were injured. Uchiha Fugaku, who was already standing in the front, was stunned for only a moment, and the 3 scarlet jade beads in his eye sockets suddenly turned, causing him to twist his body subconsciously. Swoosh. They. Shooting bone joints brushed against the edge of his waist, passing a string of blood beads, bringing a slight tingling sensation. The pain made him react immediately, and his hands quickly formed Seal's Earth Escape Earth Flow Wall. A large-scale earth wall like a city wall immediately extended and rose from the ground, immediately blocking the narrow basement exit, forming a large earth bulge. However, this obstacle only lasted for a moment. The next moment, it was pierced by countless pure white bone spikes. However, this short gap was enough for the ninjas present to react and rush out towards the exit. Almost at the moment when Uchiha Fugaku rushed out of the corridor, he heard a loud explosion from behind him. The members of the reformist faction who were rushing to capture the leader of the Kagaya clan saw these retreating vanguards and had no time to figure out the situation. They saw that under the tunnel they had just rushed into, there were countless intertwined bones that spread up like twisted tree roots and rushed straight to the sky. Withdraw! Uchiha Fugaku shouted and ran faster. Boom! Following that, the entire building that seemed ordinary was immediately smashed by the indescribable bone tree and scattered into a pile of construction waste. What? Yakura Kyuji stood at the periphery and saw this scene from a distance. He was shocked and then his eyes became sharper and narrowed. Is this the monster mentioned in Sawarakiri's letter? It's no wonder that he has such power. During the day, the letter he received contained Sawarakiri's order to start a war, and emphasized a trump card held by the Bloodline faction, a monster with blood all over his body and probably multiple bloodline abilities. Yakura Kyuji was unwilling to order a civil war in Kirigakure, but he had already prepared for it. From the day he betrayed Kirigakure and sent a group of fresh bloodlines to Konoha to be raised, he expected that Sawarakiri would use many methods to weaken Kirigakure's strength so that Konoha could annex the village as completely as possible to avoid symptoms of overexpansion and indigestion. He would definitely do this. Even if he didn't do it himself, it would definitely be someone else who did it. Therefore, Yagura Kyuji chose to take up the butcher knife himself. If he was allowed to kill, at least some seeds could be left for Kirigakure. It was not certain for Sawara Kiri. His title of Demon King was not given out of the blue. However, this monster did not show any signs at all. Even with his many years of operation in Kirigakure as the 4th Mizukage, he had not received any news related to it. A bloodline monster. Yagura Kyuji seemed to be talking to himself, looking at the night sky covered by the giant bone tree, and whispered, "I'm afraid you are the only one who can help the bloodline sect complete this project quietly under my nose." He turned around and looked at the old monk who appeared in the distance at some point, and said respectfully, "Master Yuanshi." The moment he opened his mouth, the 2 young ninjas beside Yuanshi immediately glared at the 4th Mizukage with murderous intent. However, the master's face still had that kind smile, just like when he drove him, a small Anbu chief, in his early years. Even his tone was extremely calm. "You should move faster, Yagura. Hokasu and the Snow Clan have already discovered the movement here. In a short while, their people should surround this area." Kuratsuki. Yagura raised his head and looked at him from a distance, seemingly not caring at all that he, the enemy leader, would be surrounded by the army in a short while. There was a little loss in his tone, and it seemed helpless. "Master, I thought that the 2 of us who wanted to save Kirigakure should stand on the same side. Since 7 years ago, haven't you begun to acquiesce to my actions?" Kuratsuki. Yagura has always been very clear. In this Kirigakure village, the one who controls the intelligence of the whole village is not the Sandomei Mizukage who is about to be sidelined, but the old man in front of him who looks hunched and kind. Even if he thinks that some of the small actions after sending Terumi Mei and others out that year were already perfect enough. But when he really took control of the power of Mizukage and got some convenience with the cooperation of the master, he was able to find out his loopholes more clearly. But these things seem to have never been doubted by anyone. Including his later transmission of information for Sawara Kiri, looking for opportunities to assassinate the Sandomei Mizukage, and constantly inserting some unfamiliar faces from Konoha into Kirigakure, etc. all went smoothly. From then on, Kuruju Yagura knew that he had probably been exposed to the vision of this old man a long time ago. The master still smiled gently. "That was something you did yourself. I was not involved in it. But the situation is like this now. Even you, the master, should know that our island country, isolated from the mainland, has no choice but to choose any path." Kumi. Yagura's tone gradually rose. "I just want to reduce the blood of Kirigakure. Why do you stand against me?" Yagura. The master's tone was as gentle and calm as ever, without any ripples. "I should have told you a long time ago. I have dedicated most of my life to Kirigakure. I have not had many years left. Good alive in this life, it is loyal, and he is loyal. In the new era, there is no old ship. Bad, and the corpses of all the resistances. So, do you do better in front of that place, isn't it? 4 dynasties. This regime is prepared for all sacrifice." Cry. The piercing sound suddenly permeated the entire night of Kirigakure. The ninjas fighting on the ground almost stopped their actions at the same time and looked in the direction of the sound. When everyone looked up, they saw a thin figure, covered with a layer of blood as if the skin had been peeled off, and the dark red chakra symbolizing the ominous burning like a flame. He was standing on the top of the pure white bone giant tree, howling at the crescent moon Jinhyuriki. The moment he saw the figure, this term immediately emerged in Kyujitaki Yagura's mind, and he looked at the other party in astonishment. But the next moment, he immediately found something wrong. The chakra bursting out from the monster was huge but extremely complex, as if countless energies were forcibly squeezed into one individual in some way, and there was some conflict in the air, and as for reason, it was completely non-existent. "What on earth is that?" he asked subconsciously. The master said calmly, 7 years ago, the Kagaya clan gave birth to a child with an unimaginable bloodline talent. His name is Kimimaro. Early before the child was born, the Kagaya clan had tried countless times to replicate Kagaya Lotus, that is, the success of Sawara Kiri. Almost all bloodline factions believe that the reason why Sawara Kiri can reach this level now is because he has developed a new bloodline ability from his bloodline. So, this child became the best experimental subject. They don't know through what channel, they got a special pale chakra fusion material, and used it as a medium to forcibly integrate multiple bloodlines into the child's young body, raising the upper limit again and again. Kagaya, Hojiki, Yuki, Terumi. Several of the largest families have intervened in this plan and set a seal lock for this monster at the same time. Only when people from several families act at the same time can they suppress his wildness and make him a perfect weapon. As the master said, he looked up at the neck of Kimimaro, who was howling to the sky at this time. There was a circle of black collars sealing it. "You are indeed a ninja, Kokura." Just said this, and the whole person flew out towards the bone tree like an arrow. A second before him, Kimimaro had already pounced on the crowd below. Buzz! Almost. At the moment he jumped down, the outer layer of his seemingly thin body was covered with a layer of scarlet streamlined bone armor. His hands and feet were all claw-shaped, and the huge amount of chakra that came from nowhere made his movements burst out with bizarre speed and strength even without any rules. Standing the several mist ninjas in front of them had no time to realize what was happening, and their bodies were easily torn into several sections in the violent wind and waves. The scarlet and rusty smell floating in the sky seemed to suddenly stimulate Kimimaro's murderous nature, as if even the severe pain that continued to emanate from all parts of his body was relieved a lot, and he even let out a series of howls. The open space behind him was even scratched with a shallow gully because of this terrifying speed. No matter whether it was a house or a street lamp blocking his way, they were all smashed head-on, raising large pieces of dust. However, just as Kimimaro smashed a two-story building again and rushed out from the other side. Boom! The hook-shaped long stick that swept across, under the pull of extreme speed and huge force, left a very dull roar in the air, and at the same time, even the steel stick body seemed to be dragged into a curved shape under this swing. He suddenly swung his stick at the top of the blood beast's bones. Crack! With just one stick, he smashed the solid bone layer into pieces. Kimimaro's blood-red body rolled over and broke a concrete electric pole on the path, shooting into the other end of the street. Before he could get up, Yagura Kojima was already close to him like a shadow. Coral. Palm. The huge force, along with the chakra, drilled into the small body, and large pieces of coral-like stratum corneum emerged from the monster's body, forming a hard and heavy shell. But before the coral shell could restrain the opponent's movements, javelin-like bones shot out at a faster speed than the coral layer, smashing the coral layer into pieces in the fierce collision point. One side of the whole body was covered with dense spikes like a hedgehog. Yagura flew back several meters, smashed the bone spurs that followed him, and formed a seal with one hand. Water escape, water bullet. Instantly, a water ball with a diameter of more than 2 meters was pushed out, ignoring the large bone spurs, and hit the surface of Kimimaro's body. However, as soon as the attack landed, the monster on the opposite side seemed to melt its whole body into the water flow as if instinctively, and turned into a pool of liquid on the ground with a pop, making it completely indistinguishable. Yagura's eyes swept across, and his vigilance was immediately raised to the highest level. Since it was an irrational beast, it would definitely not be able to endure for long in front of its prey. Sure enough, in almost 2 or 3 seconds, a stream of water suddenly shot out from under Yagura's feet and surged upwards. In the moment of drilling out, the water-turned body experienced a high-speed change from body to bones in one breath. If an ordinary person took this blow head-on, his body would probably be pierced by the opponent on the spot. Puff! The short body of Kyuji Yagura was immediately pierced by the bone spurs from below. From a distance, he was hunched over by this blow and was knocked out with a bang. Until he stretched his body in midair and rolled to the ground, the people around him discovered that behind the buttocks of the 4th-generation Mizukage, a tail that seemed to be completely covered with a shell had appeared. At this moment, everyone suddenly remembered his other identity. Kyuji Yagura, the 3-tailed Isabu Jinkriki. At the same time, he is also one of the very few perfect Jinkriki in the world. Ga Kimimaro's scarlet head suddenly emerged from the ground in a water-like state, staring straight in the direction of Kyuji Yagura, and his dark lips and teeth opened and closed several times, making meaningless sounds. Everyone retreat. Evacuate in different directions. Yagura! Kyuji shouted to the people around him, but he himself had no intention of retreating. He turned the long hook stick in his hand and slowly walked around the direction where Kimimaro was, since it is something that even Sawarakiri has emphasized. Then I'm afraid it won't be so easy to solve. I can't consider the harm to the village. The thought flashed through his mind, and Yagura Kyuji looked at the blood beast opposite him with a sharper look, and formed seals with both hands. Water style, Isabu waterfall. The next moment, as if the sea current fell from the edge of the sky, it suddenly poured down, pouring into the narrow Kagaya clan land in front of them as if there was no end. The huge amount of water flow was like a landslide, easily flattening all the obstacles in front of them, and swept towards Kimimaro with a bang, rushing straight towards the distant Kirigakure village. At first, Kimimaro, who was caught in the current, wanted to blend into the seawater by staying hydrated, but when he realized that the other party was also blending into the surrounding current like a fish and attacking him, he immediately jumped out of the sea, and flew on the torrent like a beast on all fours. However, when Kyuji Yagura suddenly rushed out of the water, he turned his head back like a wolf that had transformed into a beast, and a large number of bone spurs shot out in his direction like dense javelins. At the same time, the claws on the right hand were suddenly covered with a disproportionately large and exaggerated giant claw, whistling and tearing towards Kyujo Yagura. However, Kyujo Yagura, who rushed out of the water at this time, was no longer in the state of one tail as before. At this moment, his whole body was covered with a layer of scarlet shell, and the unique armor pattern of Sanwei Isabue could be faintly seen in it. The moment he rushed out from the bottom of the water, no matter it was the bone javelin or the bone claw, when it landed on him, even the outermost shell membrane could not sink into it, and it was stuck halfway. Snap! Kumi! Yagura firmly grabbed one of his claws, and at the same time, the abyss suddenly expanded, and the black rolling ball condensed into a point, and suddenly shot out towards Kimimura's abdomen, bursting out with a dull humming sound in the high temperature and extreme speed. Boom boom! Kimimura's figure was suddenly blown out by this black spot that seemed to be only the size of a baby's fist, and flew hundreds of meters away along the sea surface in one breath, and finally exploded suddenly, and was completely engulfed by the tumbling fireball. But before the aftermath of the fireball dissipated, the sharp howling sound came from the center of the explosion again. Kimimaro shot out like a wild beast again, 3 times faster than before, roaring furiously and rushing towards Gojo Yagura. He seemed like a machine that knew no fatigue or pain. The large gaps in his abdomen and legs were filled with the pale substance under the red shell in just a moment, and there was not even a trace of blood and flesh left. And, I don't know if it was an illusion, but Gojo Yagura found that this guy's body seemed to be a little bigger than before. At the same time, sharp bone shapes appeared faintly on the head and shoulders and elbows. Seeing this scene, Gojo Yagura suddenly had an idea in his heart: is this guy growing? Chapter 204 Remote Control War. This is no longer an ordinary biochemical weapon, it must be hit hard. At the moment he realized this, the body of Gojo Yagura, or Isabue, was one step faster than his consciousness. He took 4 seemingly short and thick legs and swam on the surging sea surface, rushing towards Kimimaro at an incredibly fast speed. However, when he saw the impact of this big turtle again, Kimimaro, who had been knocked out once before, showed an extremely human excited expression on his scarlet face. He suddenly opened his mouth and shouted the only human words since the start of the war with his hoarse throat: Tatakai! Almost. At the moment when this magical command fell, the skin surface, which had just remained scarlet, suddenly surged with a large area of acid-corroded steaming mist, emitting heat violently. Kimimaro's thin and petite body lay on the spot, and his back suddenly arched upward with the expanding mist. Swish! The back was immediately pierced and torn by sharp bone spurs, pulling out a complete spine shape. Further above the spine, column-like bone spurs extended, rapidly expanding and connecting, forming a nearly 10-meter-long giant spine. At the same time, along the sides of the giant's spine, like Susanoo, the ribs, sternum, and skull were supplemented at a speed that was too fast for the naked eye to catch. The huge upper body was supported by the pale skeleton and held up by the tiny pale figure. The water transformation technique of the Hokage clan filled the blank skeleton with flesh and blood, the boiling ninjutsu of the Terumi clan provided power for the huge body, and the magic mirror ice crystals of the Snow clan connected one limb node after another that was far apart like nerves. Under the support of multiple blood inheritance techniques, this giant-like figure suddenly showed strength and speed far exceeding that of the 3-tailed Isabue on the opposite side. Just one heavy blow has brought his mastery of these multiple bloodline abilities to such a level. Almost at the moment when Goto Yagura controlled Isabue to roll into a ball, the entire tailed beast rolled down the sea like a rolling stone. The bones filled with hydrated flesh and blood clenched into a ball. The scarlet and pale giant fist suddenly exploded in the air with a blazing sonic boom ring, and the diffuse pure white ripples spread along the edge of the arm and merged into the large rolling fog formed by the boiling escape. Boom! Just a giant with an upper body of nearly 20 meters, at this moment, burst out with a power that ordinary people could not imagine. Only Kimimaro, who was scarlet all over and looked like a bloody evil beast, was still roaring, and the sharp roar seemed to be able to penetrate the fog. Tatakai! The giant fist suddenly collided with the armor on Isabue's body. The surging sea water between the two sides was flattened by the violent expansion force, exposing the muddy and dilapidated ruins under the sea water. Buzz! Even though he was standing far enough, Uchiha Fugaku still felt a high-frequency buzzing in his ears. The hurricane-like aftermath penetrated several kilometers in a short moment. They didn't know what kind of terrifying power it was. Only Yagura, whose whole body was wrapped in the innermost layer by Isabue. Ugh! Although there were layers of flesh and blood between them, Yagura, whose senses were also connected to Isabue, felt that his ribs seemed to be broken by this incredibly heavy punch. Correspondingly, the huge body of the 3-tailed Isabue, under the push of this punch, could not even maintain its curled-up form, and the whole torso was affected by the force of this punch. Deflected towards the sea surface to the side. With a dull sound, an inverted waterfall rose from the sea surface that engulfed the entire Kagaya clan. Kimimaro, whose whole body was wrapped in scarlet, suddenly pulled up the corners of his mouth. However, just as he was about to continue to drive the steam giant to pursue the victory in the direction of the three-tailed Isabu. At the edge of his sight, and in the gaps between the mist that returned to the earth under the pull of gravity. Countless black and white light spots continuously gathered towards the body of the giant. Although he had no reason to speak of, just relying on instinctive perception, Kimimaro could sense that there was some extremely terrifying existence condensing and compressing in that direction. Yakura, who struggled to support his body, stared straight at the blood-red Kimimaro through Isabu's vision. The bastard Saharakiri's opinion is right. You are too dangerous. Driven by this strong thought, the tailed beast ball, which was formed by the full force of yin-yang release 2:8 and filled with most of the remaining chakra of the three-tailed Isabu, was suddenly compressed into a point between the teeth of the turtle-shaped giant beast. Then, swallow it. Almost at the moment when the mist gradually dissipated, blood evil beast Kimimaro had already seen the other party's figure clearly. In the suddenly opened huge mouth, it was like the sun blooming at the bottom of the abyss. Go to hell. They tailed beast ball, which was fully exerted, was poured out in an instant, turning into an aurora that could melt all matter, exploding over the artificial sea surface, and the scorching high temperature burned a vacuum channel that penetrated hundreds of meters away, and the black pearl jade running in the front was wrapped in the power to destroy the world. Kimimaro's eyes suddenly widened. He simply reinforced the skeleton constructed by the corpse veins completely out of instinct. The giant's arms, sternum, and ribs were all connected to each other by the bone layer that continued to extend without limit, and finally formed a pale wall whose shape was almost invisible. At the same time, his own figure immediately flew down along the sea surface, trying to drill into the deepest layer of soil below the sea surface. The instinctive alarm like a beast was sounding the horn of life for him. The next moment, a subtle light suddenly ignited the night. Even the group of innovative, mist-hidden ninjas who were several kilometers away lost their hearing at this moment. Many people even forgot to escape. They all stood there stupidly, quietly watching the glow rising in the center of the Kagaya clan. Boom, boom. It was not until a few seconds later that the second and third waves came, carrying a scorching hurricane that swept over their bodies, sweeping away countless unknown construction waste and plants, that they came to their senses. Who at this time, Yagura, who had consumed most of his chakra, had already regained his human form, kneeling on one knee on the ground, gasping for air. However, when he looked at the dark purple eyes opposite him, he narrowed them unwillingly. In that completely melted area, even the sea water was evaporated, and at this moment, a charred pit with a diameter of more than 100 meters appeared. Only a black giant skeleton with a body of charred ash, but still maintaining a defensive posture, collapsed in half, remained. As for Kimimaro, he had already disappeared. Damn! It didn't. You hit it. Kyutajai. Yagura cursed twice, but suddenly looked at the night in the distance. There were many figures there. Obviously, what the master said to him before was not a threat. Although the people of the bloodline sect were a step slower tonight, it didn't mean that they were easy to deal with. Unfortunately, tonight's efforts failed. Kyutajai, Yagura thought to himself, but his feet had already shot to the other side, and like other members of the reformist sect who came to attack, he escaped from the big net. Surrounded by the bloodline sect ninjas. While Kyujo Yagura sighed because he failed to achieve his tactical goal, the bloodline sect ninja clan leaders who hurriedly summoned their subordinates in the middle of the night but came up empty-handed were also furious. Yagura! Brat, you have no martial ethics. Damn! It, that idiot Genikir is dead. Have you found Kimimaro? Yes, the seal mark is still moving underground. It's out. Almost. At the moment when this sentence fell, several high-level members of the bloodline sect stood up and ran towards Kimimaro under the leadership of the sensing ninja. Just as mentioned before. Because these people of the bloodline sect knew very well how powerful Kimimaro was, they had set countless sealing spells on him early on. At the same time, in order to ensure that each ninja clan could not independently control this monster to achieve a situation where one clan dominated and swallowed up all clans, the bloodline sect set a requirement that multiple people could jointly cast spells to control the other party. This was also the direct cause of death of Kagaya Genikir, the leader of the Kagaya clan, who was torn in half. Cooperation in contradictions is the most appropriate way to describe the bloodline sect. However, under the current situation, they seemed to have no choice. Everyone present looked at each other, and then glanced at the ruins of the Hyoga clan. Although many direct descendants of the Hyoga clan were still barely alive, everyone knew that the family was finished. Next, what should we do? The chief of the Terumi clan looked at everyone and broke the situation with a muffled voice. What should we do? The chief of the Kitten clan said sarcastically in a low voice. You idiot! The war has already begun. The only options left for us are to win or die. Hearing the cold words of the Ghost Lantern clan leader, everyone present couldn't help but sigh deeply. After all, it has come to this. The character of the little devil, Gaji Yagura, is much more stubborn than they imagined. Just as everyone was silent, the sealing team on the other side had already brought a blood-red child back to them. After the sealing technique on the collar on the neck began to work, the scarlet color of the child gradually faded, revealing the pale and delicate skin. Underneath, it was a half-grown child with 2 malu eyebrows on his forehead. At this moment, his face was completely bloodless and faintly a little sick. Only the sealing collar on the neck, which was like a steel hoop against the terrifying power in his body, could make everyone present vaguely feel the terrifying threat coming from the child's body. Fortunately, we still have this weapon. When the Snow Clan, Mizunatsuki's clan leader, saw the child, he couldn't help but feel lucky for the plan he had launched a few years ago. If not, they would probably only need Yagura to wipe them all out, right? But we only have this weapon left. The tone of the Ghost Lantern clan leader was still so impolite, his eyes swept across the people present, and he said coldly, "It's time for life and death, don't leave the good things you still have hidden to gather dust." After the voice fell, he took the lead in extending a hand. The other clan leaders looked at each other, and they were obviously reluctant. But thinking of their current situation, they had to extend their hands with him. When several people opened their palms. In their palms, light pink fragments were lying there quietly. Humph! Chief Hokage looked at them with a sneer. These old silver coins really had the same plan as him. With so many fragments, let alone Kuruhi Yagura. Even if Saharakiri comes, I will beat him up the same way. You guys, do you have any objections? Humph! They other clan leaders all looked a little unhappy. However, they all suppressed their tempers. In any case, they had to wait until they won the war. So, the fragments of the 4 souls jade were pressed into the pale child's eyebrows. Go straight to the bottom. 4th generation. Lord! You have worked so hard. Is this the power of the rumored perfect Jinkraki? It's incredible. I'm afraid even the rumored Demon King of Konoha can't block a blow like that just now. After returning to the base of the reformists, except for the members who were being treated, everyone looked straight at the direction of Kyujuro Yagura with a salute to the hero, until they sent him to the edge of their vision. Facing the reformist ninjas, Kyujuro Yagura always responded with a gentle and confident smile, without the slightest sign of hesitation. In this moment of chaos in the village, any weakness shown by him as a leader would be interpreted as failure by countless people. Therefore, although he felt regretful, he still encouraged everyone with high spirits. In today's raid, we have successfully wiped out the Kagaya clan, one of the largest ninja clans in Kirigakure. There is no difference between civilian ninjas and bloodline ninjas. People will die if they are killed. Please tell me, my lords, why should they have countless times more resources than you? Can you still endure it? Listening to the increasingly skilled inspiring speech of Gaji Yagura, all the reformists standing around him had red eyes, as if they wanted to praise him to the sky. No. 10,000 men worked together, 10,000 shouts. Just like this moment. The fanatical emotions swept everyone's heart, and the results obtained overnight far exceeded the initial expectations of these low-level ninjas. Although there were some small episodes in the process, it was not important because the 4th generation won. Just like after the victory of the February 26th incident, all the upstarts oppressed by the old nobles saw the hope of promotion, so they repeated this path with terrible risks at all costs. The same is true for these Kirigakure reformist ninjas. They are neither just nor evil. There is only boiling, restless enthusiasm in their hearts. Looking at the scene in front of him, standing on the high platform, surrounded by everyone, Yagura finally felt at ease. At the same time, his heart was dead. He was like an old and decayed coffin maker, hammering the last nail for his dying ideals and ambitions. This entity called Kirigakure was completely sent to a dead end. Soon, the dawn of Kirigakure came. In the streets and alleys of this quiet and humid village, countless people who were also Kirigakure the ninjas walked to the opposite side of each other and started a bloody fight. They didn't notice. At the top of the tallest clock tower in the entire Kirigakure village. There was a pair of blue eyes quietly looking at this scene. A day off. There are about 2,000 words left in the next chapter. I wanted to finish it after I got home, but something went wrong at work. I'm still in the company at this point. I can't go back before 12 o'clock. So I'm sending a temporary notice. I'm very sorry. Chapter 205 My Mercy, 6K, March 15, the 48th year of Konoha. In the morning, 5:20. The Kirigakure Civil War broke out. The first place where the fighting started was a few granaries outside the Kirigakure village, followed by the arsenal and then the steel plant. Looking down from the sky, the ninjas who jumped over the eaves like crows formed an orderly countercurrent with the civilians on the street who were forced or voluntarily fleeing from the houses to various underground shelters. Whether it was the reformists or the bloodline faction, they all did not kill these ordinary people in the same village, Even though many of these people included their enemy clansmen. Most of the wandering civilians did not realize what happened in the village. Many people thought that the war had started again and someone outside the village was attacking. Only the caravans with more information were like crazy and squeezed out of the village against the crowd, and then they were killed by the mist ninjas guarding everywhere. On the empty street, there were only carriages and steam trucks that were smashed and missing wheels. Black smoke that went straight into the sky could be seen everywhere, and occasional explosions could be heard. But all of this was finally shrouded by the thick fog that had accumulated over the village for many years, making it difficult to see clearly. The child who was left behind by someone on the street corner cried sharply, and his small body curled up in front of the door of the house piled with debris, with red and swollen eyes. Only when one or two figures passed quickly from the center of the street occasionally, he would suddenly stop crying and watch them go away. A few short wails were heard from afar, or the suppressed cries of the injured collapsed on the ground. All of this made the young child who didn't know the world feel fear from the instinct, so that even the originally high-pitched and sharp cry gradually stopped. Until a few ninjas who were obviously wearing the characteristic costumes of the ninja clan jumped over the eaves, saw the child dressed in civilian clothes, and inadvertently revealed a trace of disgust in their eyes. Just a shuriken in hand. After a dull sound of puff, even the already light breathing was cut off. Damn! Bastard! Ordinary people living in peacetime often find it difficult to imagine how serious the alienation of people's social roles is caused by war, even if it is an internal war that breaks out in a short period of time. Compatriots who can be seen everywhere on weekdays suddenly change their roles. Kind faces suddenly turn hideous and terrifying. The fight that begins as soon as they meet is carried out quickly with the muffled sound of cold weapons piercing flesh and blood. Often after 3 or 2 seconds, the companions and relatives who were once good friends will turn from lively appearance to a cold and stiff corpse in your brief hesitation. Most people are passively swept away. They are swept away by hatred, social contradictions, and the threat of life and death, and are entangled in this scarlet battlefield. The entire Kirigakure village has turned into a chaotic Shura field where you are in me and I am in you in this short period of time. Die. A sharp whistling sound penetrated the mist, like a dark streak cutting through a distance of several meters, outlining a round arc, and horizontally slashed through the torso of the Terumi clan ninja in front of him. The kunai that was intercepted with short force tried to resist with difficulty, but in front of the hard beheading sword, it could not even hold on for a moment. The refined kunai made of high-carbon steel from Konoha, connected to his body, was cut into 2 pieces with a sound of nani, and the blood that spilled into the deep white mist, connecting the large and small intestines and a series of internal organs, all splashed on the ground with the upper body thrown away by inertia. However, this sudden sound still alarmed the 2 ninja companions on the other side. They turned their heads back with nervous nerves, and one of them simply threw out a detonating kunai. However, Biwachozo's speed was much faster than them. As the user of the beheading sword in the first generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he was already a well-known elite jonin in the entire Kirigakure before he was selected into this killer group. He could suppress most of the bloodline ninjas with his physical skills alone. At this moment, he saw the beheading sword in his hand slapped to the side with ease, and the detonating kunai flying in the air was smashed to the other side, exploding a ball of light and fire in the corner of the warehouse. As for his figure, he had already stepped silently and approached the second person at a speed that was too fast for ordinary people to react. However, that person had already completed the seal in his hand. Boiling. Release, boiling. The high-pitched cheeks were pregnant with special chakra, but before he could spit it out, Biwachozo had already kicked him and hit his abdomen with a bang, cutting off the sound in his mouth and bending his body. This perfect movement caused the beheading knife that just swept through the air to cut directly into the side of his neck. In the eyes of others, it seemed as if he had offered his head voluntarily. The man's head, still with his cheeks puffed up, flew several meters. In an instant under the impact of the internal pressure and the gushing blood. The large amount of blood that was spread out covered the other side for a moment. The sight of the other 2. But the companion behind him had a fierce look. Long before the other party's boiling escape was performed, the bone knife in his hand had already approached his vest. It was obvious that he was planning to kill the Terumi clan and Biwachozo together from the beginning. From the bone knife sticking out of the arm, it was obviously one of the remnants of Kaguya who escaped last night. Pay the life of my clansman! He roared like a madman, but was splashed with blood all over his face. However, this knife that was determined to win was powerless, and his body staggered and hit the headless corpse on the opposite side. When the other party looked down, he saw Biwachozo rolling on the ground and swinging the knife like a willow leaf, and the beheading knife that passed horizontally on the ground swept his 2 calves directly. At this moment, his body unconsciously leaned forward under the drive of inertia, and the intense pain suddenly penetrated into his mind along the nerves. But before the ferocity on his face turned into fear, the clothes on his vest were pulled up by a strong force, and his whole body was thrown out like a dart by this peerless villain, spinning and smashing towards the last companion on the opposite side. Secret. Technique, Magic Mirror Ice Crystal. But, compared to the other few trash in his team, this ninja from the Snow Clan was obviously much more calm. As early as the moment Biwajozo appeared, he performed the ice escape secret technique, surrounded this narrow range with pieces of mirror-like ice, and his figure disappeared into the mirror. The half of the body crashed, only smashing the front few surfaces. Biwajozo was very fast, and almost at the same moment when the body hit the ice surface, he rushed out along the gap. No one would be stupid enough to fight in the advantageous range of others. However, the ninja of the Snow Clan captured just such a moment. Secret technique, 1000 killings water flying. It was just a moment, and it was like a trap that had been prepared long ago, waiting for the prey to step into it. As soon as Biwajozo passed through the gap, he was suddenly covered by dozens of ice needles condensed from water vapor, shooting all over his body. Puff! Puff puff! The tall and strong body was immediately shot into a hedgehog. It was not until this moment that the Jonin of the Snow Clan slowly emerged from the mirror, looking at his corpse with a sneer. The 7 ninja swordsmen are just like this. However, the corpse just fell to the ground and suddenly turned into a pool of water. The Jonin of the Snow Clan was startled. Water clone? Almost at the moment he realized this, he didn't even turn his head back, and rushed straight into the nearest mirror. Then, a big knife quietly blocked his path. Puff! 2 more bodies fell to the ground. Biwajozo turned his head and looked at the armory behind him. When he killed the first person, the team behind him had already rushed into the gate and started fighting with the ninjas stationed inside. At this time, there were continuous shouts and explosions inside, and the roars of anger were decreasing at a rapid rate. When he walked into the armory quickly, most of the bloodline ninjas inside had been killed. However, Biwajozo's expression, which had just been relaxed, suddenly became a little more serious when he saw the situation in the armory. He suddenly grabbed a bloodline ninja who was still struggling to survive, and shouted, "Where are the detonating tags and kunai here?" They. Terumi ninja, whose leg and hand had been chopped off, was already pale due to excessive blood loss. However, after hearing his question, a mocking smile slowly appeared on his face. Pfft! He weakly spit a mouthful of blood-mixed saliva on the face of the murderer. He missed. Then, his head was smashed to the ground and turned into a pool of rotten watermelon mixed with white and red. Master Jozo. Instead, a perception ninja beside him panted and shouted, "There are many, many targets moving towards the center of the village." Hearing his words, Biwajozo's face suddenly became a few darker. Without saying a word, he turned around and went out immediately. Let's go. Yakura. Kyuji stood on the rooftop of the Mizukage building, quietly looking at the smoke rising from all over the village. His expression was as indifferent as death. Several Kigakure Enbyo wearing white robes and masks were following him closely, also quietly waiting for orders. Most of his troops had been dispatched. At this moment, the only one left in the Mizukage building was him, the highest combat force. Just by relying on the dust rising from the edge of the village, Yakura Kyuji could tell that the military factories, steel mills, and warehouses that were the lifeblood of the military manufacturing industry in the Kirigakure village were being desperately fought over by the reformists and the bloodline factions. In a way that completely violated the principles of ninja concealment, they fought head-on like samurai and foot soldiers. From early morning to this afternoon, every minute and every second spent in Kirigakure village. A lot of Kirigakure ninja blood is flowing, that is the foundation and potential of this village. But at this moment, Karitachi Yagura just looked at this sticky blood with such an indifferent attitude. Blood flowed meaninglessly in the civil war. How many people had died in just half a day? 5,000? 7,000, or more? He looked at the empty streets and suddenly lost himself. Even if he had made countless psychological expectations before this, what would happen, when he saw himself destroying Kirigakure? Even a heart as strong as steel would be melted into molten iron by the raging anger. Suddenly, everyone heard him ask for no reason. Even so, is it not enough? Of course. They. Next moment, in the blank that no one around could notice, a gentle and calm voice came into the ears of everyone present. Uchiha Fugaku's expression suddenly tensed up, like a grey rabbit being stared at by a falcon. It was not until his brain realized who the voice belonged to that a look of relief appeared on his face under the mask, and he even looked at the figure that suddenly appeared with a hint of relief. The slender young man stood beside Karitachi Yagura, looking at the village shrouded in mist with him. The gentle and indifferent voice was so harsh to the fourth Mizukage. Sawarakiri also looked at the empty streets of Kirigakure village and said softly, "You know it very well, Lord Yagura. Even for Konoha, it is too difficult to swallow up ninjas in the unit of 10,000 in one breath. Judged by the Konoha Intelligence Office, the number of 5,000 is relatively appropriate." Kurotachi Yagura seemed to be stabbed by a needle. He turned his head suddenly and growled, "Do you know how many ninjas there are in Kirigakure?" "About 23,200. Sawarakiri's tone was still calm, it should have dropped to more than 17,000 now. The killing efficiency of the bloodline faction is much higher than your side. Listening to the rapidly decreasing number, even Kyujo Yagura, a willing trader, seemed to be on fire. He turned around suddenly, took a step in his direction, and grabbed his collar on tiptoe. Let go. What do you want to do? Yagura. Almost. The moment he made this move. All the Kigaku Enbu behind Yagura moved, pointing all kinds of weapons in their hands at him. However, they stopped in front of Sawarakiri's raised hand. Sawarakiri looked down at him, meeting Yagura's red eyes. What do you want to say, Lord Yagura? The petite young man stared at him intently, every word was like crying blood, suppressing his roar. Damn bastard! You guys are so powerful. Why do you do this? If it was Hashirama Senju back then. Sawara Kiri just looked at him, without doing anything, and Yagura's hand that was tightly grasping his collar was suddenly bounced away by an invisible force, and he couldn't help but take a step back. He still stood there, looking at Yagura with a gentle gaze. So Senju Hashirama is dead. His foolish will also disappeared with his dead power, leaving only the relic of the war called Konoha. When the voice fell, Gaji Yagura seemed to be stunned, looking at him silently. Sawarakiri had already retracted his gaze, took a step towards the edge of the rooftop, looked at the dark crowd that was rushing like a tide along this central street, and sighed lightly. Yagura. I am willing to hand over the problem of Kirigakuer to you, not because of my malice, but, his voice paused, and when he turned his head again, his originally gentle and soft sight had turned into a dead silence, and his voice knocked into his heart. My mercy. When his voice fell, the shape and color of the dark crowd in the distance had gradually become clear. The final weapon, personally escorted by clan leaders such as Terumi, Hojiki, and Mizuno Tsuki, was pushed to the front of the crowd. Following them were the most elite soldiers of the entire bloodline faction who had withdrawn from the outskirts of Kirigakuer. Everyone was eyeing the building that symbolized the highest authority of Kirigakuer. Come out, Yagura. Chief Hojiki stood at the front and shouted in an almost contemptuous tone. Do you think you can still hide? Now, it's time to end this war. Listening to the roar of one of the bloodline faction leaders at the front, the bloodline ninjas behind him all showed ferocious and fierce smiles. Their entire war strategy is actually quite simple. First, quickly occupy the surrounding arsenals to gather weapons, then abandon the option of long-term battle, gather troops as quickly as possible, take advantage of the emptiness of the center of the reformists, and use the greatest advantage to kill the leader Yagura Kujutsu first, and then take down the entire Kirigakuer in one go. The civilian ninjas are just a mob united by a few strong men. Without a leader, their fragile nature will be exposed immediately. In addition, just as Yagura Kujutsu is worried that the strength of Kirigakuer is too much. Although these clan leaders of the bloodline faction do not care about the lives of civilian ninjas, they care about their own clansmen. Even they cannot withstand the huge losses brought by a long-term war, especially this kind of head-on conflict in an open area. The needs like using human lives as bullets. Besides the hidden mist village, there are 4 other ninja villages coveting this country. However, just as he was thinking this, trying to kill the idiot Yagura Kujutaki as quickly as possible. The expression of the chief of the Ghost Light, which was originally wearing a grim smile, suddenly cooled down in an extremely difficult state, and the muscle lines on his entire face were frozen in place, so that his facial muscles twitched faintly. Day. The brisk footsteps of the ninja shoes on the concrete floor rang in the ears of the bloodline ninjas. More and more people were stunned, looking at the figure that appeared in front of them in confusion. This was completely different from the damned dwarf they expected. The chief of the Ghost Light, standing at the front, looked at the figure in front of him, his pupils trembling unconsciously. And even his voice began to become dry. You, how could you? It's not just him. The several high-ranking members of the bloodline sect standing by the cage were all stunned, staring at the damn face that must not be forgotten. Crack. On the contrary, Kimimaro, who was trapped in the cage of the sealing technique, suddenly raised his head and stared at the figure with a look that was not sure whether it was fear or intimidation. Sawarakiri stood right in front of them, playing with a metal coin in his hand. Ding! The silver-colored coin turned a circle in the air and fell back into his palm. Sawarakiri looked up at them, with a perfect arc at the corners of his lips, and his smile was cold. Sorry. This war must continue for a while. So, can you all disappear for a while? While speaking, he flicked his thumb, and the coin in his hand turned countless circles in the air again. The only difference from before was that at this moment, Sawarakiri had turned his body sideways, stretched out his arm, and made a finger-snapping gesture. The blazing and violent lightning burst out from his body like the scorching sun. The extremely high temperature and high-density chakra suddenly condensed into a point, and a bloody and dazzling light flashed in his azure eyes. Lightning! Escape! Super! Electromagnetic cannon! The eyes of the head of the Ghost Lantern clan almost condensed into a point, and his body dodged to the side at a faster speed than his brain, and at the same time, a sharp howl came out of his mouth, like a crow crying. Get out of the way! The fingertips popped out. Boom! The unimaginable high temperature burst out in the short distance between the young man's fingertips and the silver coin in an instant, and the vibration of the loud sound spread like a ring, piercing through a circle of continuous vacuum belts in front of his slender figure, so that on the straight line within a few hundred meters in front of him, it seemed that there were suddenly circles of condensed clouds. The dazzling white metallic gaseous stream was always condensed on the center line under the restraint of the acceleration coils composed of lightning chakra. However, the aftermath of this extremely fast explosion was enough to tear the ninja's tempered body apart like a steamroller rolling over tofu. In the end, in the eyes of Yagura Karitachi, who stood high on the Mizukage building, there was only a white mark running through the entire street, the deep gullies left by tearing the concrete road surface, and the red and white on both sides of the gully, like a child splashing paint. Even the corpse was evaporated. Even the death of the enemy, this extreme misery, made him subconsciously turn his eyes away. The hundreds and thousands of elite ninjas of the Bloodline School who were still like a black tide and aggressive in the last second, at this moment, only the lucky ones who were affected by the broken walls on both sides were left alive. Most people didn't even realize what was happening. They just stared blankly at this natural disaster, as if they had lost their souls for a short time. These scenes seemed to imprint the feeling of powerlessness into the deepest part of Kyojiya's heart. He held the railing of the rooftop with both hands and murmured mercy.